Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 612 to Chapter 669. Keep up the good work. Let's continue to pull in monthly votes. It was not easy for us to get into the top 50. Brothers, please help me keep it. I'm begging everyone. Thank you. At this moment, the two arrogant playboys were still surrounding Ling Yun, mocking and ridiculing him without mercy. Tang Mei rolled up his sleeves and was about to make a move. The harmonious atmosphere in the office was completely destroyed. Ling Yun remained seated and gave Tang Mei a look to stop him. This was Morong Wencher's office, and they weren't here to fight. Song Jingyang heard Morong Feishua's words and decided to add fuel to the fire. Oh, niece Feishua, so you're Ling Yun's girlfriend? What good taste, you're a match made in heaven. Not bad, this is great. What kind of person was Song Jingyang? He had spent the entire morning in the ordinary people's clinic yesterday. He had seen the expressions of all the beauties in the clinic. He knew that none of them would be able to escape from Ling Yun's grasp. Now that Morong Feishue had said so, Song Jingyang wanted to play matchmaker for Ling Yun and Morong Feishue. Who cared if Morong Feishue didn't mean what she said? Morong Wencher had a pretty good idea of what his precious granddaughter was thinking. For the past few days, the two nouveau riches had become Morong Feishue's shadow followers, following her wherever she went. Morong Feishue was so annoyed that she wanted to use Ling Yun as a shield so that the two nouveau riches could scram as soon as possible. However, Morong Wencher didn't know what Morong Feishue was thinking. Hence, he decided to beat Song Jingyang at his own game after hearing what he said. Oh. Morong Wencher made an expression of sudden realization and dragged out his voice, attracting the attention of everyone in the room. Then, he scolded his precious granddaughter, "You're simply messing around. Ling Yun is my savior. Why can't you tell me that you're friends with him? You should have told me earlier. How dare you keep me in the dark?" Ling Yun and Morong Feishue were speechless. Song Jingyang was adding fuel to the fire, and Morong Wencher was beating him at his own game. They were about to enter the bridal chamber at any time. Morong Feishue was so anxious that her face turned red. She bit her lips and stomped her feet. "Grandpa! Uncle Song! You guys!" In fact, she took the initiative to say it just now because she wanted to quickly explain that she was just joking. In that case, this matter would be over. After all, Morong Feishue was already 23 years old, while Ling Yun was still in high school. The age gap between them was too big, and it was impossible for them to be together. Furthermore, Morong Feishue wasn't the type to judge a book by its cover. Age was just one of the reasons. The difference in their family backgrounds was another. Most importantly, Ling Yun left a terrible first impression on Morong Feishue. Even though Ling Yun had just electrified Morong Feishue, his eyes had become clear and transparent. However, Morong Feishue wouldn't change her opinion of him just because of one look from Ling Yun. She had seen countless people. She knew that Ling Yun's lustful eyes weren't faked. Ling Yun was bold and direct. He didn't hide it at all. Moreover, Ling Yun was greedy, had no medical ethics, and skipped classes every day. Morong Feishue wouldn't marry someone like that no matter how handsome he became. Morong Feishue was infuriated at the thought that Ling Yun was here to ask for benefits from her grandfather. Since she had already said it out loud, she didn't want to explain anymore. Instead, she looked at Ling Yun and thought to herself, "Didn't you want benefits from me? Let's see if you have the face to say it out loud." Ling Yun laughed in his heart, but he didn't say anything. He just sat there quietly and drank his tea. It was as if everything that was happening around him had nothing to do with him. Morong Feishue was even more annoyed at Ling Yun's calmness. "Humph. Still pretending. Let's see how long you can last. You'll show your true colors soon." Morong Feishue had made up her mind. As long as Ling Yun asked for money, she would turn and leave. She would let the two nouveau riches humiliate her. She wouldn't care about what her grandfather wanted to give Ling Yun. The 5 people in the room had their own thoughts. Only the two nouveau riches didn't know what was going on. They believed Morong Feishue, Song Jingyang, and Morong Wencher's words and were jealous beyond words. They needed to find an outlet to vent their jealousy. That outlet was, of course, Ling Yun. Zhu Yongwang was the first to speak. "So, your surname is Ling? That's meaningless. Do you know which family with the surname Ling is the most powerful in China? Let me tell you, it's the Ling family in Beijing. Zhu Yongwang couldn't hide his smug smile at the mention of the Ling family in Beijing. The Ling family in Beijing is one of the 7 big families in Beijing. Do you know how down they are now? They can't even be compared to a third-rate family in Beijing. The Ling family has become a laughingstock in Beijing. Ling Yun, let me tell you. 1/10 of the oil fields under the Ling family's control are in our Zhu family's hands. I don't even care about the Ling family in Beijing. Tell me, how can you be more powerful than the Ling family? You should take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror if you want to steal my girlfriend. The more Zhu Yongwang spoke, the more complacent he became, and the more arrogant he became. He was completely unaware that these few words had brought a calamity to his family. Ling Yun finally looked up. He stared at Zhu Yongwang for a while and said, "Very good, thank you for telling me this. In order to express my gratitude, I'll tell you 2 things. First, I'm 77 kilograms now. I don't know exactly how much. Second, I don't know how many oil fields your family owns, but I know that there won't be any left. I suggest that you prepare your family as soon as possible so that there won't be any income when the time comes." Ling Yin was filled with hatred and anger today, and it was finally resolved by Qin Dongxue. However, not only did Zhu Yongwang walk right into the muzzle of the gun, he even insulted the Ling family. Wasn't this courting death? After the college entrance examinations, Ling Yin was going to take back all the assets that the Ling family had lost over the past 18 years. Now, he was going to start with the Zhu family. Serves Zhu Yongwang right for being unlucky. Zhu Yongwang was stunned. Ling Yin was talking to him so calmly, but the content was so pretentious. 77 kilograms? Who the F***ck asked you? Do you need to answer so seriously? Our family's oil fields will be all gone soon? Ling Yin was too much of a braggart. Did he think that the oil fields of his family were cabbages? That they could disappear just like that? Ling Yin's words were simple, and his tone was extremely calm. It was as if he was talking about a small matter, but it shocked everyone except for Tang Meng. Song Jingyang knew about the Zhu family. They were a third-rate family in Beijing with assets of more than 10 billion yuan. There were a few important members in the family who held important positions in Beijing. However, Ling Yin was going to destroy the Zhu family from what he said. This spoiled brat had only said a few arrogant words. Wasn't Ling Yin taking it too seriously? Ha 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 ha. Zhu Yongwang was stunned for a while before he burst into laughter. He pointed at Ling Yun and said, "Kid, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. You're F***king arrogant. Too arrogant. Aren't you afraid that the wind will hurt your tongue?" Ling Yin smiled faintly and said seriously, "It's not funny at all. You still have half a month to report this to your family and let them be prepared. Trust me, I'm serious." Morong Feishue was completely stunned. She vaguely felt that something was amiss. She felt that the Ling Yin today was too different from the first time they met. Ling Yan's tone was so arrogant that it could pierce through the sky. However, Morong Feishue could tell that Ling Yun wasn't crazy. He was very calm. What was wrong with Ling Yun? Zhu Yongwang's laughter stopped. No one spoke. The office became silent. "Kid, I just heard that you were the one who treated Grandpa Morong's injuries? How can a kid like you know how to treat illnesses? Who would believe that?" Zhu Yongwang had just calmed down for a while when Ho Yaozong jumped out again. He sneered disdainfully, "In my opinion, Grandpa Morong's injury is not serious at all. You're just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. You're just lucky." Pfft, Song Jingyang couldn't hold it in anymore. He burst out laughing as his face turned red. He thought to himself, that person just now didn't have eyes, and this one is even more so. Not only did he not have eyes, but he also didn't know how to speak. If Ling Yin was a lucky cat, then wouldn't Morong Wencher be a dead rat? Only a pure idiot would say such a stupid thing. He then looked at Morong Wencher and Morong Feishue, only to see that both of their expressions had turned ugly. Morong Wencher saw that these two brats were taking advantage of their relationship with the Morong family to behave atrociously in his office. His face turned even darker. "Yaozong, don't spout nonsense. I know my own injuries best. If Ling Yin didn't save me, I would have turned into a pile of dirt. How would I still be alive? I can't even find Ling Yan to repay his kindness. How can I allow you to slander my savior? You've done what you were supposed to do in Xianxia City. Hurry up and go home. Morong Wencher had an unfriendly expression on his face as he ordered the two of them to leave Xianxia City. Who knew that these two playboys were not tactful and didn't even move? Ho Yaozong said arrogantly, Grandpa Morong, I'm almost done with my business. I can go home by plane at any time, but I don't believe that this gigolo can cure your injury. Your injury was cured by the provincial hospital. He just happened to be there. Although you praise him like a flower, saying how brilliant his medical skills are, unless he has a way to prove it, I definitely won't believe it. Zhu Yongwang also regained his senses. He laughed coldly. Yes, I think he's here to take advantage of us. He's taking advantage of Grandpa Morong. Ling Yan took a deep breath and glanced at the two idiots. The two of you. He said faintly. Ling Yan pointed at Zhu Yongwang. You have a venereal disease. That thing that carries on the family line is about to turn into cauliflower. He then pointed at Ho Yaozong. You'll have gout if you eat too much seafood. Furthermore, your kidneys aren't good, the two of you really deserve it. Tell me, how do you want me to prove it? Third update. If you like it, please donate a monthly ticket to support me. Thank you, huh? Ah? Before Ling Yan could finish his sentence, the faces of the two nouveau riches turned deathly pale at the same time. It was as if they were struck by lightning and were stunned on the spot. Ling Yan wasn't cursing them. He was speaking the truth as though he had seen it with his own eyes. You. How did you know? No, you're spouting nonsense. I don't have a venereal disease. Zhu Yongwang blurted out subconsciously before changing his words. He wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. It was a pity that it was too late. Ling Yan smiled. Whether you have a venereal disease or not, we just need to ask Miss Morong to take off your pants for us to take a look. Everything will be clear then, won't it? Tisk. Morong Feishui had always doubted Ling Yan's medical skills. She didn't believe that an ordinary high school student could heal her grandfather's injuries. She had always thought that Morong Wencher's injuries weren't as serious as they were made out to be. Moreover, he had received the best treatment from the provincial hospital. That was why he recovered so quickly. After all, Morong Wencher's most serious injury was to his brain. Who knew if it was just brain damage or just a knockout? Therefore, Morong Feishui agreed with Ho Yaozong's insistence on Ling Yan proving his medical skills. In the end, Ling Yan said that Zhu Yongwang had a venereal disease and Ho Yaozong had gout and kidney problems. Morong Feishui instinctively thought that Ling Yan was angry and started to maliciously curse the two of them. After all, venereal diseases grew in such a secretive and shameful place. How could Ling Yan see through the pants and underwear? When the gout didn't act up, the patient would be no different from a normal person. Outsiders wouldn't be able to tell. However, when Morong Feishui saw Zhu Yongwang's reaction, she realized that Ling Yan was telling the truth. She was shocked, embarrassed, angry, and regretful. She spat on the ground and ran to the washroom. When she first met Zhu Yongwang, they even shook hands politely. Now that Morong Feishui knew this, she was disgusted to death. Ling Yan stared at Zhu Yongwang's pale and ugly face and said with a smile, Look, now that Miss Morong has left, do you dare to take off your pants and show everyone? Zhu Yongwang was now extremely embarrassed. His face turned red, white, and green. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. This was his biggest secret. Even his best friend didn't know. How did Ling Yan know? As for Ho Yaozong, although gout was a disease of the rich, it was nothing to be ashamed of. Therefore, he was not very embarrassed, but he was equally shocked. How could she tell? Ling Yan was really a god. Ho Yaozong was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he turned his wooden head. If Ling Yan could tell that he had gout, wouldn't he have a way to treat it? That's right, I have severe gout. Can you treat gout? Ho Yaozong was really tormented by this hateful gout. This was because when it acted up, the joints of his fingers and toes would be extremely red and swollen. The pain was unbearable. Once it acted up, it would last for 2 to 3 days. The area where it acted up would be as swollen as a carrot. When it was the most painful, he didn't even dare to use a blanket in the winter. Once he touched it, it would hurt so much that he would want to die. Therefore, he asked subconsciously. Ling Yan smiled faintly and glanced at Zhu Yongwang. Then, he turned to Ho Yaozong and said, I can treat it. Ho Yaozong was elated. At this moment, he forgot that he was in an alliance with Zhu Yongwang. He said excitedly, then can you treat me? If that's the case, I will believe that your medical skills are amazing. Moreover, as long as you treat me, I'll give you as much money as you want. Ling Yan laid down behind the sofa and smiled faintly. It's a pity that you don't believe in my medical skills. Moreover, I don't want to prove my medical skills to you. You're not worthy. Therefore, I'm sorry, I won't treat you. Ling Yan could see through his illness and said that he had a way to treat it. However, he didn't want to treat him. Wasn't he toying with him? Ho Yaozong flew into a rage out of humiliation. Humph. I think you can't treat it at all. You're just boasting. Ling Yan wasn't angry at all. He continued to smile innocently and asked, oh? Is that so? Then tell me, how did I find out about the problems in the two of you? Did you guys tell me? At this moment, Morong Feishua finally came out of the washroom. She didn't know how many times she had washed her hands just now. Both of her fair hands were red from all the rubbing. Humph. Morong Feishua glared at Zhu Yongwang with disdain. When she looked at Ling Yan again, her eyes were full of embarrassment. Humph. So what if you can see that I'm sick? Zhu Yongwang was also anxious at this time. Anyway, it was useless for him to hide it now, so he simply steeled his heart and admitted it directly. You can see through our illness but can't treat it. Does that mean that you don't know how to treat it? You can't prove how good your medical skills are. Unless you can treat us. Zhu Yongwang obviously knew that Ling Yan's medical skills were incredible to be able to see through his pants. Ling Yan might be able to treat his venereal disease, but since Ling Yan wasn't going to treat Ho Yaozong, it was even more impossible for him to treat him. Therefore, he decided to goad Ling Yan. Who knew that Ling Yan would ignore his goading and turn to look at Morong Wencher? He smiled faintly. Grandpa Morong, humph. Who are you to call him Grandpa Morong? The two nouveau riches shouted angrily when they heard Ling Yan call Morong Wencher Grandpa. Morong Feishua's face turned red again. She snorted but didn't say anything. Morong Wencher was still shocked by Ling Yan's medical skills. When he heard Ling Yan call for him, he immediately replied cordially, Ling Yan, go ahead. After saying that, Morong Wencher looked at the two profligates with extreme disgust. In the past few days, these two playboys had made a lot of jokes in the antique market. Not only did they bring shame to their own families, but they also brought a lot of trouble to Morong Wencher. Today, they finally embarrassed themselves in his office. Ling Yan spoke frankly. Grandpa Morong, I'm here today for 3 things. Morong Feishue heard that and thought that Ling Yan was finally showing his fox tail. 3 things? What a big appetite. Why didn't he say 30 things? Humph. Morong Feishue's face turned cold as she looked at Ling Yan with disgust again. Ling Yan couldn't be bothered with Morong Feishue's reaction. He continued with a smile. Firstly, I've treated Grandpa Morong for almost 2 months. I wanted to visit you and see how you're recovering. I'm relieved to see that Grandpa Morong's complexion is rosy and full of energy, Ho Yaozong sneered. Ling Yan, you really know how to say nice things. Grandpa Morong's illness has long been cured. Of course he's rosy and full of energy. Do you still need to pretend to be a good person? Zhu Yongwang sneered as well. No one knew what he was saying about Ling Yan. Morong Wencher was completely enraged. He slammed the coffee table and shouted, both of you, shut up. Grandpa Morong was so angry that he slammed the table. The two nouveau riches saw that Morong Wencher was really angry and immediately shut up. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Ling Yan wasn't affected at all. He continued, secondly, some time ago, when Miss Morong came to look for me, we had a small disagreement. That was actually a small joke between me and Miss Morong. Today, I'm here to explain this matter clearly. Ling Yan looked at Morong Feishue and giggled. I say, big sister Morong, don't be so serious. I was just joking with you. I borrowed your beloved car to play with for 2 days. But I've been very busy ever since I got it and haven't driven it even once. It's been quite some time now, so I'm here today to return your Maserati to you. What? Morong Feishue was stunned. Her delicate little mouth opened as wide as it could. She couldn't believe her ears. She thought that Ling Yun was here today to ask for more benefits. Who knew that Ling Yun would say that he was returning her beloved car? This was the exact opposite. Was this still the Ling Yun she knew? He wasn't lustful just now, and now he wasn't greedy for money. Could it be that all of Ling Yun's evil intentions had disappeared along with the 50 kilograms of fat on his body? Heaven and earth turned upside down. Morong Wencher looked at his precious granddaughter in shock. Was this a joke? Return the car? How could this Ling Yun be lustful and greedy? Feishue, you. Morong Wencher looked at Morong Feishue with a hint of blame. Morong Feishue was well-mannered and would never disappoint him, but why did she have such a deep grudge against Ling Yun? Old Master Morong thought to himself. As the saying goes, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-floor pagoda. Even though I saved Grandpa Morong's life, I didn't ask for anything in return. I didn't even want to talk about money, so. Ling Yun's lips curled up as he continued to speak passionately. As he spoke, Ling Yun took out a 1,000,000 yuan check and placed it gently on the coffee table. This is a 1,000,000 yuan cash check from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. I'm returning the full amount today. As for the interest, I won't be paying. Now, if Sister Morong is still angry with me, you can hit me a few times to vent your anger. A slap in the face, a blatant slap in the face. Not only did he not ask for any benefits, he even returned the car and the money, saving lives without asking for anything in return. How impassioned. Was this still considered unethical? Ling Yun's action slapped Morong Feishue's face until it was swollen beyond recognition. To be continued. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Boss Duck. 350,000 floating red coins. A total of 370,000 floating red coins, contributing 37 monthly tickets to the Celestial Doctor. Congratulations, Boss Duck, you've become the leader of the hedonistic Celestial Doctor. Boss Duck, you're the best. Congratulations, Boss Duck, you'll live as long as the heavens. There will be updates in the next 3 days. Thank you again. Ling Yun had indeed revealed his fox's tail, but not to the Morong family, but to Morong Feishue, one slash to the throat. An instant kill. Morong Feishue's face turned red instantly, and her breathing quickened. Her breasts rose and fell violently. Ling Yun could see it all. It was so beautiful that he was overjoyed. Tang Meng, on the other hand, was laughing in his heart. He had seen Ling Yun stepping on people's faces and slapping them countless times. However, this was the first time he had slapped someone in the face in such a clear and resounding manner. Tang Meng was indeed a roundworm in Ling Yun's stomach. He knew Ling Yun's intention very well. Ling Yun was just saying it casually. How could he return the money if the car wasn't here? That 1,000,000 floating red coins was to repay Morong Feishue for saving her life. If the Morong family really accepted the check, how would they have the face to continue living in Xianxia City? Ling Yun's words were impassioned and dignified, but it was just a rumble. He had forced Morong Feishue into a corner with just a few words. It's just a check, what's the big deal? Ho Yaozong stammered. Moreover, there are so many scammers out there using fake checks. Ahem. Song Jingyang coughed lightly. I, Song Jingyang, can guarantee with my head that Ling Yun's check is real. If it's fake, I'll eat him up on the spot and write a check for 10 million to Elder Morong. Song Jingyang had been watching the show quietly. Ho Yaozong was still pressing on after what Ling Yun had said. Song Jingyang couldn't bear to watch any longer. Hence, his words were extremely harsh. Morong Wencher knew that if these two nouveau riches dared to say another word, Song Jingyang would really call someone over and throw them into Qingshui Lake. Right now, Morong Wencher really liked Ling Yun to death. The way he looked at Ling Yun was almost like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. No matter how he looked at Ling Yun, he found him pleasing to the eye. Morong Wencher waved his hand lightly and was about to speak when Ling Yun spoke again. Grandpa Morong, I'm here today. As for the third and final matter, Ling Yun purposely dragged out his words to keep everyone in suspense. He waited until everyone's eyes, including Morong Feishue's, were on him before he spoke again. His words shocked the heavens. Grandpa Morong, when I saved you the last time, I only had 9 golden needles with me. I didn't have anything else with me and you were quickly taken away by the ambulance. Thus, I couldn't help but feel a little regretful when I saved you. I've come here today to make up for this regret. Regret? As expected, there was a problem. Morong Feishua's anger flared up again, and the eyes of the 2 nouveau riches lit up like light bulbs. There was excitement in their eyes. Morong Wencher was even more puzzled. He thought to himself that there was nothing wrong with his brain. Not only was there nothing wrong with it, even his old headaches were completely gone. Moreover, Ling Yan's reattaching of his sternum was very effective. It was raining in Xianxia City last night, but his sternum didn't feel the slightest bit of pain or itch. How could he have any regrets? Oh? And regrets? But why do I feel that my body is much better than before I was hit? Morong Wencher asked with a smile. It wasn't just Morong Wencher. Even Tang Meng and Song Jingyang were a little puzzled. With Ling Yan's medical skills, there shouldn't be any residual effects even if it was done in a hurry. Could it be that even a miracle doctor like Ling Yun would fail? Now that the 2 nouveau riches had something on Ling Yun, they began to hurl insults at him without a care for their own safety. Zhu Yongwang's eyes lit up as he said excitedly, Ling Yun, you were so pompous about returning the car and money just now. So you were waiting for us here? Are you using Grandpa Morong's health to extort more money? Ho Yaozong stomped his feet in agitation as he pointed at Ling Yun. Humph. What do you mean by in a hurry? I think you're doing this on purpose. Just say it. I, Ho Yaozong, can give you as much as you want. Don't beat around the bush to scare us. Morong Feishue was even angrier after the 2 nouveau riches. She was humiliated by Ling Yun just now, but she couldn't find any reason to refute him. She felt that something was amiss. Now that she heard it, she finally understood that Ling Yun wasn't returning the car and money. He was only trying to gain Grandpa's favor and trust. How could Grandpa not believe Ling Yun when he said that there was something wrong with Grandpa's health? How could he not let Ling Yun treat him? As long as Grandpa allowed Morong Wencher to treat him, he could have anything he wanted. What was a Maserati and $1 million compared to the benefits he could get immediately? Moreover, Morong Feishue and Morong Wencher would never accept it even if Ling Yun returned it. Tang Mei was very sure of this. Humph. I thought he really turned over a new leaf and became a good person. I didn't expect him to become even worse. Pfft. He's rotten to the core. Morong Feishue's pretty face was tense. Her gaze towards Ling Yun was murderous. Ling Yun ignored the accusations of the 2 nouveau riches. He picked up the cup of tea in front of him and blew on the floating tea leaves before taking a sip. Only then did he look at Morong Wencher's forehead and head. That was where Morong Wencher had fallen. It was a serious injury that required more than 10 stitches. Even though the stitches had already been removed and a scar had formed, it still didn't grow any hair. It looked very ugly, completely ruining Morong Wencher's elegant appearance. Grandpa Morong, don't worry. There's nothing wrong with your body. The small regret I was referring to was the scar on your head. The main purpose of my visit this time is to remove this scar for you. His words shocked everyone once again, and the entire office instantly fell silent. When Tang Meng heard this, he was so excited that his blood was about to boil. Big Brother Yan's move was simply too beautiful. It was simply a stroke of genius. Not only would Elder Morong's scar be healed, but it would also prove Big Brother Yan's medical skills. It was even better than personally slapping these 2 nouveau riches in the face. Tang Meng wondered what Big Brother Yun was thinking. Why didn't he think of it? Why didn't Tang Meng think of it? It wasn't that he didn't understand Ling Yan's medical skills. He had seen the effects of the healing talismans a long time ago. It was because Morong Wencher wasn't his relative. He had already recovered and the scar wasn't even on his head. Why should he worry about Morong Wencher, this kid? He's so thoughtful. It'll be hard for him not to rise in the future. Even the heavens can't suppress him. Song Jingyang's eyes were filled with excitement. He felt that he was really lucky to be able to get to know Ling Yun. Remove my scar. This, Morong Wencher was completely stunned. Ling Yun actually said that he could remove his scar? The scar had already been healed for a long time. How could it be removed just like that? If it was really possible, How heaven-defying would Ling Yun's medical skills be? Moreover, Ling Yun didn't bring any medical equipment. He only brought an ordinary stone. How could it remove the scar? Remove the scar? How is that possible? Morong Feishue was completely dumbfounded. So this was the small regret Ling Yun was talking about. He wasn't talking about the problem in Grandpa's body. He was talking about the scary scar on his forehead. Everyone could see that. If Ling Yun couldn't treat it, there was no use even if he wanted to extort money from Grandpa. Oh my God, such a big scar. Did I hear wrongly? Zhu Yongwang mumbled to himself. Ling Yun, have you gone mad? You bragged so much about Qingshui City. Ho Yaozong was in complete disbelief. Morong Wenshi was a very clean and elegant person. He paid great attention to his appearance and groomed himself meticulously all his life. However, it was a pity that he had gotten so old that he had been hit by Sun Xing of the Sun family in the capital, leaving behind such a huge scar on his forehead and head. After his injuries recovered, this was indeed his biggest regret and worry. That was because Morong Wenshi was a man of public appearance, and he was also a person of status. He appeared in public all day and often participated in some antique appraisal, jewelry exchange meetings, and so on. Now that there was a scar running from his forehead to the top of his head, and there was no hair around the scar, how could he go out in public? That was why Morong Wenshi refused to participate in any academic conferences after he recovered. Other than going to Yudingxian to gamble on stones, he rarely left his house. Moreover, even when he was gambling on stones, he would wear a hat to cover the ugly scar. Now that he heard that Ling Yun had a way to remove it, he was extremely excited. It was like a rebirth. Ling Yun, why you really have a way to remove it? Morong Wenshi stood up excitedly, his voice trembling. Ling Yun smiled and stood up as well. Grandpa Morong, let me give it a try. Song Jingyang knew that a miracle was about to happen. That's right, old man Morong, let Ling Yun try. He chuckled. Morong Wenshi was both excited and at a loss when he saw that Song Jingyang was encouraging him to try as well. Where do we go to treat it? You don't have to go anywhere. Let's just do it here, Grandpa Morong. Ling Yun chuckled. Without another word, he walked in front of Morong Wenshi and pressed a level 4 healing talisman on top of Morong Wenshi's head with lightning speed. At the same time, he shouted in his heart, Lin. Morong Wenshi felt an indescribable coolness on his head. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Ling Yun silently counted from 1 to 9. 9 seconds later, Ling Yun retracted his palm. Everyone fixed their eyes on the scar on Morong Wenshi's head, and immediately, all of them burst into incomparably shocked exclamations. The scar on Morong Wenshi's head was completely gone. His scalp was as good as new. Oh my God! His face was even more swollen than before. To be continued. Thank you so much. Crazily begging for monthly votes, thank you for your support. F***CK. That's impossible. Oh my God, he knows magic. Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong screamed at the top of their lungs. Ho Yaozong even took 2 steps forward subconsciously. It seemed like he wanted to touch Morong Wenshi's head personally. Both of them were dumbfounded. Morong Feishue was even more dumbfounded. Ho Yaozong didn't dare to touch Morong Wenshi, but Morong Feishue did. She walked up to Morong Wenshi in disbelief, raised her slender hand, and touched Morong Wenshi's forehead. Grandpa, how do you feel now? She was his good granddaughter after all. Even though she was shocked, she didn't forget to ask Morong Wenshi about his feelings. Morong Wenshi knew what had happened to his head just by looking at everyone's reaction. However, he still hurriedly raised his hand to touch his forehead. He found that his forehead was as smooth as before. I feel great. Is the scar really gone? Morong Wenshi's voice was trembling. He still couldn't believe it. Morong Feishue burst into tears when she heard that Morong Wenshi was fine. After Morong Wenshi recovered from his injuries, this was his biggest worry that couldn't be erased. Morong Feishue saw it and kept it in her heart. She was worried for her old master every day, afraid that he would take things too hard and vomit again. That would be troublesome. But now, Ling Yun had gotten rid of Morong Wenshi's worries. To Morong Wenshi, who had always cared about his appearance, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was indebted to Ling Yun. the most rare thing was that Ling Yan actually thought of this. If he could even cure this, it would be too ridiculous and stupid for anyone to doubt that Ling Yan wasn't the one who cured Murong Wincher's head injury. It wasn't important anymore. Nothing was important anymore. Ling Yan returning the car and money, it wasn't important whether it was true or not. It didn't matter if Ling Yan was greedy, lustful, or had no medical ethics. It didn't matter if he skipped classes every day. All of these were unimportant in Murong Feishua's heart. Now that she thought about it, even Ling Yan's unbridled glances at her chest didn't matter anymore. Ling Yan had cured her grandfather, saved her grandfather's life, healed the scar on her grandfather's head, and cured her grandfather's illness. He was the great benefactor of the Murong family. Murong Feishua turned around and walked to Ling Yan. Her face was full of shame and tears as she bowed respectfully to Ling Yan. Ling Yan, thank you, thank you. Thank you for curing my grandpa. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It's all my fault for what happened in the past. Of course, Ling Yan wouldn't accept Murong Feishua's bow. He turned and hid in a corner. Big sister Murong, you don't have to thank me. It's fine as long as you're not angry anymore. Didn't you say that I'm your boyfriend? This is what I should do. It was still the same person, spouting nonsense casually. However, in Murong Feishua's ears, it was worlds apart. She straightened her delicate body, lifted her teary eyes, and glared at Ling Yan. Surprisingly, she didn't refute Ling Yan. Tang Meng couldn't help but worship Ling Yan. He turned to look at Song Jingyang. The two of them exchanged an ambiguous look that only men would understand. Another fish had entered Big Brother Yun's bowl. For a long time, Murong Wencher was so excited that he couldn't speak. His expression kept changing as many thoughts flashed through his mind in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, he stood up. Benefactor Ling Yan, you've saved my life and cured my illness. I, Murong Wencher, am unable to repay your kindness. Please accept my bow. From the looks of it, he was about to kneel down in front of Ling Yan. Ling Yan didn't even accept Murong Feishua's bow. Naturally, he wouldn't accept Murong Wencher's kowtow. He reached out and grabbed Old Master. Murong. Ling Yan smiled faintly. Grandpa Murong, you don't want Ling Yan to be a human anymore, right? It's nothing. What's so special about it? How am I worthy of this bow of yours? However, Murong Wencher was determined. He wouldn't listen to Ling Yan at all. Ling Yan had no choice but to give Song Jingyang a look. This old man didn't even kowtow to Ling Yan after I saved his life. Why is he so agitated over a scar? Song Jingyang spoke again. This time, he stood up and came to Murong Wencher's side. Old Master Murong, don't make things difficult for Ling Yan. Ling Yan cured 22 dying patients in front of thousands of people at the opening of his clinic yesterday. He didn't take a single cent. He only helped you remove a scar. How can he accept such a huge bow from you? What? Ling Yan's clinic opened yesterday? Murong Wencher was stunned. He was so regretful that his intestines were clenched. He slapped his thigh and stomped his feet. You gambling addict Song. The opening of Ling Yan's clinic is such a huge event, and you. Murong Wencher was so anxious that his face and neck were red. He almost couldn't catch his breath. Ling Yan saw that old Master Murong was really anxious, so he quickly gave Murong Wencher some spiritual energy. Only then did the old man calm down. Now you know how to be anxious? You better sit down first. Song Jingyang chuckled as he pulled Murong Wencher back to the sofa. Old man Murong, I met Ling Yan later than you did, but I can't help it. Who asked me to be so good at handling things? I was close to Ling Yan, and he invited me to open his clinic. I didn't know that he was your benefactor. Tell me, how do you want me to tell you? Song Jingyang even bragged to Murong Wencher that he knew Ling Yan sooner or later. It was as though he was proud to know Ling Yan and couldn't hide his smugness. At the same time, Song Jingyang couldn't help but look at Tang Meng gratefully. If Tang Meng hadn't reminded him, he would have missed out on a huge opportunity. Tang Meng only smiled and winked at Song Jingyang mischievously. Treating 22 dying patients in one go? Not taking a single cent? Murong Feishue heard that and felt as though she was struck by lightning. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Ling Yan. Her heart was pounding like a drum. Pong, 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 he wasn't greedy for money, and he had medical ethics. As for being lecherous, it wasn't a big deal. Who asked him to be so outstanding? Besides, which man wasn't lecherous? Amidst the secret glances of her eyes, her heart was already set. Morong Feishue suddenly stopped talking as she started to worry about her outfit. She hurriedly checked herself and adjusted her clothes, wondering if she looked too plain today. She should have worn a dress if she had known. Now, no one was looking at the two nouveau riches anymore. Ling Yan had become the star in the room. He was passively accepting all kinds of gazes. How could I not know about such a huge matter? I didn't even give Ling Yan a gift for the opening of the clinic. How am I supposed to face people now? Sigh. Morong Wencher was extremely vexed and slapped his thigh heavily. There was no need to mention the regret in his heart. Grandpa Morong, don't listen to Uncle Song. It's just the opening of a small clinic. It's just that there was an emergency and the situation wasn't under control. The commotion was a little too big. Ling Yan consoled. Song Jingyang chuckled. Old man Morong, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Ling Yan's clinic just opened yesterday. If you really want to give him a gift, it's still not too late. Isn't Ling Yan right in front of you now? Song Jingyang said as he secretly gave Morong Wencher a look. Morong Wencher was enlightened. That's right, Ling Yan was right in front of him. Since he was already here, why did he need to give him a gift? If he wanted to give him a gift, he could give it now. However, Morong Wencher was troubled again. What good things could he give Ling Yan in his own office? Moreover, Ling Yan even said that he wanted to return the Maserati and 1 million yuan check. It was obvious that he didn't care about these things at all. What in Tianqi Pavilion was worth more than a Maserati and 1 million yuan? Give money. Vulgar. As soon as this idea popped up, Morong Wencher rejected it. Ling Yan frowned slightly and said to Song Jingyang, Uncle Song, how can you do things like this? Aren't you forcing Grandpa Morong to give me a gift? I'm done with what I need to do here. I've wasted enough time. Let's get going. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he didn't even look at the million yuan check on the table and was about to leave. Ling Yan knew that even if he left the check, Morong Feishue would return it to him 10 times or 100 times more. He had won your heart, so why would he be afraid of you running away? Ling Yan wasn't stupid. Tang Meng followed suit, but Song Jingyang remained seated. Yudingxian's stone gambling was not something he could participate in. How could there be a gamble without a dealer? Song Jingyang knew that Morong Wencher would be in deep trouble if he let Ling Yan leave. Sure enough, Morong Wencher immediately stood up to stop Ling Yan. Morong Feishue also stood in front of Ling Yan silently. She looked at Ling Yan reproachfully as she thought to herself, if you dare to leave, you'll have to step over me. Ling Yan thought to himself. Ling Yan, take a seat first. Old Song, and I will go out for a while. Feishue, brew a pot of good tea for Ling Yan and the rest. I'll be back soon. Morong Wencher pushed Ling Yan back onto the sofa and gave Song Jingyang a look before pulling him out of the office. Morong Wencher grabbed Song Jingyang's arm and asked, Old Song, help me think of an idea. What should I give them? Song Jingyang knew that Morong Wencher called him out to discuss this. He shrugged and said, don't ask me, I don't know either. However, I can give you a reference since you're begging me so much. What reference? Morong Wencher asked anxiously. Ling Yan's clinic opened yesterday. All the big shots in Qingshui City were present. There was Miracle Dr. Shui, a military commander, Qingshui City's Municipal Committee Secretary Li Yifeng, Public Security Bureau Director Tang Tianhao, and Qingshui City's richest man, Xuan Tianda. Their gifts are. Song Jingyang lowered his voice and listed a few congratulatory gifts. What? Morong Wencher was completely dumbfounded after hearing that. To be continued. Thank you to I'm fat but healthy for your 10,000 yuan tip. Thank you. The 6th update was delivered, and there were still 2 more updates to go. Continue to crazily seek votes. Old Song, according to what you said, Ling Yan's net worth is at least 5 billion yuan? Morong Wencher mumbled to himself after recovering from his shock. Ling Yan was only a 3rd-year high school student. Far more than that, old master, I won't hide it from you today. You should be able to guess my background, but that's not what I'm talking about now. Song Jingyang said solemnly. Let me tell you, I've seen countless people since I was young, but this is the first time I've seen a genius like Ling Yun. When I saw Ling Yun a month ago, he wanted to bet with someone and asked me to be a witness. He didn't even have 100 million yuan then, but do you know what he wanted to use as collateral? Song Jingyang gestured with his hands. Such a huge piece of imperial jade. I don't need to tell you how valuable it is. Moreover, this piece of imperial jade was hollowed out and made into a jade box. You can imagine what's inside. More than a month ago, Ling Yun tore down 2 mansions in a matter of minutes. He even took out 2 night luminescent pearls the size of longans. Go Lianqing is dead now, right? It was Ling Yun who destroyed him. The former director of the Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong, is in prison now, right? It was also Ling Yun who destroyed him. That's why Tang Tianhe was able to rise to power so easily. Moreover, I also know that Sun Xing, the one who injured you, is the ignorant nouveau riche from the Sun family in Beijing. His entire family of 3 was slaughtered by Ling Yun. Don't ask me how I know all these things. You know I have my ways. Old master, do you think Ling Yun will take money seriously when you talk to him about it? What's the difference between 3 to 500 million yuan and 3 to 500 million yuan for someone of our status? It's just a bunch of numbers. Song Jingyang didn't treat Murong Wencher as an outsider. He spoke from the bottom of his heart. How come I don't know about all this? Murong Wencher couldn't help but touch the scar that no longer existed. He asked in shock and astonishment. When these things happened, you were still lying in the hospital. Fei Xue was taking care of you in the hospital every day and had to take care of your Tianqi pavilion. How could you know? After you were discharged from the hospital, you hid in your room all day because of the scar on your head. Recently, you lost in stone gambling. Who would be so free to talk to you about this? Song Jingyang patted his butt and walked away. Anyway, I've told you everything that needs to be said. As for what you want to give, it's up to you. I really can't help you. Murong Wencher pulled him back once more, murmuring, Who would have thought that Ling Yun would grow to such an extent in just a month's time? Song Jingyang snickered. There's still a lot more that you can't think of. Did he really kill Sun Xing's family of 3? Murong Wencher began to analyze Ling Yun's current strength. To be able to slaughter the Sun family and Sun Xing's entire family of 3, yet the Sun family didn't seek revenge until now, this meant a lot. Any smart person would know that even the Sun family wouldn't dare to make a move on Ling Yun with Ling Yun's hidden strength. I'll give you the entire pearl jade cord if I'm lying. Song Jingyang smiled confidently and said half-jokingly. I couldn't tell. This kid's hostility is a little too strong. Murong Wencher shook his head. Song Jingyang chuckled. It's not that Ling Yun is vicious, it's that you don't understand the reason behind it. If you're not afraid of letting Ling Yun wait in your office for too long, I can explain it to you slowly. I only have one thing to say. Old master, if you were in Ling Yun's situation, you would kill him too. Murong Wencher nodded thoughtfully but didn't pursue the topic. He finally understood what kind of person Ling Yun was, so he said awkwardly, Old Song, you've been talking to me for a long time, but you haven't told me what kind of gift you're giving me. Old man Murong, you're making things difficult for me. You're the one who wants to repay a debt of gratitude. Of course, it's up to you to decide how much to give. What I said just now was just to give you a standard. If you think it's appropriate, Ling Yun wouldn't mind if you gave him a few million. If you're willing, you can even give Tianqi Pavilion to Ling Yun. That's your business, I can't say anything about it. Are you trying to make a fool out of me, gambler? Murong Wencher said angrily. What a bunch of useless words. My old life and this scar are only worth a couple of million, right? It's so embarrassing. Song Jingyang knew that Murong Wencher wanted to save face. Don't you still have the Tianqi Pavilion? He chuckled. Song Jingyang's words carried a hint of warning. Old Song, it's not that I can't bear to part with it, but Tianqi Pavilion is the foundation of the Murong family. I really can't give it away. Murong Wencher frowned. Song Jingyang thought to himself, your precious granddaughter is about to fly off with someone else, and you're still talking about the roots of the Murong family. If you really want to listen to my advice, I do have an idea. He reminded Murong Yin again. What idea? Morong Wencher was overjoyed. I heard that the Morong family has a family heirloom. It seems to be a jade seal of an ancient emperor. It's called the Heavenly Seal. Is that true? Song Jingyan chuckled. When Morong Wencher heard this, his whole body immediately trembled. He grinned and said, "You gambler, after all you've said, you're actually eyeing our Morong family's heirloom?" Song Jingyan smiled faintly. "Since you said that, it seems to be true? If I were you, I would give this treasure to Ling Yun." This? Morong Wencher was in a dilemma. How could the family heirloom of the Morong family be given away so easily? That was the family heirloom. Old Song, you're giving me a hard time. Morong Wencher's brows were tightly knitted together into a big knot. Song Jingyang smiled faintly. Did you see it? I said I wouldn't give you any ideas, but you wouldn't let me go. Now that I've given you an idea, you can't bear to part with it. What a waste of effort. Song Jingyang was indeed powerful. He was trying to goad Morong Wencher. But I left that heavenly seal for that girl, Fei Shue. Morong Wencher reluctantly told the truth. Song Jingyang thought to himself, that's great. I might as well tell you all at once. Old man Morong, I say, have you really gone senile? Didn't you hear your granddaughter say that Ling Yun is her boyfriend? Fei Shue used Ling Yun as a shield to fool the two nouveau riches. How can you take it seriously? Morong Wencher replied. Song Jingyan chuckled. You don't have to remind me. I already knew that. Maybe it was at the beginning, but what about later? How did Fei Shue react when Ling Yun said that he was Fei Shue's boyfriend after he cured you? Think about it. Song Jingyan didn't speak much in the office, but he was able to observe everything. He didn't miss anything. You mean to say that Fei Shue has really fallen for Ling Yun? Morong Wencher asked excitedly. I guarantee it. Song Jingyan chuckled. Ling Yun said he wanted nothing when he left. Think about what Fei Shue did. The way she looked at Ling Yun. Let's not talk about that. Let me ask you, would you like Ling Yun if you were a girl? Was there a need to ask? The funny thing was that Morong Wencher nodded subconsciously. Song Jingyang slapped his thigh and said, isn't that great? My precious granddaughter is about to marry someone else, and you're still so conflicted over a jade seal. I'm worried for you. Morong Wencher pondered for a while. Qingfu's expression changed. It's decided then. Morong Wencher clenched his teeth and stomped his feet. To tell you the truth, you'll definitely thank me for this in the future. You won't lose out if you can get closer to Ling Yun with a jade seal. This is a profitable deal. Song Jingyang lowered his voice and whispered into Morong Wencher's ear, however, you can't give the jade seal away. You have to do this and this. Song Jingyang patted Morong Wencher's shoulder lightly. How about it? I'm a good friend, right? Morong Wencher was elated. You're a good friend. It's useless to say so much. Why didn't you say so much earlier? The two friends looked at each other and smiled. Then, they walked back to the office with their arms around each other's shoulders. They realized that the two nouveau riches were no longer in the office when they entered. Only Ling Yun and Morong Fei Shue were left in the office. Zhi Yongwang and Ho Yaozong had their faces smashed by Ling Yun today. They wouldn't stay any longer. Tang Meng, on the other hand, wouldn't stay behind to be a third wheel. He excused himself with the excuse of going to the toilet. Grandpa, where did you go? Why are you back so late? Morong Fei Shue sat alone with Ling Yun. Her heart was pounding, and her face was getting redder and redder. She didn't know what to say. Ling Yun was still as calm as ever. He didn't open his mouth to speak either. One of them poured tea while the other drank tea. Just like that, they sat quietly in this ambiguous atmosphere for a long time. Ling Yun really enjoyed this feeling. This was the feeling of conquest. At the very least, he had to make Morong Fei Shue admire him. Ahem, Grandpa went out for a walk with your Uncle Song just now. Morong Wencher was even happier to see the two of them. He regretted that they came back so early. With that, Morong Wencher looked at his precious granddaughter and then at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, Grandpa has prepared a gift for you to repay you for saving my life. However, Grandpa doesn't have this gift with him now. I'll get Fei Xue to bring you home to get it. What do you think? Morong Wencher was referring to the heavenly seal, the heirloom of the Morong family. After saying that, Morong Wencher seemed to want to continue. He purposely added, anyway, you two are already boyfriend and girlfriend, so there's no need to avoid arousing suspicion. Morong Fei Xue blushed when she heard that. She didn't dare to raise her head but didn't retort. Grandpa Morong, there's no need for that. I don't want any gifts. If you feel bad and want to give me something, just give me that ornamental stone. Ling Yan shook his head resolutely. The 7th chapter of the 8th chapter. There was still the last chapter. Go hungry, shout at the top of your lungs, and beg for monthly votes. As he spoke, Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed at the bamboo shoot-shaped ornamental rock that was more than half a meter tall beside Morong Wencher's desk. The other three couldn't help but laugh when they followed Ling Yan's gaze. Ling Yan could have asked for anything, but he wanted an ornamental stone that cost 8,000 yuan. Wasn't this request a little too low? Ling Yan, that's enough. I know you're not greedy for money, but you can't just take an ornamental stone back. If word of this gets out, who knows how many people will stab our Morong family in the back. Morong Fei Xue was the first to disagree. She completely believed that Ling Yan wasn't greedy for money. Humans were strange. The more greedy you were, the more you didn't want anything when people refused to give it to you. People just had to shove it into your hands. Song Jingyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had spent so much effort to trick Elder Morong into giving him his best treasure, but Ling Yan just wanted an ornamental stone that wasn't even worth 10,000 yuan. What else could Song Jingyang say? Morong Wencher was stunned at first, but he nodded his head in approval. He couldn't help but exchange a look with Morong Fei Xue. Is this what you mean by greedy? Morong Fei Xue was embarrassed, but she smiled shyly and didn't say anything else. Her intentions were self-evident. Song Jingyang studied the ornamental stone for a long time. Ling Yan, Fei Xue is right. Why can't you ask for anything else? Why must you insist on an ornamental stone? Aren't you clearly trying to embarrass old man Morong? I have plenty of these ornamental stones at home if you really want them. I can give them all to you. At first, Song Jingyang thought that Ling Yan wanted this ornamental stone because he found it to be a good thing. However, after studying it for a long time, he realized that it was just an ornamental stone. Other than its unique shape, it had no value at all. Indeed, there wouldn't be any jade inside, but the things inside were definitely better than jadeite. This ornamental stone contained a strong metal spiritual energy. It was priceless in Ling Yan's eyes. Of course, Ling Yan wouldn't point that out. He only smiled faintly and said, I want this ornamental stone not because of money. One reason is that I like its high and mighty aura. The other reason is that I want to take something from Grandpa Morong. Since Grandpa Morong's wish is fulfilled, I'll have something to think about as well. Morong Wencher and Morong Fei Xue were delighted by Ling Yan's words. Seeing this, Morong Wencher had already made up his mind. Alright, since Ling Yan has said so, Grandpa won't be embarrassed. I'll give this ornamental stone to you. Morong Wencher laughed. Thank you, Grandpa Morong. Ling Yan immediately bowed respectfully. Grandpa. Morong Fei Xue protested coquettishly when she saw that Grandpa was really giving Ling Yan a lousy stone. However, Morong Wencher continued, however, this ornamental stone is just a gift for you. The gift that I originally decided to give you has to be given. You and Fei Xue find a time to go back and take it. This old man doesn't care anymore. Fei Xue, what do you think? Morong Wencher smiled lovingly at Morong Fei Xue. Fei Xue, what do you think? That's more like it. Morong Fei Xue finally let go of Morong Wencher's hand and nodded happily. Actually, it didn't matter what gift she gave Ling Yan. What was important was that she would accompany Ling Yan home to get it. That way, she would have the opportunity and reason to be alone with Ling Yan. Was there anything more valuable than Morong Fei Xue in the Morong family? Morong Fei Xue smiled, her beautiful eyes sneaking glances at Ling Yan. No one knew what she was thinking, but her face was full of shyness. Grandpa Morong, I don't think this is a good idea. Ling Yan didn't care about anything else now that the most important treasure was in his hands. Just accept the gift. What's with all the nonsense? Morong Fei Xue said coquettishly before Morong Wencher could speak. Fine, he had no choice but to accept it. Ling Yan could only smile bitterly and nod in agreement. However, Ling Yan felt a little guilty accepting Grandpa Murong's spirit stone. After all, Grandpa Murong had treated him with sincerity. The three of them didn't understand the intricacies of the ornamental stone, but Ling Yan knew. He thought about it. He had bullied Murong Feishue badly today. It was time to coax her. He reached into his pocket and took out a night-luminescent pearl from his upgraded spatial ring. Ling Yan stretched out his hand and opened his palm. A night-luminescent pearl the size of a longan appeared in his palm. It was as smooth as jade and as smooth as jade. Big Sister Feishue, I came in a hurry and didn't bring you any gifts. I'm a guy, so I don't have any use for this. It's a waste to keep it, so I'll give it to you today. Ling Yan said it so casually. Little thing? No use for it? Waste? That was a night-luminescent pearl, a rare treasure that was hard to find. Of course, no one was listening to him anymore. The three of them stared at the night illumination pearl with glowing eyes, their mouths wide open. What did Murong Feishue do? She was the most famous jewelry appraiser and designer in the international jewelry industry. She was currently the general manager and chief designer of the Tianqi Jewelry Company under the Murong family. She had seen many priceless jewelry, but this was the first time she had seen such a huge night-luminescent pearl. Oh my god! Murong Feishue swallowed a mouthful of saliva in excitement. Her eyes were hazy and dazed. Dreamy beauty, peerless treasure. Can I touch it? She murmured. Ling Yan placed the night-luminescent pearl into Murong Feishue's hands. At the same time, he didn't forget to grab a handful of her slender hands. I already said I'm giving it to you. Touch it however you like. Ah. It's really for me. Murong Feishue answered subconsciously. She was in a daze and had forgotten to reject him. Murong Wenshi and Song Jingyang recovered from their shock. They looked at each other in disbelief. Ling Yan had the night-luminescent pearl just now, and now he took it out and gave it to Murong Feishue. Murong Wenshi couldn't help but shake his head helplessly at the thought of his Tianqi. It was hard to say who would be the winner this way. Song Jingyang's face was full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. He swallowed his saliva and shot Murong Wenshi a look. Old man Murong, what do you think? Murong Wenshi naturally understood what Song Jingyang meant. You won't lose out if I tell you, right? Murong Wenshi was speechless. This color, this quality, this glow. It's really round and smooth. Murong Feishue was completely dazed. There was no point in saying so much. Murong Feishue held the night-luminescent pearl in her hands and admired it for a full 3 minutes before returning it to Ling Yan reluctantly. This gift is too valuable. I can't accept it now. Murong Feishue said shyly and contentedly. She was very smart. She didn't say that she couldn't accept it, but that she couldn't accept it now. It wasn't the right time yet. He hadn't agreed yet. She had to give it to him when he proposed. I haven't taken back anything I've given away. Ling Yan smiled faintly. He didn't notice the hidden meaning in Murong Feishue's words. Murong Wenshi and Song Jingyang burst into laughter at the same time. The office was filled with laughter and a peaceful scene. I really can't accept it now. Alright, just accept it. What's with all the nonsense? If you don't want it, I'll give it to Uncle Song. Let's see if he wants it. Murong Feishue's words were returned to him. Ling Yan turned around and said, if you don't want it, I can give it to Uncle Song. I want it. Give it to me, Feishue. I'll keep it as a family heirloom. Song Jingyang said hurriedly. Murong Feishue quickly covered the night-luminescent pearl with both hands and refused to let go. You wish, she whined. I'm not giving it to you. Murong Feishue stood up quickly and didn't refuse anymore. She looked at Ling Yan affectionately before running out of Murong Wenshi's office. Needless to say, it was to hide the night-luminescent pearl in the safest safe in the Tianqi pavilion. To Murong Feishue and Murong Wenshi, Ling Yan's night-luminescent pearl was a token of love. However, Ling Yan didn't feel that way. He only felt that it was the right thing to do. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to his cultivation. Ling Yan, Feishue has never liked any guy. Now that she's willing to accept your night-luminescent pearl, the future of the two of you will depend on yourselves. Morong Wincher's words were sincere and sincere. Ling Yan pretended to be confused and scratched his head. Song Jingyang laughed heartily and turned to look at Xianxia across the Tianqi pavilion. The timing is just right. Old man Morong, it's rare for me to be in such a good mood today. Shall we go over and play? Ling Yun didn't get up. Instead, he used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. It was the time when the antique market was the most crowded in the afternoon. There were people coming and going at the intersection. The sound of shouting and bargaining was deafening. It was extremely lively. Morong Wencher was naturally in a good mood. He stood up and chuckled. I heard that Xianxia and the House of Wondrous Stones brought a lot of wondrous stones this time, more than any other time. Of course, I have to go and play. Gambler Song, are you the banker today? Let's see. Song Jingyang smiled faintly. Morong Feishua finally hit her night luminescent pearl after a long time. Her pretty face was flushed with excitement, and she looked at Ling Yun even more passionately. The four of them went downstairs and out of the Tianqi pavilion. They crossed the street and arrived at the main entrance of Xianxia. To be continued. The third chapter of September was completed. 26,000 words. Thank you for your tips and monthly votes. Little Boo will continue to work hard tomorrow. There will be an even more exciting climax tomorrow. Please give me a monthly vote. Apart from Ling Yun, the other three were extremely familiar with Xianxia. Xianxia's staff came out to welcome them politely before they even entered the door. Oh, Master Morong, Guildmaster Song, you're finally here. If you had taken any longer, my boss and Boss Han would have had to bring 8 large palanquins to invite you over. They're all waiting for you in the backyard. Song Jingyang smiled faintly. Haha, looks like there are quite a lot of rare stones today. The Lord of Jade and Han Laosan are getting impatient. The Lord of Jade that Song Jingyang mentioned was the boss of Xianxia. He only loved jade, jewelry, and antique appreciation. This was also a hobby passed down from the ancestors of the Yu family. That was why he was known as the Lord of Jade. As for Han Laosan, he was the owner of the House of Strange Stones. He was very close to the Lord of Jade. Han Laosan was in charge of collecting raw jade stones, while the Lord of Jade was in charge of selling them. Alternatively, he would wait for the jade stones to be cut out and sell them in his own shop. In the antique market, their status was similar to Song Jingyang's and Morong Wincher's. They were the presidents or directors of the Antiques Association of Qingshui City. Song Jingyang didn't need the assistant to lead him. He strode to the backyard with his head held high. Song Jingyang had already taken off the Buddha beads on his left wrist. He twirled them in his hand and walked with an extraordinary aura. Xianxia's shop was huge. It was more than 2,000 square meters. This was only the area of the shop, not the backyard. The four of them passed through the shop quickly and came to the backyard. Ling Yun realized that the backyard of Xianxia was really a different world. The area alone was shockingly large. It was 6 to 7,000 square meters, more than 100 meters long, and 60 to 70 meters wide. It was like a large vegetable market inside, except that the piles and piles of strange-shaped stones were not filled with vegetables, but rather, strange-shaped stones from all over the world. However, the stones in the backyard were not necessarily raw jadeite stones. There was also a special large open space where all kinds of strange stones were placed. Some looked like people, some looked like animals, and some looked like trees, and so on. These were specially prepared for the lovers of strange stones for ornamental purposes. They were not raw jadeite stones. Oh my God! We've really fallen into a nest of stones. As far as the eye could see, there was a dazzling array of stones piled up into a mountain. The backyard, which was 6 to 7,000 square meters, had simply become a sea of stones. People's line of sight was blocked by many huge stones, and they needed to turn around to see what was behind the huge stones. Even with the range of Ling Yun's divine sense, he could only cover about 1/10 of the entire backyard. It was difficult for him to see the whole picture. Song Jingyang seemed to want to shock Ling Yun on purpose. He didn't make any introductions and let Ling Yun see for himself. His footsteps didn't stop as he walked through the path between the piles of stones toward the place where the stone gambling was held. The spiritual energy was heterogeneous, but it was very thick. It was getting thicker and thicker. Ling Yan couldn't help but be shocked. Most of the spiritual energy absorbed by Mansion Number 1 came from Yuding Xian. At least 70%, Song Xingyang's footsteps slowed down as he walked forward. Ling Yan used his divine sense to explore a large empty space. This must be the place of stone gambling today. The area of the empty space was about 600 square meters. There were many people standing there. They were definitely stone gambling fanatics. Because this was an open space, the spiritual energy here was slightly less than some places where the stones were concentrated. However, the surrounding was filled with all kinds of stones, so the spiritual energy was still very rich. Ling Yan opened all his pores and absorbed as much as he could. There are actually so many trucks carrying stones. There were 2 gates about 10 meters wide in the courtyard, which were used for trucks to enter and exit. The trucks were loaded with all kinds of stones. There were even 2 large cranes in the courtyard, which were busy. They were naturally used to load and unload the stones. Aya, Elder Morong, President Song, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, they were immediately greeted by dozens of people. One of them was tall and burly, fair and plump like Buddha. The other was thin and skinny with dark skin. He was as skinny as a monkey. It formed a strong contrast with the big fat man and looked very comical. Ling Yan, let me introduce you. Song Xingyang pointed at the tall and burly man. This is the big boss of Yuding Xian, Yu Xingjin. His nickname is the Lord of Jade. Song Xingyang pointed at the tall and burly man. This is the boss of the House of Strange Stones, Han Jingtong. He deals with stones all day. We call him Han Laosan. Then, Song Xingyang introduced Ling Yan to the Lord of Jade and Han Laosan with a smile. The Lord of Jade and Han Laosan seemed to be used to seeing strange people around Song Xingyang. They greeted Ling Yan politely without saying much. Then, the group walked in together. Where are the new stones? Song Xingyang asked as he walked. They're all over there. There are many good things. Old Song, do you want to pick a few to be the dealer? Han Laosan pointed with a smile. Song Xingyang's eyes lit up as he looked in that direction. This batch of goods is indeed not bad. There are quite a lot of good stuff. He nodded calmly. Ling Yan wasn't here to buy jade, he was here to look for spirit stones. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to look over there. Instead, he focused on exploring the density of spiritual energy around him. Wherever there was more spiritual energy, his eyes would wander over. Ling Yan noticed a huge green stone. This cyan boulder was located in the center of the courtyard. The placement of the boulder was very particular and coincided with feng shui. It was said to be huge because it was indeed too big. It was 8 meters tall and more than 3 meters wide. The higher it was, the thinner it became. It had an irregular cylindrical shape and its body was curved. There were a total of 9 bends in the boulder, which rose into the sky. The shape was very strange, winding like a dragon. The top of the stone was really in the shape of a dragon's head. It was very eye-catching and unforgettable. That's the treasure of Yuding Xian. It's called Green Dragon Out at Sea. The Lord of Jade spent 200 million to buy it. Morong Feishue couldn't help but introduce it to Ling Yan. Everyone who came to Yuding Xian's backyard was attracted by the Green Dragon Out at Sea. The Lord of Jade is really generous. Ling Yan stared unblinkingly at the Green Dragon Out at Sea. He felt an inexplicable attraction to it. This Green Dragon Out at Sea giant rock didn't emit any spiritual energy. Ling Yan couldn't sense any spiritual energy fluctuations no matter if he used his divine sense or the yin-yang eye. However, he was attracted by this rock and felt that it was extraordinary. Ling Yan, you don't know about stone gambling, so you don't have to look at it. Many people have studied this huge rock, including the top stone gambling experts in Beijing's Panjiayuan district. This is just an ordinary huge rock. It's just a good-looking shape. There's definitely no jade inside. Morong Feishue clearly understood Yuding Xian very well. She wanted to talk more to Ling Yan, so she explained to him carefully. Sister Feishue, do you know where this stone came from? Ling Yan didn't care whether it was green or not. He wouldn't care if there was jade inside. Only treasures that couldn't be bought with money were real treasures. I know. This green dragon out at sea is very interesting. It's said that it was discovered on Punlai Island in the East Sea of the Chilu Kingdom. Someone spent a huge sum of money to transport it back from the island. Then, it was auctioned. After changing hands a few times, the price kept rising. Finally, the Lord of Jade bought it and placed it here for people to admire. Of course, he liked to look at it too. He felt that this green dragon out at sea could bring him good luck. Punlai Island in the East Sea? Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. This was because he had marked this place on the map when he was studying geography. Many legends about immortals originated from Punlai Island in the East Sea. This was one of the things that Ling Yun was most concerned about. Big brother Yun, what are you two doing? The stone gambling is about to start. Those two guys are here too. Tang Meng had arrived at Xianxia a long time ago. He couldn't help but rush them when he saw Ling Yun and Murong Feishue stopping there. He was afraid that Ling Yun would miss out on the stone gambling. The two fellows that Tang Meng was referring to were naturally Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong. These two idiots had been beaten swollen by Ling Yun in the Tianqi pavilion and left with their hands covering their faces. Both of them were in the same boat and could only come to Xianxia to enjoy the excitement of stone gambling. I'm looking at that rock, green dragon out at sea, Ling Yun said faintly as he lifted his chin towards the huge rock. The more he looked at it, the more he found it extraordinary and mystical. This stone really looked like a spiraling green dragon. With his current cultivation level, he could even feel a faint pressure from it. You two go ahead first. I'll go take a look at that stone. Ling Yun left Tang Meng and Murong Feishue behind as he walked towards the huge rock. Murong Feishue couldn't help but purse her lips and snort in her heart when she saw how casually Ling Yun left her behind. You'll have to get used to it slowly. I wonder how angry you will be if you know how many goddesses Big Brother Yun has by his side. I hope it's not an illusion. If it really was something good, Ling Yun would definitely do everything in his power to get his hands on it without hesitation. Ling Yun quickly came to the side of the stone and studied it carefully. Occasionally, he would look up at the lifelike dragon head. Strange, why don't I feel anything? Could it be an illusion? Ling Yun muttered to himself as he raised his hand to touch the stone. The green boulder was very smooth. Obviously, when visitors to Xianxia saw this boulder, they couldn't help but come over and touch it. That was why the boulder was so smooth. There was still no reaction. I don't believe it. Ling Yun muttered to himself. Then, he secretly took out the mysterious gourd when no one was looking. He poured 2 drops of dragon saliva on his hand and wiped it on the green stone. Then, a shocking scene occurred. To be continued. I've never written about stone gambling before. Forgive me for being a newbie, I'll have to do it again tomorrow. As soon as the 2 drops of dragon saliva came into contact with the surface of the cyan boulder, they immediately sank into it and disappeared without leaving a trace. At the same time, Ling Yun immediately felt that faint pressure. Even though it was only for a moment, Ling Yun was still able to capture it clearly. What a great harvest. Today's trip was definitely worth it. This was Ling Yun's first thought after recovering from his shock. He had to buy this green dragon out at sea. Even if it was 500 million or 1 billion, he would buy it. Who? Ling Yun was extremely excited. He let out a deep breath and swallowed his saliva before continuing with his experiment. While no one was paying attention, he took out a bottle of mineral water from his spatial ring, twisted the cap, and poured the water onto the green boulder. The blue boulder was wet by the mineral water, and the clear water flowed down the surface of the boulder. It only soaked the boulder and made the color of the boulder darker, but it was not absorbed like the dragon saliva. Green dragon out at sea can absorb dragon saliva. Ling Yun threw the mineral water bottle aside and walked around the boulder twice while caressing the cold boulder. This boulder named Green Dragon out at sea was really too big. Its base was 3 meters in diameter, and its entire body was dark green. It looked grand and desolate, exuding an ancient aura. After circling the boulder twice, Ling Yun stopped and raised his head slowly to look at the lifelike dragon head. He frowned slightly as he pondered how to get the Lord of Jade to sell this treasure to him. Ling Yun was a spell formation master. Just by looking at the placement of this huge rock, he could tell that it wasn't placed randomly. It was in accordance with feng shui. The dragon's head faced Xianxia Lake in the northeast. Obviously, the Lord of Jade had hired a feng shui master when he placed this huge rock. At this moment, a few people saw that Ling Yun wasn't going to the stone gambling area to watch the fun. Instead, he was standing there alone, touching and watering the green dragon out at sea. They were curious about what Ling Yun was studying. "Hey, Ling Yun, what are you doing? What's there to study about this boulder?" Morong Feishue came over as well. She noticed that Ling Yun had been standing there sneakily for half a day. She immediately chased after him and asked. Ling Yun turned to look at Morong Feishue with a smile. "I'm not studying it, I want to buy it." Morong Feishue's mouth fell open in shock. She quickly covered her mouth with her hands. "Oh my god. It's just a huge boulder. There's nothing special about it other than the shape of a dragon. Why would you buy it?" Morong Feishue was extremely shocked. She wondered if there was something wrong with Ling Yun. There were so many uncut jades and jade raw materials, but why did he choose such a useless stone? It had been 5 years since the Lord of Jade bought this green dragon out at sea. Even though he spent 200 million on it, it did bring good luck to the Lord of Jade's jade business. Why would he sell it? This green dragon out at sea had been bought by the Lord of Jade for 5 years. Although he had spent 200 million on it, it had indeed brought good luck to the Lord of Jade's jade business. After 5 years of smooth sailing, he had earned back more than $1 billion. The Lord of Jade wasn't short of money, so why would he sell it? Ling Yun didn't want to explain too much. He smiled faintly. "It's just for the view. The green dragon out at sea is such a good omen." Morong Feishue was a little speechless, but she couldn't stop Ling Yun since he wanted to buy it. After all, it was their second meeting. She might be tempted, but they didn't have any substantial relationship. But the Lord of Jade won't sell it even if you really want to buy it. Many people have come to Xianxia in the past 2 years to buy this green dragon out at sea. The price has been raised to 400 million, but the Lord of Jade won't sell it. Morong Feishue reminded Ling Yun with a smile. "Sigh, I'll ask him later. There's nothing I can do if he really doesn't want to sell it." Ling Yun sighed. Morong Feishue noticed that Ling Yun was about to give up, so she changed the topic. "Hey, we're here today to watch the stone gambling. It's the most lively over there. My grandpa and Uncle Song are picking the stones. Do you want to go over and take a look?" Ling Yun didn't know anything about stone gambling, and he wasn't interested in it either. He came to Qingshui City's antique market to sweep through everything. He didn't want to waste time on these mundane things. "Big Sister Feishue, are these stones for sale by you Dingxian?" He asked Morong Feishue as he pointed at the pile of stones around them. "Big Sister Feishue, are these stones for sale by you Dingxian?" Morong Feishue glared at Ling Yun. "Can't I call you Big Sister?" He smirked and said, "Of course you're not old. Your skin is so tender and white, delicate and sparkling. You're at most 18 years old. How about I call you Little Sister?" Morong Feishue rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. "CKU, you can't be serious at all. Let me tell you, other than this green dragon out at sea, you can pick any stone you want from Yuding Xin. You can even buy all the stones here as long as you can afford it. But look at the people coming and going here. There are so many people buying jade raw materials. There are so many stalls over there. Not all the stones here belong to Yuding Xian and House of Fantastic Stones. They just take the majority." Ling Yun nodded and asked casually, "What's up with those stalls? Isn't this Yuding Xian's backyard?" Morong Feishue smiled. "The reason why Yuding Xian is so popular is because their backyard is the largest. Many jade sellers rent a stall in their backyard. Every Sunday, when stone gambling is the most popular, they will provide some raw jade stones for the stone gamblers to choose from. They can earn quite a lot of money." Morong Feishue explained with a smile. "So it's rented, no wonder." Ling Yun nodded. Then, he ignored the green dragon out at sea and walked towards the empty space where the stone gambling was held. "Hey, why aren't you waiting for someone?" Morong Feishue shouted at Ling Yun's back and chased after him. "Uncle Song, I'm not here for stone gambling today. I just want to buy some stones that I like. Can you send someone from Yuding Xian to follow me? I want to pick some stones." Song Jingyang whispered to Ling Yun as he looked at Song Jingyang, who was in the midst of choosing the stones. Song Jingyang had already picked out a few pieces of jade of different sizes and shapes. He scanned them with his yin-yang eye as he spoke and was shocked. Impressive, really impressive. Ling Yan's yin-yang god eye could see 3 centimeters into the stone. He could see the core of the stones that were 7 or 8 centimeters in diameter. That was why he could tell that at least 3 of the 5 stones that Song Jingyang had picked were green inside. It was obvious that there was jade inside. Ling Yun didn't know how Song Jingyang was the banker, but Song Jingyang's skill was enough to shock Ling Yun. Experience, strength, and professionalism. Song Jingyang had all of them. Moreover, his expression was filled with pride and confidence when he picked the stones. At least 6 out of 10 stones had jade. No wonder Song Jingyang dared to be the banker here. Song Jingyang was busy picking the stones. He wanted to show off his skills in front of Ling Yun so that Ling Yun wouldn't underestimate him. Hence, he couldn't care about anything else. Alright, let the people from Yudingxian bring you to pick your stones. However, don't be in a hurry to pay the bill after you're done. Let me take a look for you first. Hence, Ling Yun didn't bother with the stone gambling anymore. Instead, he found a capable worker from Yudingxian and brought him around the backyard. Morong Feishue stomped her feet angrily when she saw Ling Yun running away. She didn't chase after him anymore. Instead, she stood there and watched Morong Wencher pick his raw jade. She couldn't help but chase after Ling Yun's figure. It was time to sweep the area. Ling Yun naturally didn't hesitate. He used his divine sense to the extreme and walked towards the areas with the highest concentration of spiritual energy. This is not bad, I want this, there's one here too. Ling Yun had already picked 5 or 6 stones after walking less than 20 meters. Both his and the worker's hands were full. Wherever Ling Yun went, he wouldn't let go of even a single spirit stone. No matter how well the spirit stone was hidden, he would find it by following the spiritual energy. Of course, he wasn't satisfied. He smiled at the stunned Yudingxian employee and said, "Hey, shouldn't you help me find a car or something? The 2 of us can't take it." The shop assistant of Yudingxian was stunned. He had worked here for so long, but he had never seen someone choose uncut stones like this. He went to a pile of stones and randomly picked up a stone. He didn't look at the color, the texture, the pattern, the magnifying glass, or even a strong light. How was this picking jade? He was simply picking stones. Mr. Ling, right? I have to remind you, you'll lose money if you pick stones like this, really. Let's not talk about the experts over there. I don't think there's any jade in the stones you picked. The worker from Yudingxian comforted Ling Yun out of goodwill, but his eyes were filled with disdain. He felt that Ling Yun was wasting money. Thank you for your reminder, but I'm just here for fun. Hurry up and find me a carriage. The worker from Yudingxian found a cart specially for transporting stones. Ling Yun grinned as he carried him on his shopping spree. Ling Yun was definitely doing a big sweep this time. Not only did he use his divine sense to search for spiritual energy, but he also used his yin-yang eye to the extreme. As long as there was any jade in the stone, he would put it on the cart without any hesitation. Half an hour later, Ling Yun and the worker from Yudingxian had completed a third of Yudingxian's backyard. The cart was also filled with all sorts of oddly shaped rocks. The worker could no longer push it. That's it for now, I'll pick later. Ling Yun saw that the worker wasn't willing to accompany him, so he had to stop his shopping spree. Just as Ling Yun was about to push the cart himself back to the stone gambling area, he suddenly saw a huge black stone with a diameter of 1.5 meters. To be continued. The first chapter of the 8th chapter. I only need 5 monthly votes for each chapter today. Please help me. This black boulder was dark brown in color. It was about 1.5 meters in diameter, almost as tall as Ling Yun. It was neither round nor square. The top seemed to have been cut off at the waist. The cut surface was very smooth. It stood there like a big drum or a giant snowman that had its head chopped off and dyed black. This black behemoth stood there all alone, not far from the green dragon out at sea. It was only a dozen or so meters away. It was lonely and silent, as if it was lamenting its fate of being ignored for a long time. The shop assistant from Yudingxian saw that Ling Yun was about to push his cart away, but his attention was attracted by the black boulder. He could only pout impatiently and stop to look with Ling Yun. The stone gambling place was in full swing. This was the best time for the shop assistants to train their eyesight and learn from experience. Now, he had to accompany Ling Yun, a newbie who knew nothing about stone gambling, to pick these rubbish. Of course, he was unhappy. However, he could only bury it in his heart and not show it. Firstly, Ling Yun was a customer, the god of fortune. Secondly, Ling Yun was brought here by Song Jingyang. He didn't dare to offend him. Fortunately, the stone gambling experts over there would take at least 2 hours to choose the raw jade gemstone. Only half an hour had passed. Ling Yun was attracted by this black boulder not because it was big, nor did it release any spiritual energy. He stopped because he could see what was inside the boulder with his yin-yang eye. Ling Yun could only see one side of the black boulder, but it was this side that was filled with green. The green was uniform, crystal clear, and emerald. It was all green. Oh my God, how much is this worth? Ling Yun muttered to himself in shock. Ling Yun could only see 3 centimeters deep into the rock, but that was for opaque objects. The green within the black rock was crystal clear, and he couldn't see the end of it. When Ling Yun looked in, it was like a searchlight shining into an emerald green ocean. Ling Yun was shocked, but his expression did not change. He casually turned to the other side of the black boulder, and the result was the same. It was also green. With such a stone, I can start a jewelry and jade company. Ling Yun thought to himself. Sir, don't tell me you're thinking of buying this stone? The shop assistant couldn't help but ask. What? Don't tell me you're not selling? Ling Yun asked in surprise. F***ck, if you don't want to sell the green dragon out at sea, and if you don't want to sell this huge rock, then what business do you have with Xianxia? The shop assistant chuckled. It's not that I don't want to sell it, but I want to kindly remind you. Ling Yun thought to himself that this young man had a good heart. He said faintly, Tell me, sir, I don't recognize you. Is this your first time at Xianxia? The waiter asked in a low voice. Let me tell you the truth. Don't be fooled by the pile of stones in our courtyard. What do you mean? Ling Yun asked in surprise. The shop assistant pointed in the direction of the stone gambling. Do you see those people over there? Those hundreds of people aren't just here to watch the show. Most of them are jade merchants, representatives of jewelry companies, and some stone gambling fanatics. Only a small number of people are here to watch the show. I know that, I'm just here to watch the show. Ling Yun laughed casually. Seeing Ling Yun's indifference, the shop assistant immediately became anxious for him. Sir, don't you think about why those people don't come to these piles of stones to pick out stones? Why? The shop assistant laughed helplessly. Because these people come to Xianxia often. They all know that the stones in the courtyard are leftovers from the past 7 to 8 years. No one wants them. The stones that we bought this week are all piled up at the stone gambling area. The pile that those people are picking now is. Ling Yun looked around and thought to himself that he was the only one picking stones in the entire backyard of Xianxia. Other than the stall owners who couldn't leave their stalls, everyone else had already gathered at the stone gambling area to pick raw stones. Don't be fooled by these piles of stones. They look quite shocking. In fact, even in such a pile, you might not be able to pick out a single one that has jade. In order to dispel Ling Yun's desire to pick these useless stones, the shop assistant explained everything to Ling Yun. For example, this piece you're looking at. Don't just look at its size. Look at the cross-section. Yes, the cross-section is very flat and smooth. Ling Yun nodded. That's not what I'm asking you to look at. Why don't you think about where this cross-section came from? The shop assistant grinned. This time, he didn't wait for Ling Yun's reply. This cross-section was cut by a stone cutter. This stone was originally more than 8 meters long. It was placed horizontally at the beginning, and there were countless pine python patterns on it. Anyone with a bit of knowledge would know that there was definitely jade inside, and it would be a big piece of jade. Ling Yun thought to himself that there was a big piece of jade, and he saw it all. When this stone was first shipped here, it was given the title of King of Stones. The price. The shop assistant seemed to have reached the climax of his speech. He raised his hand, stretched out his index and middle fingers, and stamped his feet in excitement. 200 million. Ling Yan smiled faintly at the shop assistant's excited expression. Even if he didn't know the market for jade, he knew that the value of this stone was definitely more than 2 billion. At that time, there was really a jewelry company that spent 200 million to buy this king of stones. When it was first cut, the scene was so lively that even the walls of our courtyard were filled with people. However, in an instant, the shop assistant's eyes dimmed. His voice was full of pity and regret. It's a pity that this huge piece of raw material was like an embroidered pillow. The stonecutter started from the head and cut more than 10 times. He cut more than 2 meters, but there was no jade. It was the same gray stone as the cross-section. The stonecutter was so scared that he didn't dare to cut it anymore. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. The experts from all over the country who heard the news were all dumbfounded. All the jewelry companies and jade merchants were dumbfounded. As for the boss of the jewelry company who won the bid for this stone, he was so anxious that he almost vomited blood. He didn't believe it and personally cut from the other side of the stone. This time, he cut another meter deep. It was still the same gray stone. There wasn't even a trace of fog, let alone jade. That jewelry company's boss's face was as white as a sheet of paper on the spot. Ling Yan was too lazy to care about this. He asked, after cutting 3 meters, there should be 5 meters left. Why is there less than 2 meters left? The shop assistant laughed. Listen to me slowly. The boss of the jewelry company didn't dare to gamble anymore when he saw that he had lost. He decisively priced it at 100 million and sold it on the spot, but, in the field of stone gambling, luck and momentum are the most important. Such a big stone, the 2 ends of which are covered with pine python patterns, and the 2 sides are cut and there is no jade. Who would spend 100 million to buy it? No one dared to do so. In the end, our boss was kind. He didn't want the jewelry company to lose everything. He also felt that there might be jade in this stone, so he spent another 30 million to buy the rest of the stone. It seemed like this Lord of Jade was a good person. However, after our boss bought it, he knew that he wouldn't be able to sell it anymore. Hence, he decided to break it up and sell it separately to the people who came here to gamble. They could spend 500,000 to cut 10 centimeters. They could cut it however they wanted. However, if there was jade, they had to share it with you. Ding Xian, Ling Yan thought to himself, what the f***ck? Stone gambling can be done this way? This Lord of Jade really knows how to play, just like that, 1 cut today, 1 cut tomorrow. He actually sold more than 30 cuts, and the stone was cut another 3 meters deep. That's how it is now. The Lord of Jade earned close to 20 million yuan after 30 cuts. He was making money and getting a gimmick. This was a great deal. Did you see that? Elder Morong and President Song, who came with you, also cut this stone. The shop assistant said to Ling Yun with a smile. However, no matter how they cut it, there was no jade in it. Eventually, it was only 1.8 meters. Because there wasn't even a pine python pattern on the surface, no one was interested in it. A year ago, Yu Dingxian saw that no one was willing to cut this stone anymore, so we erected it here. This was a piece of scrap. How much is it selling for now? Ling Yan asked calmly. That shop assistant was stunned. He had even told him this, and he still wanted to buy it? He had seen fools before, but he had never seen one as unlucky as this. If you really want to buy it, I suggest you talk to our boss directly. However, to spend so much money on a piece of scrap, tsk, everyone could see that Ling Yun was too arrogant. After a pause, that shop assistant suggested to Ling Yun, Sir, I don't think you lack money. If you want to play, spend 500,000 yuan to cut 10 centimeters from this stone. Not only can you enjoy the fun of cutting the king of stones, but you can also spend less money. If you lose, just treat it as a form of entertainment. As for what would happen if the price went up, that shop assistant was too lazy to explain. So many experts couldn't get any jade from it, but Ling Yun could? There was no need to think about it. Impossible. Thank you for your kind intentions. Since you want to play, let's have fun. I'll buy the stone. Ling Yan smiled slightly. At this point, this forgotten king of stones finally had a buyer. To be continued. The second watch of the 8th watch. Thank you to Old Ma's Sky for the big 50,000 flashing red. Thank you for your 5 precious monthly tickets. Thank you so much. Everyone, don't hide anymore. Give it your all, sir. You really want to buy it? All of them? That shop assistant was shocked. Ling Yan smiled faintly and pointed at the cart. Yes, buy them all. Not only this stone, but also the cart that I just picked out. Buy them all. However, I haven't finished picking yet. I want to wander around for a while and pick some more stones. After half an hour, Ling Yan had only explored a third of the backyard. Now that he knew that no one was going to compete with him, he didn't need to panic and continued to sweep the area. Hearing this, the shop assistant's face turned bitter. He wanted to curse Ling Yan to death in his heart. Not only did he not listen to me for half a day, but he also became even worse. Looking at the cart of waste that Ling Yan had brought back, he took in a deep breath. The hatred in his heart was written on his face for the first time. Sigh, forget it. I can only blame myself for being unlucky today. That shop assistant had completely accepted his fate. Ling Yan could tell that the shop assistant was unhappy, but he didn't say anything. He took the initiative to push the cart full of stones and walked back. Ling Yan arrived at the stone gambling area and parked his cart. He then used telepathy to call Tang Meng over. Don't look at it anymore. These are the stones that I've chosen. I'm going to buy them all back. You stay here and guard them for me. Tang Meng looked at the small car in front of Ling Yan and pointed at the rocks on the car in shock. Big brother Yun, are you serious? You've been busy for half a day just now, and you've only picked up this much trash? Hearing that, the shop assistant prayed in his heart, thinking that he had finally met someone who understood. Both of them looked to be of the same age, and even the shop assistant knew that the things Ling Yun chose were trash. However, no matter how he explained to Ling Yun, he just wouldn't listen. Sigh, so what if your family is rich? So what if he was handsome? He's just an embroidered pillow and a bag of straw. If he does this, no matter how rich his family is, it will all be squandered by him. He's just a wastrel, the kind that won't listen to advice no matter what. That shop assistant was a very upright person. He had already disdained Ling Yun from the bottom of his heart. Ling Yun glared at him. Just do as I say. If I come back later and find a piece missing, I'll teach you a lesson. Hearing this, the shop assistant shuddered violently. In his heart, he cursed Ling Yun, too domineering. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he got the worker from Yuding Xian to find a bigger car and continued sweeping the area. Before he left, he didn't forget to ask Tang Meng to call Tai Xiaohu and ask him to bring a few people over to help. Ling Yun didn't ask Tai Xiaohu to bring people to help him pick out the stones. A stone that was the size of a basketball and weighed 180 kilograms was as heavy as a steamed bun in Ling Yun's eyes. Picking a stone from a pile of stones was as easy as picking a steamed bun from a pile of steamed buns. Moreover, where would there be so many spirit stones? Sometimes, Ling Yun wouldn't be able to find a single piece of jade even after passing through more than 10 piles of rocks. It was truly 1 in a million. At least 8 out of 10 of the stones in his car were placed in the car by Ling Yun using his yin-yang eye. Ling Yun asked Tai Xiaohu to bring people over to help him look after the house and at the same time to help him with some miscellaneous chores. With the experience from the first time, the second time was much faster. This was mainly because Ling Yun had already chosen 1/3 of the area. Everywhere he passed, not a single spirit stone was left behind. Naturally, it was easier to identify the spirit stones with fewer sources of spirit qi. This time, it only took about 20 minutes for the car to be filled to the brim with raw stones. At this time, Ling Yun had already swept through 70% of the stones in the backyard. At this time, Tai Xiaohu had already arrived. He went to find Ling Yun after a few words with the depressed Tang Meng. Ling Yun finally had a coolie, so Tai Xiaohu was in charge of pushing the car. Tai Xiaohu's arms already had more than 100 kilograms of strength. Now that he had reached the 4th minor realm of the stellar condensation technique and started cultivating the raging wave's internal skill, he had at least 1,000 kilograms of strength in each arm. He was completely up to the task. Once the car was full, Ling Yun asked Tai Xiaohu to move the stones back to Tang Meng's side. In order not to delay Ling Yun from picking the stones, the worker had already taken the initiative to push the 3rd car over. By now, he could see that Ling Yun was determined to flip the stones in the backyard upside down. There was nothing he could do to stop him. The worker placed the small car on the ground and looked at Ling Yun, thinking that his boss must be overjoyed to have sold at least 3 cars of trash in one go. Song Jingyang had invited the god of fortune to Xianxia. Boss had to treat him well this time. After another half an hour, Ling Yun finally swept all the spirit stones in the entire Xianxia. The third car was full of spiritual energy. Hee, I've really hit the jackpot this time. Ling Yun held a strange-shaped stone in his hand. He was so happy that he couldn't bear to put it on the small car. This stone also didn't emit any spiritual energy. Ling Yun didn't find it in a pile of raw jade stones, but in a pile of strange stones. To be precise, it wasn't 1 stone, but 5 stones. Each stone was the size of a watermelon and had an irregular shape. The surface of the stones looked dull and ordinary, but the amazing thing was that these 5 stones were connected together by an invisible stone pillar. It looked like a big stone made of tonghulu. Of course, Ling Yun wouldn't be so excited just because of the magical appearance. What excited him was that these 5 stones had different colors inside. Purple, white, yellow, red, and black. Each stone had a different color inside. The only thing missing was the green. Ling Yun was excited, but the worker was completely shocked. He wasn't shocked because of the strange stone in Ling Yun's hand. He had seen this stone many times. He was shocked because of Ling Yun's strength. Each of the 5 stones had a diameter of about 30 centimeters and weighed at least 50 kilograms. 5 of them would be 500 to 600 kilograms. Yet, Ling Yun was playing with them as if they were candied haws? That staff member thought to himself, if I were to go weightlifting, wouldn't I immediately sweep all the gold medals in the Olympics? Of course he could. When he had just reached physique tempering stage 6, he could kick a 1-ton boulder from Tiger Cliff into the crater. Now that he was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 8, he could do that. After playing with it for a while, Ling Yun threw the tonghulu onto the cart that Tai Xiaohu was pushing and asked him to push it back. As the spiritual energy faded away, Ling Yun brought the shop assistant to the center of the stall owner's stalls and released his divine sense to scan the area. No spiritual stones. Ling Yun didn't feel any spiritual energy. He used his yin yang god eye to see a few stones with green inside. However, he felt that he had earned enough today and didn't want to bully the stalls. Thus, he left and walked back to the stone gambling area. It's over, they're almost done. They're going to open the stone soon. The worker stomped his feet in anger. Those stone gamblers had already picked all the raw jade gemstones they had brought over. They were either excited or excited, but all of them had uncontrollable nervousness at the same time. Stone gambling was like the saying, 1 cut to heaven and 1 to hell. One's value would increase by 100-fold, but if it failed, one would lose everything. Who wouldn't be nervous? Ling Yun, why didn't you give me a call when you came here? Long Wu suddenly ran to Ling Yun's side. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and a bright smile hung on her pure face. She hugged Ling Yun's arm in an instant. Why are you here? Don't be so intimate. I just crawled out from a pile of stones, and I'm covered in dirt. Ling Yun said to Long Wu with a smile. I had nothing better to do and couldn't get through to your phone. I called Tang Meng and found out that you came to Yudingxian to watch the stone gambling, so I came to cheer you on. Ling Yun threw his phone into his spatial ring because it was too troublesome to look for spirit stones just now. I'm not participating in stone gambling, why are you cheering me on? Ling Yun chuckled. The two of them chatted intimately as if no one else was around. They didn't care about what the people around them thought. Morong Feishue was about to walk towards Ling Yun when she saw that he was no longer struggling in the pile of trash. She was shocked to see a long-legged beauty holding Ling Yun's arm affectionately and laughing with him. Morong Feishue's face instantly turned pale and ugly. Did Ling Yun have a girlfriend? Morong Feishue's heart was as cold as ice. Tang Meng, on the other hand, wanted nothing more than to hide under the 3 carts of rubbish. He couldn't stand the gazes of the people around him. Look, what's that kid doing? Yudingxian has so many raw jade stones from Myanmar. Why isn't he picking them? Why is he guarding the leftovers? It looks like they want to buy them. I noticed that the young man picked them out from the pile of rubbish. He definitely wants to buy them. Kids these days really don't know how to count. These stones don't even have a single pine python pattern on them. There's definitely no jade in them. Are they going to buy them to build a house? Haha. Letting them gamble on stones at such a young age? How did their families educate them? Isn't that a waste? Tang Meng couldn't take it anymore. His face turned red as he thought to himself, I'm the future leader of the Heaven and Earth group. I haven't even established the Heaven and Earth group yet, and I've already lost all my face. Of course, the most unbearable thing for Tang Meng was the disdain from the two nouveau riches. That Ling Yun is really an idiot. There are so many good stones here, but he's wasting so much effort to pick rubbish. I guess he doesn't have the money to buy them? Haha. Zhu Yongwang looked at Ling Yun and Tang Meng as if they were idiots. He's definitely an idiot. He can only use his medical skills to show off, but he wants to gamble on stones? He's still a few hundred years too early. Look at these stones of mine. I'll make fun of him when we open them later. Ho Yaozong had already picked a few uncut jadeite stones. He wanted to use this opportunity to show off his strength and win back Morong Feishua's heart. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome soon. Can I get some monthly votes? Big brother Yun, you've picked up so much trash. We've lost so much face this time. Tang Meng slapped the third cart of raw stones that Tai Xiaohu had pushed back. His face was red. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. Even I know that it's impossible for there to be any jade in it, let alone those professional gambling experts. Tang Meng said gloomily. Indeed, there's no jade in it. Tang Meng said gloomily. Indeed, there's no jade in it. Ling Yan said calmly as he hugged Long Wu's shoulder. Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong were gloating and mocking Ling Yan and Tang Meng. Ling Yan had heard them long ago, but he couldn't be bothered to care. Ling Yan was thinking about how to negotiate with the Lord of Jade to buy these 3 carts of raw stones and the King of Stones. He had picked up a bargain and was ready to settle the price as soon as possible. Oh my god. Big brother Yun, are you crazy? Why did you buy a stick of candied hawthorn when you knew there's no jade in it? Wouldn't it look good at home? Tang Meng stomped his feet anxiously and complained. He would accept it even if Ling Yan lied to him and said there was a possibility of there being jade in it. He had to spend money to buy it. It was true that there was no jade in it, but purple, white, yellow, red, and black. The value of it would be higher than the value of jade. Morong Feishue had already seen Ling Yun pick out the 3 carts of trash. She had wanted to persuade Ling Yun not to buy them. If Ling Yun was really willing to gamble, she would have asked her grandfather and Song Jingyang to help him choose a few raw stones so that he could enjoy the excitement and joy of stone gambling. But now, a beautiful girl had appeared out of nowhere and snuggled up to Ling Yun intimately. She felt sour and sad. She didn't care. It was better for Ling Yun to lose everything. Did he really think that he could do anything just because he had magical medical skills? This was stone gambling. 9 out of 10 gambles would be lost. The newly transported raw jade here couldn't even be snatched by others. Why did you have to pick those wastes that no one wanted for a few years? You're the one who's looking for trouble. I can't be bothered with you. Morong Feishue was furious. At this moment, Morong Wenshi and Song Jingyang walked over to Ling Yun, laughing and chatting with each other after picking their stones. They arranged for someone to watch over them. Morong Wenshi had only picked 2 raw stones, but Song Jingyang had picked more than 30. The quality of each one was better than the one before it. Some of the stone gamblers were so envious that their eyes were glowing and their mouths watering. Of course, there were some inconspicuous ones as well. However, one couldn't just look at the quality of the stones. Everyone knew that Song Jingyang was going to be the banker, so no one said anything. Ling Yun, how is it? Have you picked a stone that you like? Song Jingyang was full of confidence after he finished selecting the raw stones for the gamble. He walked with the wind, his eyes looking straight ahead, and he was full of vigor. Uncle Song, come and take a look, Big brother Yun has become a trash collector. Tang Meng said before Ling Yun could say anything. Song Jingyang was taken aback. He squeezed through the crowd and saw the 3 carts beside the 4 of them without looking down. What's going on? Why are you putting 3 carts of trash here? Song Jingyang's jaw dropped as he stared at the 3 carts of trash in everyone else's eyes. He was shocked. Ling Yun was really a weirdo. Song Jingyang thought that Ling Yun was just fooling around when he said he wanted to pick the stones. He thought that he would help Ling Yun so that he wouldn't make a loss after he was done with his business. Now, he was going to make a huge loss, even if he wanted to play around. It shouldn't be like this, right? At this moment, Morong Wencher, accompanied by Morong Feishue, walked in. He was equally dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Why was Ling Yun collecting trash? Ling Yun, you. Morong Wencher was extremely fond of Ling Yun now. He couldn't help but worry for him when he saw Ling Yun picking 3 carts of trash. This kid might be rich now, but he couldn't waste it no matter how much money he had, right? Wasn't that squandering? This person is a little silly, pure idiot. I've never seen such a person. This isn't gambling, this is burning money. Today's not a wasted trip. I bet the Lord of Jade will laugh his head off if he sees this. What's with that stick of candied haws? Does he want to eat candied haws? It'll be enough for him to eat for the rest of his life if he really buys it. It's okay if you don't know how to gamble on stones, you can learn slowly. Don't come here with money to show off. Do you think we've never seen money before? I'm guessing he's just trying to be in the limelight. It's impossible for him to buy them. Don't think that he won't take them away without 30 million yuan. Of course, even if he really wanted to buy them, President Song and President Morong would definitely stop him. 30 million yuan isn't a small amount. The surrounding onlookers were discussing and mocking Ling Yun. The disdain in their eyes was clear, and there were all sorts of nasty words coming out of them. Many people thought that Ling Yun spent so much effort to buy these trash to show off. That was why they didn't care. Grandpa Morong, Uncle Song, I really like these stones. That's why I want to buy them all. Please help me tell Boss Jade that I'll negotiate the price. Morong Wencher and Song Jingyang were both shocked. They stared at Ling Yun with their mouths agape. Their expressions became a little awkward. Ling Yun came in with them. If he really bought so much trash back, where would the 2 presidents put their faces? They would become a laughingstock if word got out. Ling Yun, if you really want to buy raw materials, I've picked dozens of good ones. I won't be the banker today and will give them all to you. How about that? Song Jingyang frowned and tried to dissuade Ling Yun. He couldn't stand still at all. I won't gamble on those 2 stones either. I'll give them to you too. If you think it's too little, old Song, and I can pick more for you. You really can't take these 3 carts. Morong Wencher said as well. The surrounding jewelry merchants sucked in a breath of cold air, and the chatter died down. They knew the status of Morong Wencher and Song Jingyang in Xianxia City's antique market. They knew that this young man's identity was extraordinary for them to say such a thing for him. Many of the jewelry merchants were from other places. They were afraid of getting into trouble, so they didn't dare to speak anymore. However, they couldn't hide the disdain in their eyes. Thank you, Grandpa Morong, Uncle Song, and thank you for your kindness. I don't want the stones you picked. I just want these 3 carts. Ling Yan's expression was calm and unwavering. He insisted on taking the 3 carts. Awesome, really awesome. So many people want President Song to pick a stone for them. President Song spent 2 hours picking and gave them all to him, but he doesn't want them? Those are all gamblers. That's right. He didn't want to do a business that was guaranteed to make a profit, but he insisted on such a pile of trash. This is really too much of a character. A merchant finally thought of such a word, character. I'm impressed. Looks like he's made up his mind. He's going to waste his money and show us how money is thrown away. The surrounding people couldn't hold it in any longer. They mocked Ling Yun, thinking that he was being too pretentious. Please make way, make way. At this moment, the Lord of Jade squeezed his way through the crowd with a smile on his face. Han Laosan naturally followed beside him. Little brother, I heard that you were the one who picked these 3 carts of jade? The Lord of Jade smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. His eyes weren't big, and they didn't look very smart. When he smiled, they formed 2 slits, giving people the impression that he was naive. However, Ling Yun could clearly see the shrewdness in the Lord of Jade's eyes. He was definitely an extremely difficult character to deal with. Actually, he didn't need to look to know that someone who could do such a big jade business couldn't be a fool. It's my choice. Ling Yin said, shaking his head as if he didn't know what was going on. Since you're acting dumb with me, I'll act dumb with you. Let's see who's acting first. Haha, I heard from my partner that you want to buy all 3 carts. The Lord of Jade asked again with a smile. Yeah, I spent so much effort to pick so many stones. Of course, I have to buy them all. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste? Ling Yin said blankly. He didn't give the Lord of Jade any time to think. He immediately continued, Lord of Jade, please find someone to settle the accounts. It takes time to transport so many stones back home. The Lord of Jade frowned slightly, and his eyes flashed. He didn't speak immediately. Instead, he walked forward with Han Laosan and carefully looked at the stones one by one. Some people were smart. It was better to be safe than sorry. It was useless for Ling Yin to act dumb. Unfortunately, they were indeed trash. The Lord of Jade and Han Laosan had been playing with stones all their lives. Neither of them could see anything wrong. Even though there were a lot of stones in the yard, they were all shipped in batches just like what the shop assistant said. The Lord of Jade and Han Laosan wandered around the yard every day. Naturally, the stones that were left were the ones that they didn't think would contain any jade. Of course, although the yard was full of leftover raw jadeite stones that no one wanted, they could still sell hundreds of jadeite stones every week. However, only a few of them had jade in them. In the end, Han Laosan took out his magnifying glass and torchlight. He could only shake his head helplessly and whisper into the Lord of Jade's ear, I don't think there's any problem. The Lord of Jade smiled bitterly. I don't see any problem either. Name your price? Han Laosan nodded. The two of them separated. The Lord of Jade stood up and patted the Tonghulu skewer. Little brother, since you're old Song's friend, I won't haggle with you. How about 60 million yuan? Ling Yin asked. As soon as he said that, hundreds of people were stunned. To be continued. For minutes into the night. Was there really no way to get a monthly ticket? His heart was going to sink. Everyone except Ling Yin changed their expressions when the Lord of Jade announced the price. That was too much. Any jewelry merchant or stone gambler could tell that the total value of these 3 carts of uncut jade wouldn't exceed 35 million yuan at the market price when they were first shipped in. Moreover, this was a price that no one would pay attention to. They had been kept in Yudingxian for a long time, and very few people bought them. They were trash that no one cared about. They could be used to fool beginners, but those with experience wouldn't even bother to look at them. In other words, these were all trash that couldn't be sold, just like the forgotten King of Stones. It would be good enough if they could sell them at a loss. Not only did the Lord of Jade want to make a profit, but he also wanted to double the price. Wasn't he trying to rip people off? Song Jingyang was the first to get angry. He couldn't stop Ling Yin from buying 3 carts of trash, but he wouldn't allow the Lord of Jade to rip Ling Yin off. Even if Ling Yin made a mistake today, Song Jingyang was still here. Lord of Jade, what do you mean? I won't even buy these 3 carts of trash. You picked them up for free even if they can be sold for 10 million yuan. Yet, you're offering my friend 6 times the price and saying that you're doing this for my sake. Aren't you trying to slap my face? Song Jingyang's face turned red as he stepped forward to question the Lord of Jade. Morong Wencher was also very displeased. He frowned and stared at the Lord of Jade. Lord of Jade, aren't you being a little unfair by doing this? Morong Feishua might be angry at Ling Yin, but she was also worried about Ling Yin after seeing the ridiculous price. Ling Yin, did you see that? They're taking advantage of you. She stomped her feet and said to Ling Yin, do you see that? They're taking advantage of you. Morong Feishua was so anxious that she almost called Ling Yin an idiot. Tang Meng simply sat on the ground. He was already trembling when he heard people talking about 30 million yuan. Now that he heard that 60 million yuan was enough to buy 3 truckloads of trash, his Heaven and Earth group would have to close down if they really bought it. Ling Yan's actions were to continue. This speed of squandering was definitely the best in the world. Big brother Yun, can we not buy it? If you really like playing with stones, I can go up to Dragon Mountain and cut it open for you. There are all kinds of shapes. Nangqui Peak is fine too. Tang Meng hugged Ling Yan's thigh and begged. In this way, the surrounding merchants all laughed in their hearts, and some even mocked them. Is he stupid? Who asked him to act cool? Now he's asking for it. The Lord of Jade is asking for 60 million. What a slap to his face. Yeah, he can throw away 30 million, but I don't believe he can throw away 60 million. It's a pile of trash, but the selling price is doubled. Let's see how he's going to deal with this. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear President Song say that it was worth 10 million at most? Moreover, it's only by selling it that there's a price. If no one buys it, it's just a pile of broken stones. It can't even be used to build a house. Let him continue pretending. If he doesn't buy it today, he'll be acting like a coward. How dare he come to the Lord of Jade's territory and behave atrociously without asking around? I don't think so. I think the Lord of Jade is afraid that he'll make a mistake and purposely set a high price. That way, even if there's a jade inside, he'll still make a profit. However, this price is indeed a little too high. The surrounding people were secretly delighted. They mocked Ling Yun continuously, waiting to see what he would do. The two nouveau riches, Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong, were so happy that they were about to jump up and down. Lord of Jade, you're really our grandfather. You've finally avenged us. Continue slapping Ling Yun's face. 60 million, you probably won't even be able to fork out 10 million. Looks like we'll have to use the Maserati from the Murong family as collateral. When the time comes, we'll redeem it and give it to Murong Feishue. That'll be even better. Ling Yun, don't play like this if you can't afford it. You might not even be able to fork out 10 million. Do you really think this is a market? Zhu Yongwang knew that Ling Yun wouldn't treat his venereal disease, so he decided to go against Ling Yun. Ling Yun, I'll say it again. If you don't want to embarrass yourself today, as long as you cure my gout, I'll pay for the 3 carts of raw stones no matter how much it costs. How about that? Ho Yaozong still had a glimmer of hope. He wanted to humiliate Ling Yun and get Ling Yun to treat him. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At the same time, these two nouveau riches' hearts were in their throats. They were afraid that if Ling Yun decided not to buy it and left, they wouldn't be able to watch anymore. The Lord of Jade stared at Ling Yun's expression and said to Song Xingyang at the same time, Brother Song, as the saying goes, ask for the sky and pay the earth. I admit that you're right, but since we're gambling on stones, we have to be excited. No matter what, these stones are all raw jade stones, right? They weren't mined from Dragon Mountain, right? Who knows if there's any jade inside? That's because I, Yu Xingjin, am an honest businessman. If I really wanted to play, I could just throw a few piles of trash into these newly purchased raw stones. Who would be able to tell? Aren't they all stones? Moreover, look at the king of stones in my shop. Wasn't it in good condition? Didn't they all say that there would be glass-grade jade inside? What happened in the end? I've cut it, you've cut it, Elder Morong has cut it, Han Laosan has cut it. They all lost, right? Now, no one has cut it for 50,000 yuan, right? So, it's true that you're picking the leftover trash, but do you dare to say that there's no jade in these 3 carts? I'm afraid no one dares to make such a guarantee, right? As long as there's value in gambling, I can offer this price. If your friend doesn't accept it, we can continue to negotiate. Isn't that how business is done? The Lord of Jade's voice was loud and reasonable. No one could find fault with his words, and Song Xingyang was rendered speechless. It was indeed a gamble. Even he, Song Xingyang, who had been the banker for so many years, didn't dare say that there was no jade in any raw stone for sure. Clap clap clap, after listening to the Lord of Jade's speech, Ling Yun was the first to clap. He smiled and said, well said, Lord of Jade. Indeed, doing business is asking for a sky-high price and returning the price on the spot. However, can I bargain later? Bargain later? What did that mean? Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong panicked when they heard that. Was Ling Yin going to hide like a tortoise? So he didn't want to buy it? That would be boring. The Lord of Jade and third brother Han were shocked. This Ling Yin wasn't a hothead, he was a master negotiator. Negotiation was actually a competition of patience and steadiness. Whoever could keep calm would be able to wait. The party that couldn't wait would naturally lose. They thought that Ling Yun would be anxious and say that he would not buy it. However, Ling Yun did not do that. Instead, he temporarily suspended the negotiations. To be honest, this much raw stone waste was already a huge business. Did the Lord of Jade and Han Laosen want to sell it? Absolutely, Song Jingyang was right. Their bottom line was 10 million yuan. That was the price that gave Song Jingyang face. Furthermore, it wasn't just Song Jingyang. There was also Elder Morong. They wouldn't be losing out if they took away the 200 pieces of trash for 10 million yuan. However, they were in the stone gambling business. What they were most afraid of was making a mistake. Ling Yan bought so much at one go. Who knew if he had seen through something? Was there a hothead who could deal with Song Jingyang and Elder Morong at the same time and be protected by them? Therefore, the Lord of Jade offered 60 million yuan to see Ling Yan's reaction. It was similar to what Qiu Yongshou had done previously. The Lord of Jade panicked a little when he saw that Ling Yan wanted to stop the negotiations. Little brother, do you mean that the price is too high and you don't want to buy it? Ling Yan's words shocked everyone. It was earth-shattering. He smiled and pointed at the black boulder. It's not that I don't want to buy it. I just want to buy the King of Stones and discuss the price with you, he said arrogantly. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone, except for Long Wu, was dumbfounded. They were completely petrified, and their mouths were so wide open that a piece of raw jade could be stuffed in. He wanted to buy the King of Stones? That piece of trash that everyone thought was trash? Moreover, the trash of the trash, the King of Stones that had been forgotten for a long time. Many merchants dug their ears, afraid that they had heard wrongly. What? Did I hear wrongly just now? He wants to buy the King of Stones? A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. He even dares to bet on this. This person is hopeless. So many people couldn't get any green from it. Does he think he can? He's courting death. The Lord of Jade and Han Laosan were completely stunned. It wasn't as if they hadn't heard from Yu Dingxian's shop assistant that Ling Yan wanted to buy the King of Stones. However, many people would say the same thing after hearing the story of the King of the Stones. Therefore, the two of them didn't take it seriously. However, they didn't expect Ling Yan to be serious. Little brother, why you really want to buy it? You're not joking? The Lord of Jade asked hurriedly after recovering from his shock. That's right, I'm buying it for fun. Where else can I find such a big stone? It's cool to sit on it in the summer. Ling Yan nodded with a smile. He said it casually. Now, I want to buy these 3 carts of raw stones and the King of Stones. You can give me a price now. Ling Yan continued. Song Jingyang, Morong Wencher, and Morong Feishue were so anxious that they almost dragged Ling Yan away. Tang Mei was so anxious that he jumped up from the ground again. He kept giving Tai Xiaohu a look, which meant that the two of them should work together to quickly pull Ling Yan away. Only Long Wu was still giggling and holding on to Ling Yan's arm. She didn't seem to care at all. To be continued. 8 and 5. 3 more to go. He continued to solicit monthly votes weekly. Everyone in Yu Dingxian courtyard stopped what they were doing and crowded around Ling Yan when they heard that he wanted to buy the King of Stones. Even the stall owners found a nearby pile of stones to watch the commotion. They didn't want to miss such a big event. The surrounding people were all talking at once. Some were shocked, some were excited, some were mocking, and some were in disbelief. On the other hand, the people on Ling Yan's side were anxious for him. This kind of stone had become a joke in the past year. It had long been a decoration. Could it be bought? At least the 3 carts of stones had a chance of containing jade, but the King of Stones had no chance of containing jade. Everyone in the antique market knew that. However, no matter how disdainful the people around him were, no matter how anxious Song Jingyang and Elder Morong were, Ling Yan maintained that faint smile and stood there resolutely, waiting for the Lord of Jade to make his offer. Ling Yan didn't play dumb anymore. He wanted to give the Lord of Jade a chance to offer a fair price. Ling Yan would pay whatever the Lord of Jade thought was worth, and he wouldn't bargain with him. That was Ling Yan's plan. No matter what, he felt that the Lord of Jade wasn't a bad person. Even though he was demanding an exorbitant price just now, he was doing business. There were rules and principles to doing business. Moreover, there were quite a lot of spirit stones in the 3 carts of stones. Every piece was a priceless treasure to Ling Yan. He felt a little bad for letting the Lord of Jade clean this time. The Lord of Jade and Han Laosan discussed for a long time. Both of them looked very serious. In the end, it was the Lord of Jade who spoke to Ling Yun. The Lord of Jade smiled and raised his right hand in front of everyone. He extended his thumb and index finger and said, "A total of 80 million. Song Jingyang was infuriated. He would have grabbed the Lord of Jade's collar and interrogated him if not for his status. Lord of Jade, aren't you being too ruthless? You sold this piece of trash king rock for 200 million, and then you spent 30 million to buy it back. You broke it up into parts and sold it for 50,000 per centimeter for us. Everyone thought you were a righteous person, so everyone cut 10 centimeters of it for fun. But none of them had any jade. Now, this piece of king rock, where there are pine python patterns on the surface, has been completely cut. Anyone in the know would know that there is no jade at all. It's just a 3-ton boulder, plus these 3 trucks of trash, and you sold it for 80 million? Song Jingyang didn't want to say another word to the Lord of Jade and Han Laosan. He walked over and dragged Ling Yun away. He was really angry this time. Morong Wencher sighed. He felt that the Lord of Jade had gone overboard this time. He shook his head and prepared to leave. Both of them stood firmly on Ling Yun's side no matter how arrogant he was today. They had no choice even though they didn't know why Ling Yun was like this. This time even the crowd was no longer one-sided. No matter what, they could see that Ling Yun was sincere about buying the King of Stones. They wanted to see if there would be any jade in the King of Stones after Ling Yun bought it and cut it open in front of everyone. They knew that only a hothead like Ling Yun would throw out 80 million yuan just for the thrill. Of course, that was if Ling Yun could really fork out 80 million yuan. However, the Lord of Jade's price was too ridiculous. Even if there was jade in the 3 carts and he sold it to Ling Yun for 60 million yuan, this King of Stones wasn't worth 20 million yuan. It was more like 2,000 yuan. Everyone knew that this was a big rock. There was no jade in it. Now, 80 million yuan wasn't an inflated price. It was ridiculously high because Ling Yun would lose everything if he really bought it. Ling Yun would be lucky to be able to get back 800,000 yuan. Lord of Jade, make it cheaper. Let them buy it and cut it open in front of everyone. Let's see if there's any jade inside. Lord of Jade, that's a little too much. Even though we won't buy it, your price is a little too ridiculous. Who would spend 80 million yuan on so much trash? That kid just wants to buy a thrill. Do you have to go that far, Lord of Jade? Morong Feishua's expression turned cold as she listened to the discussions around her. Without a word, she dragged Ling Yun away. This pile of trash and that rock are all trash. No one would even buy it for 2 million yuan, let alone 80 million yuan? They're treating you like a fool. Morong Feishua whispered to Ling Yun. Who knew that Ling Yun would gently push Song Jingyang away, smile brightly at Morong Feishua, and let go of her hand in front of everyone? Ling Yun reached into his pocket and took out his checkbook and pen. He wrote a check for 80 million yuan and handed it to the Lord of Jade. Lord of Jade, this is 80 million yuan. Please keep it well. If you're worried, you can let your accountant verify it on the spot, or you can withdraw money from the bank now. These 3 carts of raw jade stones and the King of Stones are mine now. 80 million yuan wasn't too ridiculous. Ling Yun didn't bargain and paid the bill directly. Too domineering. Too straightforward. Too awesome. Everyone was dumbfounded. He really bought it. No haggling. He paid the bill directly. In an instant, the entire backyard was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. No one said a word. The Lord of Jade's hand trembled as he held the check. This 80 million was like a dream to him, as if he had just picked it up from the ground. The Lord of Jade's business was only 1 or 200 million yuan a year. This check from Ling Yun was at least half a year's worth of income. Moreover, they were obtained from selling waste, all of which were leftover waste. The Lord of Jade only needed one look to know that there was no problem with the check. He looked at it excitedly for a long time before handing it over to the equally excited Han Laosan. Han Laosan nodded his head and said that there was no problem with the check in front of everyone. After a short period of silence, what followed was a storm of applause and cheers. Everyone was shouting excitedly, as if they had gone crazy. Yuding Xian had never produced any jade. The King of Stones that had been neglected for 2 years was bought by someone again. The news spread across the entire antique market in an instant. The antique market was in an uproar. Everyone in the antique market who didn't have a job couldn't suppress their excitement. They ran to Xianxia like crazy. They wanted to see who bought the King of Stones. They wanted to see if there was any jade in the King of Stones. That was the question in everyone's mind. In an instant, the entire Xianxia was bustling with activity. Countless people rushed into the exhibition hall and backyard, squeezing into the backyard with all their might, on the rocks, on the walls. As long as there was space for people to stand, they were all filled with people. However, everyone on Ling Yun's side was dumbfounded. Song Jingyang was even a little angry. Morong Wencher was shaking his head and sighing. Morong Feishue almost turned around and left. Tang Meng's thigh was swollen. 80 million yuan for a pile of trash. He slapped his thigh anxiously and went to slap Tai Xiaohu's thigh so that it wouldn't hurt. Tai Xiaohu, you mother ****, why didn't you stop boss with me? Why? Tang Meng slapped Tai Xiaohu, tears rolling down his cheeks. Tai Xiaohu was only slightly surprised. He quickly regained his composure and smiled. It's Big Brother Yun's money. He can spend it however he wants as long as Big Brother Yun is happy. Tai Xiaohu chose to trust Ling Yun completely. He knew that Ling Yun wouldn't make a loss. Tang Meng punched Tai Xiaohu in the chest angrily. Talking to a martial arts fanatic like you is like playing the lute to a cow. Sigh, if I knew this would happen, I would have called Auntie and Ling Yu over. This matter, Tang Meng knew that the only ones who could stop Ling Yun were Qin Dongxue and Ling Yu. Long Wu was even calmer than Tai Xiaohu. She seemed to enjoy the feeling of being surrounded by a sea of people. She giggled and hugged Ling Yun's arm, not letting go. She even whispered to Ling Yun, "You're so cool." Morong Feishue was about to go crazy when she heard that. Where did this crazy girl come from? They were a pair of wastrels. 80 million yuan was completely wasted. That was almost a year's worth of Tianqi Pavilion's income. Phew, after the excitement, the Lord of Jade let out a long sigh. He asked Ling Yun with a face full of doubt, "Little brother, can I ask you why you didn't bargain?" Seeing the Lord of Jade start talking to the buyer, the crowd became strangely quiet. Everyone wanted to hear what the two of them had to say. There's no need to bargain. I like the things I picked. I think they're all worth this price. That's why I think your price is very fair. Ling Yun smiled faintly. Speaking of which, Ling Yun was afraid that the Lord of Jade would go back on his words. He couldn't be more happy to spend 80 million yuan on so many treasures. Everyone looked at each other. Ling Yun spent 80 million yuan on these trash and the King of Trash just because he liked them. The Lord of Jade didn't believe it. But, little brother, you can negotiate in business. Moreover, President Song is right. The price I gave you is indeed a huge premium. You're losing out too much. It's a blessing to suffer a loss. It's my honor to suffer a loss at the hands of the Lord of Jade. Ling Yun chuckled. To the people around him, Ling Yun's words sounded like a complete idiot. Actually, little brother. Actually, I can sell all the things you bought to you for 40 million. You should have negotiated the price first. Song Jingyang's expression softened after hearing that. The price the Lord of Jade gave was reasonable. I don't like to bargain with people. Ling Yun chuckled. With that, Ling Yun turned to Tai Xiaohu and said, "Call your men over and find a truck to transport all these stones back." As for Tang Meng, he was crying his eyes out. After buying the stones, Ling Yun had earned a lot of money. He wanted to run away as soon as possible. Wait. To be continued. The sixth watch of the eighth watch. The climax had arrived, and the face-slapping had begun. Seeking monthly votes, the Lord of Jade grabbed Ling Yun in a moment of desperation when he saw that Ling Yun was about to leave. Why, are you going back on your word, Lord of Jade? Or is there a problem with my check? No, no. The Lord of Jade's chubby face was full of smiles. He pointed to the surroundings and said, "Little brother, I'm not going back on my word. There's no problem with your check, but you can't leave now. They're all waiting for you to open the King of Stones." Open the stone in front of everyone? Ling Yun thought that it was better not to flaunt one's wealth. If the King of Stones was opened, the green would be on the headlines. Sorry, Lord of Jade, I'm buying these stones to look at home. I don't gamble on stones. Ling Yun pretended to be confused. Ling Yan's words caused an uproar in the quiet surroundings. What? Don't gamble on stones? Buy them to look at home? Spend 80 million yuan to buy so many stones just to look at home? What kind of a weirdo would do such a thing? Ling Yan pointed at the king of stones and smiled. I won't hide it from you. I'm buying that king of stones to guard my house. Wouldn't I have wasted my money if I were to open it? Hearing Ling Yan's reason, the people around him and their friends were all stunned. Which mountain didn't have a lot of these black boulders? How many could there be? What kind of problem did this person have to be to spend so much money to buy a piece of trash to guard his house? Even Song Jingyang and Morong Wencher were dumbfounded. Ling Yan's brain had been normal before they arrived. What was wrong with him? Why did Ling Yan have to deal with stones today? The Lord of Jade continued to persuade him. Little brother, those who come to our backyard are all stone gamblers. Very few of them leave after buying a piece of jade. This is the rule of our gambling house. What's more, you bought the king of stones from Yuding Xin. This is too big of a deal. If we don't cut it open on the spot, we won't be able to do business anymore. This time, it was the Lord of Jade's turn to be anxious. He didn't expect to meet such a weirdo like Ling Yan. Ling Yan wasn't acting tough just now, nor was he gambling on stones. He just wanted to buy these stones to play with. Ling Yan chuckled. That's the treasure of my house. I won't cut it. If I cut it and there's no jade inside, wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? Unless someone is willing to compensate me with a house guarding treasure. Ling Yan's fox tail finally showed itself. He wanted to use this opportunity to exchange for the Lord of Jade's treasure, Green Dragon out at sea. The Lord of Jade had no choice but to turn to Song Jingyang and Morong Wencher for help. Song Jingyang saw that it was too late to say anything now. Moreover, he really wanted to see if there was any jade in this king of stones that he didn't dare cut again. Ling Yan, you should at least cut it. It's the king of stones after all. Everyone will give up if there's no jade inside. I won't cut it, this is my house guarding treasure. Ling Yan didn't give face to anyone. It belonged to him now anyway. No one in Qingshui City could make things difficult for him if he didn't want to cut it. Ling Yan, let me tell you, even though the deal is done, I can help you talk to the Lord of Jade if there's no jade inside. How about that? Song Jingyang lowered his voice and whispered to Ling Yan. I won't cut it, and I won't go back on my word. I just like the shape of this stone. It's most suitable to ward off evil spirits. How am I supposed to ward off evil spirits if I cut it? Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard Ling Yan's words. 80 million for the King of Waste just because of its shape? Was it really used to ward off evil spirits? Everyone was skeptical, but at the same time, their hearts itched as if thousands of ants were gnawing at their hearts. They watched as the 8-meter-tall Stone King was cut into a 1.8-meter-tall Stone King. After a year, someone finally bought it again. All that was left was this last tremble, but the other party refused to cut it. Song Jingyang was speechless. Then tell me, what do I have to do for you to cut it? I'll go discuss it with them. Ling Yan laughed and purposely raised his voice. Uncle Song, don't try to persuade me. I won't cut it no matter what. Who would cut their own house guarding treasure? Didn't I say it just now? Unless someone is willing to compensate me with a house guarding treasure. Song Jingyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He turned to the Lord of Jade and said, Lord of Jade, you heard it too. Ling Yan spent a lot of money to buy your waste just to use it as a house guarding treasure. I can't do anything about it. The Lord of Jade naturally heard Ling Yan's words. He couldn't help but glance at the green dragon out at sea. He thought to himself, is this kid trying to steal my treasure? However, regardless of whether Ling Yan's words were true or not, he would never give his shop guarding treasure to Ling Yan. He had spent 200 million on it and hadn't sold it even after the price had risen to 400 million. How could he give his green dragon out at sea to Ling Yan just to let Ling Yan cut it open? Ling Yan only reminded the Lord of Jade a few times, and the Lord of Jade was able to think of his green dragon out at sea. This showed that the Lord of Jade wasn't an ordinary person. The Lord of Jade's mind raced. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the 3 carts of raw jade gemstones. There's only one treasure to guard the house. You can't possibly use all 3 carts of raw jade gemstones to guard the house, can you? In fact, he also wanted to see if the trash that Ling Yan had bought could contain any jade. If there was no jade, then Ling Yun was really buying it for fun. It was just a kid fooling around with money. The king of stones didn't matter. Therefore, the Lord of Jade turned to look at Han Laosan and nodded at Song Jingyang and Murong Wenshi. Little brother, we can't force you since you don't want to cut open this king of stones. However, we can't break the rules of Yuding Xian. You bought so many stones, shouldn't you at least cut a few for us to see? Yes, cut a few for us to see. A few won't do. How can these small raw jade gemstones compare to the king of stones? We're here to see the king of stones. At least cut 10 pieces, that's right, they can't all be house-guarding treasures, can they? The Lord of Jade's suggestion received everyone's support. His words were always so reasonable that even Ling Yun couldn't find fault with them. It would be a miracle if such a person didn't succeed. Ling Yun cursed in his heart when he saw that the Lord of Jade didn't take the bait. He suddenly thought of letting them cut a few stones. If all of them contained jade, then they would definitely clamor to cut the king of stones. Let's see if the Lord of Jade would take the bait then. Ling Yun pretended to be in a difficult position. Sigh, why is there such a stupid rule? I'll never buy stones from you again, it's so troublesome. His pretended to be aggrieved caused many people to laugh. Ling Yun walked to his 3 carts and moved a few raw jade gemstones without any spiritual energy. Since you insist on cutting them, I'll cut these. Sigh, my heart hurts so much. The Lord of Jade saw that Ling Yun had finally agreed. He waved his hand, and 4 or 5 workers came from behind him. They carried the stones that Ling Yun had placed on the ground and walked towards the cutting area. Please don't damage it. Ling Yun shouted at the top of his lungs as he guarded his precious stone. This time, he deliberately used the mystical dragon hell to transmit his voice clearly to everyone's ears. I'll go take a look. If there really is jade, I can at least recoup some of my capital. Tang Meng patted his butt and rushed over with the crowd. The Lord of Jade, Han Laosan, Song Jingyang, and Murong Wenshi didn't move. From the looks of it, those stones couldn't possibly contain jade. It wasn't just those stones. From their point of view, the 3 carts of stones that Ling Yun chose couldn't possibly contain jade unless Ling Yun was extremely lucky. The Lord of Jade looked at Ling Yun and smiled faintly. Little brother, rest assured about our Yuding Xian stone-cutting master. The Lord of Jade suddenly found Ling Yun very interesting. Little brother, if there really is jade, don't forget to sell it to Yuding Xian. He teased Ling Yun. I'm buying stones. I don't care if there's jade or not. Ling Yun smiled faintly. Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong couldn't be bothered to go over either. They felt that Ling Yun's embarrassing moment had finally arrived. They squeezed to Ling Yun's side and mocked him. Zhu Yongwang gloated at Ling Yun's misfortune. Ling Yun, if there's any jade in this pile of broken stones, I'll eat all 3 carts of stones of yours, he said disdainfully. Do you want to eat stones? Sure, but I'm afraid you can't afford these 3 carts of stones. I spent 80 million just to buy them. If there's jade, you can eat the stone in your hand. I won't stop you. Ling Yun said faintly. You're a layman who knows nothing about stone gambling, and you want to see jade? Maybe in your next life. Zhu Yongwang snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He waited for the results. Ho Yaozong followed closely. Ling Yun, are you still going to act tough? Are you trying to act dumb? I guarantee that there won't be any jade in any of the stones. Let's see how you're going to act then. Ling Yun stopped Tai Xiaohu, who was about to make a move. He smiled faintly and said, it might be difficult to fulfill your promise, but I can guarantee that every single tooth in your mouth will fall out tonight. The Lord of Jade didn't say anything. He only quietly sized Ling Yun up. He couldn't see through Ling Yun. The entire courtyard was silent. Everyone was waiting for the answer. Other than the sound of everyone holding their breath, there was only the sound of the cutting tools, at this moment. A loud exclamation came from the direction of the stone cutting. There's jade, oh my god, the first stone has jade. It's the ice-type sun green. F*CK, this dogsh** T luck is too good. To be continued. The 7th of the 8 sessions. The climax is happening. Do you have any monthly votes? Thank you, everyone. Sincerely asking for votes, As soon as the sound of green rang out, the entire courtyard instantly boiled over. The excited cries of surprise were deafening, and some people even started applauding. Sigh, what a pity. Such a good piece of jade is ruined. It was only a palm-sized stone, and only one cut, and there was green. The stone-cutting master was careless. His first cut was 4 centimeters away from the raw stone. He covered the big piece and picked up the small piece. Surprisingly, there was green on both of the cuts. How is this possible? There's no way there's jade in it. The experienced stone-cutting master was completely dumbfounded. He was holding 2 stones, one big and one small. They should be jade now. His face was pale as he mumbled to himself in disbelief. This stone-cutting master's surname was Peng. He was an honest man and didn't like to speak. However, he was Xianxia's top stone-cutting master. He was here to cut the king of stones. Sigh, I haven't failed in so many years. I didn't expect to fail on this small stone. To Master Peng, face was very important. Compared to the excitement around them, there was an indescribable silence around Ling Yun's 3 carriages. Complete silence, not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone held their breaths. Their eyes and mouths were opened as wide as they could. All of them were dumbfounded. Of course, this didn't include Ling Yun, Long Wu, and Tai Xiaohu. Dog shit luck? The Lord of Jade groaned and staggered. He almost couldn't stand straight. He felt as if a huge stone was pressing on his chest. It was as if the King of Stones had smashed into him. The Lord of Jade's Yu Dingxian had been gambling on stones for many years. He had seen it all, but how could he be so lucky? There's jade in the first piece? Ice-type jade? Han Laosan's face also turned deathly pale. After recovering from his shock, he shouted in a daze and suddenly rushed in the direction of the stone cutting without a care for anything else. I'll cut the stone. Han Laosan shouted crazily. This person loved stones all his life. He knew them better than he knew himself. In the end, the stone that he thought would never have jade did. There's jade? It really turned green? How is this possible? Morong Feishue forgot to cover her gaping mouth as she looked in the direction of the stone cutting. She wanted to take a step forward, but she stopped and turned back to look at Ling Yun in shock. This arrogant Ling Yun, who refused to listen to anyone's advice, what kind of luck did he have? Morong Wenshi and Song Jingyang reacted faster than anyone else, especially Song Jingyang. He felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his body shook violently. Why? That was because Song Jingyang knew that this wasn't the first stone Ling Yun had picked, but the second. Song Jingyang was confident that the stone Ling Yun picked from Boscho had jade in it, and the water quality was very good. It wasn't dog sh*t luck to have it happen twice. No matter what method Ling Yun used, even if he was pretending to be weak, it proved one thing: Ling Yun never missed. Song Jingyang looked at Ling Yun as though he was a monster. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. A hothead? Was there something wrong with his mind? Bullsh*t. Song Jingyang thought to himself. At the same time, he was looking forward to the news of the stone cutting. It was a little slower this time. Because the stone-cutting master had changed, Han Laosan personally handled the cutting. He used a painstaking skill, rubbing the stone. Everyone held their breath and focused on the lead ball-sized piece of jade in Han Laosan's hands. They wanted to see if there would be jade. I see the fog. Oh my god, there's green in the fog. There's going to be jade again. There's fog after just 1 centimeter. This is definitely a good bet. That kid is going to make a fortune. Boss Han, please be steady with your hand, don't ruin this piece of jade again. Han Laosan was sweating profusely when he saw the fog. His palms were wet, and his hands were trembling uncontrollably. He thought of a terrible thing. No one would be that lucky. The grinding machine made a buzzing sound, and there was silence again. 3 minutes later, there was another exclamation. Oh my god, there's jade again, the water quality is so high. It's glass type this time. F***ck, it's such a big piece, and only 2 centimeters were scraped off. This is going against the natural order, it's 100% accuracy. Even without the King of Stones, people were still going crazy. There were plenty of stones that had jade in them, but it was extremely rare. To find such a high-grade jade in any two raw jade stones. In Xianxia city's antique market, there were only 3 people who could do it. Song Jingyang, Han Laosan, and the Lord of Jade, but even for them, they had to choose carefully among the raw jadeite stones that had a high probability of producing jade. Even so, it was only a possibility. Oh my god, this guy is amazing. Too amazing. This luck. I'm so envious. I was just saying that he was arrogant, but it turns out that he's not. I think so too, but there might be jade in the next raw stone. I think so too, but that's impossible. How can there be such good luck in this world? You can even buy a lottery ticket with that kind of luck until the lottery center closes. The second raw jade stone also contained green, and it was of the glass type, the best type of jade. At this time, the gazes of the surrounding people towards Ling Yun had changed. They were filled with a kind of fanaticism. When Han Laosan cut open the raw stone that was the size of a lead ball, he found a glass-type jade that was the size of an apple. The water source was very high, and the texture was pure. The green color was even and soft, and the color was translucent. The green made people's hearts tremble. This can be directly carved into an apple or a longevity peach. However, if it's carved into a longevity peach, although it's more gimmicky and can easily be sold at a sky-high price, more jade will be wasted. Some of the stone gamblers who knew the rope swallowed their saliva violently and said excitedly. Song Jingyang's head buzzed with excitement when the second stone was cut open. His body swayed a few times before he regained his balance. Song Jingyang already knew that the 5 raw stones that Ling Yun asked him to take away would all contain jade. In fact, each of the 3 carts of raw stones that Ling Yun picked might contain high-grade jade. Wouldn't he be making a crazy profit from this? Ling Yun, you have to sell the jadeite that you cut out to our Tianqi pavilion. There was no need to mention Murong Wincher's excitement. He had lost several times in stone gambling and lost tens of millions of yuan. His store supply was about to run out. Now that he had cut out jade, how could he not be the first to benefit? Grandpa Murong, don't worry. I've already said that I'm buying raw stones. It doesn't matter if there's jade in them or not. I'm just giving them to you. It'll be too distant if I say that I'm selling them. Ling Yun giggled. Murong Feishue was stunned once again. This time, she was completely stunned. She was so shocked that she couldn't describe it. The third stone didn't contain green, but jade. It was also of the glass type, sheep-fat white jade. The fourth, the fifth, the crowd gradually quietened down. No one spoke, no one praised, and no one applauded anymore. There was no need. The 5 raw stones that were called waste all contained jade and high-grade jade. Their value had increased by more than 10 times. 1 cut of heaven was luck, 2 was awesome, but what about 5? It could only be a miracle. There were more than 200 stones in 3 carts. Based on 60 million yuan, that would be an average of 300,000 yuan per stone. How much would it be if all of them contained jade? Moreover, Ling Yun still had the king of stones. Thousands of people turned their heads in 3 different directions the moment the 5th stone was cut. Some of them looked at Ling Yun, some looked at the 3 carriages full of stones, and most of them looked at the king of stones. Will there be jade? It should be, right? All 5 of them have jade. It's 100% accuracy. Such a big stone, even bigger than the urns I use to store grain in my village. There should be some jade in it, right? It's really going to be a treasure. But he won't let us cut it. The Lord of Jade and Song Jingyang didn't move from the beginning to the end. Both of their gazes were locked onto Ling Yun, but the meaning behind their gazes was much more subtle. What a mistake. Ling Yun had picked up a big bargain. These 3 carts of uncut jade and more than 200 stones, the bitterness in the Lord of Jade's heart became a sea of bitterness. He stared at Ling Yun silently and didn't say a word. Song Jingyang looked at Ling Yun with a crazed, passionate, and excited gaze. It was as though Ling Yun was a piece of emerald green imperial jade. This brat is too heaven-defying. Just a casual move of his is already a miracle. Han Laosan's footsteps were light as he led the 4 or 5 workers back. He walked all the way to Ling Yun and bowed to Ling Yun with his skinny figure. I've played with stones all my life, and I've always thought that I understand stones better than I understand myself. Now I know that there's always someone better than you. I'm impressed. Ling Yan hurriedly stepped aside and personally pulled Han Laosan up. He giggled and said, "I don't deserve that. Boss Han, I've already said that I only bought stones. It was you who insisted on opening them, so I had no choice. It's really too much of a coincidence. Perhaps out of these 3 carts, only these 5 have jade?" No one believed Ling Yan's words anymore. How could there be such a coincidence? After a moment of silence, all the onlookers, be it the jewelry merchants, the stone gambling fanatics, or the people who rushed in to watch the show, burst into thunderous applause. "King of Stones! King of Stones! King of Stones!" The deafening sound caused ripples to form on the surface of Xianxia Lake a kilometer away. It was earth-shattering. Judging from the roar, these people would chase Ling Yan all the way to his house if he left without cutting the King of Stones. To be continued. All 8 chapters were completed. It wasn't easy at all. "Haha, tomorrow will be the best." Amidst the deafening urging, Tang Mei returned with a giggle. He was so happy that he was in a daze. He was dancing with joy as he floated back. "Hee hee, big brother Yun, I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "I was worried for so long," Ling Yan frowned. "What do you mean by that?" "I picked up these stones randomly. Who knew it would be such a coincidence? It's pure dog*t luck." Big brother Yun kept a low profile. He couldn't admit to anything. He could only say that it was dog*t luck. However, no one believed him anymore. The applause and cheers went on for a long time. Each wave was louder than the one before it. They were all urging everyone to solve the King of Stones. However, Big Brother Yun wouldn't solve it so easily. There was a huge green ocean inside. It was so green that it was shocking. It was so green that it could emit green light. It was so green that it was mesmerizing. Even though it was an ordinary item, it was still a priceless treasure. Ling Yan wouldn't be able to undo it so easily. The Lord of Jade and Han Laosan lowered their heads and discussed for a while. Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to listen to what they were discussing. He was about to be drowned by the noise around him. After a long while, the Lord of Jade finally stopped his discussion with Han Laosan. His expression returned to normal, and his eyes narrowed into 2 slits. He came in front of Ling Yan with a smile on his face. "Ling Yan, can you cut another stone? Just 1 more stone and I'll have something to say." The Lord of Jade's expression returned to normal, but there was an uncontrollable eagerness in his voice. "As long as it's not my house-guarding treasure, you can choose anyone." Ling Yan chuckled. Ling Yan knew that he couldn't leave without the King of Stones. He really didn't care about the King of Stones. What he cared about was the Lord of Jade's green dragon out at sea. Ling Yan wouldn't ask for it for free. The Lord of Jade's heart trembled when he saw Ling Yan emphasize the house-guarding treasure. He tried his best to hide it as he slowly walked to the side of Ling Yan's 3rd cart. The crowd quietened down again. Many jewelry merchants and stone gamblers swarmed forward to see which stone the Lord of Jade was going to cut this time. At this moment, there were already people squeezing each other as they tried to rush up. Even the 7 or 8 green dragon underlings that Tai Xiaohu had arranged to guard the 3 carts could not hold them back. "Tai Xiaohu, why are you standing there? Hurry up and help block them." Tang Mei was afraid that someone would steal one of Ling Yan's stones. Hence, he was trying his best to prevent anyone from getting close to Ling Yan's 3 carts. "That's all money. 1 less piece would cost at least 1,000,000 yuan. It would be weird if Tang Meng didn't go all out." Not to mention Tai Xiaohu, even Morong Feishue was sweating profusely as she nervously blocked the crowd with her arms wide open. Morong Feishue wasn't stupid. She already knew that these stones would contain jade. The feeling in her heart was extremely complicated and indescribable. Ling Yan wasn't in a hurry. He released his divine sense and covered a radius of 35 meters. Anyone who dared to steal a stone from him would die without even knowing how they died. Ling Yan had the spatial ring. He wanted to store the spirit stones into the spatial ring from the pile of stones just now without anyone noticing. Moreover, Ling Yan's spatial ring had been upgraded. It was more than enough to store the 2 carts of raw jade stones. However, Ling Yun didn't do that. That would be stealing. The Lord of Jade didn't offend him. He didn't want to do such a despicable thing. He didn't lack money anyway. He would rather be open and fair. He didn't steal from others. Naturally, he wouldn't allow others to steal from him. Whoever stole from him would die. Can you cut this piece? The Lord of Jade asked Ling Yun meaningfully as he touched the Tonghulu stone. Ling Yun heaved a sigh of relief. He was just bragging. Fortunately, the Lord of Jade didn't choose a stone with spiritual energy. Cutting a spirit stone was definitely out of the question. If the Lord of Jade really chose one, Ling Yun would definitely ask him to change it. No problem. Ling Yun acted very casually and generously. Thank you, little brother. The Lord of Jade touched the 5 stones that were strung together. He thought to himself that if this ornamental stone could produce jade, then he and Han Laosan would completely admit defeat. Ling Yun was definitely an expert. This Tonghulu wasn't mined from a jade mine. It was impossible to verify where it came from. It was only kept in Xianxia because of its unique shape. It was priced at 1 million yuan and hadn't been sold yet. Now, no one dared to say that the stones in Ling Yun's carts didn't have jade. Of course, there were a few who didn't have eyes. Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong had just finished speaking when they heard that there was jade. Their faces had been ravaged. However, they were still subconsciously convinced that Ling Yun had gotten lucky. They would never believe that Ling Yun's 3 carts of stones had jade in them. Zhu Yongwang rubbed his swollen face when he saw that the Lord of Jade had chosen this Tonghulu. If there's jade in this, I'll really eat this raw jade stone in my hand. What could Ling Yun say? This idiot Zhu Yongwang said that there was jade, but this string of stones had all 5 colors except for green. That was why Ling Yun only glanced at him and ignored him. Humph. This is just an ordinary stone with a unique shape. It's even worse than the King of Stones trash. There's no way it can cut out anything. Ho Yaozong was more knowledgeable than Zhu Yongwang. He spoke more professionally and analyzed the situation like a professional. Ling Yun ignored him. This idiot was going to lose all his teeth tonight. Let him talk a little more. However, that didn't mean that others wouldn't say anything. Morong Feishue was the first to scold them. Both of you, scram as far as you can. Don't let me see you again. There was no need to mention the complicated feelings and irritation in her heart. Seeing that these 2 playboys were still an eyesore here, she decided to change her image as a lady from a wealthy family and directly scolded them. She didn't need to consider that these 2 were big clients of the Morong family. As long as Ling Yun was around, she could do business with anyone. However, Morong Feishue couldn't help but feel sad when she thought about Ling Yun and the beautiful girl beside him. Perhaps it was just a pipe dream to be with him. It was better to be friends and confidants. Morong Feishue wouldn't share her man with any other woman. Tang Meng, Long Wu, Song Jingyang, the Lord of Jade, Han Laosan, and some of the jewelry merchants nearby all chided them and told them to scram. If it wasn't for Ling Yun stopping him, Tai Xiaohu would have sent them flying a long time ago, beating them when they were down. When the 2 idiotic debauches saw that the situation had taken a turn for the better, they knew that they were in big trouble. They didn't dare to be arrogant and presumptuous anymore, and retreated far away with their tails between their legs. These 2 idiots don't even know that they're in big trouble. Ling Yun laughed but didn't say anything. The Tonghulu was very heavy. The Lord of Jade got his workers to move the stone cutting machine over and cut the stone on the spot. Lord of Jade, you've cut off a piece for me. You should be more careful this time, right? Ling Yun reminded him with a smile. I'll pay, that piece of jade is on me. Master Peng was even more embarrassed and quickly offered to pay. It's fine, I was just joking with Lord of Jade. Ling Yun immediately said with a smile. The Lord of Jade was busy with Song Jingyang and the others on how to cut the stone. He only smiled faintly when he heard Ling Yun's words. This time, Song Jingyang was cutting the stone himself. Watching Song Jingyang cut the stone was simply an art. His hands were slightly larger than an ordinary person's. Not only were they incomparably steady, but they were also very nimble. Whether it was rubbing or cutting, they were all precise. However, that stone was difficult to move, which brought a lot of trouble to the cutting process. Ling Yan told Tai Xiaohu to move it with his hands and listen to Song Jingyang's instructions. One had the technique, and the other had the strength. Their teamwork was flawless. The stone cutting machine spun non-stop. In order to make it easier to cut the stone, Xianxia cut the stone in the middle. It was also the most troublesome one. Ling Yan could see clearly that the inside of the stone was red. Tai Xiao, who was in charge of turning the stone, and Song Jingyang was in charge of adjusting the direction of the cutting. At this time, no one cared about how Tai Xiao, who had such great strength, because they saw the fog very quickly. Oh my god, there's fog here? Wow, there seems to be a little red. Is there going to be red jade? Just by looking at the fog, you can tell that the waterhead and color are of the highest grade. If it's the highest grade red jade, it would be too valuable. It's only 1 centimeter deep, and there's already fog. How big is this jade? Not necessarily. This is only a small corner. We have to cut the whole thing to know. Ling Yan was incomparably calm as he listened to the excited discussions of the surrounding merchants. The waterhead of this red jade was almost transparent. The color was bright and beautiful, and it was a whole piece. It was bigger than a basketball. If it wasn't 50 kilograms, it would be at least 90 kilograms of the highest grade. Red jade. These 5 stones were basically the same. The only difference was the color. There was purple, white, red, yellow, and black. There was no green. It really is the highest grade red jade. Song Jingyang was the first to see this scene. He was so excited that he was shivering. If such a big piece was the highest grade red jade, then it would be a priceless treasure. No one could afford it. That was because he knew the value of the highest grade red jade. Not long ago, Song Jingyang saw with his own eyes that a pair of blood jade bracelets made of top-grade red jadeite was auctioned off at an international auction. The 2 bracelets were sold for 15.88 million yuan. This was just a pair of bracelets. Moreover, Song Jingyang felt that the color of the bracelets wasn't as bright as the jade in this piece of uncut jade. It was already as red as blood, transparent, and dazzling. It was a dreamy, gorgeous, and eye-catching red. This was because it was a cloudy day and there was no sunlight. If it was under the sunlight, Song Jingyang was extra careful. He felt that this skewer of candied hawthorn was the real king of stones. To be continued. Alright, we'll continue tomorrow. That's 1 card per day. Thank you for your monthly votes. The weather wasn't very hot today because of the gloomy sky and the lack of sunlight. However, Song Jingyang started sweating profusely when he confirmed that it was a top-grade red jade. Song Jingyang and Tai Xiao, who were focused on cutting the stone, but the people around them were trying their best to squeeze forward when they heard about the supreme-grade red jade. They all wanted to see what it looked like. The situation was getting out of hand. The Lord of Jade ordered all 24 security guards from Yudingxian to come over in order to prevent others from interfering with Song Jingyang's stone cutting. Together with more than 10 of Yudingxian's employees, they maintained order at the scene. Yudingxian held a stone gambling event once a week, and these security guards were in charge of maintaining order. They were experienced and professional. They quickly cleared a large circle with a diameter of 15 meters and more than 100 square meters, allowing all unrelated people to watch the stone cutting from the outside. This way, everyone could see more clearly without the wall of people blocking their view. Even those standing far away were no exception. Tang Meng, Morong Feishue, and the rest didn't have to worry about the stones being stolen from Ling Yan's car. They could finally watch the stone cutting in peace. The people closest to the stone cutting machine were, of course, Ling Yan, Long Wu, Tang Meng, Morong Wenshi, the Lord of Jade, Han Laosan, some of the most famous jewelry merchants, and the most fanatical stone gamblers. They were all in the empty space formed by the big circle. They could admire Song Jingyang's stone-cutting skills up close. His stone-cutting skills were definitely at the level of a butcher dissecting an ox. Old Song, you have to stay calm. Yudingxian's stone gambling event isn't going to start today. Let's take our time to cut this stone. I'll do it when you're tired. The Lord of Jade took advantage of Song Jingyang adjusting the direction of the cutting and wiping his sweat to remind him. The Lord of Jade loved jade all his life. Such a large piece of top-grade red jade was extremely rare and priceless. He would be heartbroken if Song Jingyang accidentally cut off a corner. If he was the one cutting the stone now, he would rather grind the basketball-sized red jade out bit by bit. He would rather die than cut it again. In Xianxia City's antique market, Song Jingyang and the Lord of Jade's stone-cutting skills were recognized as the best. Therefore, other than the Lord of Jade, no one else had the right to warn Song Jingyang about his stone-cutting skills. Lord of Jade, don't worry. I've used all my skills today. Besides, it's not like it belongs to you. What are you worried about? Song Jingyang wiped off his sweat and asked his assistant to pour water on the rocks to cool them down. He was so happy that he even had the mood to joke about the Lord of Jade. The Lord of Jade loved Jade, but Song Jingyang was bold and daring enough to gamble. He wasn't an ordinary person. Ling Yan was worried for Song Jingyang. If it were Ling Yan, he wouldn't even need a machine. He could finish the whole skewer in less than a minute with the dragon vein sword. Song Jingyang wiped his hands dry after drinking a few mouthfuls of water. He continued his stone cutting while the feeling returned. Song Jingyang was indeed daring. He wasn't intimidated by the value of the top-grade red jade even though he was shocked and excited. He continued to cut and rub. His hands weren't messed up at all, and his speed became faster and faster. Anyone who could become a leader in a certain industry naturally had their own skills. Ling Yan was very clear about that. Song Jingyang's eyes were burning with excitement, but his face was still calm. His movements were methodical. Ling Yan knew that Song Jingyang was getting the hang of it. This was the same as Ling Yan's cultivation. Although he was excited, he couldn't be impatient. However, he still had to do what he had to do. He couldn't be afraid just because it was a big juncture. He couldn't be so scared that he didn't know what to do. Not only stone cutting and cultivation, this kind of thing happened in all walks of life. For students, the most obvious example would be the college entrance examination. There were many high school students whose exam results were usually among the best in their class. Everyone knew that their results would definitely not be a problem for them to get into a top university. However, when the results were announced, they unexpectedly fell behind. This was purely a psychological factor, stage fright at the most critical moment. Song Jingyang didn't have stage fright. With the help of Tai Xiaohu and his assistant, he took less than half an hour to completely cut out the top-grade red jade. This was indeed the purest top-quality red jade. It was larger than a basketball, scarlet and dazzling like blood. The color was bright, transparent, and dreamy, blooming with the most gorgeous red. Because Song Jingyang and Tai Xiaohu were the closest, their faces were covered in a layer of red light. Song Jingyang turned off the stone-cutting machine, his eyes radiating with excitement. He looked at the top-grade red jade quietly for a while before asking Tai Xiaohu with a smile, "Xiaohu, can you lift it? Lift it up for everyone to see." Of course, Tai Xiaohu could lift it up. Without saying a word, he stood up with his towering body and lifted the stick of candied hawthorn vertically. Oh my god, such a big piece of top-grade red jade. It's even bigger than a basketball. This is a rare treasure, it's definitely a rare treasure. This can't be measured with money. I wonder how many rings, bracelets, and earrings can be carved out of such a big piece? Anyway, selling it for 800 million isn't a problem. That bro spent a total of 80 million. Just this piece of top-grade red jade alone made him earn at least 10 times. He's really rich this time. 800 million? Please don't spout nonsense if you don't know anything. Look at how excited the Lord of Jade is. He doesn't have to be so excited over 800 million. This is only one piece. I guarantee that the remaining 4 stones all have it. The onlookers were all shocked. They swallowed their saliva in excitement and stared blankly at the top-grade red jade that was bigger than a basketball in the air. They exclaimed loudly and couldn't help guessing its value. The women were even crazier. They stared at the dazzling ball of transparent scarlet in the air with their mouths wide open, forgetting to care about their own image. It's so beautiful, just like a dream. It would be even more perfect if there was sunlight today. Morong Feishue, who had just been shocked by the night-luminescent pearl, was completely stunned this time. It wasn't because of the value of the top-grade red jade, but because of its dreamy beauty. Tang Meng's performance was the worst. He fell to the ground once again. Of course, this was the happiest time. He had earned big. Song Jingyang stopped looking at the top-grade red jade in the air. He stood up slowly and walked to the Lord of Jade after a short rest. Lord of Jade, there are a total of 5 stones in this super Tonghulu skewer. I've cut the one in the middle, but I can't decipher the rest. Song Jingyang had a smile on his face. There's no need to. After the initial shock, the Lord of Jade surprisingly regained his composure. His tone was calm as he spoke in the midst of the commotion. Of course there was no need to. The 5 stones were strung together, and there was such a huge piece of red jade in it. There was no need to ask about the remaining 4. The Lord of Jade didn't say anything else to Song Jingyang. Instead, he turned around and walked to Ling Yun. The commotion died down. Everyone wanted to know what the Lord of Jade was going to say to Ling Yun. The Lord of Jade stood still and looked at Ling Yun for a while. He suddenly cupped his fists and bowed deeply to Ling Yun. To everyone's surprise, Ling Yun didn't dodge this time. He accepted the Lord of Jade's bow calmly with a smile on his face. No one thought that Ling Yun was arrogant. Ling Yun might not have been able to accept the Lord of Jade's bow just now, but he was completely worthy of it now. Lord of Jade, you're too polite. Ling Yun smiled faintly. The Lord of Jade's expression was solemn as he bowed 3 times to Ling Yun. I should have been polite earlier, but it's a little too late now. Please forgive me for my poor judgment. Little brother, I have to thank you for your discerning eyes. If it weren't for you, such a rare treasure might have been buried in my backyard forever. That's definitely my fault. Song Jingyang followed up with a smile before Ling Yun could speak. Lord of Jade, there's plenty of time for these polite words. It's getting late, are you still going to cut the King of the Stones? If you want to, I can ask Ling Yun to give the first cut to you. The Lord of Jade pondered for a while and turned to look at the thousands of excited people around him. He nodded and said, of course. But that's Ling Yun's treasure. Song Jingyang reminded him on purpose. I don't need you to remind me, I was just about to tell little brother about this. The Lord of Jade glanced at Song Jingyang. With that, the Lord of Jade ignored Song Jingyang and turned back to Ling Yun. Little brother, I would like to ask what conditions are in order for you to cut the King of the Stones open on the spot. Of course, Ling Yun couldn't pretend to be generous anymore. He had gone through so much trouble for the Lord of Jade's treasure, the green dragon out at sea. He had to do it when the time came. Lord of Jade, the King of the Stones only needs to be touched once, and my treasure will be gone. Therefore, I stand by my words. As long as someone is willing to compensate me for my treasure, I'm willing to open the King of the Stones. The Lord of Jade's body couldn't help but sway. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He turned his head and looked at the treasure of his shop. After a long while, he turned back to Ling Yun. I'm sure you've seen the stone in the middle of the courtyard. It's the treasure of our Yuding Xian. It's called Green Dragon out at sea. Little brother, I'll use my treasure to exchange for a chance to cut the King of the Stones. What do you think? Lord of Jade, do you mean that you'll compensate me with the Green Dragon out at sea as long as I'm willing to cut the King of the Stones open? Without a single cent? The Lord of Jade smiled calmly. Naturally, I won't take a single cent since I'm compensating you. Ling Yan's lips curled into a charming smile. Then this green dragon out at sea is mine. Lord of Jade, please find someone to dissect the King of the Stones. The first chapter of the 8th chapter. Thank you to Old Ma's Sky for your 50,000 flashing red coins. Thank you for your tips and monthly votes. At the same time, thank you to all the readers who tipped and voted. We're still short of 23 monthly votes. Let's explode. Let the monthly votes fly. The surrounding crowd was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Then, a wave of whispers quickly turned into an uproar. What? Did I hear wrongly? The Lord of Jade is giving his green dragon out at sea to Ling Yun? This? It cost 200 million yuan to buy it. The highest price was 400 million yuan. The Lord of Jade wasn't even willing to sell it. Now, he's giving it away for free? Just for a chance to cut it open on the spot? That guy's luck is really good, but that King of Stones might not have jade inside, right? That's right. If it's really a piece of trash, then the Lord of Jade will have lost a lot. He's already lost a lot. He sold 3 carts of raw stones to Ling Yun at a premium of 80 million yuan, and every piece had jade inside. Now, he's giving it away for free. He was so stingy just now, and now he's so generous. The Lord of Jade is really unpredictable, can't you understand? The Lord of Jade is obviously making friends with that guy. There were all kinds of discussions. However, the people present didn't say much after listening to the conversation between Ling Yun and the Lord of Jade. They each had their own understanding. Song Jingyang had been dealing with the Lord of Jade for a long time. He understood the Lord of Jade the best and could easily read his mind. The Lord of Jade was a businessman, but he wasn't a bad person. All jade had some spiritual energy. No matter how good the jade was, it needed to be nurtured. Bad people wouldn't be able to nurture it. Legend has it that jade, no matter the price, as long as the owner carries it with them all year round and takes good care of it, every time the owner of the jade encounters a disaster, the jade will sacrifice itself to protect its owner. Sometimes, people who carried jade with them all year round would find that their jade had inexplicably had a crack on it even though it had not encountered any collision or heavy blow. This was because the jade they wore had blocked a calamity or a disaster for them. The Lord of Jade loved jade all his life, so he naturally believed in this. At the start, Ling Yan said that he wanted to buy the Lord of Jade's 3 carts of trash and the King of Trash's Stone King. The Lord of Jade was afraid that he would be fooled, so he followed the rules of the gambling house and purposely offered a high price to test Ling Yun. The Lord of Jade didn't hesitate to anger Song Jingyang and Murong Wenshi because of this. This was because stone gambling depended on affinity. Every person who gambled would only be willing to spend money to buy a raw stone if they believed that there would be jade in it. The Lord of Jade knew that Ling Yun's purchase of 3 carriages might be considered trash in the eyes of others, but not necessarily in Ling Yun's eyes. Song Jingyang's men weren't fools. Since he was doing business, he naturally had to follow the rules of doing business. He couldn't lose out, right? The Lord of Jade had to guarantee that he wouldn't regret selling these 3 carts of stones, even if all 3 carts of stones contained imperial jade. This was also the gambling house's rule. Of course, he allowed Ling Yun to bargain. The Lord of Jade's bottom line was actually 40 million yuan. Song Jingyang's reputation and another 10 million yuan would be enough to sell it to Ling Yun for a total of 30 million yuan. However, the Lord of Jade didn't expect Ling Yun to pay the bill without hesitation when he called out 80 million yuan. At this time, no matter who it was, they would feel that the Lord of Jade had gone overboard and that Ling Yun had been treated unjustly just because of their skills and experience in stone gambling. However, both Ling Yun and the Lord of Jade accepted it. Song Jingyang understood the logic behind it. Gambling was like this. Before the stone was cut open, it was done blindfolded. Both parties felt that they had profited. That was all that mattered. Before Ling Yun agreed to cut open the stones, everyone thought that Ling Yun was the one at a disadvantage. However, when the first, second, and third stones came out, after 5 pieces of jade or that were deemed to be trash were cut out to reveal high-grade jade, almost everyone knew that the real suckers were the Lord of Jade and Han Laosan. Ling Yun's business was a business that was guaranteed to be profitable. The tables turned in an instant. Everyone felt that Ling Yun had profited greatly, and the Lord of Jade had made a mistake this time. However, the rules of the gambling house still applied. Since the Lord of Jade had sold the 3 carts of waste to Ling Yun at a high price, it would belong to Ling Yun even if Ling Yun cut out a treasure bowl. It had nothing to do with them anymore. That was because they had already earned the profits they deserved. They were selling raw materials. The only problem was that they had set the price according to their own judgment. Relatively speaking, they only earned less. The Lord of Jade and Han Laosan finally understood that they had met an expert. That was why the Lord of Jade bowed to Ling Yun 3 times. This was out of respect and admiration for Ling Yun. There was an order to one's knowledge, and there were specializations. In any profession, the skilled would be the master. This principle had never changed. The Lord of Jade knew that the top-quality red jade was worth at least 1 billion yuan after seeing it, and it was only 1/5 of the Super Tonghulu. From the looks of it, this Super Tonghulu was definitely the king of stones. It could be ranked in the top 10 or even top 3 among all the precious stones in Xianxia. At the same time, it also meant that in the blink of an eye, Ling Yun's net worth had increased by at least 5 billion yuan, regardless of his previous net worth. This wasn't the only reason why the Lord of Jade valued Ling Yun. More importantly, it was because of Ling Yun's ability to identify jade. How could an ordinary person be able to casually pick up a piece of waste and turn it into something magical? Even the Lord of Jade and Song Jingyang couldn't do it. Even Han Laosan and Morong Wencher couldn't compare to Ling Yun. It could be said that all the stones in the Lord of Jade's yard, including the top-grade red jade, were nothing compared to Ling Yun's discerning eyes. There were many stones, but Ling Yun was the only one. Therefore, someone with a discerning eye had already said that the Lord of Jade had a strong desire to befriend Ling Yun. Since Ling Yun had achieved 100% accuracy in the previous rounds, the biggest gimmick was about to appear. Would the King of Stones, which was considered to be the King of Trash, have any jade in it? Song Jingyan dared to guarantee that the Lord of Jade wouldn't be able to have a good night's sleep if the King of Stones wasn't cut open on the spot. This would become a mental obstacle for him forever. He had to befriend Ling Yun, cut open the King of Stones, and Ling Yun needed a treasure to guard the house. The Lord of Jade might as well do Ling Yun a favor and give the green dragon out at sea to Ling Yun. In order to befriend Ling Yun and increase his net worth by a few billion yuan, what was the big deal about giving up a special stone that he bought for 200 million yuan? Everyone was happy. Which one of the people in the center of the field wasn't a genius? Therefore, no one said anything. They were all secretly admiring the Lord of Jade's generosity and waiting for the King of Stones to come. Ling Yun had obtained the green dragon out at sea. He naturally wouldn't stop the Lord of Jade from sending people to cut open the King of Stones. At this time, the Lord of Jade smiled and said, "Little brother, you know that this King of Stones is sold separately. It's 500,000 for 10 centimeters, so that people who gamble on stones can cut it as they like. It's just for the excitement." Ling Yun nodded with a smile. "That's right, your friend told me about it before." "What do you mean, Lord of Jade?" "What I mean is, since this King of Stones was bought by little brother, can I invite you to cut it open yourself?" The Lord of Jade smiled casually. "So he's trying to kill me. The Lord of Jade wants to see me cut open the stone personally. How would I know how to do that?" "No problem." Ling Yun wanted to reject her casually, but he looked at the time and realized that the sky was getting dark. He still had a lot of things to do and was in a hurry. Therefore, he agreed readily. It was just cutting open the stone. To Ling Yun, it would only take one strike. Seeing that Ling Yun had agreed, the Lord of Jade laughed happily. He immediately cleared his throat and shouted, "Everyone, listen up. This little brother just said that he will personally cut open the King of Stones that he bought." This shout was heard by the thousands of people in the courtyard. Instantly, everyone was excited. Heads started moving in the direction of the King of Stones. Ling Yun shook his head with a bitter smile. The Lord of Jade said again, "Guys, move the stone-cutting machine." The King of Stones naturally couldn't be moved. It was a few tons, and it was too troublesome. Therefore, they still had to move the stone-cutting machine. Ling Yun didn't want the trouble, so he immediately rejected. "No need, I have my ways." Without another word, he walked toward the King of Stones. At this moment, the King of Stones that had been forgotten for a long time, after a year of neglect, once again became the center of attention. The security guards had already moved the battlefield when they saw that Ling Yun was going to cut open the King of Stones. However, the surrounding area was filled with piles of raw jade stones, so the space was much smaller. Many people stood on top of the pile of stones. Ling Yun quickly came to the side of the King of Stones. Naturally, Long Wu was next to him. Behind him were Song Jingyang, Morong Wencher, the Lord of Jade, Han Laosan, and the rest. Their expressions were one of anticipation, passion, excitement, and anxiety. Tai Xiaohu and the 7 or 8 underlings of Green Dragon didn't follow. They were guarding the 3 carts of raw stones carefully, not daring to leave. "Everyone, please stay further away. I'm very fast, I just need a moment," Ling Yun said with a smile as he circled around the King of Stones that was as tall as him. With that, Ling Yun took half a step back with his back facing Song Jingyang and the rest. He activated the yin-yang harmony balance and activated the yin-yang eye to the extreme. With a thought, the dragon vein sword appeared in Ling Yun's hand. His arm shook like lightning. Whoosh! Ling Yun's movements were too fast. Everyone only saw a dazzling flash of cold light. It was as if a bolt of silver lightning had flashed past their eyes. Clang! A semicircular piece of rock, the size of half a pot lid and 2 centimeters thick, fell from the highest point of the black boulder and smashed heavily on the ground. The incision was emerald green, sparkling with green light. It was a shocking sight. It was filled with a transparent green color, as if it was about to flow out from the stone. That was an enchanting imperial green. To be continued. Today's pace will be very fast. The plot of Xianxia City will be coming to an end. Slap me if you don't like it. We're 20 votes away from victory. Is 20 votes that hard? Let's go. Imperial green. He had only cut off 2 centimeters of the smooth surface at the top, and there was green, and it was the purest imperial green. Ling Yan's method of cutting the stone was godly. Not only did it show green, but it also didn't ruin any of the jade. It was extremely precise. However, no one had the time to think about what tool Ling Yun used to cut the stone. This time, apart from Ling Yun, everyone was shocked. Their eyes glowed with green light, and their mouths were naturally agape. With their waists as the axis, they unknowingly leaned forward, and their necks gradually extended. It could be said that this was an extremely difficult action. If it wasn't for the extreme shock, they wouldn't be able to imitate it even if they wanted to. It had been a long time since Ling Yun had bought the King of Stones. Everyone who had the patience to wait until now knew about the imperial green jade. Which one of them didn't know about imperial green? Moreover, most of them had seen imperial green, but none of them, including the Lord of Jade, had seen so much imperial green. Ling Yan's dragon-veined sword was only a meter long. With a casual cut, he only managed to cut off a quarter of the huge stone. However, this quarter was full of green. It was silent for an entire minute. There were thousands of people in the backyard. Only their heavy, hurried breathing could be heard. One could even hear their excited heartbeats. Thump. A loud sound broke the silence of the backyard like a clap of thunder, and before anyone could react, another plop sound followed closely behind. Everyone turned to look and realized that it was the Lord of Jade and Han Laosan kneeling on the ground. This was a type of kneeling. The entire weight of one's body was smashed onto one's knees. One could imagine how painful it was to kneel like this. However, at this moment, both of them didn't seem to feel any pain at all. Both of them prostrated on the ground, their foreheads touching the ground. They didn't get up for a long time. Ling Yan's heart trembled. One of them loved rocks, while the other loved jade. What kind of realm had they reached? After a long time, the Lord of Jade and Han Laosan both raised their heads. Their faces were covered in dust, and tears flowed down their cheeks. These were not tears of excitement, but tears of devotion. As the saying goes, gold in troubled times, antiques in prosperous times. In recent years, with the development of society and the rapid improvement of people's living standards, antique appreciation, jewelry, and jade industries have been developed rapidly. Jade has become an indispensable demand of people. There were many types of jade, such as the glass type, the ice type, the water type, the golden silk type, the glutinous type. However, among all these jade, the green with the best color and the highest value was the imperial green. King's green. The green color is pure and thick, just like emerald. It feels like there is a blue hue in the green, but it does not deviate from the color, giving people a noble beauty. The imperial green referred to a unique color. The imperial green was very, very green, the kind that oozed oil, like it was about to drip out. What was the value of imperial green jade? For example, a piece of imperial green jade the size of an adult woman's fist could be worth more than 100 million yuan. Song Jingyang and Morong Wencher swallowed a mouthful of saliva after being stunned for a long time. Their Adam's apple trembled as they walked forward mechanically to help the Lord of Jade and Han Laosan up from the ground. Both of them were extremely excited. It was just that their performance wasn't as eye-catching as the Lord of Jade and Han Laosan. Now, that 8-meter-tall Blackstone King was like a huge drum. A quarter of the drum's surface had been sliced off by Ling Yan's sword, and the area that was sliced off was the purest imperial green. It was as if an infinite amount of green was about to drip out. The green light was glistening, and it seemed as if the green was flowing. It was already dark and gloomy. The lights in Yu Dingxian's backyard had not been switched on yet. The green light was even more eye-catching and shocking. Imperial green. Too much, how is this possible? The Lord of Jade stepped forward and pressed his trembling hands on the imperial green jade. He touched it gently with his fingers as if he was caressing the face of his most beloved woman. Dragonstone Imperial Green. I was wondering why this king of stones was 8 meters long and covered with so many python patterns when it was shipped here. So it's Imperial Green of the Dragonstone Imperial Green. Song Jingyang pounded his chest and stamped his feet. He was regretting his decision to trust his own experience and not make another cut on the king of stone. Just one more slash, and it would be heaven. However, no one did it. This slash was cut by Ling Yun. This feeling was like buying a two-toned ball. You bought all the red numbers in front of you, but you hesitated to buy a 7 for the blue number at the back. In the end, you still chose an 8, but when it was time to draw the lottery, you got a 7, one slice to heaven, one slice to hell. There were many people in the backyard who had once spent 500,000 yuan to cut 10 centimeters of the Stone King, but none of them had managed to cut out their own heaven. Instead, they had been sent to hell by Ling Yun. Everyone who had cut the King of Stones felt the same way. They probably wouldn't be able to sleep well for a long time to come. They would regret waking up even in their dreams. Why didn't they cut it one more time? Morone Feishua finally recovered from the shock. She straightened her body with difficulty and closed her cherry lips. At the same time, she lifted her fair hand and used the back of her hand to wipe away the saliva that had accidentally flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Only then did she shift her gaze from the green to the direction of the super Tonghulu. She was so shocked that her gaze finally locked onto Ling Yun. Who the hell was this guy? What kind of special ability did he have? How could a random piece of trash have jade in it? Even the King of Stones, which no one cared about, was able to extract the imperial jade from it. What else couldn't he do? What a demon-level performance, a demon-level performance, a performance that defied the natural order. The funny thing was that she had called him a spendthrift in front of everyone. Everyone said that he was a spendthrift who wasted money. Now, it seemed like every cent that Ling Yun spent was exchanged for 100 times the profit. He didn't waste a single cent. Who was the idiot here? Everyone who had mocked Ling Yun just now, including the jewelry merchants, the crazy stone gamblers, and the countless onlookers, felt their faces burning. It was as if they had been slapped in the face a dozen times. The two idiots, Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong, were so shocked that their eyes were as wide as light bulbs. Their mouths were so wide open that one could stuff a goose egg in. They couldn't help but squeeze forward while secretly covering their faces with their hands. The raw jade that Zhu Yongwang had been holding in his hand had long since been thrown away. This was too much of a slap in the face. Friend, are you selling this King of Stones? I'll offer 5 billion. I can give you the invoice now. Bullsh *T, a fist-sized imperial jade wouldn't even sell for 100 million. You're offering 5 billion for such a big imperial jade? Do you know how to do business? I'll offer 6 billion. I'll offer 7 billion. 10 billion. All the jewelry merchants were in a frenzy. They were so focused on bidding that they forgot that even if they sold all their jewelry companies, they wouldn't be able to raise the amount they were bidding. Hearing these crazy bids, Ling Yun only smiled faintly. His arm shook again, and another cold light flashed. With a clang, an even bigger piece of rock was cut off by Ling Yun. The green light in the backyard became even brighter. The entire section of the King of Stones had been cut off by Ling Yun, but it was still full of green. It was all imperial jade of the dragon stone type. There were no impurities, nor were there any white cotton. In the dark and hazy night, it was like a huge black urn with half of its lid opened, revealing a pool of dark green clear water. It was so green that it looked like oil was flowing. Oh my God! Ling Yun answered with action. Seeing that the green had doubled, all the jewelry merchants shut their mouths obediently. This time, the King of the Stones had truly become a priceless treasure. Its value was immeasurable, far surpassing that of the super candied Haas. Light the lamps. The Lord of Jade took a few deep breaths and suddenly ordered for the lamps to be lit. In an instant, the entire backyard of Yudingxian was lit up. The Lord of Jade left the King of Jadeite Stone and tried his best to remain calm. He took a few steps back and stood in the middle of the field. He cupped his fists and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, now that the King of Jadeite Stones has been solved, the suspense has been removed. I don't need to say whether or not this King of Jadeite Stones has any jade. Today is the most important and unforgettable day since the opening of Xianxia and Boss Han's House of Strange Stones. Thank you for your support, but it's getting late. Xianxia still has important matters to attend to. Xianxia's stone gambling event ends here. It will be held as usual next week. Please come and support us then. The Lord of Jade waved his guests off and ordered a few workers to take out all the firecrackers in Xianxia and set them off in the backyard and at the entrance of Xianxia's shop. Seeing such a big piece of king's green, people wanted to see what it would look like when it was all cut out. However, the security guards of Xianxia had already asked them to leave. People came and went like the tide. They were shocked, and discussing. They shook their heads and sighed as they left. Congratulations, congratulations. Little brother Ling Yun, I wonder if we can talk in private. The Lord of Jade couldn't be any more polite to Ling Yun now. No matter what, the Lord of Jade had suffered a huge loss. He was sitting on a mountain of treasures, but he didn't know it. He had missed the opportunity to meet the Emperor of Jade. Most people would have regretted it so much that their faces would turn green. It would be good if they didn't vomit blood. However, the Lord of Jade was still able to maintain his composure. It showed his magnanimity. You're too kind, Lord of Jade. Please. Ling Yin smiled faintly and accepted the invitation. To be continued. The third night of the eighth night. The monthly votes aren't good enough, I need them urgently. Please, everyone, the Lord of Jade usually stayed in Xianxia. His office was also the living room. It was shockingly huge and decorated in an ancient style. When all the lights were turned on, it was grand and modern. It was beautiful. Ling Yun, Long Wu, Song Jingyang, Morong Wenshi, Morong Feishue, Han Laosan, and some of the most famous jewelry merchants in Huaxia were sitting in the Lord of Jade's office now. The Lord of Jade brewed tea for Ling Yun personally. It was the best kung fu tea. The sound of firecrackers outside was deafening. It was a celebration for Ling Yun. This was the first time Tang Meng had the opportunity to enter the Lord of Jade's office. However, no matter who tried to pull him, he refused to enter. Instead, he guarded the King Emerald King with all his might. Even the security guards surrounding the King Emerald King felt like he was at a disadvantage. Tai Xiaohu and the Green Dragon underlings guarded Ling Yun's 3 carts of stones carefully. To Ling Yun, the value of those 3 carts was far greater than the King of Stones. That was because there were dozens of spirit stones in those 3 carts that he didn't have time to store in his spatial ring. Those were the real treasures. 80 million is worth 100 times more in little brother Ling Yun's hands in the blink of an eye. Little brother, you've really slapped our faces today, the Lord of Jade brewed tea with a smile. Han Laosan, who stayed with the Lord of Jade almost every day, was naturally half the host. He was joking with Ling Yun. Ling Yun was a little embarrassed by Han Laosan's teasing. He raised his hand and scratched his head in front of everyone. If the 2 of you can't bear to part with it, I can return the King of Stones and the 3 carts of stones to you. Of course, Ling Yun was joking. If the Lord of Jade really took those things back, he wouldn't be able to survive in the stone gambling world anymore. Ling Yun wouldn't let him off either. Really? The Lord of Jade was so excited that his hands trembled. He broke a teacup. Han Laosan was also shocked by Ling Yun's words, but he burst into laughter the next moment. Little brother, you're really not an ordinary person. You know that we won't go back on our words, but you still want to play such a joke on us. I forgot myself. The Lord of Jade didn't clean up the broken teacup. Instead, he started pouring tea for Ling Yun. 200 million for a chance to unlock the King of Stones. It's really worth it. Not a loss at all. The Lord of Jade poured the tea and offered it to Ling Yun with a smile. The Lord of Jade thought to himself, no wonder Ling Yun kept emphasizing that the King of Stones was the treasure of his house. The value of his shop's treasure couldn't even be compared to the King of Stones. It was hundreds of times more valuable. Of course, in Ling Yun's eyes, everything was the exact opposite. The green dragon out at sea was the best treasure. Ling Yun took a sip of tea and praised the tea. He then took out his checkbook from his pocket and signed a check for 500 million. He raised his hand and handed it to the Lord of Jade. Lord of Jade, I can't take your shop's treasure for free. I heard that the highest price for it last year was 400 million. I won't negotiate the price with you. How about 500 million, including interest? Song Jingyang and Murong Wencher couldn't help but nod their heads. Ling Yan's way of doing things was really creative. The Lord of Jade said that he wouldn't take a single cent, but he still took out 500 million. However, with the Imperial Greenstone King and the Super Tonghulu, 500 million yuan was nothing to Ling Yun. He didn't need to worry about it at all. The Lord of Jade pretended to sigh and took the check from Ling Yun. He smiled and returned it to Ling Yun. Little brother, you can ask everyone here. I, Yu Xingjin, always keep my word. When have I ever gone back on my word? As for what happened just now, I heard that you wanted to return the King of Stones to me and accidentally broke the teacup. It wasn't because of the value of the King of Stones, but because of your courage. Song Jingyang didn't wait for the Lord of Jade to finish his sentence. Ling Yun, I can guarantee that. Lord of Jade is a man of his word. You'd better keep this 500 million check. Song Jingyang interrupted. Ling Yun didn't push it any further. He took the check and smiled. So, why did the Lord of Jade ask me to come in? Ling Yun asked with a smile. Ling Yun thought to himself that he had to go to Lin Minghan's place for dinner. His future father-in-law was still waiting for him there. The Lord of Jade sat up straight and looked at the crowd of famous merchants. He exchanged glances with each of them before turning to Ling Yun. Little brother Ling Yun, let's not beat around the bush. I invited you in because I want to discuss a business deal with you. Song Jingyang was well aware of this. Otherwise, why would he let these jewelry merchants join in on such a private occasion? Ling Yun naturally understood. He chuckled and said, "Oh? I didn't expect to be qualified to discuss business with the Lord of Jade. It's my honor, please speak." The Lord of Jade pondered for a moment and began to speak. Little brother, if I'm not wrong, this King of Stones should be full of jade on the inside, apart from the outer layer. At this point, the Lord of Jade intentionally paused for a moment, causing the surrounding jewelry merchants to exclaim in surprise, such a huge piece of King of Green Stone weighed at least a few tons. How much would it be worth if it was full of green jade? Don't forget that it was full of imperial green jade of the dragonstone type. Just like that, Ling Yan's net worth was already comparable to that of Bill Gates and Warren Buffett. It was still uncertain who would win. The Lord of Jade wouldn't dare to accept it if Ling Yan wanted to return the King of Stones to Yu Dingxian. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to afford such wealth. It was good to have money, but one had to be alive to spend it. As the saying goes, no matter how good something is, it's not money when it's at home. It can only be turned into money when it's sold to someone who needs it, the Lord of Jade continued. Little brother, no one will be able to afford such a huge piece of dragonstone type if you sell it alone. How about this? You cut a part of it, and we'll find the best sculptor to carve it into jewelry. Then, we'll help you sell it bit by bit. What do you think? You have the source, and we have the channel. You'll earn the most, and we'll only earn the difference between the operating expenses and the sales. We'll cut a part of it after we sell it, how about that? Alright, the Lord of Jade was repeating the same old line, cutting the King of Stones into parts. At this point, the Lord of Jade stopped. All the jewelry merchants' eyes lit up as they stared at Ling Yun. They were afraid that Ling Yun wouldn't agree to it. Ling Yun understood that this was indeed the best solution at the moment. He nodded without hesitation. Then we'll do as the Lord of Jade says. We'll do whatever you say. Let's share the money. When the surrounding jewelry merchants saw that Ling Yun had agreed, they finally heaved a long sigh of relief. The huge stone in their hearts was instantly lifted. The Lord of Jade admired Ling Yun's decisiveness. Little brother, as for the price of your imperial green jade, we'll calculate it according to the market price of the dragonstone type imperial green jade. What do you think? Ling Yun was a newbie, so he didn't understand much. He turned to look at Song Jingyang and Murong Feishue. Murong Feishue nodded without a change in expression. Ling Yun, if you trust me, I'll represent you and discuss this deal with everyone here. How about that? Song Jingyang said after some thought. Of course, he could trust him. Moreover, with so much imperial green jade, it wouldn't be too bad to earn more or less. Ling Yan smiled slightly and nodded cleanly. Old song, I'll place an order of 1 billion, I'll place an order of 1.5 billion, 1.5 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion. Seeing Ling Yan nod, the jewelry merchants started to place their orders before Song Jingyang could say anything. Song Jingyang waved his hand calmly. You can't do this. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. The imperial green jade is valuable not only because of its excellent quality, but also because of its rarity. If so much imperial green jade enters the market at the same time, no one will be able to make a profit. Song Jingyang was very calm. He had thought of the most important point. Ling Yan nodded in his heart and was finally relieved. He knew that Song Jingyang was doing this for his own good. How about this? According to the current market price, each of you can place an order of up to 1 billion. Come back after you've sold them all. I can give everyone priority in ordering. Song Jingyang was like a marshal sitting in the middle of the army tent, calm and composed. It was the first time he made such a loud voice. It felt so good to ask for 1 billion yuan right off the bat. To be honest, the Lord of Jade was really envious. Why didn't he get to know Ling Yun earlier? Alright. You decide, 1 billion it is. Our Zhou Dafu will place an order of 1 billion first. Our Zhou Xingxing will also place an order of 1 billion. I'll write you a check now. Zhou Dashing Jewelry, 1 billion, Old Fengxiang, 1 billion, I represent Old Temple, 1 billion. Su Jewelry, 1 billion, only the Lord of Jade and Murong Wencher from Tianqi Pavilion didn't bid. They weren't in a hurry since Song Jingyang couldn't run away. As for Pearl Jade Court, there was no need to rush. Song Jingyang was the boss of Pearl Jade Court. What was there for him to be anxious about? The 15 jewelry merchants were fighting to place their orders. Every one of them placed an order of 1 billion without exception. Ling Yan received 15 billion in the blink of an eye. Soon, the round of buying ended. Every jewelry merchant received a supply of 1 billion. All of them were beaming with joy. Old song, tonight at Shangri-La, it's my treat. Let's drink till we're drunk. Old song, don't go to his place. I live at Victorious Return. Let's go to Victorious Return. Song Jingyang smiled faintly as he listened to everyone's desperate invitations. His gaze swept over to Ling Yun. To be continued. The 4th watch of the 8th watch. Brothers, please check the ticket warehouse. Put in more effort. Seeking monthly votes, after the Lord of Jade finished discussing business, Ling Yun immediately started talking about his own business. His business was, of course, the Green Dragon out at sea. However, it wasn't convenient for outsiders to hear about it. Ling Yan looked around and smiled. Lord of Jade, I have something to discuss with you in private. The Lord of Jade knew that Ling Yan really had something to discuss. He stood up without hesitation and apologized to everyone before inviting Ling Yan to his study. Little brother, please speak. The Lord of Jade closed the door and said straightforwardly. Lord of Jade, I'll personally come to retrieve your green dragon out at sea at 3 o'clock in the morning. When that time comes, please inform the shopkeepers to leave. Don't worry, it won't take long. Ling Yan smiled faintly and said, Lord of Jade, your green dragon out at sea. The Lord of Jade was stunned. Retrieve it at 3 in the morning? And it wouldn't take too long. The green dragon out at sea was 8 meters tall, and its base had a diameter of more than 3 meters. It weighed at least 20 tons. It took 2 cranes and more than 2 hours to hoist it down from the truck. How could Ling Yan take it away in such a short period of time? Little brother, are you afraid that I'll go back on my word? You don't have to worry about this. I've really decided to give the Azure Dragon out at sea to you. I've also made plans to arrange for people to transport the Azure Dragon out at sea to your house tomorrow morning. Including the loading and unloading, it'll take at most 1 morning. The Lord of Jade shook his head. Lord of Jade, I'm not afraid that you'll go back on your word. I just don't want to cause too much of a commotion. Please do as I say, how about that? The Lord of Jade felt that Ling Yun was even more unfathomable, but he nodded readily. All right. No problem. Thank you, Lord of Jade. Boss Jade, from today onwards, I'll supply as much as you want to sell Imperial Jade. I'll give you a 10% discount on the market price. Furthermore, you can pay me after you've sold all the Imperial Jade and earned some money. Ling Yan was very satisfied and immediately rewarded the Lord of Jade with a generous reward. What? The Lord of Jade almost fell to the ground. 10% discount on the market price? That meant that every time the Lord of Jade ordered 1 billion imperial jade, Ling Yan would be giving him 100 million yuan for free. Furthermore, he would be providing as much as he sold. Little brother, you. The Lord of Jade was shocked and didn't know what to do. He didn't know why Ling Yan was giving him such a huge discount. Such a generous discount could make the Lord of Jade a first-class dealer. Moreover, if the Lord of Jade was ruthless enough, he could take advantage of the jade market. He would be able to monopolize the jade market. How, and how much profit would that bring? The green dragon out at sea wouldn't be given away for free. Of course, Ling Yan already knew that the Lord of Jade was the smartest and most law-abiding businessman. He wasn't worried that the Lord of Jade would destroy the balance of the market for his own benefit. At most, he would earn a little more. That's settled then. Ling Yan smiled faintly and said resolutely. After a pause, Ling Yan continued asking, Lord of Jade, do you have a serious rheumatism? It rained last night and is cloudy today. I'm afraid you haven't been resting well these past 2 days, have you? The Lord of Jade was even more shocked. That's right. How could you tell? He took out 9 golden needles and said to the Lord of Jade, I know a little about medicine. If you trust me, let me give you a few needles and see if it works. The Lord of Jade smiled and took out 9 golden needles. At this point, how could the Lord of Jade not know that he had met a legendary expert? He nodded like a chick pecking at rice and looked at Ling Yan with gratitude. Ling Yan quickly used the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot and used spiritual energy to nourish the Lord of Jade's body. In less than a minute, the Lord of Jade's rheumatism was completely cured. Ling Yan removed the needles and asked with a smile, How do you feel now, Lord of Jade? The Lord of Jade stood up in shock and stretched his arms and legs. Then, he used his hands to massage a few joints. God! It doesn't hurt anymore. I'm completely healed. That's good. If you feel any discomfort in the future, you can look for me directly. I'll be going out now. The people outside must be getting impatient. Ling Yan finished speaking and was about to leave the study. Thank you, benefactor. The Lord of Jade saw that Ling Yan was about to leave. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He reached out to pull Ling Yan back, but he couldn't. He fell to his knees and kowtowed to Ling Yan. Ling Yan pulled him up hurriedly and chuckled. It's nothing. Lord of Jade, you don't have to do this. In the future, we'll work together and make a fortune together. From now on, I, Yu Xingjin, am willing to be your servant. Yu Xingjin said with certainty. He wasn't stupid. That's a long story. Let's make a fortune together. Ling Yan said with a smirk. I have 2 brothers outside. One of them is called Tang Meng, the son of the director of the Public Security Bureau. The other is called Tai Xiaohu, the boss of Green Dragon. If you have any trouble in the future, you can look for them. If they can't handle it, you can look for me directly. With that, Ling Yan smiled proudly, turned around, opened the door of the study, and left, leaving Yu Xingjin dumbfounded. Isn't this the person brought by Song Xingyang and Elder Moro? How did he get involved with the director of the Public Security Bureau and Green Dragon? The son of the director of the Public Security Bureau and the boss of Green Dragon are actually his brothers? Oh my god. 100% accuracy in stone gambling, instant cure of illnesses, and wide circle of friends. What kind of person is this? Yu Xingjin muttered to himself in shock. Then, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His gaze was firm as he followed Ling Yan's footsteps. After coming out, Ling Yan rejected all the sincere invitations from the jewelry merchants and was the first to leave with Long Wu. They returned to the courtyard. Ling Yan was now the god of fortune for everyone present. The Lord of Jade, Han Laosan, and a group of jewelry merchants followed Ling Yan into the courtyard like stars surrounding the moon. The sky was completely dark now. The 3 carts of raw jade and spirit stones that Ling Yan had chosen had been personally sent back to Mansion No. 1 under Ling Yan's instructions. This place was very close to Mansion No. 1, so Tai Xiaohu had returned after delivering the 3 carts of jade. The huge piece of imperial green jade of the dragon stone type had also been moved to the big truck. After the truck was loaded, the compartment was tightly sealed. A horizontal lock was added to the compartment door, locking Tang Meng, the imperial green jade, and the super Tonghulu inside. These two treasures were too precious. Tang Meng didn't dare take his eyes off them. He volunteered to be locked in the car. Be careful on the road. Send it back quickly. When you get back, don't be in a hurry to unload the car. Lock the door and watch the car. Ling Yan reminded Tai Xiaohu, who was standing outside the car. This time, Tai Xiaohu was afraid that there would be any accidents. He called over 20 green dragon underlings to guard the large truck. This scene was even better than an armed escort. The big truck drove out of Yu Dingxian's backyard. Ling Yan, Long Wu, and the rest all came out and watched as Tai Xiaohu escorted the big truck away until it completely disappeared into the night. Congratulations, congratulations, everyone present couldn't help but step forward to congratulate Ling Yun. There was no need to mention the envy in their eyes. Grandpa Morong, Uncle Song, why don't we take this opportunity to leave as well? I still have something to do tonight. Ling Yun prepared to leave. He planned to come back at 3 in the morning. Ling Yun, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Shouldn't you at least have dinner with us? I've already booked a restaurant. Song Jingyang panicked when he saw that Ling Yun was really leaving. He still had a lot to say to Ling Yun. At this moment, a shop assistant ran from the shop to the backyard. He jogged all the way to the Lord of Jade. Boss, that Mr. Long who came 2 days ago is here again. He wants to see you. When Yu Xingjin heard this, he immediately frowned, thinking to himself that this dogskin plaster was really stuck. Just say that I'm not here. Yu Xingjin said in a low voice. Even if the business doesn't work out, there's still justice. Lord of Jade is clearly at home. Why are you hiding from me? Ling Yan knew who it was from the voice. It was Long Tianjiao. They met again. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, the stone gambling has already ended. Why is he here? Long Tianjiao appeared in everyone's line of sight. He saw Ling Yan and Long Wu from afar. Long Tianjiao's expression changed. Drastically, however, Long Tianjiao recovered quickly. He glanced at the middle-aged man who came with him, and his eyes were filled with confidence and pride. He walked toward Ling Yun with an imposing manner. Yo, I didn't expect Brother Ling to be here as well, what a coincidence. Long Tianjiao's behavior was obviously different from usual. His tone was still polite, but there was no pretense of fawning in his eyes when he looked at Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't pay attention to Long Tianjiao. His eyes were fixed on the middle-aged man beside Long Tianjiao. This man had a pair of broom-like eyebrows, and there was a murderous intent in his eyes. Even Ling Yun couldn't see through his cultivation. Ling Yun smiled and walked forward with his arm around Long Wu's slender waist. He wanted to know Long Tianjiao's motive for coming to Yu Dingxian. What a coincidence. Yu Dingxian's stone gambling has ended. I wonder why you're here. Oh, I'm here with Uncle Qing to discuss a business deal with Lord Jade. Long Tianjiao didn't hide anything. After that, Long Tianjiao didn't look at Ling Yun anymore. He sized Long Wu up before turning to Yu Xingjin. Boss Yu, what do you think? Are you selling this green dragon out at sea? His tone was extremely domineering. To be continued. Mr. Long, I'm really sorry, but this green dragon out at sea doesn't belong to me anymore. The Lord of Jade smiled bitterly after being interrogated by Long Tianjiao. What? Long Tianjiao exclaimed. When the middle-aged expert beside him heard the Lord of Jade's words, his broom-like eyebrows immediately rose, and his eyes flashed with a bright light. Long Tianjiao was really depressed. He had come to Yu Dingxian a few days ago for the green dragon out at sea. He had a sincere talk with the Lord of Jade and said that he would buy the green dragon out at sea no matter the price. However, the green dragon out at sea was the treasure of the Lord of Jade. This had nothing to do with money. Of course, he wouldn't be moved by Long Tianjiao so easily. Hence, no matter what Long Tianjiao said, he was adamant that he wasn't selling it. Long Tianjiao could only go back and think of another way since the Lord of Jade wouldn't sell it no matter what. It had only been 2 days. He wanted to come back and negotiate with the Lord of Jade again, but the green dragon out at sea had already changed owners. It doesn't belong to you anymore? Then who does it belong to now? Long Tianjiao asked in a low voice. Ling Yan walked out from the crowd and took a few steps forward. Sorry, this green dragon out at sea belongs to me now. What? Long Tianjiao was infuriated, and he was extremely depressed. First, his fiancée was snatched away by Ling Yan. He still had to act obediently and happily compensate Ling Yan 20 million yuan, just for a door frame and a few flower pots. Long Tianjiao came personally to congratulate Ling Yan on the grand opening of the Ordinary People's Clinic yesterday. Who knew that Ling Yan wouldn't even look at the 7 billion yuan he brought? Now, Long Tianjiao wanted to get his hands on the green dragon out at sea to study its mysteries. He didn't expect Ling Yan to beat him to it again. Sorry, I don't care who you are. I can't give this green dragon out at sea to you. Long Tianjiao was deep in thought. Before he could speak, the middle-aged man beside him spoke first. Ling Yan smiled faintly and looked at this middle-aged expert with interest. Then I'm even more sorry. This green dragon out at sea is mine now. There's no point in you saying that you can't give it to me. The middle-aged man glared at Ling Yan fiercely. Brat, I heard that you're called Ling Yan? Xianxia City has been in the limelight recently? Ling Yan had been in a good mood for the whole day. He suddenly felt like throwing a tantrum. You're quite well informed. You even know my name. Kid, what's your name? Do you dare to tell me? The people around burst into laughter. That person was at least twice Ling Yan's age, but Ling Yan had called him a kid. Jie? The middle-aged master was furious when he heard this. He said angrily, Brat, for the sake of young Master Long, I don't want to bully you. Don't be so ungrateful. Ling Yan stopped smiling and said coldly, You don't know what's good for you? Who was the one who didn't know what was good for them? What right do you have to say that you can't give me what belongs to me? Who do you think you are? That middle-aged master was so angry that he laughed. Hee hee, interesting, really interesting. I didn't think that I, Chen Gongxiong, would be called a coward one day. Long Tianjiao was secretly delighted when he saw that Chen Gongxiong was angered by Ling Yan. However, he pretended to pull Chen Gongxiong's sleeves and said, Uncle Cheng, why don't we just forget about it? That green dragon out at sea already belongs to him. If it doesn't work, I'll think of another way. Chen Gongxiong obviously had a fiery temper. It seemed that no one had ever provoked him before. Now that he was provoked by Ling Yan and Long Tianjiao, he was instantly enraged. Brat, I'll give you a clear path. Apologize to me sincerely and give this green dragon out at sea to young Master Long. Then, I won't hit you today. Otherwise, people will say that I'm bullying the weak. Ling Yan laughed. Cheng, I think you're too full from eating, right? Ask young Master Long beside you if I've ever apologized to anyone. Come at me if you want to hit me, I'm standing right here. Morong Feishue saw that a fight was about to break out. She couldn't help but worry for Ling Yan. Ling Yan, don't quarrel with them. Let's go. Morong Feishue said hurriedly. Who knew that Ling Yan would turn his head and smile at Morong Feishue? Leave? Leave where? How are we going to fight if we leave? Dong, 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 Ling Yan heard the sound of footsteps behind him. He scanned with his divine sense and knew that Chen Gongxiong was thinking of him. Chen Gongxiong's footsteps were very heavy. They sounded like drum beats, and the sound was like muffled thunder. It made everyone's heart beat wildly, and they felt like the earth was shaking. No wonder he has such an arrogant temper. He does have some skills. Ling Yan sneered in his heart. He knew that Chen Gongxiong wanted to suppress him with his aura. However, it was a pity that Chen Gongxiong met Ling Yan. He couldn't see through Ling Yan's strength. He only heard from Long Tianjiao that Ling Yan's strength was at least in the Xiantian realm. Long Tianjiao couldn't retaliate at all. Of course, he wouldn't tell an outsider about such an embarrassing matter. Seeing that Chen Gongxiong really went for Ling Yan, he was secretly delighted. Uncle Cheng was an expert at Xiantian realm level 5. He wanted to see how Ling Yan would be beaten up today. Chen Gongxiong stopped 3 meters in front of Ling Yan and grinned. Brat, I'll give you one more chance to apologize, scram. Ling Yan was very straightforward. Yeah. Chen Gongxiong exploded when he saw that Ling Yan didn't care about him at all. He took a step forward, stretched out his hand, and punched Ling Yan's chest with his left fist. There was no movement technique, no jumping, and the speed wasn't fast. In the eyes of others, it was no different from a fight between ordinary people. However, that was only in the eyes of outsiders. Ling Yan could feel the wind from Qin Gongxiong's fist. He could clearly hear the sound of it breaking through the air. The force of the fist was as strong as the tide. Amidst the exclamations, Ling Yan didn't dodge. He raised his hand lightly, clenched his fingers into a fist, and met Qin Gongxiong's fist head-on. Tiangang Demon Fist. Pung. The two fists collided fiercely. There was no fancy technique, and the force of the fist overflowed. Some of the green weeds on the ground beside the two were all blown to the ground by the force of the fist. Kacha. The sound of the fist bones breaking rang out suddenly, piercing the eardrums of everyone present. Qin Gongxiong's figure was like a kite with a broken string. He was sent flying by Ling Yan's fist, and his back slammed into a pile of raw jade stones. The stones scattered all over the ground. Ah! A shrill scream came from Qin Gongxiong's mouth. Ling Yan's punch directly shattered the bones in his fist and fractured the bones in his forearm. He was seriously injured on the spot. Brat, how dare you trick me? Qin Gongxiong was dumbfounded. He was an expert at Xiantian realm level 5, and yet he was beaten to this state by Ling Yan's fist. He had Xiantian true qi to protect his body, but his Xiantian true qi was like an eggshell in front of the wind from Ling Yan's fist. It was shattered instantly and couldn't withstand a single blow. Trick you? You hit me first. How did I trick you? Who can you blame if you can't take a hit? Ling Yan chuckled and slowly retracted his fist. He stared at Qin Gongxiong, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and said disdainfully. Ling Yan was indeed up to no good. Qin Gongxiong was an expert at Xiantian realm level 5. He judged from Ling Yan's age that even though Ling Yan was a genius, he couldn't exceed Xiantian realm level 3. He was bullying him by only using 30% of his strength. Of course, Ling Yan also only used 30% of his strength. However, the problem was that the strength, defense, and techniques of the two weren't on the same level. When Ling Yan was in the middle of physique tempering stage 7, he could pinch Lu Suifeng, who was at Xiantian realm level 5, to tears. Now that he was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 8, as long as he advanced one more realm, he could prepare to enter the qi refinement stage at any time. Oh my god, how strong does Ling Yan have to be to send that person flying more than 10 meters away with one punch? That person's arm seems to be broken. What a fierce punch. This guy is actually so fierce when he fights. Song Jingyang's mouth was agape. Ling Yan had brought him too many surprises. Long Tianjia was dumbfounded. He knew that Qin Gongxiong was at Xiantian realm level 5. Moreover, he practiced martial arts. How could he be beaten to this state by Ling Yan? Then Ling Yan's strength. Uncle Qing, are you alright? Long Tianjia rushed over and helped Qin Gongxiong up. Cough cough. Qin Gongxiong's face turned red as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He felt the blood flow in his heart smoother. I'm fine. This kid is really not ordinary. Ling Yan heard it clearly. He chuckled. Are you still going to fight? If you want to, I can give you another punch. How dare you covet the treasure that I spent so much effort to get? You still want to order me around? I'll beat you up first. Fight. Qin Gongxiong gritted his teeth and channeled his Xiantian true qi. He broke away from Long Tianjiao's support and rushed towards Ling Yan again. His speed wasn't fast, but the expression on his face was ferocious as he gritted his teeth. His aura was shocking. This time, he didn't hold back. He used his body to rush forward and raised his right fist. He used 120% of his strength and punched towards Ling Yan. You're angry from embarrassment so quickly? Don't play if you can't afford it. Ling Yan laughed. This time, he used his left fist. He only used 70% of his strength and met Qin Gongxiong's fist head-on. Bang! Qin Gongxiong's true qi and Ling Yan's earth energy collided violently. Then, the two fists met, their clothes fluttered violently from the violent and domineering fist. The sand and stones on the ground flew as if there was a hurricane of magnitude 10. Kacha! Kacha! Another two unpleasant sounds rang out. Qin Gongxiong's body was sent flying by Ling Yan again. This time, he flew even further and smashed through 2 piles of stones before stopping. Wha? Xianxia's body slid to the ground like a soft noodle after he stopped flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. What a powerful fist. To be continued. What a shameless boast. Do you think 2 pieces of trash like you are worthy of snatching my things? Ling Yun didn't let them off easily as he laughed coldly. No matter how much he talked, his fists were more useful than his fists. Ling Yun only used 2 punches to cripple Xianxia. Xianxia suffered serious internal injuries from Ling Yun. His energy center and meridians were injured, and he couldn't move or speak. He could only vomit blood. Long Tianjiao's expression changed. Brother Ling, Uncle Chen was just a little hot-tempered. He didn't mean to hurt you. How could you, Long Tianjiao, you'd better leave before I get angry. If you don't, I'll beat you up too. Ling Yan was too lazy to talk to him. Long Tianjiao didn't say anything. He knew that Ling Yun would really beat him up. He could only carry the injured Xianxiong and leave. Before he left, he didn't forget to sneak a glance at Long Wu before turning his head to look at Green Dragon out at sea reluctantly. Ling Yun was puzzled. Why did Long Tianjiao keep looking at Long Wu? Ling Yun had noticed this a few times. He didn't think much of it at first, but now he felt that Long Tianjiao looked at Long Wu differently. Is this kid trying to steal my wife? Ling Yun muttered in his heart. F***ck, I'll castrate you if that's the case. After Long Tianjiao left, Ling Yun turned around and walked to the stunned crowd. Sorry, I was a little too heavy-handed just now. That kid broke a few of Boss Jade's raw gemstones, but he didn't know how to compensate me. Put it all on me, no need. It's just a few broken stones. What's there to compensate? The Lord of Jade said hurriedly. Ling Yun beating up Xianxiong here today was naturally to establish his dominance. He had revealed his wealth today. If anyone dared to have designs on his imperial jade, they would have to think twice. How many punches could they take from Ling Yun? I remember when little brother was cutting open the King of Stones, a cold light flashed in front of your eyes. I've been wondering about it. Now I know that little brother is a legendary martial arts master. The way Han Laosan looked at Ling Yun was even more different now. There was a hint of respect in his eyes. The other timid jewelry merchants turned pale with fright when they saw Ling Yun's power. They thought to themselves that if Ling Yun was unhappy when they mocked Ling Yun today, the consequences would be unimaginable. Good lad, that was a beautiful move. I really have to look at you in a different light now. Song Jingyang stepped forward excitedly and put his arm around Ling Yun's shoulders. Don't look at me in a different light, Uncle Song. I have to leave now, I really have something important to do. With that, Ling Yun bade farewell to everyone. He said that no matter what they needed to discuss, they could talk about it after today. Then, he left with Long Wu. Morong Feishue couldn't help but feel a sense of loss and sadness when she saw that Ling Yun didn't even look at her once. After Ling Yun left, he asked Long Wu to hail a cab home while he rushed back to mansion number 1. At that moment, Tang Meng and Tai Xiao, who were both there, standing beside the 2 trucks. Open the door. The doors of both cars opened, and Ling Yun flew into the car. The first thing he did was to store all the spirit stones into his spatial ring. Then, Ling Yun thought for a moment and put the gigantic king rock into his spatial ring. This thing might not have spiritual energy, but it was too valuable. He could only be at ease with it. It really takes up space. The spatial ring isn't enough again. Ling Yun was depressed. He had just upgraded his spatial ring, but this gigantic king rock had taken up more than half of the space. Looks like I have to sell it as soon as possible. Ling Yun muttered as he put the super Tonghulu stick into his spatial ring. This time, it took up another part of the space. Oh my god, you can store such a huge thing in there? Tang Meng and Tai Xiao, who knew that Ling Yun had a spatial ring, but they didn't expect him to store such a huge king rock. Where are Ling Yu and the rest? Ling Yun asked the 2 of them after he was done. Auntie Qin brought Xian Er and Ling Yu back to Qingshui Wharf Mansion number 9. Ning Er and Miao Xiaomiao didn't come back after work at the clinic. They went straight to Miracle Dr. Shue's house, Tang Mei replied. Did my auntie leave any messages for me? Yes, train well, eat well, study well, and come back to Qingshui Wharf at least twice a week. Tang Meng knew how capable Qin Dongshui was, so he didn't dare to say anything wrong. Got it. Have the two of you eaten? Ling Yan asked. Of course not. Wouldn't it be terrible if we lost all these treasures just for a meal? Tang Meng said bitterly. Now that Ling Yan had put away the two most valuable items, he felt more at ease. That's great. Both of you, send the remaining raw jade stones to Tianqi Pavilion and have a meal with Uncle Song. Tang Meng, remember to learn more about business from him in the future. Ling Yan chuckled. When Tang Meng heard this, he immediately lost his cool. Big brother Yun, can all these raw jade stones contain jade? Ling Yan smiled and said, do you still need to ask? Do you really think I bought 3 carts of scrap? Every single one of them is guaranteed to contain jade. Tang Meng said excitedly. Then why send them to Tianqi Pavilion? You're not thinking of giving them to them, are you? Tang Meng thought to himself, Big brother Yun didn't seem to be that intimate with Murong Fei Xue. Compared to Long Wu, these 3 carts of raw jade stones were worth at least a few hundred million. How could Big brother Yun bear to give them away? Ling Yan understood Tang Meng's thoughts. I'm not giving them away. I'm asking them to cut the stones out and sell them in their shop. You're going there not only to learn from Uncle Song, but also to discuss business with them. After these stones are cut out, you have to give Elder Murong and Uncle Song 20% of the profit. Sell them at 80% of the market price. You don't have to rush to collect the money. It won't be too late to pay us after they've sold the goods. Ling Yan didn't lack money for the time being. He would only be able to spend a lot of money when he started forging and buying large quantities of metal materials. Ling Yan had searched for the prices of various metal materials on the internet. He had bought tens of thousands of tons of them in one go. He knew that the amount of money required was astronomical. Now that he had these 2 stones in his hands, he felt a little more at ease. 20% of the profit? How about 10%? Tang Meng bargained with Ling Yan. No negotiation, just 20%. If you want to set up the Heaven and Earth group in the future, you still have to rely on Uncle Song and the rest. Also, if the Lord of Jade and Boss Han have the time, you should communicate with them. They aren't bad people. Ling Yan reminded Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu repeatedly. The two of you, remember that you're going there on my behalf. Don't embarrass me. Secondly, if they ask about me, say what you should and don't say what you shouldn't. Understood? Tang Meng thought that Big Brother Yun was going to unify the antique market in Qingshui City. Thus, he stopped talking and nodded hurriedly. Just as he finished his sentence, he received another message from Lin Menghan, asking him when he was going to head over. Lin Zhengang had stayed in Qingshui City for too long. He had to leave Qingshui City tonight. That was why Lin Menghan was so anxious. Ling Yan left Mansion No. 1 in his Land Rover and sped towards the luxurious Hot Springs Manor. Ling Yan couldn't ignore Lin Zhengang just because of the spirit cultivation Cosmos stone that the Lin family had given him. Ling Yan arrived at the entrance of Lin Menghan's mansion in just 20 minutes. It was the same 2 military vehicles. There were 4 soldiers standing guard at the entrance. Perhaps they were waiting for Ling Yan and Lin Zhengang to finish their conversation before leaving. Ling Yan, you're here. Come in quickly, my dad is getting impatient. Lin Menghan heard the sound of Ling Yan's car and quickly rushed out of the villa. She was wearing a comfortable lace dress, and the 4 hot-blooded soldiers at the door gulped at the sight of her. I've been too busy today. Ling Yan found an excuse. Of course, it was the truth. Lin Zhengang stood up with a smile when he saw Ling Yan. Ling Yan, you're here? Have a seat. Hello, Uncle Lin. Ling Yan greeted Lin Zhengang politely. Lin Zhengang waited for Ling Yan to sit down before getting straight to the point. Ling Yan, I'm in a hurry to return to the army, so I don't have much time. Let's cut to the chase. Ling Yan smiled and said, Uncle Lin, if you have something to say, just say it. You don't have to be so polite with me. I have to thank you for the gift you gave me yesterday. It's very useful to me. Please help me thank the old man. Lin Zhengang nodded. Menghan has told me a lot about you these 2 days. You're indeed a young and talented man. I've also spoken to Minghan's mother and grandfather. They're all hoping that you and Minghan can visit them as soon as possible. Lin Minghan moaned in embarrassment. Ling Yan smiled and said, of course. After the college entrance examinations, the summer vacation will be very long. During this period, I will definitely make a trip home to visit Grandpa Lin and Auntie. Lin Jinggang nodded and changed the topic. Ling Yan, I know you're an extraordinary person, but Minghan is also my only daughter. Since the two of you are together, the Lin family won't object. So, you must treat her well. Don't bully her. Lin Jinggang looked up at Ling Yan and said. Ling Yan thought to himself that his father-in-law was showing his power. He quickly nodded his head solemnly and did not dare to hesitate. The last and most important thing is that Minghan had an engagement with Long Tianjiao from the Long family. Although their family took the initiative to cancel the engagement, the Lin family and the Long family will definitely have a grudge against each other. Many things in the future may not go as smoothly as we want. Without waiting for Lin Jinggang to finish speaking, Ling Yan stood up abruptly with a confident smile. Uncle Lin, don't worry. I will protect the Lin family from now on. The Lin family will only get better and better. Nothing will happen to it. Ling Yan was full of confidence. To be continued. This kid has such a strong aura. Lin Jinggang sat there, feeling the amazing confidence and aura exuding from Ling Yan. He was secretly shocked, however, he had seen Ling Yan's incredible performance at the clinic yesterday. Naturally, he believed what Ling Yan said and was looking forward to it. Just like the Lord of Jade, Lin Jinggang couldn't see through Ling Yan. He felt that nothing could stop this guy in front of him. Even so, don't underestimate the Long family. The Long family's foundation isn't something that outsiders can imagine. Other than the Yi family, no secular family in Huaxia can compete with the Long family. The Yi family. Ling Yan was shocked. He had never interacted with the Yi family before. This was the first time Lin Jinggang mentioned it. That's right. Don't be fooled by the Yi family's silence and incomparably low profile. However, the Yi family's true foundation is not much weaker than the Long family's. Especially after the recent 10 years of development, they already have the power to contend with the Long family. Don't underestimate them. As the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't bark. Ling Yan nodded deeply to show that he remembered it. Alright then, I won't disturb the two of you anymore. I'll be leaving now. Ling Yan, remember, Minghan is infatuated with you. Don't bully her. Daddy, what are you saying? Lin Minghan stomped her feet shyly when she saw Lin Jinggang say it in front of her. Humph, the two of you are living together now. What else can't you say? Lin Jinggang glared at Lin Minghan and walked out with his hands behind his back. Ling Yan and Lin Minghan naturally sent Lin Jinggang out. Before they got into the car, Lin Jinggang pulled Ling Yan to the side and whispered, Rascal, you have so many women around you. I really can't say anything about it. Who asked Minghan to be with you? However, I don't care how many women you have, you'd better be fair. If you dare to favor one and discriminate against the other, believe it or not, I'll send an artillery regiment to blow you into pieces. Ling Yan sweated profusely. Ah Fu, sweated profusely. This father-in-law was really too fierce. Didn't they agree to use a machine gun? Why did it change to an artillery regiment? Uncle Lin, don't worry. I dote on Minghan the most. She's the prettiest. Ling Yan chuckled. Hubby, what did my dad say to you in the end? Lin Minghan asked shyly as she watched Lin Jinggang get into the car and leave. Ling Yan laughed heartily. He asked us to give him a grandchild as soon as possible. How about it? Let's go in and work hard to make a baby? The two of them talked as they walked into the house. Ling Yan's hand had already slipped under Lin Minghan's collar, pinching her fair breasts as he wantonly played with them. Lin Minghan blushed. Weren't you injured yesterday? I'll have to wait for you to recover, Ling Yan giggled. That's all lies. There has never been anything that could cause your husband to lose so much of his vitality. Walking into the villa, Ling Yan closed the door with a palm strike. Then, he carried Lin Minghan, who was already weak and frail, up the stairs and into the bedroom. Oh. As Ling Yun entered Lin Minghan's body, Lin Minghan let out an irrepressible cry of joy. However, it was immediately blocked by something and turned into a panting sound. 3 hours later, Ling Yun extricated himself from Lin Minghan's body, which was on the verge of falling apart. He got off the bed, took a warm bath, and came out feeling refreshed. He gave Tai Xiaohu a call and found out that Tang Meng was still drinking with Song Xingyang, Morong Wencher, the Lord of Jade, and Han Laosan. Tai Xiaohu also told Ling Yun directly that he really didn't like to sit there and socialize. He couldn't practice either. It was simply too boring. Ling Yun giggled as he made Tai Xiaohu put on an escape act. The two of them arranged to meet at the Ordinary People's Clinic. After hanging up, Ling Yun bade farewell to Lin Minghan, put on his clothes, and drove straight to the Ordinary People's Clinic. Did you catch him? When Ling Yun arrived at the Ordinary People's Clinic, he found Tai Xiaohu already waiting at the entrance. He didn't drive, but ran. Tai Xiaohu knew that Ling Yun was asking about the two nouveau riches, Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong. He chuckled. Of course I caught him. These two idiots thought that you were joking with them during the day and didn't take it seriously. They even swaggered into the nightclub. It's Green Dragon's territory, how could they not be dead? Let's go and have some fun. Big brother Yun, why don't I drive? Tai Xiaohu saw that Ling Yun was sitting in the driver's seat and didn't move. *CKU, I haven't even driven enough today. You want to fight with me? No way. Ling Yun rejected directly. Tai Xiaohu could only sit in Ling Yun's car, trembling with fear. He thought to himself, Big brother Yun actually became my driver tonight. The two of them arrived at the Black Rose nightclub quickly. They didn't lock the door and went straight to the 3rd floor. In the elevator, Ling Yun asked Tai Xiaohu, is this nightclub also part of Green Dragon's business? Tai Xiaohu answered honestly, Big brother Yun, this is your business. Green Dragon has invested in a total of 18 nightclubs in Qingshui City. If you have time, you can take a look around, Ling Yun thought to himself, 18 nightclubs? That's way too many. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Long Kuan's ability. Hello, Big brother Hu, hello, sir. The elevator door opened, and deafening singing came immediately. It was like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. Ling Yun couldn't help but frown slightly. Fortunately, there were 4 beauties in red princess dresses standing outside the elevator. Even though their looks were average, their bodies were slim and they were all tall. The 4 princesses seemed to know Tai Xiaohu's identity. They all looked at him with reverence and alluring eyes. They didn't even care about a handsome guy like Ling Yun. In the eyes of these women, only money, status, and status were valuable. Handsome men didn't matter to them at all. They had seen too many men. Call him Big brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu saw that the 4 princesses didn't even care about Ling Yun. He was so scared that his heart trembled and he hurriedly gave the order. Hello, Big brother Yun. The 4 princesses bowed their heads immediately. Ling Yun was a little dumbfounded when he saw the 2 white lumps on their collars. With a single thought, Ling Yun took out 4 bundles of $100 bills and threw them at each of them. The 4 princesses were shocked speechless. Aren't you going to thank Big brother Yun? Tai Xiaohu grinned. He had never seen Ling Yun so generous before. Thank you, Big brother Yun. The 4 princesses held their money tightly in their hands and bowed in unison. 2 of the princesses even pulled their collars on purpose to reveal more of their white lumps for Ling Yun to see. It sounds much more sincere this time. Ling Yun laughed heartily as he walked inside with Tai Xiaohu. The 2 of them entered a private room. Ling Yun saw Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong, who were beaten black and blue, bleeding from their noses and mouths. The moment they entered the private room, Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong turned their heads instinctively. They were completely shocked when they saw Ling Yun floating in. That's right, I was the one who ordered people to beat you up. Who asked you to have such a cheap mouth? Ling Yun sat on the sofa and glared at the 2 nouveau riches. Ling Yun then turned to one of the Green Dragon lackeys and said, Bring me a pen and paper. That lackey nodded respectfully and left to carry out the order. Ling Yun smiled at Zhu Yongwang. Weren't you very happy when you scolded me in the morning? Continue, I'm listening now. Zhu Yongwang had long been beaten silly. He was already begging for mercy. Now that he saw that it was Ling Yun, how could he dare to be arrogant? He opened his mouth to beg for mercy. I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go. I won't come to Xianxia anymore. I won't dare to provoke you anymore. I can let you go, but you have to write down all the information about your family. If you dare to lie, I'll get someone to cut off your rotten thing and feed it to the dogs. Ling Yun smiled faintly. With that, Ling Yun ignored the dumbfounded Zhu Yongwang and turned to Ho Yaozong. Open your mouth and see. Ho Yaozong gritted his teeth and said, I'm from Hong Kong. If you dare to let someone hit me, I'll sue you. Ling Yun frowned slightly when he saw that. This guy doesn't know how to fight. Xiaohu, you do it. Make sure every single tooth in his mouth falls out for me. Tai Xiaohu responded and slapped Ho Yaozong's face with his palm leaf-sized palm, slapping him left and right. Slap 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 slap. After more than 10 slaps, Ho Yaozong was completely stunned. His eyes were seeing stars. All of his teeth had been slapped out, and more than half of them were swallowed into his stomach along with blood. Ling Yun knew that it was about time. He asked Tai Xiaohu to stop and smiled coldly. I'm hitting you today to teach you a lesson. Next time, you have to be careful when you scold people. You have to see who you're dealing with. Do you understand? I'll go to Hong Kong. You'll know when the time comes. If you want to take revenge on me, go ahead. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to cause trouble for the Murong family, Ling Yun would have dealt with him a long time ago. Ho Yaozong was already lucky that he didn't take his life. Long Wu had to slap Ling Yun when she scolded Ling Yun back then. How could someone like Ho Yaozong be treated like that? At this moment, Green Dragon's underling brought a pen and paper. Ling Yun gave him a look and asked him to place the pen and paper in front of Zhu Yongwang. Are you writing or not? Yes. Yes. Zhu Yongwang had already peed his pants when he saw that Ling Yun was really going to beat him to death. His life was more important, so he nodded his head vigorously. Yes, as long as you listen to me. Remember, you can write more simply, but how many oil fields and assets does your family have? What are their names and where are they located? You have to write them clearly. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences, okay? Yes. Yes. I understand. I'll definitely write them clearly. Zhu Yongwang finally finished writing after 20 minutes. Ling Yun used his divine sense to memorize everything. While he was burning with anger, he couldn't help but laugh coldly in his heart. This is the first debt. I'll start with your Zhu family. You'll have to spit out everything that you've eaten from the Ling family. The 5th chapter, 8 chapters, was completed. Was the pace fast today? Did you enjoy watching it? So, I'm begging for monthly votes, I'm counting on everyone. Also, there won't be one chapter tomorrow because I have to add chapters for the Chief's Piao Hong. After entering the private room, Ling Yun had been sitting on the sofa without moving at all. However, the ruthlessness that he displayed while talking and laughing had shocked the few underlings of the Green Dragon gang. Throw both of them out. Throw them as far away as you can. Make sure they leave Xianxia City within a day. Ling Yun didn't continue to make things difficult for the two nouveau riches. They were just two idiots who didn't know what to do. He just needed to teach them a lesson. From today onwards, you're not allowed to pester Murong Feishue. Otherwise, I'll take your lives. Before the two nouveau riches were taken away, Ling Yun sent a telepathic message to them. His tone was so cold that it gave them goosebumps. Now, the two of them completely believed that Ling Yun would do what he said. Not a single word was said in jest. Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu left the Black Rose nightclub. He brought Tai Xiaohu to the place where he cultivated the Raging Wave's internal skill previously. At 2 in the morning, Ling Yun drove back to Xianxia City. The exhausted Tai Xiaohu followed behind his car and ran all the way back to mansion number 1 in the Qingxi Villa district. Ling Yun's speed went from a snail's crawl to faster and faster. Tai Xiaohu ran faster and faster too. He could finally use the Raging Wave's internal skill effectively. After entering the courtyard, Ling Yun got out of the car and smiled at the sweaty but energetic Tai Xiaohu. How do you feel now? Big brother Yun, I feel like the Raging Wave's internal skill can finally circulate on its own. The internal energy is endless and there seems to be the sound of waves in my body. Tai Xiaohu learned a lot under Ling Yan's careful guidance that night. His raging waves internal skill finally had a solid foundation and could cultivate on its own. That's right. You're already at the beginner level of the raging waves internal skill. Remember to bring more lackeys to help. From next week onwards, I'll teach you acupuncture techniques, lightness skills, hidden weapons, and some mysterious moves. Also, you have to choose a suitable weapon. There's no one here tonight. You just stay here and cultivate. I'm going out to take care of something. With that, Ling Yan left mansion number 1 and headed straight for Yudingxian. He arrived at exactly 3 in the morning, not a minute more, not a minute less. Now, Ling Yan's dragonfish phantom ability allowed him to travel at least 300 meters. He was truly as fast as lightning, and even the cameras couldn't capture his figure. The Lord of Jade had already made the necessary arrangements. He hadn't touched a single drop of alcohol because of Ling Yan's matter. Now, he was personally waiting for Ling Yan at the entrance of the courtyard. Ling Yan didn't hide his strength anymore. In a flash, he appeared in front of the Lord of Jade and smiled at him. "Boss Jade, have you switched off all the cameras in your shop?" Ling Yan asked telepathically. "According to your instructions, they have all been shut down," the Lord of Jade answered hurriedly, but his eyes were looking around. "Boss Jade, what are you looking at?" Ling Yan asked curiously. You came alone?" The Lord of Jade was puzzled. Ling Yan took away at least 20 tons of green dragon out at sea alone? 20,000 kilograms? How was that possible? "Boss Jade, I'll let you broaden your horizons tonight. However, no matter what you see, you have to keep your mouth shut. Don't tell anyone else about it. Of course, no one will believe you even if you tell them." With that, Ling Yan smiled at the Lord of Jade and appeared beside the green dragon out at sea. At the 14th minor realm of the stellar condensation technique, one arm had at least 3,000 kilograms of strength. 2 arms combined would be 6,000 kilograms. This was pure strength, with the yin-yang harmony balance at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 8, each arm had at least 1,000 kilograms of strength. At the same time, this was the strength of an ordinary Xianxia realm level 5 expert. Just like that, Ling Yan circulated the yin-yang harmony balance to the extreme, and both arms had 8,000 kilograms of strength. However, this wasn't enough. Ling Yan still needed to use the Dragon Elephant Divine Force. The Dragon Elephant Divine Force could allow the cultivator to unleash 1 to 10 times their original strength in a short period of time. The exact number depended on the cultivator's aptitude, perception, and environment. However, the Dragon Elephant Divine Force was a secret combat technique that could activate the hidden potential of the human body. This had nothing to do with the cultivator's realm. As long as he learned it, he could use it. With Ling Yan's aptitude, he could definitely increase his strength by 10 times if he used the Dragon Elephant Divine Force. This was one of his biggest trump cards, and he had never used it before. Tonight, Ling Yan decided to use the Dragon Elephant Divine Force in order to take away the green dragon out at sea. Ling Yan circulated the stellar condensation technique, yin-yang harmony balance, and Dragon Elephant Divine Force to the extreme at the same time. Then, he flew up and pushed the upper half of the green dragon out at sea lightly. Woo! As the Lord of Jade exclaimed in shock, the green dragon out at sea boulder fell with a loud thud and smashed heavily onto the ground. The Lord of Jade covered his mouth with both hands. He was so nervous that he forgot to breathe. The speed at which the green dragon out at sea fell was very fast, but Ling Yan's falling figure was even faster. He had already landed on the ground, and with a light push of his hands, he lifted the green dragon out at sea into the air. If it were anyone else, even a Xiantian stage 7 expert, they would have been smashed into meat paste by now. Kacha, kacha. Even though Ling Yan used the light body technique with all his might, the green dragon out at sea was simply too heavy. The granite floor beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. Ling Yan thought to himself that it was quite heavy. At this moment, even Ling Yan didn't dare to breathe or speak. If he did, he would definitely be smashed by the green dragon out at sea. Ling Yan began to search along the body of the green dragon out at sea in search of the center of gravity. The center of gravity was, of course, near the base. Unfortunately, it was 3 meters in diameter, and Ling Yan couldn't lift it at all. Ling Yan didn't dare to hesitate as he gently placed the 8-meter green dragon out at sea on the ground. Then, he floated to the side of the base. Curling his fingers into claws, Ling Yan aimed at the position and used all his strength. His hands instantly reached the base of the giant rock, all the way up to his forearms. "Rise!" Ling Yan shouted in his heart. At the same time, he used all his strength to raise the green dragon out at sea vertically above his head. Ling Yan had used 7 times the dragon elephant divine force just now. His body's potential burst forth, and he had finally exhausted himself. This required an explosive force. If you wanted to lift something that weighed 50 kilograms, you had to explode with strength that far exceeded that in an instant. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to move it. Less than 20,000 kilograms. Only when Ling Yan raised the green dragon out at sea above his head did he realize that it wasn't as heavy as he had imagined. The heaviest part of the green dragon out at sea was only about the height of a person from the base. Going further up, due to the rapid thinning, the dragon head was only 6 meters long and weighed less than 5 tons. It was lighter than he had imagined, and Ling Yan was much more relaxed. He even had the energy to use his qigong. When he lifted the 8-meter green dragon out at sea and leaped over the wall, he even smiled at the Lord of Jade, who was sitting on the ground in shock. Ling Yan didn't return to Mansion No. 1 while lifting the green dragon out at sea that weighed more than 10 tons. Instead, he went around Nangui Peak and climbed up from the back of the mountain to the crater. When he was very close to the crater, Ling Yan used the momentum of his running to throw the green dragon out at sea boulder into the crater. Bang! Following an earth-shattering sound, the green dragon out at sea was sunk into the crater. To Ling Yan, the crater was undoubtedly the best place to hide this treasure. Phew! 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 Ling Yan was exhausted, and he fell to the side of the crater with a pale face. He didn't even have the energy to look at where the green dragon out at sea was. Phew! I can't do this more than once. Ling Yan knew that he had overexerted himself. This time, he had overexerted himself. He would need at least a week to recover completely. Ling Yan took out the dragon's saliva and drank a few mouthfuls. Using the spiritual energy from the dragon's saliva, he sat cross-legged and meditated. He only stood up after circulating his true qi 12 times. If I want to take the green dragon out at sea out, I'll have to wait until Qi Cultivation Stage 7 and learn the most basic mountain moving technique, Ling Yan muttered to himself as he looked at the glowing surface of the crater. After learning the mountain moving technique at Qi Cultivation Stage 7, the 10-ton boulder was like child's play to Ling Yan. Moreover, Ling Yan had already forged a spatial ring with enough space. As long as he entered the crater and put the green dragon out at sea into the spatial ring, it would be effortless for him to take it out. Ling Yan guessed that the green dragon out at sea must have something to do with dragons. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to absorb the dragon's saliva. It was precisely because of such an important treasure that he spent a lot of effort to convince the Lord of Jade to part with it. Of course, the repayment he gave to the Lord of Jade was equally generous. After resting for half a day, Ling Yan left the crater and went to the Heaven Yang grass, Earthine grass, and Dragon Saliva grass to absorb some spiritual energy to replenish himself. Time passed unknowingly, and Ling Yan finally stopped his cultivation when the sun rose from the east. He rushed towards Mansion No. 1. When he returned to Mansion No. 1, Ling Yan realized that Tai Xiaohu was still meditating. He didn't disturb Tai Xiaohu. Instead, he went straight into the living room and took out the divine willow wood. What surprised Ling Yan was that the divine willow wood didn't show any signs of wilting even after staying in the spatial ring for such a long time without air, water, or sunlight. It was still full of vitality and overflowing with spiritual energy. Moreover, those tender buds seemed to have grown quite a bit. Some were even showing signs of sprouting leaves. Let's see if you still want to drink blood. Ling Yan cut his finger lightly and fed the divine willow with some blood. This time, the divine willow would only sucked a small amount of Ling Yan's blood. So there's a time when you're full. Ling Yan laughed and muttered to himself as he put the divine willow wood into the spatial ring. He then took out the Black-Yellow Sutra. Black-Yellow. I have to study this properly. Ling Yan wanted to practice it, so he began to study it seriously. Very quickly, Ling Yan memorized the Black-Yellow Sutra by heart. After trying to cultivate it once, a trace of black-yellow true qi appeared in his energy center, This black-yellow true qi is the energy of heaven and earth. Ling Yun muttered to himself, unable to hide the surprise in his eyes. When the sky was completely bright, Ling Yun walked out of the living room and woke up Tai Xiaohu, who was immersed in cultivation. The two of them went out for breakfast, and Ling Yun prepared to go to school. To be continued. Big brother Yun, I have something to talk to you about. During breakfast, Tai Xiaohu scratched his head for a long time as he stuttered to Ling Yun. Seeing Tai Xiaohu turn from a 2-meter-tall man into a shy lady, Ling Yun chuckled. We're brothers, just tell me directly. Why are you thinking so much? In the past, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu spoke to Ling Yun naturally without any scruples. They treated Ling Yun like friends and brothers. However, as Ling Yun's performance became more and more outrageous, the way they looked at Ling Yun became more and more different. Even though their brotherly relationship became more sincere, there was an additional sense of reverence in their eyes. Ling Yun understood that it was reverence that came from their bones. These two brothers looked at him as if he was a god. However, he didn't like this feeling. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to be friends anymore. Whether it was Tang Meng or Tai Xiaohu, Ling Yun treated them like brothers who had gone through life and death together. Between the two of them, one was in charge of the legal side while the other was in charge of the underworld side. Up until now, Ling Yun had never asked about how much money Tang Meng had in his hands. He had also never looked at Green Dragon's assets and accounts. On the night of the Qingming festival, the three of them went through life and death together. In the eyes of others, the value of a person's life might be different. However, in the eyes of each person, their own life was the most important. Ling Yun was indeed making Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu work for him. To an outsider who didn't know what was going on, it seemed as though Ling Yun was high and mighty while Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were working for him wholeheartedly. For example, on the night before the opening of Ling Yun's clinic, one of the 5 nouveau riches, Haozi, mentioned this. Even though he didn't say it explicitly, everyone could tell that Haozi was implying that Tang Meng was Ling Yun's dog. However, only Ling Yun knew that the things Ling Yun made them do were the most meaningful to the three of them. They could bring the most benefits to the three of them. A person could only do one thing at a time. Would he choose to eat, sleep, play cards, watch movies, chat online, or play games? Or would he choose to study, work, earn money, and cultivate? For example, yesterday afternoon, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu followed Ling Yun to the antique market. How much did they earn? How much did Tang Meng's net worth increase by? Last night, in the wee hours of the morning, under Ling Yun's guidance, Tai Xiaohu had mastered the Raging Wave's internal skill and successfully advanced to Ho Tian Realm Level 4. He had officially stepped into the world of cultivators and looked down on mortals from then on. What did the 5 hedonistic sons do yesterday? What did I get this time? Dandan was still playing online games at home, Haozi and Brother Fei were still eating, drinking and having fun, and Chick was still flirting with his third-rate female celebrity. Although Abing had great ambitions, he couldn't find a chance to show off his skills. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu naturally understood this as well. That was why they followed Ling Yun with all their hearts. They were at Ling Yun's beck and call. They were happy to be his chauffeur and to run errands because they knew that following Ling Yun would bring them a bright future. Of the 7 tigers of Qingshui, when the 5 hedonistic sons were still living a life of luxury, Tang Meng was already on equal footing with the most influential people in Qingshui City. This included the head of PetroChina, China Mobile, the 4 big banks, Song Jingyang, Moron Wencher, the Lord of Jade. He had followed Ling Yun for less than 2 months, but he was already miles ahead of the 5 hedonistic sons. How exciting was this kind of life? However, it was also because Ling Yun's performance was too heaven-defying that the 2 brothers were still mortals. They could not fear humans, but they would fear God. In their eyes, Ling Yun was a godlike existence that could not be blasphemed. This kind of relationship had long surpassed the brotherhood and loyalty of friends. How could they still be on equal footing? Tang Meng's character was there. His performance was still a little lacking. However, Tai Xiaohu was indebted to Ling Yun for teaching him. Both of them were friends on the surface, but in reality, they were master and disciple. Therefore, Tai Xiaohu's respect and reverence for Ling Yun was simply immeasurable. He had long given his life to Ling Yun. If he could have another life, he would have given it to Ling Yun without hesitation. Ling Yun understood the logic behind this. but he was powerless to change it. It was lonely at the top. Big Brother Yun. I don't want to be in charge of Green Dragon anymore. I feel that it's too tiring. I can't focus on my martial arts at all. I want to focus on my martial arts. Moreover, with my character, I can fight and fight with my life, but to let me manage such a huge business, it's really, Tai Xiaohu seemed to be really under pressure. He could not hold it in any longer and blurted it out in one breath. After listening to Tai Xiaohu's story, Ling Yan laughed. He knew that letting Tai Xiaohu take charge of Green Dragon was indeed forcing a duck onto a perch. It was difficult for him. That was because Green Dragon was not an ordinary underworld. It was a huge, complicated business group that wandered in the gray area. Its profits were shocking. The boss could easily earn at least 300 million a year, and this did not include the status and influence that came with it. This required a very strong and shrewd person. Not only did he have to understand the rules of the underworld, but he also had to know how to negotiate and manage. He also had to be steady and ruthless enough to control the hundreds of underlings of Green Dragon. He also had to have enough time and energy to deal with the matters of Green Dragon. Tai Xiaohu was a martial arts fanatic. He only loved to fight and train. After seeing how strong Ling Yun was and how far he was getting from Green Dragon, he had even less desire to manage it. Therefore, today, Tai Xiaohu took this opportunity to speak his mind. Alright, since you don't want to manage it, then find someone to replace you. Is there anyone suitable in Green Dragon? Ling Yan was very straightforward. He knew that Tai Xiaohu was really out of ideas. No, and I don't feel at ease handing it over to someone else. Tai Xiaohu said with a frown. Hee, Big Brother Yun, I think Tang Meng can definitely do this job. Why don't you let him be the boss of Green Dragon? Tai Xiaohu said sneakily. Ling Yan laughed out loud. Tang Meng? Originally, he was really willing to go because of the 300 million. But now, even if you beg him, he won't go. Of course, Ling Yan knew that Tang Meng was qualified to be the boss of Green Dragon. However, Ling Yan had a principle for Tang Meng, and that was not to let him get involved in the underworld. Moreover, Ling Yan's clinic had received billions of yuan worth of assets. Yesterday at the antique market, he had gotten so many raw jade gemstones. Tang Meng was too busy to deal with all these things. He was already exhausted. How could he have the energy to manage Green Dragon? The sudden windfall made Tang Meng dizzy. The most important thing in his mind now was how to turn the wealth in Ling Yan's hands into a huge profit chain as soon as possible. He had to let the money flow and generate more wealth. Anything else was out of the question. However, Tang Meng was only an 18-year-old kid. Even though he was knowledgeable and smart, he was still too young and inexperienced. There was no way he could handle Ling Yan's wealth. Ling Yan was confident that Tai Xiaohu wouldn't be the only one complaining to him. Tang Meng would come looking for him very soon. Xiaohu, bear with it for another 10 days to half a month. I'll help you think of a solution when I'm free. Ling Yan thought for a while as he looked at Tai Xiaohu, who was staring at him helplessly. Ling Yan didn't have a good candidate at the moment. Tai Xiaohu grinned when he heard that he had to bear with it for another 10 days to half a month. He was about to explode from the fact that Ling Yan was looking for his signature every day. Big Brother Yun, you have to be quick. I want to focus on my martial arts. Tai Xiaohu begged with a bitter face. Alright, I'll do it as soon as possible. Ling Yan knew that Tai Xiaohu was at his limit. He could only nod and ask, Xiaohu, you have to answer me seriously. Do you want to take the college entrance examination? Do you want to go to university? If Tai Xiaohu said yes, Ling Yan would definitely think of a way to get him into university. Even Yanjing University wouldn't be a problem. Tai Xiaohu was so scared that he waved his hands and snorted. I won't go even if I die. I won't take the college entrance examination either. Big Brother Yun, I don't want to do anything now. I just want to focus on my martial arts. When you go to university in Beijing, I'll be your chauffeur. Ling Yan almost choked on his water when he heard that. He was speechless. F***ck, you're really ambitious. You're going to be someone else's chauffeur instead of being the boss of Green Dragon, Tai Xiaohu chuckled. I'm willing to be Big Brother Yun's chauffeur for the rest of my life. Even though Ling Yun was still laughing, his heart was warm. Of course, he didn't need Tai Xiaohu to be his chauffeur for the rest of his life. Once he reached Qi Cultivation Stage 4, he would be able to fly. Even though he couldn't fly too far in one go, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fly around Xianxia City twice. Since you don't want to take the college entrance examination, I won't worry about it for you. Just focus on your martial arts. I'll bring you to the pinnacle of martial arts. Tai Xiaohu was inexplicably touched when he saw that Ling Yun still cared about him, a useless student, despite being so busy all day. It was worth dying 1,000 times for a big brother like him. Big brother Yun, I'll definitely work hard. Tai Xiaohu was determined and excited. I believe you'll succeed. Ling Yun said with a smile. His eyes were resolute and full of confidence. Who should take over Tai Xiaohu's management of Green Dragon? However, Ling Yun started to worry again. Ling Yun thought of Dao Yong, but he immediately ruled him out. He could tell that Dao Yong had lost his vigor. He only had the drive and the drive. Such a person wasn't useful. Ling Yun couldn't think of a suitable candidate at the moment. He could only give up for now. Are you full? Yes. Let's go then. I'll go to school for lessons. You can go and do your own things. Oh right, if you want to cultivate, don't think about anything else. Go to mansion number 1 to cultivate. It's the fastest there. Got it, big brother Yun. The two of them got up and left as they spoke. Today was the 4th update. This was the first update. I'm only a few more monthly votes. Can't I make it? Begging for monthly votes. To be continued. Ling Yan found a secluded spot near Qingshui High and parked his car. Then, he walked out of the school. He did not enter through the main gate but instead, climbed over the wall. F***ck, I'm just here to attend school. Why are you acting like a thief? It's been a long time. Ling Yan jumped in from the sports field as it was the closest to his classroom. He could not help but sigh as he looked at the lively students exercising on the field. Indeed, it had been a long time. Ever since the incident in the principal's office, Ling Yan had not stepped into grade 12 class Xianxia classroom. It had been more than a month since then. It was now the 22nd of May. There was still half a month's time before the college entrance examinations. Ling Yan wanted to spend these 2 weeks in school. Zhang Ling had made it very clear to him that college entrance examinations could not be achieved by just relying on one's heaven-defying memory. Even for liberal arts, there was still English, listening, language, and composition. Furthermore, history and politics, as well as some large-scale comprehension questions and analysis questions, all of which required targeted revision. Ling Yan's problem was not that he could not remember. It was that he had memorized too much and understood too much. The problem was how to use it. For example, the composition for language, comprehension questions, and analysis questions for history and politics. Take politics as an example. Every country's politics classes served to strengthen its own political regime. This was especially the case for the college entrance examination. No matter how much you memorized and understood, how could your thoughts be the opposite of what was written in the textbooks? For example, if there was a question in the politics paper about how to maintain the stability and unity of the country's political power, Ling Yan's answer would be, the strong rule. This was a 100% chance of getting a 0. Not only would he get a 0 for this question, but the entire paper might even become invalid. You have to follow what is taught in the textbook and what the teacher has told you. You are not allowed to have your own ideas and opinions. This was the only way to get a high score. That was exam-oriented education. Ling Yan had long understood this. Hence, he had to compromise for the sake of getting a high score. Ignoring all the shocked, excited, and surprised gazes, Ling Yan walked across the sports field to the east building. He climbed up the stairs and calmly walked into grade 12 class Xianxia classroom. Ling Yan is in class. When the students of grade 12 class 6 saw that Ling Yan had returned to the classroom, they all stood up from their seats and saluted him with their eyes. After entering the classroom, Ling Yan stood at the entrance with a charming smile on her face. Her gaze swept across her classmates in grade 12 class 6. He saw Miao Xiaomiao, Zhang Ling, Long Wu, Zhang Dong, Chai Hanlin, Gu Yuanlong, Sha Guoxing, Jiao Meng, and even Xianxia. There were more than 40 students in the class, but Ling Yan could only call out their names. Up until now, he didn't know most of them. In fact, he didn't even know Miao Xiaomiao and Long Wu. As his gaze swept across all the students, his eyes paused on Miao Xiaomiao, Zhang Ling, and Long Wu. He even used telepathy to greet them. Then, Ling Yan returned to the corner at the back of the classroom and deliberately squeezed in from behind Long Wu to sit in his seat. Then, he was completely stunned. What are these things? Ling Yan looked at his desk drawer. It was stuffed full of envelopes. Many of them even fell out of the drawer and piled up like fallen leaves under his desk. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Long Wu giggled. You're so stupid. This is a love letter that you received, ugh. Ling Yan was speechless. How could there be such things in this world? Couldn't she just tell him if she liked him? There was no need to write love letters. It was so troublesome. Hey, Long Wu, why didn't you throw them away? Ling Yan asked a little angrily. Why wasn't Long Wu jealous? Could it be that the sun rose from the west? Long Wu giggled and shook her head shyly. A love letter is a token of my sincerity. How would I dare to throw it away? That's illegal. Ling Yun nodded. Then, he began to sweep through the letters. He used his left hand to sweep through a large area. Wherever his palm passed, he stored all the love letters into his spatial ring. Not a single one was left behind. This time, Long Wu's expression wasn't so natural. She stretched out her fair and delicate hand and secretly pinched Ling Yan's waist. You really accepted it? A love letter is a token of my sincerity. Ling Yan replied with a smile. Humph. I'll deal with you tonight. Long Wu glared at Ling Yan fiercely. Then, she said, hurry up and study. Just like that, Ling Yan began his study for the day. Using his strong divine sense and his yin-yang eye, he read at an astonishing speed. He flipped through the pages quickly and had a photographic memory. Long Wu didn't know that Ling Yan had divine sense and X-ray vision. She thought that Ling Yan was just playing around. At first, she tolerated it, but in the end, she couldn't take it anymore and asked, Hey, please, what can you learn from reading like this? It was impossible for Long Wu not to be angry. In the end, Ling Yan felt that it was too troublesome. He flipped through 10 pages at a time. Whether it was a textbook or revision material, a book with more than 300 pages only took him at most 20 times to memorize the contents of the book. Then, he threw the book aside. Pick any page and ask me any question that I've read. See if I can answer them. Ling Yan turned to look at Long Wu and smiled proudly. Long Wu didn't believe him. She randomly picked a few books and flipped to a random page. After asking Ling Yan a few questions, Long Wu was dumbfounded. It was just like when Ling Yan picked the raw jade stone yesterday. He didn't miss a single one. His answers were all correct. The only thing missing was the punctuation marks. Come, these are the revision materials that I prepared for you. I'll give them all to you. Seeing that Ling Yan was almost done reading all the books on his desk, Long Wu pushed all the new exercise books, mock college entrance examination papers, and standard answers onto Ling Yan's desk. Of course, Long Wu didn't need to participate in the college entrance examination. The revision materials that she bought were all prepared for Ling Yan. It was Ling Yan's turn to be dumbfounded. In the following days, Long Wu transformed into a workbook addict. She went in and out of the Ziyuan bookstore in front of the school every day. She became a busy mover. The only thing she didn't do was to move the bookstore to Ling Yan. However, Ling Yan could go there even if Long Wu couldn't move there. This continued until Ling Yan had memorized all the college entrance examination materials in the bookstore. Long Wu was only one of them. There was also Zhang Ling, the form teacher, Kong Xiuru, the language, mathematics, history, geography, and politics teachers, and Ning Lingyu. Ling Yan had completely become a pitiful learning machine. Ling Yan didn't reject anyone. He learned whatever was taught and learned whatever could get him a high score. After the college entrance examination, he decided to selectively forget all the rubbish knowledge that he didn't need. He wanted all of it to roll out of his mind. If he still couldn't get into Yanjing University, Ling Yan might as well kill himself with a piece of tofu. Classes in the classroom gradually became Ling Yun's norm. He didn't miss a single lesson. When there was nothing else to learn, he would silently cultivate to recover his exhausted energy. He would consolidate his cultivation and wait for the opportunity to break through to physique tempering stage 9. For days after Ling Yun returned to school, he made a move on the two vice principals, Wang Weiqing and Xiao Fenghua. These two vice principals deserved to be unlucky. Ling Yun had discovered their affair and trapped them in Xiao Fenghua's bed. He had caught them in the act. Ling Yun called Tang Meng over and used his phone to record the affair. He posted it on the internet and caused an uproar in the school. The two of them were completely ruined by Ling Yun. They didn't even have the chance to work in education anymore. Both of them admitted their mistakes and resigned. Even Xie Zhenting and Lu Qingtian were implicated to a certain extent. Kang Xiaoru took over Qiao Fenghua's position as vice principal. Her position in Qingshui High was second only to Principal Zhang. However, this position was still just a stepping stone. Ling Yun's goal was to make Kang Xiaoru the leader of Qingshui City's Education Bureau. Ling Yun also fulfilled his promise. He personally visited Principal Zhang's house and cured his myopia and cervical spondylosis. Principal Zhang was extremely grateful for this. Kang Xiaoru's phobia had indeed rebounded. She didn't even let Ling Yun touch her anymore. Furthermore, it didn't seem to be just because of her phobia. Ever since the opening of the Ordinary People's Clinic, there seemed to be an invisible gap between Kang Xiaoru and Ling Yun. This gap had nothing to do with Ling Yun. It was Kang Xiaoru's own problem. Ling Yun knew that she was feeling inferior, but he didn't deal with it. He continued with his studies while she continued with her lessons. When their eyes met in the classroom, Kang Xiaoru's gaze would be like a startled rabbit. She would avoid his gaze hurriedly. This made Ling Yun laugh in his heart. We'll talk about it after the college entrance examinations. Ling Yun thought. On Friday night, Ling Yun had completely replenished the energy he had used to transport the green dragon out at sea. His mental state had climbed to its peak again. Cui Lao had long since recuperated. He drank a big bowl of dragon saliva that Ling Yun gave him and broke through to the Xiantian realm. Cui Lao had been suppressed at the half-step Xiantian realm for 18 years because of his hidden injuries. This breakthrough was no small matter. With Ling Yun's help, he broke through to the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 2. At this point, Cui Lao became the number one person in the Ling family other than Ling Yun. His strength surpassed the current head of the family, Ling Yun's uncle, Ling Zhen. Cui Lao came from the godly knife sect and loved to use knives. Ling Yun taught him the celestial destroyer technique, which made him even more powerful. At this time, Ling Yun started cultivating the Black-Yellow Sutra. There was another type of true qi in his body, the Black-Yellow True Qi. There was one time when Ling Yun lost himself in cultivating the Black-Yellow Sutra. He realized that his Black-Yellow True Qi could actually resonate with the Earth Emperor's book. When Ling Yun activated the Black-Yellow True Qi, he felt that the Earth Emperor's book seemed to have opened a page. Second chapter. The pace is already very fast. Please support me with your monthly votes. The plot in Qingshui City is about to end. Please support me with monthly votes. To be continued. Luckily, I took a look. This Black-Yellow Sutra isn't any weaker than the yin-yang harmony balance. It can actually resonate with the Earth Emperor's book. After discovering this, Ling Yun was glad but also afraid. At the same time, he was confused. Wasn't the Ling family a secular family? How could there be such a powerful and heaven-defying cultivation technique? Moreover, the family's inheritance was actually the mystical divine willow wood. Ling Yun had already retrieved the piece of divine willow wood from the Qingshui Wharf Villa and stored it in his spatial ring. When Ling Yun first saw the piece of divine willow wood that Qin Chuyue had left for him, he realized that it was also a piece of withered wood. It was exactly the same as the one that Cui Lao had given him. Even the length and thickness were the same. The only difference was that this piece of wood had never been watered by the Ling family's bloodline, nor had it been nourished by the Black-Yellow True Qi. This piece of wood was completely charred and had no buds. It was just like a fire stick. Of course, these problems weren't a problem for Ling Yun at all. With his previous experience, he found a deserted mountain at night and used his own blood to water the divine willow tree. At the same time, he used his Black-Yellow True Qi to nourish the divine willow tree. that wasn't all. Ling Yan even used the supreme green the arch art to help this divine willow would sprout and grow leaves. The divine willow would require a lot of spiritual energy. Naturally, the Earth Emperor's book had to help out generously. What happened next was exactly the same as the first time. Finally, the second piece of divine willow wood had also sprouted branches and leaves. It was full of life, and the wood spiritual chi was strong. Ling Yan could even feel the connection between the two pieces of divine willow wood, which made him both shocked and excited. With the help of the Earth Emperor's book, Ling Yan had cultivated the Supreme Green Emperor art to the third minor realm of the fifth stage. He could finally accelerate the growth of plants on a large scale and shorten the growth period of plants in the world. With the powerful wood spiritual energy released by these two pieces of divine willow wood, Ling Yan no longer needed to search for wood spiritual energy. Of the 5 elements spiritual energy, wood spiritual energy was guaranteed. With the support of the wood spiritual energy, Ling Yan's cultivation of the Supreme Azure the Arch art would naturally progress at lightning speed. Because of this incident, Ling Yan felt that the barrier to physique tempering stage 9 had finally loosened a little. This was a pleasant surprise for him. The chi condensation stage was just around the corner. There was still a week before the college entrance examination. After the desperate sprint of the third year of high school had reached its peak, they finally began to relax. If the zither string was too tight, it would break. Things would move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. All the students who had participated in the college entrance examination had this experience. This was something that the school was also very experienced in. Therefore, in this last week, although learning was still intense, the school no longer created that kind of tense atmosphere. They no longer put pressure on the students who were working hard and began to manage them like a sheep. The last week was actually a week to adjust one's state. In this week, memorizing a few more words or doing one more test paper was far less important than adjusting one's state for the upcoming college entrance examination. In other words, now, as long as you can adjust your state of mind, you can study in the classroom, at home, or in the dormitory. Even if you don't study, you can stroll on the streets. You can do whatever you want. The school doesn't care. Anyway, the college entrance examination was just around the corner. This Sunday, Ling Yan brought Ning Lingyu back to Qingshui Wharf Mansion No. 9. Come in and try it on. Does it fit? As soon as Ling Yan returned home, Aunt May brought 2 sets of clothes for Ling Yan to try on with a face full of love. These weren't ordinary clothes. They were made from the golden black devilish silk that Cui Lao brought over. Aunt May took the initiative to make them for Ling Yan after he cut the fabric. Clothes, pants, a vest, underwear, and even a scarf and a mask. Other than shoes and socks, there were 2 complete sets of clothes for Ling Yan. Ling Yan carried a set of black clothes and entered the house in a flash. He quickly put them on and walked out. Wow! Big brother is so handsome. Ning Lingyu's dreamy eyes turned into a heart shape in an instant, and her pretty face blushed inexplicably. Rascal, he really does look like one. Qin Dongshua's beautiful eyes wandered as she stared at Ling Yan, who had changed into the clothes. Her cheeks were also flushed red. Fitting, really fitting. This child is a natural clothes rack. Ling Yan stood there with a handsome posture in the black clothes. Aunt May was all smiles and couldn't stop praising him. It's because Aunt May's cooking is good. Ling Yan chuckled like a child. Aunt May's needlework was indeed good. Qin Chuyua's culinary skills and needlework were all inherited from her. Auntie May, please make 2 sets for my auntie and Lingyu too. Oh right, please make 2 sets for Xian Er and 2 sets for yourself too. There was still a lot of the golden black devilish silk that Cui Lao brought for Ling Yan, enough to make 10 sets of clothes. These 2 sets were enough for him to wear, and the rest were useless. Aunt May was elated to see that Ling Yan was thinking of her. Alright, we'll make all of them. But I don't need it, it's a waste to wear this. I wonder if auntie likes to wear black. Qin Dongxua liked the color white. Even at night, she was still dressed in a spotless white robe. I'll wear it for self-defense first. After the college entrance examinations, I'll find white silk for auntie. Ling Yan chuckled. Rascal, you have to keep your word. Qin Dongshua's beautiful eyes flashed. In the end, Qin Dongxua only asked for 1 set of clothes. Ming Lingyu and Bai Xian'er took turns wearing them. Qin Dongxue was still at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 4, while Ming Lingyu had broken through and stabilized at Hotian Realm Level 4 with the help of the Stellar Condensation Technique and the Omnipotent Water Control Technique. With Lingyun and Qin Dongshua's guidance, her foundation was solid. As for Bai Xian'er's realm, Lingyun didn't know. Bai Xian'er herself didn't know either. Lingyun only stayed in school until Wednesday. After Wednesday, he didn't go to school at all because it was no longer necessary. 5 days before the college entrance examinations, Lingyun spent the rest of his time visiting people. He used a basketball-sized piece of imperial green jade to get the Lord of Jade to find the best sculptor to make more than 10 sets of jewelry, bracelets, rings, necklaces, and earrings. Each set consisted of 4 pieces. Those that needed to be paired and those that needed to be inlaid were inlaid. The first house was undoubtedly Tang Ming's. Old Master Tang Guangqi, was old. Even though he wasn't deaf or blind, he was still suffering from the 3 Highs syndrome. Lingyun was naturally responsible for curing him completely. Shang Wenhui was completely stunned by the 2 sets of jewelry that Lingyun had given her. She immediately ignored her own son, Tang Ming, and treated Lingyun with all her heart. That night, she cooked more than 20 dishes in one go, and she even put food into Lingyun's bowl with all her might. This left Tang Guangqi, Tang Tianhao, and Tang Ming speechless. That night, Tang Ming repeatedly reminded Shang Wenhui, "Mom, I'm your biological son." Next, Lingyun went to visit Li Yifeng, the head of Qingshui City. He went directly to his house with Tang Ming. In order to express his gratitude, he not only gave Li Yifeng's wife a set of jewelry, but he also personally nurtured Li Yifeng's body. After that, Lingyun also visited the 5 old men who were on good terms with miracle Dr. Shui. He didn't give them jewelry, but health. When Lingyun entered the house, each of the 5 old men had their own ailments. When Lingyun left, all of their ailments were naturally healed. Lingyun also went to his former neighbor, Li Hongmei's house. He gave Li Hongmei a house and 2 million yuan. Li Hongmei was so excited that she wanted to kowtow to Lingyun. Lingyun had no intention of spreading the news, but this matter was still known by some of the neighbors on Linjiang Road. Their eyes were red with envy, and their hearts were filled with regret. If they had known earlier, they would have built a good relationship with Qin Xiuyue. Then, Lingyun went to Lu Li's house and gave her mother-in-law, Mrs. Li, a set of imperial green jewelry. He also left a fist-sized imperial green jade for Li Jian, the 8-month-old baby in Lu Li's stomach, and a check for 20 million yuan. Tang Ming was afraid that old Madame Li didn't know the value of these things and would be cheated again. Therefore, he simply told Lu Li's family that the things Lingyun gave them were worth 200 million yuan. This shocked the 3 members of the Li family. At the same time, old Madame Li immediately understood that Lingyun wasn't here for her daughter-in-law. That was because her daughter-in-law wasn't worth that much money. "Child, from the looks of it, you're leaving Qingshui City? Are you here to say goodbye?" Old Madame Li saw the clues and asked Lingyun. "After the college entrance examinations, I'll leave Qingshui City for a period of time. I'll go for a walk during the summer holidays." Lingyun answered with a smile. "You're not coming back?" "Old Madam, you're thinking too much. My roots are in Qingshui, so of course I'll come back. Don't listen to Tang Ming's nonsense. Those jewelry can't be used as money, they're just a memento. The 20 million yuan is for your living expenses. That way, you guys can live well, and I'll feel at ease when I'm not in Qingshui City," Lingyun explained with a smile. Lu Li's eyes were red and glistening with tears, but Lingyun pretended not to see it. The last place Lingyun went to was the Zhuang family. Zhuang Tianda's family of 3 was there, and Zhuang Meina was overjoyed. What made her the happiest was that the admission ticket had been issued. She and Lingyun would be taking the exam in the same venue. Lingyun gave 2 sets of jewelry to Zhao Baomen and 1 to Zhuang Meina. Then, he asked about Zhuang Meifeng. There was still no news of Zhuang Meifeng, and the whole family was silent. "You don't have to worry about the Sun family, they'll be gone soon." This was the sentence Lingyun left for Zhuang Tianda before he left. It was a simple sentence, but it shocked Zhuang Tianda. On the 5th of June, all the grade 12 students were on holiday in preparation for the college entrance examinations the day after tomorrow. For the past half a month, the weather in Xianxia City wasn't good. It was rainy all day, but even though the weather was troublesome, the temperature was maintained at around 30 degrees Celsius. It wasn't too hot, and it was beneficial for the students taking the college entrance examinations. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day before the college entrance examinations. It was the 6th of June. The third update. There's still one update after midnight. Isn't this fast enough? Seeking monthly votes. To be continued. Xianxia Villa District, Mansion Number 1. That's weird. It's been raining for more than half a month. Why is it suddenly sunny when it's time for the college entrance examinations? Xianxia was sweating profusely after breakfast. She couldn't help but frown as she stared at the glaring sunlight in the living room. Second miss, as the saying goes, the weather in June is like a child's face. If you think the sunlight is too glaring, I'll go close the curtains. Aunt May smiled at Xianxia as she cleaned the table. She knew that Xianxia hated hot weather. I'm fine, but there are 2 people in our family who are going to take the college entrance examinations. Xianxia took on the responsibility of taking care of Lingyun and Minglingyu since Xianxia wasn't around. It was her sister's wish for them to get into college, so Xianxia naturally attached great importance to this matter. Whether they could get into college was one thing, but whether they could get in was another. Because the college entrance examinations were in Xianxia City, Xianxia and Aunt May moved to Mansion Number 1 the day before yesterday in order not to affect Lingyun and Minglingyu. Xianxia Wharf Mansion was more than 30 kilometers away from Xianxia City. It was simply too far. In a corner of the courtyard, under the scorching sun, Lingyun squatted beside the Xianxia herb and carefully collected the spiritual liquid that was formed from the spiritual energy released by the Xianxia herb. He carefully stored the jade box filled with spiritual liquid into his spatial ring. This was already the 6th box of spiritual liquid that he had collected. After storing the spiritual fluid, Lingyun placed the 7th jade box with the spirit gathering formation beside the Xianxia herb. He would collect it the next day. Looks like I can collect at least a dozen boxes of spiritual fluid. That's much better than I expected. Lingyun muttered to himself. There were 7 stalks of Xianxia herb, and each stalk had 7 leaves. It grew by absorbing the essence of the sun during the day. It was considered fully mature when there were 7 yellowish-brown spots on each leaf. Therefore, when transplanting the Xianxia herb, he planted it in the most sunny spot in the courtyard. It had been more than 2 months since Lingyun discovered the Xianxia herb. As the Dragon Boat Festival approached, the Xianxia herb was about to mature. This Xianxia herb already had 5 yellowish-brown spots on its 49 leaves. If it wasn't for the rain and lack of sunlight for the past half a month, it would have already ripened. Originally, Lingyun had already decided that if the weather continued to be so gloomy and the Xianxia herb still couldn't mature by the end of the college entrance examinations, he would use the Supreme Green Emperor art to accelerate its ripening. However, he didn't expect the sun to rise today. Furthermore, the sun was scorching hot. This made him overjoyed. When the Xianxia herb was fully matured, the spiritual energy that leaked out would be very strong. However, it could only last for 7 days. If it was not picked and used in time, it would completely wither after 7 days. The spiritual energy would be gone and it would be no different from a normal withered flower. Compared to the original Xianxia herb, this one had undergone a complete transformation. That was because Lingyun injected a strand of immortal spiritual energy into it when he transplanted it. The immortal spiritual energy of the Emperor brush, its spiritual energy and the liquid formed from it all carried the aura of the pure yang immortal spiritual energy. Lingyun wanted to make use of the 7 days when the Xianxia herb matured to cultivate the divine yang cultivation technique. Only then would Lingyun pluck it and refine it into a Xianxia pill for breaking through to the qi cultivation stage. Lingyun looked up at the dazzling sun and murmured, "As long as the weather is good these few days, my Xianxia herb will mature in 4 to 5 days. How perfect." The college entrance examinations lasted for 2.5 days, on the 7th, 8th, and the morning of the 9th. Lingyun's Xianxia herb would mature by the time the college entrance examinations ended. He could then concentrate on cultivating the divine yang cultivation technique. Don't forget about my heaven yang grass, earthine grass, and dragon saliva grass. Lingyun couldn't help but remind himself. Actually, he couldn't forget them even if he wanted to. That was because Ling Yun still needed the spiritual energy from these herbs to break through to the qi cultivation stage. Hey, rascal, aren't you tired of the heat? Why are you staring at a bunch of grass under the sun? Qin Dongxue sent a telepathic message to Ling Yun while sitting on the sofa in the living room. Oh, I'll be going in soon. Ling Yun replied casually. Qin Dongxue pursed her beautiful lips as Ling Yun returned to his room. Did you not grow up in the world? Going out to sunbathe right after eating? Ling Yun chuckled. This temperature is nothing to me, I can't feel the heat at all. Actually, to Qin Dongxue, who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 4, 36 to 37 degrees Celsius was nothing to her. She just hated this temperature, not that she was afraid of it. Qin Dongxue laughed. Alright, I know you're good. Hurry up and change. Do you want Lingyu to wait for you? Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu had agreed to go to Qingshui 5th High School to identify the exam venue today. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu would come to pick them up in a while. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu gave up on the college entrance examinations directly. Tai Xiaohu was too lazy to enter the examination hall, while Tang Meng's reason was that he was too busy. Ling Yun calculated the time and felt that Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu should be arriving soon, so he went back to his room to change. When he came out, Ning Lingyu was already waiting for him in the living room. She was wearing a snow-white dress as she sat on the sofa next to Qin Dongxue. The two of them were like a pair of fairies from the heavens who had descended to the mortal world, noble and holy. Ning Lingyu wasn't nervous at all even though the college entrance examinations were tomorrow. She had started cultivating and came into contact with a more mysterious and wonderful world. She could now be indifferent to things like the college entrance examinations in the mortal world. She would take it as fulfilling her duties and putting a full stop to her years of hard work. Lingyu is getting prettier and prettier. Ling Yun chuckled as he walked down the stairs. His handsome eyes could not help but look at Ning Lingyu, who was sitting on the sofa. Ning Lingyu's face was red, but her heart was filled with joy. Big brother, it's so hot today. Why are you wearing so much? Ning Lingyu asked softly. Ling Yun wore a white shirt, a pair of jeans, and a pair of casual shoes. It was very simple, but very chic. He had an inexplicable charm to him. It's okay, your big brother's cultivation technique won't make me feel hot even if it's 10 degrees higher. Ling Yun smiled faintly. The family chatted for a while before a car engine sounded outside the courtyard. Ling Yun didn't need to look to know that it was Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao. He immediately went out to welcome them with a smile. Big brother Ling Yun. Shui Mining jumped out of the Ferrari and rushed into Ling Yun's arms the moment she saw him. Miao Xiaomiao was wearing an emerald green dress, looking fresh and elegant. She followed behind Shui Mining with a smile on her face. Miao Xiaomiao didn't even have a school registration, so she naturally didn't need to participate in the college entrance examinations. Why are you here, Ning Er? Ling Yun asked with a smile as he hugged Shui Mining lightly. I'm going to accompany you to the examination hall. Really? Shui Mining knew that Qin Dongxue was in the house, so she didn't dare to be too intimate with Ling Yun. She only said a few words to Ling Yun before running into the living room. Hello, Auntie. Shui Mining greeted Qin Dongxue obediently with a blush on her face. Ning Er and Xiaomiao are here? Have a seat, Qin Dongxue said with a smile. Mansion number 1 became lively very quickly. A few minutes later, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu each arrived in a car. Ling Yun didn't let them get out of the car. He informed Qin Dongxue and walked out with Ning Lingyu, Ning Er, and the rest. Under Tang Meng's warm invitation, Ling Yun and the rest got into his car. Tai Xiaohu followed behind. The two cars turned around and drove out of the mansion. Tang Meng, turn down the air conditioner. We're all wearing dresses, Shui Mining shouted at Tang Meng the moment she got into the car. The air conditioner in Tang Meng's car was turned up too high due to the hot weather. Okay. Tang Meng could only do as he was told. Big brother Yun, I'm very familiar with 5th High School. Dandan went to 5th High School. Their enrollment rate is slightly lower than First High's, but their school is much better. It's like a university. Tang Meng turned off the air conditioner and said to Ling Yun. How far is it? Ling Yan asked casually. It's about 7 to 8 kilometers away from mansion number 1. If we drive fast, we'll be there in 5 minutes. The 2 cars arrived at 5th High School in no time. Of course, it was already the holidays, but there were students everywhere. They were all here to familiarize themselves with the examination hall. There are so many people, it's the same for First High now. We're all familiar with the examination hall. Tang Meng chuckled. After finding a place to park, everyone got out of the car. Ling Yan looked in the direction of 5th High School before saying to Ling Yu, let's go take a look at your examination hall first. Even though Ling Yun and Ming Lingyu's examination hall were not in the same classroom, they were in the same building. Moreover, they were quite close to each other, with only 2 classrooms separating them. The admission ticket was based on the student ID. Zhuang Meina and Ming Lingyu were in the same class. Since Zhuang Meina was in the same classroom as Ling Yun, Ming Lingyu would naturally not be too far away. The doors of the examination hall were open for students to enter and exit. Ling Yun sent Ning Lingyu to her examination hall and got Miao Xiaomiao to accompany her to familiarize herself with the classroom. Then, he went to look for his examination hall. Qi Xiaoqing, I knew you would come to the examination hall today. Let's go, I'll bring you in. Let me tell you in advance, I'll be sitting behind you for the examination hall this time. When Ling Yun arrived at the entrance of his examination hall, he realized that there were many people gathered there. There were parents and students. It was so crowded that not even a drop of water could pass through. Li Tian, don't go overboard. An angry female voice could be heard. Ling Yun frowned slightly as he used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. He saw a beautiful girl in plain clothes being dragged into the examination hall by a rich young master who was dressed in branded clothes. To be continued. Don't go overboard? Am I going overboard? That's right. Haha. Li Tian ignored Qi Xiaoqing's struggle. The more she struggled, the more Li Tian enjoyed it. He almost hugged Qi Xiaoqing in his arms and smiled lewdly. Qi Xiaoqing, now that we've graduated, let's see how your form teacher is going to save you. I've been chasing you for a whole year. You don't want to be my girlfriend, and you still want to sit for the college entrance exam comfortably? Let me tell you, as long as I'm here, don't even think about getting into any university. Li Tian smiled maliciously as he pushed Qi Xiaoqing into the examination hall. Qi Xiaoqing's eyes were filled with tears of humiliation and despair. She struggled in embarrassment and anger, wanting to break free from Li Tian's embrace. However, she knew that even if she could break free from Li Tian's clutches, she wouldn't be able to escape today. That was because Li Tian had 5 burly men with him. At this moment, all the students and parents in and out of the classroom were dumbfounded by this scene. Some were furious, but no one dared to step forward. Ling Yun frowned and shook his head. He immediately walked into the crowd and pushed aside the crowd in front of him. He strode into the classroom. Stop. Ling Yun said lightly to Li Tian as soon as he entered the classroom. Li Tian half carried and half pushed Qi Xiaoqing into the classroom. Seeing that no one was stopping him, he became even more arrogant. His hands started to become naughty, and he wanted to take advantage of the time when the 2 of them were hugging each other to get his hands on Qi Xiaoqing. However, at this moment, he heard a faint shout to stop him. He immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. Brat, who are you asking to stop? Li Tian said angrily as he looked at Ling Yun with disdain. I'm asking you to stop, let go of her. Ling Yan's lips curled into a bright smile. Ha 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 ha. Li Tian laughed maniacally as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He pointed at Ling Yun and said, I really didn't expect someone to want to be a hero and save a damsel in distress these days. With that, Li Tian snorted coldly and grinned, Brat, why don't you ask around who I am? How dare you interfere in my business? At this time, Shui Mining, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu also squeezed through the crowd and entered the classroom. Li Tian was stunned when he saw Shui Mining. He then turned his head to look at Qi Xiaoqing and thought to himself, what a lucky day. I've met yet another exquisite beauty. I heard that you scolded the neighbor next door. Tang Meng couldn't hold it in any longer as he saw Li Tian calling him a brat. The 5 burly men snorted angrily and silently stood in front of Li Tian, but they didn't make any further moves. Ling Yan raised his hand and stopped Tang Meng. Then, he smiled at Li Tian and said, "Then who are you? Can you tell me? I'll see if I dare to interfere." Li Tian thought that Ling Yan was scared stiff. He smiled smugly and said, "Kid, have you heard of Xianxia Ninth High? Do you know who you should never offend in Xianxia Ninth High School? Who is it?" Ling Yan asked with a smile. "It's me, Big Brother Tian." Li Tian stuck out his right thumb and pointed at the tip of his nose arrogantly. "Oh, so it's Big Brother Tian. I've never heard of you before." Ling Yan pretended to be enlightened as he repeated the sentence. With that, Ling Yan took a step forward and said to Li Tian in a low voice, "Let go of her. I'll only give you 10 seconds. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." I don't know where this idiot came from, but he actually dares to ruin my plans. "You guys, go and beat this brat up for me. Beat him to death." Li Tian didn't care about Ling Yun anymore. He turned around and was about to grope Xiaoqing again. Bam 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 bam, 5 consecutive dull thuds could be heard. The 5 bodyguards beside Li Tian had already been beaten to the ground by Tai Xiaohu. They rolled and crawled on the ground as blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Ling Yan stood at the same spot and didn't move at all. He was still grinning as he looked at Li Tian, who was dumbfounded and turned around again. His face was pale with fright. "Look, they don't seem to be listening to you. They're all lying on the ground." Ling Yun chuckled. "Shouldn't you let go of this classmate now?" Li Tian had already let go of Xiaoqing involuntarily when he saw that something was wrong. Xiaoqing immediately broke free from his embrace and rushed to Ling Yan's side. You guys dare to hit my people?" Li Tian muttered. Ling Yun was amused. "Yes, of course I dare. Not just them, I even dare to hit you." Before Ling Yun could finish his sentence, Tai Xiaohu had already kicked away the 2 bodyguards who were rolling on the ground and came to Li Tian's side. Li Tian shrank back in fright and took a step back. Then, his face turned pale and he said fiercely, Do you know who I am? Didn't you just say that you're Li Tian from 9th High School? Big Brother Tian. Ling Yun said calmly. I'll tell you guys, my father is. Li Tian said hurriedly. Pa. A crisp slap rang out. Ah. Li Tian held miserably and immediately covered his face. He had been slapped senseless, and only after a while did he feel that something was wrong with his mouth. He opened his mouth and spat out some blood and a few teeth. It doesn't matter who your father is. Even if your father is the king of heaven, you're still going to get beaten up today. Hit him. Tang Meng had already rushed forward impatiently under Ling Yan's command. He directly gave Li Tian a flying kick. Bam! Li Tian was kicked in the chest by Tang Meng. Even though Tang Meng did not know any martial arts, he was tall and strong. He used all his strength to kick Li Tian. Li Tian staggered a few steps back and crashed into the podium. Only then did he stop with a groan. Kid, accept your fate. Big Brother Yun said that he's going to hit you. Even the gods can't save you. Tang Meng immediately rushed forward and started slapping Li Tian's face left and right. The loud slaps sounded like firecrackers. Tai Xiaohu wanted to step forward to help, but he couldn't. Li Tian couldn't even dodge. In the end, he could only roll his body to the ground and hug his head with both hands. However, Tang Meng didn't let him go. He continued to kick Li Tian until he was so tired that he could only pant. Tai Xiaohu, it's your turn. I'm so tired. Tang Meng stopped. Don't hit me. I was wrong. I apologize. I won't do it again. Li Tian's face was bruised and swollen. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes had already turned into panda eyes. He hugged his head with both hands and begged for mercy. Who are you apologizing to? Ling Yan hugged Ning Er's shoulder and asked Li Tian with a smile. With you, *T. You have to apologize to this classmate. Ling Yan glanced at Xiaoqing. Her body was trembling, and her eyes were filled with even more fear. Thank you. Thank you. I don't need him to apologize. Xiaoqing said with fear in her eyes. Ling Yan smiled and looked at Qi Xiaoqing. Why? Qi Xiaoqing lowered her head and mumbled. Her body was trembling, but she didn't dare to say anything. Needless to say, she was definitely afraid of Li Tian's revenge. Ling Yan was even more furious. He thought to himself, how evil must this grandson of Li Tian be to scare people to this extent? He couldn't help but think of Go Junfa and Xie Zhenyan. Li, hurry up and apologize to this classmate. Otherwise, I'll cripple you today. Li Tian didn't dare to be rude because he realized that his 5 bodyguards were still lying on the ground. They couldn't even stand up. Yes. I'll apologize. Qi Xiaoqing, I was wrong. I've let you down. Please let me go. Tang Meng kicked him as if he was kicking a dead dog. Do you know how to apologize? Kneel down and apologize. Ah. Li Tian was completely dumbfounded. He had never kowtowed to anyone other than his parents during the Lunar New Year. What ah? Hurry up. Tang Meng said as he went up and gave him 2 more kicks. Competing to be a nouveau riche? Who was more arrogant? In the entire Jiangnan province, who could be more arrogant than Ling Yun, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu? The 3 nouveau riches of Qingshui were so scared by Ling Yun that no one knew where they were hiding. There wasn't even a trace of them. Li Tian took another 2 kicks from Tang Meng and gritted his teeth in pain. He didn't care about anything else and immediately kowtowed to Qi Xiaoqing in apology. Tang Meng waited for him to finish apologizing before chuckling. Let me guess what you're thinking now. You're thinking about how to take revenge on us after you leave, but you don't know our names, right? Li Tian wanted to say something but was stopped by Tang Meng. You don't have to say it. Even if you say it, you won't mean it. I don't believe you. Let me tell you, we're all from Qingshui. If you want to take revenge, go to Qingshui and find out who Tang Meng is. Then, you can do whatever you want. As for this female classmate, if you dare to pester her again, I'll teach you a lesson. Take your people and get lost. As he spoke, Tang Meng raised his right hand and lightly slapped Li Tian's face twice. Even though it wasn't heavy, it was still a blatant humiliation. Li Tian finally had a chance to escape. He didn't care about the 5 bodyguards around him anymore and scrambled out of the examination hall. She held Qi Xiaoqing's hand and said, Classmate, don't be afraid. If that bad guy dares to bully you again, just tell us and we'll definitely make him pay. But his family is really powerful. Qi Xiaoqing thanked Ling Yun and the rest while her face was full of worry. Seeing this, Ling Yun laughed and said, Xiaohu, give her a contact number. Also, send a few brothers to protect her during the college entrance examinations. Ling Yan's words were equivalent to giving Qi Xiaoqing a protective talisman. Tai Xiaohu nodded immediately. Tang Meng, send someone to 9th High to find out where this Li Tian came from. *CK, how dare he be so arrogant in broad daylight? This is a little too much. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he ignored the stunned and apathetic audience and walked straight to his seat. Ling Yan's seat was in the middle of the entire classroom. To be continued. Ling Yan saving Qi Xiaoqing was as easy as lifting a finger. He didn't take it to heart at all. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Ling Yan stood at his desk for a while, wondering where Zhuang Meina was sitting. However, he wasn't in a hurry. As long as he was in this classroom, no matter where he was, his divine sense would be able to envelop the entire classroom and even the corridor outside. Before leaving, Qi Xiaoqing thanked Ling Yan with a blushing face. Ling Yan only smiled faintly and wished her success in her college entrance examination. Then, he threw the matter to the back of his mind. Since they knew where the examination venue was, their mission for the day was complete. Ling Yan got Tai Xiaohu to send the frightened Qi Xiaoqing back. He brought Ning Er and Tang Meng along with him and met up with Ning Lingyu, who had also finished looking at the examination venue. Soon, they left Qingshui. Ling Yan returned to Mansion No. 1 in Qingxi District and found many people at home. Lin Menghan, Long Wu, Yao Rou. They knew that Ling Yan was going to take the college entrance examinations tomorrow, so they all came to cheer him on. Ling Yan stopped cultivating and even called Bai Xianer, who had been cultivating like crazy, to bring everyone to Shangri-La. They ordered a table full of dishes and had a big meal. The day passed in an atmosphere of laughter and happiness. On the first day of the college entrance examinations, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu arrived at mansion number 1 early in the morning to pick up Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu. This time, Qin Dongxue tagged along. It was even hotter than yesterday. The rising sun was like a huge fireball, spewing out flames that scorched the earth. Everyone was sweating profusely. It was better than taking a sauna. When they arrived at Qingshui 5th High again, Tang Meng drove them straight to the examination hall. Everyone got out of the car. Qin Dongxue reminded Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu, just like any other parent. No matter what, you have to do well since you're going to take the exam. Don't let my sister down, understand? Ling Yun chuckled when he saw Qin Dongxue being so serious. Don't worry, auntie. I promise I'll give you the highest score and be the top scorer, alright? You're the biggest today. Try to be the top scorer in the entire country. Qin Dongxue smiled brightly. She looked like a fairy in her white dress. It's difficult, but I can give it a try. Ling Yun said proudly. As he spoke to Qin Dongxue, he noticed Cui Lao in the distance and knew that Cui Lao was concerned about him. Thus, he sent a telepathic message to Cui Lao, telling him not to worry and to return to his cultivation. This was the Ling family's young master taking part in the college entrance examinations, and it wasn't a trivial matter. How could Cui Lao be willing to leave? Cui Lao didn't want to leave, so Ling Yun didn't say anything else. He nodded at Cui Lao and walked towards the examination venue with Ning Lingyu. Actually, it wasn't just Cui Lao. Many people wanted to accompany Ling Yun for the exam today, but Ling Yun didn't want to cause too much trouble. Hence, he rejected all of them. He had many more important things to do after the exam. Lingyu, will the temperature today affect your performance? Ling Yun asked as he walked. Ning Lingyu shook her head. Perhaps it's because of the stellar condensation technique. I don't feel that hot, Ling Yun chuckled. You're already at the 5th minor realm of the stellar condensation technique. This temperature shouldn't affect you. Ning Lingyu's cultivation speed was absolutely terrifying. Ever since she learned the stellar condensation technique, it only took her half a month to reach the 5th minor realm. She was already on par with Qin Dongxue. Even so, Ning Lingyu didn't delay her cultivation of the omnipotent water control technique. She could enter Hotian realm level 5 at any time, although this had something to do with Ning Lingyu's immortal spiritual body. The fact that she was able to cultivate so quickly also had a lot to do with her exceptional perception. The two of them went upstairs and prepared to enter the examination venue separately. Ning Lingyu suddenly stopped in her tracks and gently bit her lower lip. She shyly raised her head and said, "Brother, I know that the college entrance exams are nothing to you and you don't care about them. But, for the sake of Mom and me, can you please get the best results you can?" Ling Yun laughed and said, "Of course. Otherwise, wouldn't I have wasted the last 2 weeks? Don't worry, Lingyu, Big Brother will do his best." Ling Yun thought about it and suddenly said, "Why don't we have a competition to see if you, the former top student, score better, or if I, the last student, score better?" Ning Lingyu became excited. Her face flushed red. "Sure, then, what happens if the loser?" Ling Yun didn't expect a bet. He scratched his head and said, How about this, when the results are out, the one with the lower score will tell the one with the higher score a secret. What do you think?" Ling Yun's identity as a descendant of the Ling family couldn't be revealed yet. He wanted to tell Ning Lingyu after the college entrance examinations were over and he had gone to Beijing to meet his grandfather, Ling Lai. Unexpectedly, Ning Lingyu's face turned red after hearing Ling Yun's words. Her heart was beating like a drum, and even her breathing became heavier. Ning Lingyu's thoughts were off. What was Ning Lingyu's biggest secret? "Lingyu, what's wrong?" Ling Yun asked anxiously, thinking that Ning Lingyu was feeling unwell. "I'm fine." Alright, Big Brother, you have to keep your promise," Ning Lingyu said shyly, not daring to raise her head. Ling Yun laughed and lightly scratched Ning Lingyu's pretty nose. "Of course, let's see who wins." The two separated. Ling Yun watched as Ning Lingyu walked towards the examination hall before he turned and walked towards his own examination hall. "Ling Yun." Zhuang Meina came too. She had already noticed Ling Yun, but she didn't call out to him since he was talking to Ning Lingyu. Hee, I'm really lucky to be in the same examination hall as my sister-in-law. Ling Yun came to Zhuang Meina's side and said with a smile. Zhuang Meina immediately frowned. I've already said that my sister isn't married to you yet. Who's your sister-in-law? However, Zhuang Meina's heart was filled with sweetness. At least Ling Yun didn't purposely ostracize her since the opening of the clinic. Even though their relationship was lukewarm, Zhuang Meina was already very satisfied. Actually, Zhuang Meina had underestimated Ling Yun's breadth of mind and her position in Ling Yun's heart. Ling Yun was a cultivator and a man. There was no need for him to make life difficult for a 17 or 18-year-old girl over such a trivial matter. Furthermore, Zhuang Meifeng's position in Ling Yun's heart was extremely important. She was taken away by the old nun from the Tranquil sect because of Ling Yun. Even if the Zhuang family had let Zhuang Meifeng and Ling Yun down, Ling Yun wouldn't be so heartless as to leave Zhuang Tianda and his family alone. Your sister will marry me sooner or later. Ling Yun's expression gradually became serious as he thought of Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meina ignored Ling Yun's words. She lifted her head to look at Ling Yun and said, Ling Yun, how confident are you in getting into Yanjing University? You even bet 100 million with them. Of course, Zhuang Meina was referring to Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa. However, she couldn't wait to chase after Ling Yun. How would she dare to mention Xie Zhenyan's name in front of Ling Yun? Ling Yun chuckled. Of course I'm 100% confident. Oh right, if you're willing to call me brother-in-law now, I can help you with any questions you don't know about Chinese, mathematics, and foreign languages during the college entrance examinations. How about that? Zhuang Meina was a science student. In order to compete with Ning Lingyu for the past 3 years, she had put in a lot of effort in these 3 subjects. Therefore, her grades were excellent. However, her weaknesses were Chinese and foreign languages. Hearing that Ling Yun was going back to the topic of calling her brother-in-law, Zhuang Meina wanted to refute him on the spot. However, she changed her mind and looked at Ling Yun suspiciously. Lowering her voice, she asked Ling Yun, big brother, this is the college entrance examinations. Do you have a way to cheat? Ling Yun blinked. I have a way, I don't believe you. Zhuang Meina said. Ling Yun laughed. Think about it carefully, before you make a decision. Anyway, it will only be good for you. There's no harm in it, Zhuang Meina thought about it. She recalled Ling Yun's miraculous performance at Qingshui Wharf Mansion. She recalled Ling Yun's miraculous medical skills when he opened his clinic. Big sister trusts him so much. How can I not? Zhuang Meina had an idea in her mind. However, her face turned red. She turned her head and looked around. Seeing that the students were busy revising, she immediately lowered her voice and said, Brother-in-law. The more a brother-in-law teased his sister-in-law, the more interesting it was. Ling Yun was so happy that he agreed happily. He then said, just do the questions as you should. If there's anything you don't know, just give me the secret signal. Oh right, which row are you sitting in? Zhuang Meina felt that Ling Yun had taken advantage of her. She seemed to be enjoying the current situation with Ling Yun. She said shyly, 3rd row in front, 2nd table on the left. Don't worry, I'll help you when the time comes, even if it's composition. Ling Yun thought to himself. In the past 2 weeks, Ling Yun had memorized tens of thousands of excellent compositions. It was a piece of cake. Also, if it's an English test, you don't have to listen to it. Just do the questions at the back. I'll tell you the answers. Zhuang Meina calling him brother-in-law made Ling Yun very happy. He might as well help her to the end. Brother-in-law, how are you going to tell me? Zhuang Meina asked curiously. 1,000 miles telepathy. Ling Yun said mysteriously. Zhuang Meina was shocked. However, at this time, the invigilator called for the candidates to enter the venue. The 2 of them could only stop talking and pack up to enter the venue. Ling Yun also saw Qi Xiaoqing from yesterday. Even though this girl was dressed simply, she was really beautiful. She had an aura of spirituality and was even more beautiful than Yao Rou. The candidates took their admission passes and entered the venue one by one. Some were calm, some were nervous, and some were excited. Ling Yun was very calm. He was the last to enter. However, just as he was about to enter the door with his admission pass, he was stopped by the invigilator. Wait. To be continued. Ling Yan stopped and looked at the invigilator. Student, isn't this you? It's me, this really isn't you. Look at how fat this face is in the photo. You're too thin, this is really me. I went on a diet. Ling Yan explained seriously. Lost weight? As far as I know, the photos on the admission tickets were all taken in the middle of March, right? How could you lose so much weight in 2 months? The invigilator did not believe him at all. In fact, Ling Yan had already noticed this problem when he received his examination permit. Ling Yu had asked him to inform the school, but Ling Yan did not take it seriously. Hence, the current situation. Teacher Wang, take a look. Is this student the same person as the one in the photo? The invigilator held up Ling Yan's examination permit with both hands and looked at it carefully. He could not make up his mind. Teacher Wang took Ling Yan's examination permit and compared it repeatedly. He frowned and said, "Look at the outline and eyes. They do look alike, but the difference is too big. This comparison of fat and skinny, and this skin color, they're definitely not the same person. You're the substitute, right?" The two invigilators could not be blamed for making a mistake. The difference between the photo and the real person was too big. At least 9 out of 10 people would not believe that this was the same person. In the past, Ling Yun was at least 210 kilograms. The current Ling Yun was at most 160 kilograms. Even though Ling Yun was fat before, his face was sallow and his eyes were swollen and lifeless. Now, Ling Yan's skin was fair and crystal clear with a faint luster. His eyes were like the dazzling stars in the dark night. His gaze was firm and bright, and there was a charming dimple on his left cheek. If it weren't for the fact that Ling Yun looked somewhat similar to Ling Yun and was very likable, the two invigilators wouldn't have bothered wasting their time on him. They would have used him as a substitute. Student, how can you prove that you are the person in the photo? The first invigilator asked Ling Yun after taking another look at the examination permit. I can prove it. Zhuang Meina walked out of the classroom and said directly to the two invigilators, he and I are both from number 1 middle school. I can prove it for him. We can also prove it for Ling Yun. Another 7 or 8 students stood up in the classroom. They were all from Xianxia High, and there were even a few from Ling Yan's class. They were assigned to the same examination hall. The two invigilators looked at each other in shock. If he was really the same person, wouldn't his weight loss speed be too fast? However, even if she had lost weight, what was wrong with her skin? She didn't even put on any makeup. How did it suddenly become so white? However, from the looks of these students, none of them seemed to be lying. This put the two teachers in a difficult position. They felt that the matter was very thorny. If they really colluded, then this matter would be huge. If they let Ling Yun in, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. However, since a student had come out to prove it, if it was really the same person, they would not be able to bear the responsibility if it affected Ling Yun's exam. Classmate Ling Yun, do you have a better way to prove your identity? This matter is very important, we have to be careful. Teacher Wang said with a serious expression. Ling Yun didn't have any enmity with the invigilators, so he didn't want to make things difficult for them. He thought for a while and said, how about this, I'll name a few people. See which one you know. If you can trust him, I'll call him over and let him testify for me. How about that? The two invigilators weren't from Xianxia High. If they were, they would have let him in a long time ago. After hearing Ling Yun's words, they thought to themselves, what a braggart. We know a few people? You're too awesome, Ling Yun smiled faintly. Then, a few names came out of his mouth. Principal Zhang of Xianxia High, Xianxia City's Public Security Bureau Chief, Xianxia City's Municipal Committee Secretary. After saying that, Ling Yun looked at the two dumbfounded invigilators and said lightly, which one do you believe? Who do you think you should believe? I'll call him over immediately and see if he can testify for me. The two invigilators were dumbfounded. After recovering from the shock, they looked at each other before looking at the students who testified for Ling Yun with questioning eyes. Believe him, he can really get them here. If you don't believe him, you can ask him to make a call, he can really get them here. Many students laughed. Who in Xianxia High didn't know about Ling Yun? Zhuang Meina glared at Ling Yun before walking out of the classroom. She pulled Teacher Wang aside and whispered, "Teacher, let me tell you the truth. I'm the chairman of the Zhuang Medical Group, the daughter of Zhuang Tianda. This is my admission ticket. You better believe me. He can really get those people here, and he'll be here very soon." Teacher Wang was shocked. He glanced at Ling Yun and asked in a low voice, "Those people will come? Just for him?" Zhuang Meina smiled and nodded. 100%. Furthermore, he won't be substituting for you. If he's not happy, you might even lose your invigilator rights. If you still don't believe me, you can ask Ling Yun to make a call. You can talk to the person on the other end of the line and you'll understand. Teacher Wang was shocked. What kind of person was this high school student? He had never heard of any big shots in the province with the surname Ling. Let me look at the photo again. They do look alike, just a little thinner. Look at the eyes and eyebrows. It's really the same person. No problem, he's not a substitute. The two invigilators didn't dare to gamble. Moreover, they were running out of time. They simply changed their words at the same time and invited Ling Yun into the classroom. Ling Yun sat down in his seat. He saw Zhuang Meina turn around and give him a look. It was obvious that she was asking him how he was going to thank her. Ling Yun smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. He noticed that there was an empty seat in the classroom. In front of that seat was Qi Xiaoqing. Li Tian didn't come. It's so hot today, there's no air conditioning in the classroom. It's so hot, there's air conditioning, but it can't be turned on because it's too noisy. I'm afraid it'll affect my performance. It's so hot, it'll affect my performance even more. How unlucky. It's been cloudy for half a month. It's always been cool, but now it's time for the college entrance examinations. Why is the sun out? The temperature was 38 degrees Celsius. There were 40 candidates in the classroom, and every one of them was sweating profusely. Ling Yun thought to himself, count yourself lucky to be in the same examination hall as me. He silently activated the yin-yang harmony balance, and the chill in his body slowly flowed out. Soon, the temperature in the room dropped by 10 degrees. Originally, Ling Yun could have dropped the temperature in the room by 10 degrees in an instant. However, he was worried that the students would catch a cold, so he used himself as an air conditioner to slowly cool the classroom down. Oh my God, why is it so cool? Is the air conditioner on? Comfortable, too comfortable. This kind of temperature is suitable for the college entrance examinations. Cool. Too cool. Everyone exclaimed. They couldn't believe what they were feeling. It was too shocking. Even though it wasn't cool, it was a very comfortable temperature. It was even cooler than the usual cloudy days. Ling Yun laughed in his heart. At the same time, he noticed the look in Zhuang Meina's eyes. It was a look of fanatical worship. With the ringing of the bell, the college entrance examinations finally began. Thousands of soldiers and horses were crossing the bridge of a single log. Everyone was working hard towards the ivory tower in their hearts. The first subject was, of course, language. Ling Yun scanned the paper with his divine sense and saw all the questions. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he saw the essay. He had memorized many similar essays before, so any one of them wouldn't be too bad. As for the questions in front, not only had Ling Yun memorized all the language textbooks, but he had also memorized the Chinese dictionary and idiom dictionary. It was incomparably easy. To put it bluntly, Ling Yun even knew the 4 ways to write fennel. I told you it's child's play. Ling Yun muttered in disdain. What was left was writing. This was Ling Yun's forte. His handwriting was very beautiful. He didn't need to practice calligraphy to be better than any calligraphy master. He was a cultivator, and his Taoism was natural. Ling Yun integrated his swordsmanship into his calligraphy, and every stroke revealed a sharp sword intent. His words almost flew off the paper, and the sword intent crisscrossed. It was super cool. Not only was it good, but it was also fast. Because he had his divine sense, he didn't need to look at the questions at all. He had the answers in his head, so he could hand in the paper in only 1/3 of the time. At most, they'll deduct a few marks from my essay. Ling Yan threw his pen away and smirked. That was indeed the case. Ling Yan's language was only 2 marks away from full marks. He lost marks on his essay. There was still 2/3 of the time left, so Ling Yan wasn't in a hurry to leave. He scanned Zhuang Meina's paper with his divine sense and spoke to her telepathically. Sister-in-law, do the questions as you should. Don't make any strange movements, they can't hear what I say. Now, I'll say it. Just write down the answers. Don't worry, I guarantee it won't be wrong. Zhuang Meina was extremely shocked, but she still listened to Ling Yan. Without raising her head, she listened to the answers to each question and started answering them. After answering all the questions, Ling Yan told her to put her essay aside for now. Then, he corrected all the questions that she had answered wrongly, giving her an hour to write her essay. Ling Yan even helped with the essay. He read one sentence and Zhuang Meina wrote another. Very quickly, 800 words were completed. Such cheating in the college entrance examination was definitely unprecedented. Big Brother Yun was the first. After Zhuang Meina finished all the questions, Ling Yun didn't bother with her anymore. He locked his divine sense on Qi Xiaoqing's paper and was shocked. Qi Xiaoqing was also a liberal arts major. Ling Yun compared her answers and realized that other than the essay, the answers were almost identical. Gosh, this girl is really good at studying. Ling Yun couldn't help but admire her. It seemed like there were really people who were good at studying. The college entrance examination lasted for 2.5 days. The sun shone brightly, and the temperature was over 38 degrees Celsius. Every examinee was in the sauna in the examination hall. Only Ling Yan's examination hall was extremely cool and comfortable because he acted as an air conditioner. All the examinees performed extremely well. No matter which subject it was, Ling Yan was the first to finish the paper. Then, he started to help Zhuang Meina cheat. The two of them cooperated seamlessly. Zhuang Meina's college entrance examination results were more than enough to enter Beijing's Huaqing University. During the 3 years of high school, Zhuang Meina was completely suppressed by Ning Lingyu. The moment the college entrance examination results came out, Ling Yan returned all of that to her. On the morning of June 9th, Ling Yan's high school career came to an end with the ringing of the bell. To be continued. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. I wish all my readers a happy Mid-Autumn Festival, family reunion, good health, and success. How you please ask for a few monthly tickets. There will be a special thank you chapter tonight. The moment the bell rang to signify the end of the last exam, Ling Yan used his divine sense to expel all the knowledge that he had learned in order to get high marks out of his mind. Only when all the rubbish knowledge was gone did Ling Yan leave his desk with a smile. Humph. Thoughts can kill people. Ling Yan snorted coldly, his eyes filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Ling Yan didn't believe in thoughts. He only believed in his heart. Brother-in-law. Ever since Ling Yan tricked her into calling him brother-in-law, Zhuang Meina seemed to have gotten used to it quickly. Every time she called him brother-in-law, she would feel an inexplicable excitement surging in her body. In her dreams, Zhuang Meina imagined herself as Azi from the demigods and semi-devils more than once. She fantasized about a soul-stirring, unparalleled love between herself and Ling Yan. Ling Yan giggled as she looked at Zhuang Meina, who was biting her lips and blushing. Ling Yan purposely asked, "How was the exam? Did you perform well?" "Brother-in-law, you're so mean. The exam is already over, yet you're still teasing me." Zhuang Meina came to Ling Yan's side and boldly took the initiative to grab Ling Yan's arm. She continued to pout, "You know best whether I did well or not. Let's go." With that, Zhuang Meina grabbed Ling Yan's arm and left. She had a bright and sweet smile on her face. Qi Xiaoqing left the classroom early. However, she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she stood by the railing outside the classroom, waiting for Ling Yan to come out. "Ling Yan, thank you." Qi Xiaoqing bowed deeply to Ling Yan as soon as she saw him walk out of the door. This was gratitude that came from the bottom of her heart. Ling Yan looked at this beautiful girl and chuckled. "It's just a small matter. You don't have to thank me over and over again. Congratulations, you did well." Ling Yan was confident that Qi Xiaoqing would get full marks in at least 2 subjects, mathematics and foreign languages. Ugh. Qi Xiaoqing was shocked. Without Li Tian's interference, she had indeed exceeded her usual level. However, how did Ling Yun know? Thank you. Qi Xiaoqing was shocked, but she still thanked him politely. Brother. Ning Lingyu ran over from her examination hall. When she saw Zhuang Meina holding Ling Yan's arm intimately, her face changed. Lingyu, how was the exam? Seeing that Ning Lingyu had come over, Ling Yan did not let Zhuang Meina hold on to him anymore. Very naturally, he pulled out his arm and wrapped it around Ning Lingyu's shoulder. Perform as usual, big brother. Let's go, Auntie and the rest are still waiting for us. Ning Lingyu managed to hide the jealousy in her heart and urged Ling Yan to leave quickly. Oh, okay. Wait for Zhang Ling. She'll be here soon. Let's go together. With that, Ling Yan turned to Qi Xiaoqing and asked, Qi Xiaoqing, do you want me to send you off? Qi Xiaoqing looked at Ning Lingyu deeply and smiled as she shook her head. Thank you, but it's okay. Qi Xiaoqing, who believed that her looks and temperament did not lose to anyone else, was shocked by Ning Lingyu's ethereal temperament. Ling Yun didn't press the issue. When Zhang Ling arrived, the four of them walked down the teaching block together. Finally free. We can surf the internet, chat, watch movies, play games. Sigh, I screwed up this time. I can only choose to repeat and fight next year. After the college entrance examination, the third-year students who had worked hard for a year finally unloaded the heavy burden on their shoulders. They were excited, venting, and discussing to their heart's content. Some were excited, some were crying, and some were disappointed. The students gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to discuss, and the campus was boiling. I've finally graduated. I don't have to read books and do questions like crazy anymore. From now on, I can eat, play, and go shopping whenever I want. I'll throw that damn alarm clock into the cold palace and sleep until I wake up naturally. Zhang Ling gritted her teeth, as if the alarm clock at home was her enemy. Be careful of your body. Ning Lingyu giggled. Zhang Ling was stunned. She stole a glance at Ling Yun and did not dare to say another word. Lingyu, where are you going during the summer holidays? As Zhuang Meina was in the same examination hall as Ling Yun, she was able to meet Ning Lingyu a few times a day. Regardless of whether she was busy or not, she would always talk to Ning Lingyu, deliberately trying to please her. Yes, I'll listen to Big Brother. I'll go wherever he goes. Ning Lingyu replied faintly. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat, but he did not say anything. The most important thing for Ning Lingyu now was to focus on her cultivation and not follow him around. The four of them arrived at the parking lot very quickly. Qin Dongxue was waiting for them there. The car that fetched Zhuang Meina was also parked nearby. Zhuang Meina seemed to be a little afraid of Qin Dongxue. She greeted Qin Dongxue and bid farewell to Ling Yun reluctantly before taking her own car back home. Hee, Big Brother Yun, how did the exam go? Are you confident in getting into Yanjing University? Tang Meng threw away the cigarette in his hand and ran over. He and Tai Xiao, who had been the ones in charge of fetching Ling Yun for the past 2 days. Ling Yun, Ning Lingyu, and Qin Dongxue had been sitting in Tang Meng's car. Only Qin Dongxue and Tang Meng were left in the car. Qin Dongshue's aura was too strong, and Tang Meng did not dare to stay in the car for long. During the exam, Tang Meng could only smoke under the shade of a tree or go to Tai Xiaohu's car to discuss important matters. I'm not the one grading the papers. Who should I ask? Since the exam is over, let's just leave it be. Ling Yun said casually. Don't, we still have 100 million yuan. We can't just throw it away, Ling Yun chuckled. I knew you were worried about the 100 million yuan. Don't worry, we won't lose it. Tang Meng's heart was finally at ease, and he beamed with joy. Alright, stop laughing there. Let's go, we'll talk when we get home. The temperature in Qingshui City was close to 40 degrees Celsius today. Everyone was sweating profusely from the free sauna. Ling Yun didn't want to stay a second longer than necessary. Everyone got into the car and left Qingshui 5th High quickly. They sent Zhang Ling home before returning to mansion number 1. As soon as Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu reached home, they ran to their rooms at the same time to take a shower. On the other hand, Ling Yan came to the side of his shikyu herb. Looking at the leaves of the shikyu herb, he could vaguely see the 7th yellow spot. He collected his spiritual fluid in high spirits. This time, he had collected 2 boxes, the 11th and 12th boxes. This sun is so powerful, it's equivalent to 2, the 7th yellow spot on the Xianxia herb would be fully grown in 2 more days. At the same time, the Xianxia herb would have matured. Ling Yan felt the concentration of spiritual energy released by the Xianxia herb. This time, he put down 3 jade boxes at once and continued collecting spiritual fluid before returning to the house. Aunt May turned the central air conditioning to 23 degrees Celsius. It was neither hot nor cold, and the whole villa was very cool. There was a difference of 16 to 17 degrees Celsius inside and outside the door. This deformed college entrance examination is finally over. So damn troublesome, Ling Yan greeted Auntie May, who was busy making tea, and sat on the sofa with a face full of disdain. Hee hee, big brother Yun, it's worth it to earn 100 million yuan in 2.5 days. We should do more in the future. Tang Meng said heartlessly. Bulge *T, is it 2.5 days? Including these 3 days, it's a total of 20 days. Aunt May brought the brewed tea over and smiled as she watched Ling Yan vent his anger. She didn't say anything else. Ling Yan stopped talking about the college entrance exam after a few words of complaint. Instead, he focused on his thoughts and talked to Tang Meng about serious matters. Both of you are here today. Tai Xiaohu doesn't have the energy to manage Green Dragon now. Tang Meng, have you found a suitable candidate? Tang Meng became serious when it came to serious matters. He scratched his head and said, Big brother Yun, I think there's someone who's quite suitable. Ling Yan was just asking casually. He didn't expect Tang Meng to really find the person. He immediately sat up straight and asked, Oh? You really found the person? Tang Meng nodded. Big brother Yun, Abing has been with me all this time. I think he should be able to do the job. Abing's figure appeared in Ling Yan's mind. He was 1.8 meters tall, skinny, but tall. His eyes were cold, and he always had a cigarette in his mouth. His gaze was sharp, and he was smart and experienced. He was eloquent, but he rarely spoke. He was very steady in his work. You don't say. This kid is quite suitable. Ling Yun muttered. However, he immediately said, however, there are 3 more questions. First, didn't you say that he's the descendant of a soldier? How can a soldier's descendant be a mafia boss? Second, is this Abing loyal enough? Thirdly, with just a few tricks up his sleeves, do you think he'll be able to control the Green Dragon's lackeys who fight and kill at every turn? Ling Yun didn't beat around the bush. Tang Meng chuckled. Big brother Yun, your first question isn't even a question. In China, a person like Abing is the most suitable person to be a mafia boss. He grew up in the military, so he definitely won't have any problems in terms of management. Moreover, it would be easy for him to get his hands on guns. Second, as for the question of loyalty, there's you, Big brother Yun, and Tai Xiaohu. Are you still worried that Abing will play any tricks? The last time the clinic opened, Abing was almost shocked silly. Moreover, I grew up with him. I know him too well. He won't play any tricks with me. Lastly, as for fighting and killing, Abing was often thrown into the Special Forces training camp by his father. The intensity of the training is the same. It's definitely not a problem for him to fight 5 or 6 ordinary people. If he really can't handle it, why don't you teach him a few moves? Ling Yan felt that Tang Meng's analysis was very reasonable. He smiled and nodded. It seems like you've already made up your mind. All right, bring him over tonight. Hee hee, I've indeed made up my mind. I just didn't have the time to tell you. Tang Meng said. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Actually, we're still short of a dozen monthly votes to go up 3 or 4 places in the rankings. For the sake of tomorrow's 6 p.m., I'm begging for a monthly vote. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Xiaohu, bring all of Green Dragon's account books to me tonight. I'll talk to Abing then. If he's qualified to be the boss of Green Dragon, I'll give him all of these account books. Then, you'll take care of him for a period of time. When he's more familiar with the place, you can hand over the authority to him. Yes. When Tai Xiaohu saw that someone was finally going to take over his hard work, he was so excited that he hurriedly agreed. Ling Yan smiled faintly and said, however, the two of you must also have a position in Green Dragon. I think you should be the two elders of Green Dragon. Tang Meng will be in charge of the general ledger, and Tai Xiaohu will be in charge of the torture chamber. Green Dragon was personally founded by Uncle Long. Even though we're in the underworld, other than fighting and killing for territory, we've never done evil things like forcing girls into prostitution or selling drugs. I don't want Green Dragon to change in my hands. Do you understand? Ling Yan's words were very serious. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately agreed obediently. Tai Xiaohu beamed with joy as soon as he finished speaking. He felt as if a huge burden had been lifted from his heart, and he felt a sense of relief that he had nothing to worry about. Actually, even though Tai Xiaohu was tall and strong, he wasn't a fool. In fact, he was extremely smart. He had been in Green Dragon for 3 years and knew its territory, assets, and operations like the back of his hand. If he was willing to put an effort to manage Green Dragon, he would be the most suitable to be the boss of Green Dragon. However, Tai Xiaohu was obsessed with martial arts and swore to follow Ling Yun. He didn't want to be tied to this position. Tai Xiaohu was happy. It was Tang Meng's turn to ask questions. His heaven and earth group still hadn't taken shape yet. Tang Meng smiled at Ling Yun and struck while the iron was hot. Big brother Yun, Tai Xiaohu is comfortable now. What about me? Not to mention the large amount of cash and countless treasures in Ling Yun's hands, just Ling Yun's large amount of assets was enough to give Tang Meng a headache. Among them, the biggest one was naturally the 6 companies that Miracle Dr. Shui gave to Ling Yun, followed by the clothing store opposite the Ordinary People's Clinic and Ling Yun's jewelry business in Qingshui City's antique market. In addition to these, there was also the 100 mu of land in Linjiang district, which was about to start construction. Although Ling Yun said that he would take care of the Ordinary People's Clinic, Ling Yun could throw it aside when he was busy. Tang Meng had to help him take care of everything. Originally, Tang Meng had wanted to set up a film company, a real estate company, and a medicine company. Now that he no longer needed to set up the medicine company, Ling Yun clearly requested that Tang Meng acquire a large metal smelting factory for him. What does a metal smelting factory do? Ling Yun was forging weapons in the city. Of course, he couldn't make a furnace in his backyard and smelt thousands of tons of metal. Not to mention that Ling Yun was far from reaching that level. Even if he did, he would still need a large factory to fool people. At the very least, a large metal smelting factory that produced smoke every day and purchased so many metal materials every day wouldn't arouse suspicion, right? Ling Yun was preparing to forge weapons, so Tang Meng's plans to set up a film company and real estate company could only be put on hold for now. He had to acquire a metal smelting factory for Ling Yun first. With so many things piled up together, how could an 18-year-old brat like Tang Meng, who hadn't even taken the college entrance examination, handle it? Absolutely impossible. Speaking of which, Ling Yan's matters were incomparably simple. He could treat his patients at the clinic if he wanted to. If he was busy, he wouldn't even go to the clinic. Anyway, Miao Xiao Miao and Shui Mining were there to support him. All that was left was to arrange for Tang Meng to purchase medicinal ingredients and metals for him. Medicinal ingredients were used to forge spiritual talismans and pills. Metals were used to forge weapons. Not only did they require a shocking amount of funds, but they also required a large enough warehouse. Ling Yun naturally knew what Tang Meng's problem was. Now that Tang Meng asked him about it, he immediately laughed and said, Tang Meng, I know you're in a terrible mess right now. You have to understand that you can't do everything yourself when you're working for me. Look at how good I am, I have nothing to do. Ling Yun chuckled. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu thought to themselves, Big brother Yun, of course you have nothing to do. Both of us have to do all the miscellaneous work. Of course, neither of them dared to say this out loud. They could only hide it in their hearts. You can't compare to Wang Hanyuan in terms of clothing, you can't compare to Uncle Song and the Lord of Jade in terms of jewelry, and you're worlds apart from Uncle Shui and the Zhuang family in terms of medicine. Tang Meng's face turned red as he listened to Ling Yun's crazy criticism. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. If Ling Yun said a few more words, he would probably cry on the spot. That's because you're not as professional as them. You don't even know anything about it. You're all amateurs. Tell me, how can you not be like a headless fly? Big Brother Yun, what should I do? Tang Meng was really on the verge of tears. Ling Yan laughed and said, don't worry, I've actually told you the solution just now. Even though you don't have those professional skills, you have your own advantages. Tang Meng thought to himself, Big Brother Yun is finally talking about my advantages. So I still have advantages? He immediately removed his hands that were covering his red face and pricked up his ears to listen. You're very good at communication and know how to organize things. You can deal with messy and clueless matters in an orderly manner. That's your biggest advantage. Ling Yan laughed leisurely. That's why I don't need you to be professional. I didn't ask you to follow me to make you suffer. You can leave the clothing to Wang Hongyuan. You can leave the jewelry to Uncle Song and Boss Jade. As for the medicine, aren't the 6 companies doing well? Since I've already signed the contract, we just have to go over and take over. We'll just have to carry on with the original operations. Tang Meng heard Big Brother Yun's words and felt that there was nothing for him to do anymore. He couldn't help but ask, Big Brother Yun, what should I do then? Ling Yan laughed loudly. Organize. After you're done, supervise these professionals and maintain good communication with them. That'll be a great achievement for you. When that time comes, no matter how complicated the matter is, you just need to grasp the direction and make a big move. Then, you can make sure that rewards and punishments are clear. Isn't that easy? If that's the case, you can open another 10 or even 100 companies. There will be professionals to manage them for you. What's there to worry about? Now that I put it this way, you should know what to do in the future, right? Ling Yan laughed. Tang Meng thought to himself, Big Brother Yun is really awesome. However, he still has a big question. But Big Brother Yun, if that's the case, even I don't know anything about it. What if these professionals trick us in the dark? Ling Yan laughed and said nonchalantly, there are no fish when the water is too clear. It's impossible for you to let others gain nothing at all. People will only work for you if they can earn money and gain more benefits by following you. If you want to monopolize everything and leave nothing for others, then you won't be able to do anything. Ling Yan understood human nature too well. He was very clear about it and didn't care about such trivial matters. Of course, even though Uncle Tang's identity is there, you're the one managing everything on my side. Other people definitely won't care about you. Therefore, there's a prerequisite for doing this. At this point, Tang Meng understood. Of course, there was a prerequisite. That prerequisite was Ling Yan himself. After all, Ling Yan was telling Tang Meng one thing. Ling Yan's assets and money were all in Tang Meng's hands. Tang Meng was Ling Yan's spokesperson, whether it was Song Jingyang, Yu Xingjin, Wang Hongyuan, or the Shui family's assets, they were willing to listen to Tang Meng only because of Ling Yan. As long as they didn't break the law, anyone could offend Tang Meng and ignore him. However, who would dare to ignore Ling Yan? Who would dare to look down on Ling Yan? In the next 2 days, you'll take over all the assets I have now and establish your Heaven and Earth group. You don't have to look at me. The Heaven and Earth group is yours. You're the person in charge. I definitely won't get involved. When Ling Yan saw Tang Meng staring at him with sparkling eyes, he hurriedly shook off all thoughts of himself. He would never go and suffer that kind of pain. Then, I'll greet all these people and tell them that everything related to me will be handed over to you. They'll treat you like a treasure, trust me. Ling Yan had pointed out a bright path for Tang Meng. Tang Meng's heart was filled with confidence, and there was no need to mention how pleased he was. Also, disregarding martial arts, Song Jingyang is a natural manager. His skills and abilities aren't below Uncle Long's. Boss Yu is a natural businessman. I've tested him repeatedly. You can let them be your left and right arms to help you plan and expand your territory. With Uncle Li and Uncle Tang's power and the support of the entire Green Dragon sect, wouldn't the entire Jiangnan province be your world? Big Brother Yun, it's your world, not mine. Tang Meng corrected Ling Yan with a serious expression. Ling Yan laughed and waved his hand nonchalantly. It's our world anyway. There's no need to be so clear about it. Let's do as I say. Train in Xianxia City for a period of time. Once you've gained experience, you'll be able to handle everything with ease. I have bigger things for you to do. What was Xianxia City? It was just a shallow puddle of water. Ling Yan had long set his sights on the whole of Huaxia and even the whole world. Ling Yan wanted to cultivate, and the Ling family wanted to rise to the top of Huaxia. Not only did they need money, but they also needed manpower. If Ling Yan didn't teach Tang Meng this, they wouldn't be able to do anything in the future. The three of them could just wander around Qingshui City all day long. Do you know what to do now? Ling Yan asked with a smile. Understood. Ling Yan stood up and patted Tang Meng's shoulder lightly. It's good that you understand. Hurry up and order some food. It's time for lunch. The first of the 6 sessions. Seeking monthly votes, after lunch, Ling Yan let Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu do their own things while he went to the ordinary people's clinic. Shui Mining, Miao Xiaomiao, Yao Rou, and the 3 beautiful nurses were all there. Wow. Boss is here. Shang Mingming's eyes were sharp and she was the first to notice Ling Yan's arrival. Her eyes immediately widened and she screamed excitedly. Because her movements were too exaggerated, her huge breasts bounced up and down, causing the 2 male patients beside her to feel their throats trembling. Sun Yujiao was focused on taking care of the patient beside her. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and the corners of her mouth were slightly pursed. She was very focused on her work. When she heard that Ling Yan was here, she turned her head slightly towards the door and immediately retracted her gaze. Yo, Ling Yan is here? How did your college entrance examination go? You will definitely be the top scorer in the country, right? Look at how sweaty you are. Sit down and drink some water, it will cool you down. Li Jinlian was the most exaggerated. This mature woman was really bold, and flirtatious. As soon as she saw Ling Yan enter, she didn't care about anything else. She immediately stood up and walked in front of Ling Yan. She stared at Ling Yan's face with a pair of seductive eyes and made eyes at him. This scene made Shang Mengmeng and Sun Yujiao purse their lips. Why did you stop in front of Ling Yan? Wouldn't it be better to just bury yourself in his arms? I'm not thirsty. Ling Yan smiled at Li Jinlian. Then, he looked around and saw that the room was full of injured patients. Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao each occupied a cubicle, carefully treating the patients who came to see them. They were so busy that they didn't even have time to leave when they knew that Ling Yan was here. Have they had lunch yet? Ling Yan raised his chin and pointed at the 2 beautiful miracle doctors as he asked calmly. How would they have time to eat? Li Jinlian frowned and complained, Boss, look at the number of patients in the clinic. You can't just let them wait here, can you? There were too many patients in the clinic. The 4 benches originally prepared were not enough. Now, 8 more benches were added, and all of them were filled with patients. There were even some standing around. Humph. Don't you want to practice medicine to save the world? Are you dumbfounded now? Ling Yan's heart ached and he was angry at the same time. Back then, on the 2nd day of the clinic's opening, he had told Yao Rou that his consultation fee would be 300,000 yuan, not a single cent less. In the end, before he could even start, he was mercilessly destroyed by Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao. Oh my god, has Big Brother Yin gone crazy thinking about money? Shui Mining blurted out when she heard about the registration fee. Miao Xiaomiao snorted disdainfully, cursing Ling Yan for being shameless and greedy in her heart. Of course, the 2 beautiful miraculous doctors paid a heavy price for this. Every day, they went out early and came back late. They didn't even have time to eat. The room was full of patients with sad faces, groaning and waiting for treatment. They couldn't just leave them and go out to play, right? Ling Yan frowned and snorted. She walked quickly to the small registration room and asked Yao Rou with a smile, Rou, how much did you receive today? Yao Rou smiled gently at Ling Yan. There were a total of 70 patients this morning. The registration fee was 300 and 500 yuan, alright, 50 yuan per person. Ling Yan frowned even more. This registration fee was really cheap, the ordinary people's clinic was completely ordinary now. Rou, have you eaten? Ling Yan asked. Yao Rou raised her hand and pointed in the direction of Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao. Then, she shook her head secretly. Ling Yan understood what she meant. How could he eat if the 2 of them hadn't eaten? Ling Yan was completely annoyed. He shouted at Shui Mining, you 2 take your time. I'll take them out for dinner first. Ling Yan pulled Xiaorou out of the registration room and said to the three pretty nurses, "I'll treat you to a feast. Do you want to go?" "Really?" Li Jinglian's body trembled with excitement. She stood up immediately and prepared to change her clothes. "Ah? Dinner?" Shang Mengmeng was indeed starving. She swallowed her saliva when she heard that Ling Yun was going to take them out for dinner. However, she hesitated when she saw the room full of patients and the two beauties who were busy treating their patients. Sun Yujiao didn't react to Ling Yun's words. She continued with her work. Ling Yun couldn't be bothered with such things. He smiled faintly and said, "We're going to eat first. If you want to eat, follow us. If not, you can continue working." Shui Mining was originally happy to know that Ling Yun had come. However, she didn't expect that Ling Yun would come to take Xiaorou and the three nurses out for dinner. He didn't even pay attention to the two sisters. She felt a sharp pain in her heart, and the silver needle in her hand almost missed its mark. "Please wait a moment." Shui Mining was no longer in the mood to treat her patients. She bit her lip and ran out. Her eyes were filled with tears as she pouted and looked at Ling Yun. He was too biased. Little demon girl had learned the basics of the spirit potency technique. She could already absorb some spiritual energy and transfer it into the patient's body through the silver needles. Under Ling Yun's guidance, her 9 needles of the spiritual pivot had become more and more adept. Shui Mining's traditional Chinese medicine skills were inherited from miracle Dr. Shui. Now that she had learned the spirit potency art and could use the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, she was like a tiger that had grown wings. She quickly made a name for herself after a few consultations at the Ordinary People's Clinic. Now, there were more and more patients coming to the Ordinary People's Clinic for treatment. Shui Mining felt that her efforts weren't in vain. She was waiting for Ling Yun to finish his college entrance examination so that she could show off to him. However, she couldn't accept the results when Ling Yun came. "Big brother Ling Yun, you." Shui Mining ran out and saw Ling Yun standing there with his arm around Xiaorou's waist. Her eyes were filled with tears. Miao Xiaomiao didn't come out. She was also treating the patients with silver needles. The needles in her hands only paused for a moment before accurately piercing into an acupoint of the patients. "You can treat the patients you brought in. However, look at the time now. They haven't eaten yet. How can this be? I'll bring them to eat. You guys can stay here and treat the patients." Good people and good deeds? Good people and good deeds had a price to pay. This was the price. Ling Yun could still remember the night he was reborn. He was sitting in a pool of blood. There were so many cars passing by, but not a single one stopped, not a single one. With that, Ling Yun dragged Xiaorou out of the clinic without any emotion in his eyes. He didn't care who followed him or not. Li Jinglian naturally chased after him. Shang Mengmeng hesitated for a moment before following him. Only Miao Xiaomiao, the crying Shui Mining, and the proud Sun Yujiao were left in the clinic. Seeing that Ling Yun really ignored her and walked out with Xiaorou, Shui Mining's tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. She was heartbroken. Outside the clinic, "Hello, is this the clinic with the best treatment in Qingshui City? I heard they can bring people back to life and it's very cheap." A luxurious car stopped in front of the Ordinary People's Clinic. A middle-aged man got out of the car and asked politely. "Yes, it can bring people back to life, but it's not very cheap. The registration fee is quite expensive." Ling Yun smiled faintly. "Didn't you say the registration fee was 50 yuan? That's not expensive? Did I find the wrong place?" The man was confused. "You didn't find the wrong place, but you did remember the registration fee wrongly. It's 300,000 yuan. Ling Yun said unceremoniously. "Huh? 300,000 yuan?" The middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded. "Hey, you're lying, right? How can there be a registration fee of 300,000 yuan? The middle-aged man was annoyed. He thought Ling Yun was joking. "I'm the owner of this clinic. Do I look like I'm lying?" Ling Yun chuckled and pointed at the sign of the Ordinary People's Clinic. "You've gone crazy thinking about money." The rich man was stunned for a moment before getting into his car and driving away. Li Jinlian and Shang Mengmeng were equally stunned. 300,000 yuan, they turned their heads and looked into the clinic. Then, they thought about the salary that Ling Yun gave them, and then thought about Ling Yun's medical skills that could bring the dead back to life. They vaguely understood what the conflict between the two young beauties and Ling Yun was. It turned out that their boss wasn't a philanthropist. He opened the clinic to earn money, and a lot of it, Ling Yun didn't walk too far. He found a seafood restaurant nearby and treated the three of them to a sumptuous seafood feast. After more than an hour, he brought them back. When the four of them came back, there were indeed fewer patients in the clinic. There were only about 10 people waiting for treatment. Shui Mining and Miao Xiao Miao were still fighting in the cubicles. Ling Yun laughed in his heart and deliberately said loudly to Shang Meng Meng, "If there's another patient, tell him that the treatment fee is 300,000 yuan. Not a single cent less. Do you understand?" Shang Meng Meng had already received Ling Yun's instructions. She nodded her head like a chick pecking on rice. Her face was flushed with excitement. "Let's go, Roer. Make me a pot of good tea and give me a massage. Although the seafood in that seafood restaurant is not bad, the tea is terrible." After saying that, Ling Yun carried her up to the second floor. He continued to ignore Shui Mining as if she didn't exist. Shui Mining's eyes were red as she performed acupuncture on the patient in front of her. She couldn't stop wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Ling Yun went up to the second floor and allowed Yao Rou to make tea for him while he sat on the sofa. With a cold smile on his face, he said, $50 for treatment? My 9 needles of the spiritual pivot is too cheap." After Yao Rou brewed the tea, she came to Ling Yun's back gently and started massaging him. After a few strokes, Ling Yun started moaning in comfort. "Roer, your massage technique seems to have improved a lot," Yao Rou smiled. "In order to serve you well, I spent a lot of money to learn from the best masser." "Good, good. My Roer is still the most caring." After another half an hour, Ling Yun was enjoying the massage when he saw Miao Xiao Miao pulling Shui Mining to the second floor of the clinic. "Ling Yun, I need you to give me an explanation. The second night of the 6th night. Sai, did you guys come to an agreement? You guys don't support Big Brother Yun? You guys are determined not to vote after the book club meeting? We'll talk about it at the end of the month. I want the tickets now, explain what?" Ling Yun asked lazily as he looked at the angry Miao Xiao Miao and the sad Shui Mining. He had been using his divine sense to monitor the situation downstairs. He knew that the last 10 patients had left and that Sun Yujiao had washed her hands, changed her clothes, and left for dinner. Miao Xiao Miao had dragged Shui Mining up to seek justice. Yao Rou was still focused on massaging Ling Yun. She lowered her head and didn't say a word. In the past half a month, Yao Rou's relationship with this pair of beautiful sisters was very good. However, that depended on who she was compared to. No matter who it was, even if it was Yao Rou's best friend or relative, as long as they had a conflict with Ling Yun, Yao Rou would definitely stand on Ling Yun's side unconditionally. Even if Ling Yun pointed at a fire pit and told her to jump into it, she would not hesitate for even a second and jump in without blinking. Miao Xiao Miao exploded. She couldn't wait for Little Gold to bite Ling Yun. She was so angry that her face turned red. "Aren't you asking the obvious? After your clinic opened, have you treated a single patient in the clinic? Isn't it because Ning Er and I are here to support you? Ning Er works so hard to treat so many patients every day. Even if she doesn't have any merits, she should at least have put in some effort, right? What right do you have to bully her?" Ling Yun smiled and said casually, "Didn't you take the initiative to come to the clinic? I don't remember asking you guys to help out. Also, when did I bully Ning Er?" At this moment, Shui Mining was already crying her eyes out. Miao Xiao Miao was even angrier. "Humph. There isn't a single doctor other than you after your clinic opened. If we didn't come, would it have been left unattended? When did you bully Ning Er? Don't you know? After you came, you ate, drank, and had massages. You're so comfortable, yet you let the two of us treat you on an empty stomach. You didn't even have time to take a sip of water. Do we owe you or do we owe you? You ate your fill, but you didn't even say a word of concern before coming upstairs to play. If this isn't bullying Ning Er, then what is?" Miao Xiao Miao was thoroughly enraged. She had never seen someone as shameless as Ling Yun. Looking at Miao Xiao Miao, whose chest was heaving up and down, Ling Yun laughed in his heart. If you're hungry, you should eat. It's almost 3 in the afternoon, shouldn't you be eating? What's wrong with me taking my employees out for a meal? As for you guys, I see that you guys are busy practicing medicine to save the world. I really don't want to delay your development and ruin your glorious image of benevolent doctors. So, I can only let you guys decide if you want to eat or not. I'm sorry, he didn't memorize nearly 10,000 essays for nothing. Now, Ling Yun didn't even spit out a word of vulgarity when making sarcastic remarks. Didn't I say that anyone who wants to eat can come along? If you don't come, what can I do? Is this considered bullying you? Miao Xiao Miao was rendered speechless by Ling Yun's words. You, Ling Yun chuckled. What about me? Did I say something wrong? Everything I said was the truth. Miao Xiao Miao had nothing to say. What Ling Yun said was the truth. But there are still more than 30 patients in the clinic. Are you asking us to abandon them? Miao Xiao Miao finally found the crux of the matter and blurted out. Ling Yun said disdainfully, there's a working day in the hospital. Why does my clinic have to treat patients 24 hours a day? Ling Yun pointed downstairs. Those 3 nurses came here to work, not to risk their lives. You want to do good deeds and treat as many patients as you can, but have you ever thought that they are human beings too? They need rest and food too. Ling Yun pointed downstairs and pointed downstairs. Ling Yun deliberately used the mystical dragon hell so that Li Jinlian and Shang Mengmeng could hear it. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other in delight. A boss like this was really hard to find. This job was too comfortable. Miao Xiao Miao was once again tongue-tied. She was speechless by Ling Yun. After a while, she said again, but we're also doing this for the good of your clinic. Who doesn't want to have as many patients as possible when they open a clinic? Ling Yun chuckled. I thank you for doing this for the good of my clinic, but this isn't what I'm looking for. Treating headaches and colds? Treating diarrhea if your stomach isn't well? Even if you accidentally cut yourself with a knife, you'll still be able to treat it? Do you think my healing talismans can be made without paying any price? I'd rather not see a single patient like that. Ling Yun heard from Shang Mengmeng during lunch that Shui Mining used a healing talisman to treat a child who cut his hand with a knife. That infuriated Ling Yun. That was a healing talisman, not some yellow joss paper that could be bought with a few dollars. If this went on, he would lose all his money. Including Yao Rou, there are a total of 4 nurses. 6 of them are so tired that they're vomiting blood. They don't even have time to eat and work the whole day just for $3,000 to $4,000? I only need to treat 1 patient and that's $300,000. That's equivalent to 3 months of hard work. Don't you think I'll be unhappy? Ling Yun began his counterattack, and his attacks were sharp. Humph. Have you gone crazy thinking about money? What right do you have to pay $300,000 just to treat an illness? Miao Xiao Miao's beautiful eyes were spewing flames of anger as she looked at Ling Yun with disdain. Ling Yun was very calm as he said, I think the 2 of you have misunderstood. I opened a clinic not to treat illnesses, but to save lives. Tell me, whose life isn't worth $300,000? Is $300,000 very expensive? My ordinary people's clinic only treats illnesses that others can't. It treats terminal illnesses, not these small illnesses. Shui Mining finally stopped crying. She looked at Ling Yun pitifully with her big, red eyes and bit her lips without saying a word. Ling Yun looked at her, his heart aching for her. However, he did not give up. I'm running a clinic, not a charity. I don't need to use such a cheap price to earn praise from others. No matter who it is, as long as they can cure all their illnesses with $50, everyone will praise them. I, Ling Yun, don't want such a fake reputation. Ling Yun said. Everyone's energy is limited, and both of you are no exception. Even if your energy is unlimited, your time is limited, right? Only the 2 of you would spend so much of your precious time on such a meaningless thing just for an empty reputation and for psychological satisfaction. Only the 2 of you would do such a thing. It's not just stupid, it's simply stupid. Ling Yun's words were very heavy. He didn't hide anything. He was treating Miao Xiao Miao and Shui Mining's psychological problems. With so much time, how much can Ning Er's spirit potency art improve? How much can her 9 needles of the spiritual pivot improve? And you, Miao Xiaomiao, don't you want to cultivate? Oh, your medical skills are good. Do you think that all the patients in the world are yours just because you opened a clinic? Let me tell you, the earth will continue to spin without you. Without the ordinary people's clinic, the earth won't be destroyed, and humanity won't perish. Ling Yan understood this point too well. He was never arrogant. He looked at such problems coldly because he had seen it too many times. Illnesses that can be treated with a drip can be treated in the hospital, but you guys are working so hard here. There are so many patients in Xianxia City, can you treat them all? Ling Yan made Miao Xiaomiao speechless. He snorted coldly and continued, and most importantly, you guys don't understand medicine. Humans, whether they are sick or injured, have something to do with their physique. That's true, but you guys have neglected what lies behind illness and injury. What lies behind it is a person's diet, lifestyle, personality, and so on. Ling Yan's expression became incomparably serious. Have you ever thought about it? A person's digestive system is mostly caused by his lifestyle. In the end, he came here and was cured by you. Then, would he still care about his eating habits? Continue eating and drinking. Anyway, if his digestive system feels bad, you guys will definitely treat it. A child was injured by a knife, but he didn't pay any price. He came here, and you healed him with a healing talisman. Do you think he'll continue to play with knives and scissors in the future? If he accidentally stabs his eye, who's going to take responsibility? If a person doesn't pay the price, then the world will be in chaos. Therefore, it's not that I'm cruel or greedy. It's that I understand human nature too well. If an illness can be cured with 50 yuan, do you believe that there are people who would purposely create illnesses for you guys to treat just for fun? Also, Ning Er, don't blame me for being angry. The 9 needles of the spiritual pivot that I taught you isn't that cheap. The healing talismans that I gave you weren't meant for you to treat cuts with knives. Miao Xiaomiao was speechless. Shui Mining lowered her head in shame. She wanted to say something, but she didn't dare to. She finally knew where she was wrong. How could something as good as saving lives and treating illnesses have a different meaning when it came out of Ling Yan's mouth? To think that he could speak so eloquently, leaving others speechless, seeing that the 2 beauties were convinced, Ling Yan felt that it was about time. He laid back on the sofa and said, from now on, no matter who comes to the ordinary people's clinic, the treatment fee is 300,000 yuan. Even though Miao Xiaomiao was speechless, she still felt that there was something wrong with Ling Yan's words. However, she couldn't find the right words to refute Ling Yan's fallacious reasoning. She thought for a while and finally snorted angrily. 300,000 yuan for treatment, do you really think there's such a fool out there? Ling Yan smiled without saying anything. Before Miao Xiaomiao could finish her sentence, Shang Mengmeng rushed up the stairs. Her huge chest was jiggling as she said breathlessly, Bo boss, someone's here for treatment. Did you tell him the treatment fee? Ling Yan asked with a smile. I did, 300,000 yuan. He paid the money without hesitation. Shang Mingming's voice was trembling with excitement. I haven't opened for business for 3 years, but when I do, I'll eat for 3 years. My hands are itchy today. Let's go and treat my illness. With that, Ling Yan stood up proudly. He didn't even look at Miao Xiaomiao as he walked straight down the stairs. Miao Xiaomiao's little mouth was open to the max. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. After a long time, she muttered to herself in disbelief, someone even came to him for treatment. Could it be someone Ling Yan hired? Suddenly, she raised her hand to cover her cheeks. Her face was burning, she had been slapped in the face by Ling Yan. To be continued. It was the middle-aged man who had asked Ling Yan about the ordinary people's clinic. Ling Yan played with a check of 300,000 yuan in her hand and looked at him with a smile. Didn't you say that I was crazy about money? Why did I hand over the money after not seeing you for a while? The middle-aged man's face was red as he apologized to Ling Yan repeatedly. He was ashamed that Ling Yan would forgive him. What illness? Ling Yan asked with a smile. The middle-aged man scratched his head as he pulled Ling Yan into the cubicle. He lowered his voice and said to Ling Yan, I have a problem in that area, impotence? Ling Yan smiled knowingly and used telepathy to speak to the middle-aged man. Others couldn't hear it, but Ling Yan's voice was very loud in the middle-aged man's ears. He stomped his feet anxiously and looked at the two nurses outside to see if they heard it. "Don't worry, others can't hear it." Ling Yan comforted him. When the middle-aged man saw that the two nurses were doing their own thing and didn't even look in his direction, he was surprised. However, he also felt relieved. His face and neck were red as he asked again in a low voice, "Can it be cured?" Ling Yan's yin-yang harmony balance was prepared for this. He smiled faintly and said, "I guarantee that it'll be cured." However, 300,000 isn't enough. The middle-aged man was extremely nervous. He was overjoyed when he heard that Ling Yan could cure it. "Alright, I'll treat it no matter how much you pay as long as you give me a number." A man wouldn't be considered a man if he couldn't get it. There wouldn't be any fun in life no matter how much money he had. What was the point of earning money like that? Ling Yan smiled faintly. "I won't extort you. Pay another 1 million, and I'll treat your illness when I come back." The middle-aged man was stunned. He sucked in a breath of cold air. However, he changed his mind. It was worth it to be a strong man. "Alright, I'll go pay now." The middle-aged man clenched his teeth and went over immediately. He filled in another 1 million check and handed it to Yao Ro before returning quickly. Ling Yan waited for the middle-aged man to return before holding his hand and transferring pure yang qi into his body with the yin-yang harmony balance. Then, he let go of his hand and smiled. "It's done." "Huh?" The middle-aged man was stunned. That was it? He thought that Ling Yan was going to hold his hand and ask about his condition. In the end, it didn't even take 20 seconds before Ling Yan said that he was cured. This. It can't be, right? You can't cheat people like this, can you? The middle-aged tycoon had obviously used folk remedies to treat him many times. He thought that he had been tricked again. He pointed at Li Jinlian and Shang Mingming and said, "Look, aren't my two nurses beautiful? Which one is sexier?" The middle-aged man followed Ling Yan's gaze and saw Li Jinlian looking at him with a seductive smile on her face. Shang Mingming's pair of big and round breasts seemed like they were going to burst out of her nurse uniform at any moment. His Adam's apple trembled as he felt a wave of lust erupting from his body. "Oh my God, I've recovered," the middle-aged man said in shock. Ling Yan chuckled and said, "I said it'll be cured as soon as I touch it. This can't just be for a while, right? Don't tell me you can't recover after leaving the house, then." The middle-aged tycoon was both excited and apprehensive. Ling Yan chuckled and said, "As long as you don't mess around, I'll guarantee your masculinity until you're 65. As long as there's a problem one day earlier, you can look for me and I'll return the 1,300,000. The middle-aged tycoon heard that and said excitedly, "There's no need for that long, just 1 month. "Oh, no need, just 1 week. As long as there's no problem in 1 week, I'll send you another million." Ling Yan laughed heartily and patted the middle-aged tycoon's shoulder. He chuckled and said, "Take it easy, just don't mess around when you become masculine in the future. Quickly calm down and leave." After saying that, Ling Yan walked out of the cubicle first. He didn't look at the stunned people around him and sat directly on his desk. 1,300,000 from one patient. Moreover, the patient was ecstatic and said that he would send another million in a week. This money was earned too easily. No wonder the boss was so angry just now. What was the concept of 2,300,000? If they followed Miao Xiao Miao and Shui Mining's previous methods and the 6 of them worked tirelessly every day, it would take them 460 days to earn 5,000 a day. Ling Yan only used a short period of time to earn what the 6 of them would earn if they worked tirelessly for a year and a half. After a while, the middle-aged tycoon walked out of the cubicle in high spirits. He held the name card with both hands and bowed respectfully to pass it to Ling Yan. "Thank you for your treatment. This is my name card. If you need my help in the future, I'll be there at your beck and call." The middle-aged tycoon said sincerely. Ling Yan took the name card casually and passed it to Shang Mingming, who was beside him. He then said calmly, "Take care, I won't see you out." The middle-aged tycoon thanked him profusely and left. Ling Yan stretched his back and stood up. You must be exhausted these few days, right? Everyone will be given a 50,000 yuan bonus and 10 days of leave. You can go home now. Huh? Li Jinlian, Shang Mengmeng, and Sun Yujiao, who had just returned from lunch, were all dumbfounded. They all thought that there was something wrong with their ears. There was no mention of a bonus during the recruitment. They had just started working for less than 3 weeks and they had already received a 50,000 yuan bonus? This was a job that they would never change even if they were beaten to death. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he looked up at Sun Yujiao and said, "Hey, Iceberg Beauty, do you want me to treat your problem?" Sun Yujiao's face instantly turned red. Even her breathing quickened and she didn't dare to speak for a long time. Was there something wrong with Sun Yujiao? Yes, and it was a very embarrassing problem. She didn't know what was wrong with her 2 breasts, but they were always swollen and painful. When the pain was severe, she didn't even dare to wear a bra. Even when she had to wear one outside, she would choose one that was 2 sizes too big. She didn't dare to bend over or breathe heavily. However, Sun Yujiao guessed that she had breast cancer and refused to go to the hospital for a checkup. She was afraid that she would lose her pair of beautiful breasts if she was diagnosed. Hearing Ling Yan say that Sun Yujiao was sick, the other 5 beauties looked over in surprise. They stared at Sun Yujiao's flushed face and didn't know what to think. Li Jinlian and Shang Mengmeng were thinking that Sun Yujiao was really lucky to receive the boss's concern. Yao Ro's heart ached, but she didn't show it on her face. Miao Xiaomiao, on the other hand, spat lightly and turned her head away. To treat or not to treat, Sun Yujiao's mind was in an intense struggle as she made an embarrassing choice. However, the pain of the disease made her choose treatment. In the end, she bit her lip and nodded with much difficulty. "Then come in with me." After saying that, Ling Yan turned around and walked into another cubicle, waiting for Sun Yujiao to come in. Sun Yujiao was 1.75 meters tall and had the body of a top model. Her breasts were proud and perky. Standing there in her pink nurse uniform was a kind of temptation in itself. How are you going to treat me?" Sun Yujiao asked in a voice that only she could hear after entering. Sun Yujiao thought about it. If Ling Yan pierced her chest with a silver needle, she definitely wouldn't treat it. That would be too terrifying. She would rather suffer pain than treat it. Ling Yan used his divine sense to scan the situation outside. Then, he used telepathy to tell Sun Yujiao, "As long as you take off your shirt, I'll be able to treat you very quickly. I just need to touch it." Sun Yujiao couldn't be arrogant anymore. Her breathing was rapid, and her face was red as if all the blood in her body had rushed to her face. She struggled violently. "You're a nurse, don't tell me you still have such prejudices? Right now, I'm your doctor, and you're my patient. Please don't think too much. You must believe in my professional ethics." Ling Yan pretended to be obedient. That expression of his was like a big bad wolf coaxing a little white rabbit into his bowl. "It's fine if you don't want to take it off, but I'm worried that you might have a tumor." Ling Yan's eyes were like torches as he used telepathy. His voice was like a heavy hammer that hammered hard on Sun Yujiao's heart. Sun Yujiao gritted her teeth and started to take off her clothes with her back facing Ling Yan. Ling Yan thought to himself, "How obedient, haha." Sun Yujiao took off her clothes very slowly. However, in such a hot summer day, she only had 2 pieces of clothing. After taking off her nurse uniform and shirt, she was left with only her bra. Sun Yujiao's smooth and fair back was exposed in front of Ling Yan. Ling Yan couldn't help but praise her in his heart. Without hesitation, he said, "Take it all off." Sun Yujiao's graceful body trembled slightly. She gritted her teeth and reached behind her back to take off her bra with trembling hands. Ling Yan's hearing was so sharp that he could hear a pin drop within 100 meters. He could even hear Sun Yujiao's perky breasts popping out with a bang because they were freed from their restraints. The view was boundless. At that moment, Sun Yujiao was indescribably nervous. Her delicate body was obviously trembling as she stood there. Because she was too nervous, her teeth were clenched tightly. The 2 tendons on her neck were bulging, and the muscles on her body were inexplicably tense like a bow. Ling Yan smiled and comforted her gently. "This is to treat your illness. Why are you so nervous? You have to relax, or else the treatment won't work." Sun Yujiao didn't relax when she heard that. Instead, she became even more nervous. Don't cover them with your hands. Otherwise, I won't be able to treat you. Big Brother Yun said shamelessly when he saw that he had nowhere to start. Sun Yujiao was helpless. She could only put down her trembling hands and let the pair of white breasts be exposed to the air. With a twist of his body, Ling Yan appeared in front of Sun Yujiao. Smiling at her, he stretched out his hands and pressed them against the pair of round balls without any hesitation. To be continued. Sun Yujiao didn't know if it was because of comfort or pain, but she let out an irrepressible moan. Sun Yujiao's pair of beautiful breasts were very white, perfectly round, bouncy, and incomparably smooth. Perhaps because she was too nervous and shy, the blood in her body flowed, causing the pair of towering breasts to have a strange heat. It was indescribably wonderful to hold in one's palm. They're so big, I can't even hold them with one hand. Ling Yan's hands pressed against his sides and pressed towards the center. A very, very long cleavage, Ling Yan had a pair of perfect hands. Not only were his fingers long and slender, but they were also fair and smooth like jade. No woman could resist the touch of such a pair of hands. Sun Yujiao felt her whole body go limp from Ling Yan's touch. Her face turned red, and she couldn't help but take a step back. She wanted to find something to lean on, but she couldn't stand it all. Please hurry up. Sun Yujiao couldn't resist Ling Yan's teasing at all. That's right, it was teasing. Ling Yan was treating Sun Yujiao's illness, but Sun Yujiao wasn't paying. He couldn't possibly treat her for free, right? Big Brother Yun's professional ethics? That couldn't be believed. If professional ethics were the maximum score of 100, Big Brother Yun's would be at least minus 1000. After all, Big Brother Yun could touch her however he wanted. Of course, Ling Yan wasn't touching her for free. He had already channeled the wood spiritual energy in his body into Sun Yujiao's breasts to remove the small tumors. Sun Yujiao was indeed sick. Seeing Ling Yan's endless touch, Sun Yujiao gradually lost her temper. Her body went limp, and she couldn't help but close her eyes. She didn't know when she was lying on the single bed. Only Sun Yujiao herself knew whether she was enjoying Ling Yan's touch or not. However, Big Brother Yun's professional conduct was still pretty good. At least, he hadn't used his divine sense or yin-yang God's eye to peek at any of the women around him, except for Bai Xianer, Long Wu, Lin Menghan, and Yao Rou. Big Brother Yun had plenty of ways to get beauties to throw themselves at him. He didn't have to resort to such despicable and disgusting methods. It's so comfortable. It's so much more comfortable than secretly touching it with my own hands. It's so intoxicating. Sun Yujiao gradually lost the ability to resist. Ling Yan's hands had an irresistible charm that made one's heart tremble. She couldn't resist it. If Ling Yan had moved his hands to any other part of Sun Yujiao's body, Sun Yujiao definitely wouldn't have resisted. At most, she would have struggled for a while. Unfortunately, Ling Yan didn't do that because he had already healed Sun Yujiao. To be so intoxicated, could it be that you've never been touched by a man before? However, looking at her icy beauty, it seems like she really doesn't have a boyfriend. After a while, Ling Yan felt that it was about time. You're fine now. Rest here for a while. Put on your clothes and go out. Ling Yan said a few words to Sun Yujiao gently and left the small cubicle in the blink of an eye. Sun Yujiao, who was lying on the bed, seemed to have forgotten that Ling Yan was treating her just now. After hearing Ling Yan's words, she opened her beautiful eyes reluctantly. Ling Yan had long disappeared from the room. Sun Yujiao gritted her teeth and sat up. She lowered her head to look at her shaking snow-white breasts and sighed in her heart. Sigh. I've treasured them like treasures for more than 20 years. My first time was actually touched by him. Could it be fate? Thinking about how she was completely intoxicated just now, Sun Yujiao was secretly annoyed. How did Ling Yan heal her so quickly? What a fool. Don't my breasts look good? I almost wanted to be a model. She didn't know that Ling Yan only took 2 minutes to treat her, but he had already touched her for 10 minutes. Aya, why is it so cold down there? So embarrassing. Sun Yujiao got up to put on her clothes. She suddenly felt that something was wrong with her body, which made her even more embarrassed. After putting on her clothes and leaving the room, Sun Yujiao's face was still flushed. She saw Li Jinlian and Shang Mengmeng looking at her strangely, which made her blush even more. However, Ling Yun and the others were nowhere to be seen. To cover up, Sun Yujiao immediately asked, "Where are they?" "Boss left a long time ago. He told us to close the door after work. If anyone comes for treatment in the future, just tell them that the treatment fee starts from 300,000. Only terminal illnesses. Look, boss really gave out 50,000 yuan as a bonus. It's cash," Shang Mengmeng said excitedly. At the same time, she held her 50,000 yuan in cash tightly. There were 5 whole bundles. Li Jinlian also had 5 bundles in front of her. There were 5 bundles on the office table. Of course, those were Sun Yujiao's bonus. However, Li Jinlian didn't look at the money. Instead, she stared at the blushing Sun Yujiao with her charming eyes and asked curiously, "Yujiao, what illness did boss treat you just now?" Seeing that Ling Yun had actually left, Sun Yujiao felt extremely disappointed. She lied and said, "Oh, my arm always hurts. Boss saw it and gave me a few acupuncture treatments." "Oh." Li Jinlian purposely dragged out the word. She didn't believe it at all. After the 4 of them left the clinic, Yarou secretly told Ling Yun to coax Ning Er and found an excuse to return to Nangui Gardens. "Classmate Xiao Miao, can I borrow something from you?" Ling Yun came to the clinic this time to discuss with Miao Xiao Miao. He wanted to borrow some necessary poison. He wanted to make some corpse-dissolving powder before he went to Beijing. That's right, corpse-dissolving powder. It was a holy item for destroying corpses. It was a must-have item for traveling. Ling Yun felt good about slapping Miao Xiao Miao in the face. However, Miao Xiao Miao had the right to be angry. She didn't listen to what Ling Yun wanted to borrow. She snorted and said, "Humph, I was wondering why you came to the clinic this time. So it's to borrow something?" "No way," Miao Xiao Miao said with a black face. She then added, "It's fine if you want to borrow something, but you have to coax Ning Er first." With that, Miao Xiao Miao raised her hand to hail a taxi and returned to mansion number 1. Ning Er. Ling Yun had no choice but to coax Ning Er. Shui Mining lowered her head and blushed. She bit her lips and didn't say a word. "Ning Er, do you really think that I'm lecturing you?" "Definitely not." Ling Yun swore. "Ning Er, do you know that after I came, I saw you overdrawing your spiritual energy to perform acupuncture on those bored patients? You were so busy that you didn't even have time to drink water. Do you know how much my heart ached? My Ning Er has a precious body. She's going to be my wife in the future. What if she's exhausted now? Your little face has already lost 0.1 millimeters. This is definitely a sin, an unforgivable sin." Ling Yun pretended to feel sorry for her. At the same time, he thought to himself, it seems like learning Chinese isn't a waste. It's really useful. It's useful to scold and coax people. Ling Yun was relieved to see Shui Mining trying hard to hold back her laughter. Her eyes were filled with shyness and happiness. "Ning Er, I know you're kind-hearted and can't bear to see others suffer. But who doesn't suffer when they're born? Take me for example. Ning Er is angry at me now. I'm so anxious that I'm about to fall sick." Ling Yun struck while the iron was hot. He coaxed her and even resorted to self-harming. Pfft. Shui Mining couldn't hold it in anymore. The ice melted and the peach blossom bloomed. "You're lying. You're as strong as a bull. You won't fall sick." Ling Yun thought to himself, Ning Er really doesn't know how to use metaphors. Even if you want to say I'm strong, you should say I'm as strong as a dragon or a qilin. How can you use a bull? Even if it's a bull, it has to be a bull demon king. However, Ning Er's smile put Ling Yun at ease. He then said to Shui Mining, "Let's go, Ning Er. I'll bring you to find some treasures." Ling Yun loved to bring Shui Mining everywhere. He felt that Shui Mining was the most genuine. She would cry and laugh. She was innocent and had no distracting thoughts in her heart. Half an hour later, Ling Yun brought Shui Mining to the Dragon Mountain on the east side of Qingshui Lake. The 2 of them found a secluded spot. Ling Yun hugged Shui Mining's waist and started to climb the mountain. He was 100 times more agile than a monkey. "Big brother Yun, what treasure is it?" Shui Mining curled up in Ling Yun's embrace and asked curiously. Ling Yan smiled and said, "You'll know when we get there." The cliff was steep and they climbed 300 meters in no time. The place was very well hidden. Even tourists from other mountains wouldn't be able to see it. Wow, it's so high. Shui Mining was put down by Ling Yan. She looked at the cliff below and was so scared that her legs couldn't help but tremble. She hugged Ling Yan's waist tightly. Ling Yan wanted to train Shui Mining, but he didn't care. Even if Ning Er lost her footing and fell, Ling Yan was confident that he could save her. He parted the bushes and pointed at the Heavenyang grass that looked like fresh bamboo shoots. This is the Heavenyang grass. The Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell had been broken for such a long time. The Heavenyang grass was showing signs of withering. It was time to move. Ling Yan took out the Dragon Vein sword and cut off the huge rock, including the Heavenyang grass, and stored it in his spatial ring. Then, Ling Yan carried Shui Mining and flew down the cliff. They passed through the valley and went up Nangui Peak to the earthing grass. This is the earthing grass. Ling Yan explained to Shui Mining. He did the same thing and stored the earthing grass in his spatial ring. There's also a dragon saliva grass. To be continued, Ling Yan stored the 3 spiritual herbs in his spatial ring and brought Shui Mining back to mansion number 1 as soon as possible. He found a patch of grass in the back garden and studied the position. Ling Yan took out his devil's blade and dug a hole in the soil. Very quickly, he replanted the 3 spiritual herbs. However, just changing the position wasn't enough. Ling Yan channeled his yin-yang harmony balance and injected the pure yang qi into the Heavenyang grass and the cold yin qi into the earthing grass. Finally, he poured some dragon saliva into the roots of the dragon saliva grass, which was quickly absorbed by the dragon saliva grass. The dragon saliva grass became full of vitality at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Miao Xiaomiao noticed Ling Yan's strange behavior and came out of the mansion to see what Ling Yan was doing. "Hey, big baddie, what are you doing so mysteriously? Why are you using plants to hide?" Miao Xiaomiao couldn't help but ask telepathically. Shui Mining opened her mouth to speak but was stopped by Ling Yan. He smiled at Miao Xiaomiao and said, "I want to borrow a few things from you. Give them to me first, then I'll tell you." With that, Ling Yan gave Shui Mining a look. "Big sister, I'm not angry at Big Brother Yun anymore. He did that because he saw that we were too tired. We were busy saving lives and didn't have time to do our own things. That's why he did that, big sister, just lend them to Big Brother Yun." Seeing Shui Mining's expression, Miao Xiaomiao knew that Ling Yan had her sister in the palm of his hand. She sighed in her heart and frowned. "Tell me, what do you want to borrow?" Ling Yan thought about it and named a few poisons. Miao Xiaomiao's expression changed. "These are the most poisonous things in the world. What do you want them for?" Suddenly, Miao Xiaomiao thought of something and changed to telepathic communication. "You want to make corpse powder?" Ling Yan chuckled and nodded his head, thinking that this child was worth teaching. "Hugh." Miao Xiaomiao blinked her beautiful eyes and muttered under her breath. "You really don't let others have peace of mind, ah. What shameful things are you planning to do again? Beauty, you know that I have a lot of enemies. A lot of people are waiting to find trouble with me," Ling Yan said with a charming smile. Miao Xiaomiao came to Ling Yan's side in a flash. She looked at the ground and said, "Since you want the corpse-dissolving powder, you don't have to make it. I have it here." Even though Miao Xiaomiao wasn't on good terms with Ling Yan usually, she never held him back during critical moments as long as Ling Yan was doing the right thing. However, Miao Xiaomiao did not know why. Miao Xiaomiao took out a medium-sized medicine bottle filled with yellowish-white powder and threw it to Ling Yan. "Do you know how to use this?" Ling Yan chuckled. "I know how to do it. Do you think I know how to use it?" Corpse-dissolving powder was an extremely overbearing poison. It was made from the venom of more than 10 types of venomous snakes and insects. The blood was the super catalyst for this powder. It could melt bones and corrode flesh. Just a little bit of it could turn an adult's corpse into a puddle of yellow liquid. It would never stop until the corpse was completely melted. The more it was used, the more it could be recycled. The yellow liquid of a corpse that was melted by the corpse-dissolving powder would become new corpse-dissolving powder once it dried up. As long as it wasn't contaminated, it could be bottled and used again. Such a terrifying poison could only be produced by Miaojiang's poison masters who specialized in poisons. Miao Xiaomiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Ling Yun, you have to understand the heavens. I have my own intentions," Ling Yun replied. Miao Xiaomiao stopped talking. Seeing that her sister had really given Ling Yun what he wanted, Shui Mining came to Miao Xiaomiao's side happily. She pulled her arm and explained the 3 types of spiritual herbs in detail. As Miao Xiaomiao listened, she looked at Ling Yun as if he was a monster. She mumbled, "How strange. Even an ancient martial arts sect might not have one stock. How did you get so many at once?" Ling Yun chuckled as a reply. He took one last look at the 3 stalks of spiritual herbs on the ground before returning to the mansion. "What's so bad about staying here? There's spiritual energy to cultivate, and it's crowded and lively. Why did Auntie insist on staying at Qingshui Wharf? She even brought my Xian with her, my good Xian. However, after bringing back the spirit stones from the Lord of Jade's backyard, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed by Mansion Number 1 has indeed decreased significantly." Ling Yun muttered to himself. Ling Yun mumbled to himself. He looked at the time and felt that it was still early. Pulling Shui Mining along, he ran out. Ling Yun's goal was clear. He was still going to the antique market. This was the 4th time he had been here, and it would also be the last time. Most of the spirit stones in Qingshui City's antique market had already been plundered by Ling Yun. There were still a few left. However, since they were treasures, Ling Yun would never let them go. That was his principle. The divine yang cultivation technique consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. It was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even if Ling Yun collected 20 bottles of Shikyu herb spiritual fluid and all the spirit stones he might not be able to reach the first minor realm of the divine yang cultivation technique. The divine yang cultivation technique had a total of 9 major realms and 9 minor realms. There were a total of 81 realms. It was completely in line with the concept of the 9 pure yang. It was extremely powerful and had unparalleled offensive capabilities. However, at the same time, the difficulty of cultivation was far greater than other cultivation techniques. Especially after reaching the 9-5 realm, it was no longer a matter of a pile of spirit stones. It was the consumption of tens of spirit veins or even hundreds of spirit veins. Between the mountains and rivers, collecting a huge spirit vein might not even be enough to advance by one minor realm. Even though Ling Yun knew that Earth was lacking in resources and spiritual energy, he still wanted to cultivate it. Even though he no longer had a pure yang body, he chose to cultivate the yin-yang harmony balance. There was pure yang qi in his energy center, and it could be produced continuously. As long as there was pure yang qi, he could cultivate the divine yang cultivation technique. There was no conflict between the 2 techniques. Although the divine martial pure yang cultivation technique required one to have a pure yang body to cultivate, wasn't it to ensure that the cultivator had enough pure yang qi? Practice, I have to practice. Even if I can't break through the 2nd realm of divine martial arts, I have to practice. Ling Yun liked to face difficulties and accept challenges. Moreover, the black-yellow true qi produced by Ling Yun's black-yellow sutra could form a mysterious connection with the Earth Emperor's book. This gave Ling Yun great expectations. That was, if he cultivated the divine yang cultivation technique and could activate the immortal spiritual energy in the imperial brush, then Ling Yun would be rich. He wouldn't dare to say much, but he would definitely be able to reach the 3rd major realm of the divine yang cultivation technique. If the Emperor Brush knew what Ling Yun was thinking, it would definitely shiver and flee as far as it could. It was true that the Emperor Brush stored a huge amount of pure yang immortal spiritual energy, but it was also damaged and needed a large amount of immortal spiritual energy to repair itself. That was an astronomical amount. Where would Ling Yun find so much immortal spiritual energy for cultivation? Ling Yun brought Shui Mining with him and released his divine sense. He quickly circled around the antique market and confirmed the locations of the 7 spirit stones. Then, Ling Yun went straight to Pearl Jade Court, called Song Xingyang out, and swept through the place with his checkbook. Ling Yun was in a hurry to break through to physique tempering stage 9. He didn't care about money at this point. As long as the shop owner was willing to give him the spirit stones, he would buy it immediately. 2 hours later, Ling Yun spent a total of 87 million and pocketed the remaining 7 spirit stones in the antique market. He told Song Jingyang that he would treat him and Yu Xingjin to dinner the next night. He said that he had something important to discuss with them. Song Jingyang agreed readily and Ling Yun left. On the second floor of the Tianqi Pavilion, Morong Feishue stood by the window of her office and happened to see the scene of Ling Yun and Song Jingyang parting. Her body trembled when she saw that Ling Yun was replaced by a beautiful girl. Her long nails dug into the soft flesh of her palms, and her snow-white teeth bit through her red lips, but she didn't feel any pain. This was the fourth. The first was Long Wu, the second was Ning Lingyu, the third was Lin Menghan, and this was Shui Mining. Why do you have so many women around you? Why? Why didn't you come in to see me when you passed by my Tianqi Pavilion? Morong Feishua's face was pale. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu came after dinner. Of course, they brought Abing along. The three of them spent the entire afternoon together. Big Brother Yun. Abing bowed and greeted Big Brother Yun respectfully with a nervous expression. Ling Yun glared at Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu before gesturing to Abing. Sit. Abing turned his head and looked at Tang Meng. Just sit when Big Brother Yun asks you to. Why are you looking at me? Tang Meng chuckled. Abing didn't say anything else and sat down obediently. Ling Yun didn't like Abing's behavior. This wasn't his original appearance. His green dragon head should be a dragon, a tiger, or a wolf. It couldn't be a dog. Abing, if you can't regain your composure in 1 minute and you're still so reserved, then you'll only have 1 minute in this villa. Ling Yun said indifferently without batting an eyelid. Then, he saw Abing let out a long sigh as he turned around to glare at Tang Meng. Then, he laid down on the sofa and took out a cigarette. Ignoring everyone else, he lit it up and blew out a few rings of smoke. Finally, he crossed his legs and sat up. It was very coherent, very natural, and very calm. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were completely dumbfounded. Tang Meng didn't dare to do this in front of Ling Yun anymore. They didn't expect Abing to do this. What a weirdo. Awesome. Truly awesome. This is a good material. Ling Yun was extremely satisfied. He didn't waste any more time and smiled. Good lad, you're better than the two useless trash, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. I like it. Then, I only have one question left. If I hand Green Dragon over to you, can you manage it for me? Very easy. Abing said with a smile. His eyes were like a wolf's. Ling Yan raised his hand and took all the information and account books of Green Dragon from Tai Xiaohu's hands. He flipped through them casually and memorized them. Then, he threw them to Abing. Abing, it's very easy. But you said that I want to see results in 3 months. Is that okay? Big Brother Yun, don't worry. No problem. I'm done. Big Brother Yun will be leaving Qingshui at 4 a.m. tomorrow. Please give me a monthly ticket. Hey, you're not allowed to smoke here. Little Demon Girl was furious when she saw Abing smoking in Mansion No. 1. Abing was stunned and didn't know what to do. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and looked at Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't want to offend Little Demon Girl again. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Hurry up and put it out." I can't afford to offend her. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu winked at Ling Yun. Their faces were flushed red and they almost burst into laughter. Abing put out his cigarette and was about to speak when Ling Yun said to Tang Meng, there's something I haven't told you before. I have to give you a warning today. Ling Yun was about to leave Qingshui, and he didn't know how long he would be gone. He had to give Tang Meng a good warning. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. We brothers have a foothold in Qingshui City now. You and Tai Xiaohu's identities should be able to stop some things. I know you have a lot of friends, and you also have some good brothers that you get along well with. If you do well, I won't stop you if you want to lead them to a higher position. However, you have to remember that I won't stop you if you want to work for me. No matter how capable he is, he has to be truly capable. I don't want useless people who don't know how to eat, drink, or act cool. What happened last time was the first and last time, do you hear me? Ling Yun had been too busy ever since the clinic opened. He didn't even mention the 5 nouveau riches. Now that Abing was here, Ling Yan took the opportunity to teach Tang Meng a lesson. Tang Meng broke out in cold sweat. He was so scared that he didn't dare to make a sound. Big brother Yun, I understand. It's good that you understand. Ling Yan didn't need to say anything more to Tang Meng. Ling Yan's words were meant for Abing to hear. He believed that Abing could understand what he meant. At this moment, Ling Yan's phone rang. Frowning slightly, he picked up the phone and was stunned. Yanzi? Yanzi was the cashier of Speedy Internet Cafe. Why would she call him at this time? Ling Yan picked it up immediately, and Yanzi's frightened voice came through the phone. Ling Yan, come over quickly. Something happened to Big Sister Sue's Internet Cafe. Something happened to Su Bingyan? Ling Yan immediately thought of the beautiful woman in her 30s, who was both cold and mature to the extreme. Yanzi, don't panic. What's going on? Ling Yan asked in a low voice. Sister Sue's Internet Cafe was smashed by Zhao Pengfei. He's the person who beat you up last time. Yanzi said while crying. Her voice was urgent, and there was arrogant laughter and the sound of smashing things coming from the phone. Alright, the swallow's first sentence might not be that valuable, but the second sentence was truly valuable. Ling Yan thought to himself, how many people have beaten me up? Let them do whatever they want. I'll be there soon. Hanging up the phone, Ling Yan raised his head and looked at the three boys in front of him, who were eager to fight. He chuckled and said, do you want to fight? Yes, the three of them said in unison. Who's the fastest driver? Ling Yan asked casually as he dashed out of the villa. Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu drove his black Mercedes-Benz, dragging Ling Yan, Tang Meng, and Abing along with him. It took them only 7 minutes to cover a distance of more than 10 kilometers, and that didn't include the time they had to wait for the red light. The black Mercedes-Benz arrived at the entrance of the Internet Cafe. Ling Yan used his divine sense to scan the area and smiled. Oh, looks like this Zhao Pengfei has a lot of people. So many people. Get out. Ling Yan had already gotten out of the car as he spoke. He happened to hear a person laughing arrogantly inside the clinic. You're still calling for help? Go on, continue calling. Today, we're going to smash this B*TCH's Internet Cafe. How dare she compete with me and play tricks? She refused a toast only to drink a forfeit. Smashing her Internet Cafe is already a light punishment. Ling Yan used his divine sense to scan again, and his face darkened instantly. His gaze was like a blade that had been tempered by ice and snow. Su Bingyan's smooth, shoulder-length hair was in a mess. There were a few bloody palm marks on her face, and blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Yanzi's face was swollen, and there were countless palm marks on her face as well. It was obvious that she had been slapped multiple times. Hitting a woman. Ling Yan was instantly enraged. Ling Yan didn't say anything. He raised his hand and pushed the crowd away. He strode into the Internet Cafe. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Abing followed closely behind. When the three of them entered the room, they saw that Su Bingyan's Internet Cafe had been turned upside down. All the computers were on the ground, the computer tables were toppled, and the chairs were strewn all over the place. There were more than 20 people standing in the Internet Cafe. The people who were online had long been scared away. Some of them hadn't left yet and became spectators at the entrance of the Internet Cafe. Let go of the two of them. Ling Yan walked directly in front of Su Bingyan and said calmly. Zhao Pengfei was in his 30s. His face was covered in sweat, and he was even bigger than Tang Meng. He was only slightly smaller than Tai Xiaohu. When he saw Ling Yan and the other three enter, he was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Smelly B*TCH, I didn't expect you to really call someone over. Furthermore, it's such a pretty boy. It seems like you're pretending to be cool and elegant, but you're secretly having a relationship with a younger man? Zhao Pengfei's eyes were burning with jealousy. He was also an Internet Cafe owner. He knew that Su Bingyan was a widow and had been chasing after her for a long time. He wanted to get both her money and her body, but he was always rejected by Su Bingyan. Furthermore, their Internet cafes weren't far from each other, so there was competition between them. As soon as Zhao Pengfei said this, the 20 or so lackeys he brought with him in the Internet Cafe immediately started laughing. Some of them even whistled. Ling Yan frowned again, and his figure flashed. Everyone's eyes were blurred, and they only heard two cries of surprise. The two hooligans who were holding Su Bingyan and Yanzi had already fallen to the ground. When they looked again, Su Bingyan and Yanzi were already standing behind Ling Yan. Eh? Zhao Pengfei was a little dumbfounded. He blinked his eyes in shock and said, "Brat, not bad. I didn't expect you to have some skills." Ling Yan didn't say anything. He turned to Abing and said, "Abing, what do you think we should do? Congratulations on becoming the big brother today. We'll listen to you." When Abing heard Ling Yan say this, he was so shocked that he shivered. However, he still said it immediately, "Break the tendons in each of your arms and legs. Double the compensation for all losses, then send them in." How ruthless, even Ling Yan was stunned. He thought to himself that this brat was really ruthless. "Alright, then you guys get to work. I'll go guard the door for you." When Ling Yan finished speaking, he carried Su Bingyan and Yanzi in his arms and walked towards the entrance of the internet cafe. Bang! Bang! Dong! Ding! Dang! Gotcha! Before Ling Yan could reach the door, there was a series of clanging sounds behind him. Then, there were a few miserable screams. It sounded like a pig being slaughtered. It wasn't the sound of a human. Tai Xiaohu was the first to make a move. This was the first time he used the Raging Wave's internal skill. Coupled with the stellar condensation technique, he looked like the reincarnation of Chu Bingyan. He didn't look for anyone else. With one punch, he sent Zhao Pengfei flying. Zhao Pengfei spat out a mouthful of blood and lost the ability to retaliate on the spot. Su Bingyan's delicate body was obviously trembling. It wasn't clear whether it was because of the pain, the fear, or the fact that she was in Ling Yan's arms. However, she had a very, very solid sense of security. This boy's embrace was really too, big sister Su, don't think about the internet cafe anymore. We don't want this internet cafe anymore. We'll get a new one. Ling Yan's lips curled into a charming smile. He ignored the chaotic battle behind him and continued saying, "Big sister Su, bear with it. I'll treat your injuries now." When Ling Yan finished speaking, he took out 2 level 4 healing talismans from his spatial ring and used them on Su Bingyan and Yanzi. Their swollen faces immediately returned to normal. It was as if they hadn't been beaten at all. "Big sister Su, does it still hurt?" Ling Yan asked Su Bingyan with a smile. "Little brother, I've let you see a joke. Thank you for helping me," Su Bingyan said with her head lowered, not daring to look at Ling Yan's face. On the opening day of Ling Yan's clinic, Su Bingyan went and saw him treat patients with her own eyes. Therefore, she knew that it was a piece of cake for Ling Yan to treat her injuries. However, Yanzi didn't know that. She looked at Su Bingyan's face, which had become as smooth as before, and touched her own face in disbelief. She was stunned on the spot. Could it be that Ling Yan knew magic? "Hee, big sister Su, you don't have to be so polite with me. This is what I should do. Big sister Su went to support me for the opening of my clinic. Now that your internet cafe is about to open, how can I not support you?" What? Yanzi suddenly realized that her ears weren't working well enough. Big sister Su's internet cafe had been smashed into pieces, and Ling Yan actually said that Big sister Su's internet cafe was about to open? What was going on? However, Su Bingyan understood what Ling Yan meant. She looked at Ling Yan and didn't say anything else. Instead, she raised her head and looked into her own internet cafe. In less than 3 minutes, there were only 3 people left standing in the internet cafe. Tai Xiaohu, Tang Meng, and Abing. The 3 of them had blood on their faces, the blood of their enemies. With Tai Xiaohu around, Tang Meng and Abing didn't even have the chance to get hurt. There were more than 20 people on Zhao Pengfei's side, and at least 20 of them were beaten to the ground by Tai Xiaohu. One punch was all it took for them to lose the ability to retaliate. They fell to the ground, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They rolled and crawled, but they couldn't get up again. "Throw that Zhao guy out the door," Ling Yan said to Tai Xiaohu with a cold gaze as he led Su Bingyan and Yanzi out of the internet cafe. His voice was as cold as ice. Tai Xiaohu picked up Zhao Pengfei, who was on the ground, and took a few big steps forward. Then, he threw him out of the door. Bam! Zhao Pengfei's huge body smashed onto the red brick ground outside the internet cafe. Ah! He let out a blood-curdling scream, and he couldn't be arrogant anymore. Ah! Your face. Zhao Pengfei subconsciously looked at Su Bingyan. However, he realized that Su Bingyan's face was already as smooth as before. It was soft and fair, and he was instantly stunned. Zhao Pengfei was even more shocked. He pointed at Ling Yun in horror and shouted as if he had seen a ghost, "You, who are you people?" Ling Yun smiled faintly. Green Dragon. 4:00 tonight. Seeking monthly votes. Sending Brother Yin out of Xianxia, ah? It's Green Dragon. Oh my god, it's someone from Green Dragon. The two words Green Dragon seemed to have some kind of magical power. Everyone who heard it at the entrance exclaimed in shock and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The king of the underworld in Jiangnan province, Green Dragon, when Zhao Pengfei heard that it was Green Dragon, he was stunned at first. Then, his eyes lit up with joy. The expression on his face was like a drowning man suddenly grabbing onto a life-saving straw. It's really a case of water rushing into the temple of the Dragon King. We don't recognize each other anymore. We're on the same side, we're on the same side. Zhao Pengfei thought that he was saved. His face was filled with joy as he struggled to get up. Ling Yin frowned slightly. Tai Xiaohu flew out and stomped on Zhao Pengfei, who had just flipped over, to the ground again. He increased the strength of his foot, and only after he had firmly stomped on Zhao Pengfei did he say in a low voice, "You're from Green Dragon? Which hall are you from?" Tai Xiaohu's expression was very ugly. F***ck, aren't you slapping me in the face in front of Brother Yun? Green Dragon had a total of 3 main halls. They were the Dragon Hall, the Human Hall, and the Torture Hall. Among them, the Dragon Hall had 4 smaller halls, Wind, Rain, Thunder, and Lightning, which corresponded to the Huaxia Green Dragon's 4 magical powers. The Human Hall was divided into 5 halls, Benevolence, Righteousness, Propriety, Wisdom, and Faith, which corresponded to the Huaxia people's moral values. As for the Torture Hall, there was only 1 main hall. Of course, it was the department in charge of family law in Green Dragon. Azure Dragon's Dragon Hall was the foundation of Azure Dragon. It was also where their trump cards were. If they had a disagreement with the other gangs, fighting and killing would be settled by Dragon Hall. They would fight and bleed, and they would fight with their lives on the line. Green Dragon's Human Hall, on the other hand, was made up of all sorts of people who mingled in the streets. They had the largest number of people, ranging from the rich and powerful to the common folk. There were all sorts of people mixed together and it was extremely difficult to manage. Even if they were all in Xianxia, most of them didn't know each other. However, when the time came, they would have to pay the fees honestly. This was Green Dragon's biggest source of income. The Punishment Hall was in charge of the family rules. Whoever betrayed the gang or violated the family rules would be punished by the Punishment Hall. They were only responsible to the boss of Green Dragon. There weren't many of them, but they were all carefully selected from the Dragon Hall. They were the most loyal and followed the rules the most. They were only responsible to the boss and didn't listen to anyone else. Green Dragon had 10 halls. In the 3 years that Tai Xiaohu rose to fame in Green Dragon, he first worked in the Loyalty Hall. However, because he was good at fighting and was loyal, he got to know many of the leaders in the other halls. Because of this, he was recognized by Long Kuan and was allowed to enter the Thunder Hall. He became the Deputy Hall Master of the Thunder Hall. Fighting and risking his life was a common occurrence. Tai Xiaohu's career in Green Dragon ended after a fight with Ling Yun. However, he didn't expect that he would rise to the top and become the boss of Green Dragon. Tai Xiaohu had been in charge of Green Dragon for more than a month. He did not seek to gain merit, but he did not make any mistakes. Even though he was badly battered, he was still very careful. He knew that he was managing Green Dragon on behalf of Ling Yun. Therefore, even though there were not many changes to Green Dragon's territory, the internal management was very neat and tidy. Now, in front of Ling Yun, a piece of trash like Zhao Pengfei actually dared to say that he was from Green Dragon. It would be weird if Tai Xiaohu didn't look good. Zhao Pengfei raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. With his swollen face that looked like a pig's head, He smiled at Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu and said, "Don't misunderstand, I'm friends with Green Dragon's sixth brother. He's the one who protected me." Tai Xiaohu racked his brain, but he couldn't remember anyone in Green Dragon who was called sixth brother. His thick eyebrows furrowed even tighter. "Just say the name, there's no such thing as brother here." Out of the 4 people present, there was the current boss of Green Dragon, Tai Xiaohu, the new boss, Abing, who was about to take over, Tang Meng, who had just been appointed but had absolute power, and Ling Yun, the emperor of Green Dragon. Zhao Pengfei actually dared to mention sixth brother or seventh brother. That was purely suicidal. However, hearing that Zhao Pengfei wasn't from Green Dragon made Tai Xiaohu secretly heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if Ling Yan were to blame him, Tai Xiaohu wouldn't be satisfied even if he cut Zhao Pengfei into 8 pieces. Zhao Pengfei giggled and said, "It's sixth bro who from the Wisdom clan, sixth brother." In order to appear closer to sixth bro who, Zhao Pengfei didn't forget to add sixth brother. Sixth bro who? Tai Xiaohu thought about it for a long time and finally remembered someone. There was indeed such a person in the Wisdom clan of the Human clan. He was a small leader of the Wisdom clan of the Human clan. He looked like a monkey, but he was a monkey. He couldn't fight anymore. He got married and had children. He opened a small casino to make a living. Sixth bro who? Hee, sorry, I've never heard of you. This time, before Tai Xiaohu could ask anything, Tang Meng took the initiative and laughed coldly. "The one with the surname Zhao, don't say that you know sixth bro who or seventh bro who. Even if you know the boss of Green Dragon, it's useless. You deserve to die." Tang Meng purposely humiliated Tai Xiaohu in front of Ling Yun. Sure enough, Tai Xiaohu glared at Tang Meng after hearing it. Unfortunately, Tang Meng smiled and pretended not to see it. Zhao Pengfei was dumbfounded. Sixth bro who was useless? And even if he knew the boss of Green Dragon, it was useless? What was going on? Could it be that these 4 people rebelled against Green Dragon? Are you guys from Green Dragon? I really know sixth bro who from Green Dragon. If you don't believe me, I can call him now and ask him to come. Zhao Pengfei thought to himself, if these 4 people are really from Green Dragon sect, judging from their age, they definitely don't have high seniority. Based on sixth bro whose reputation in Green Dragon sect, this matter can be settled by spending some money to drink with the ladies. If these 4 people were not from Green Dragon but dared to use Green Dragon's name in private, when sixth bro who came, the matter would be blown out of proportion. Green Dragon's Dragon Hall and Torture Hall would definitely not let it go. They would directly take care of these 4 people for him. He would not be at a disadvantage either way. Tai Xiaohu did not have the time to waste with him. He thought to himself, I'll just cripple you first. Just as he was about to make a move, he was stopped by Ling Yun. Let him call more people. It's best if more people come, Tai Xiaohu snorted angrily. He could only give up and wait for Zhao Pengfei to call more people. Tang Meng, on the other hand, squatted on the steps in front of the internet cafe and sat there happily to watch the show. Abing leaned against the doorframe, silent. His expression was indifferent. He minded his own business and did not say a word since the fight ended. Ling Yin had been using his divine sense to observe Abing. He thought to himself that this brat was really calm. Bold, confident, ruthless, and calm. This greatly increased Ling Yin's expectations of Abing. He wanted to see how this brat could manage Green Dragon. Ling Yin said to the 3 of them telepathically, from now on, the 3 of us will be Abing's followers. This matter will be handed over to Abing to handle. We'll listen to everything he says. Since Su Bingyan and Yanzi's personal safety was not a problem, everything else became insignificant in Ling Yan's eyes. He could use this opportunity to see how Abing would handle the problem. Ling Yan would also have a good idea of how to handle it. Hello, is this sixth bro? I'm Pengfei. I was beaten up. Zhao Pengfei took out his phone that was not broken and immediately called sixth bro who. A sharp voice came from the other end of the phone. Ling Yan heard it clearly. What? You were beaten up? Who the F***ck has eaten leopard's guts? Where are you now? Zhao Pengfei immediately gave the address. Then, sixth bro whose sharp voice said, alright, stay there. I'll call someone over now. F***ck, how dare you beat up my brother? You guys, stop playing cards and come with me. After hanging up, Zhao Pengfei's heart was at ease. He immediately said to Ling Yun and the rest, "Sixth bro will be here soon." At this moment, Abing had already left the door frame silently. His tall and skinny figure walked down the stairs directly to Zhao Pengfei and squatted down slowly. Abing casually snuffed out the cigarette in his hand and asked Zhao Pengfei calmly, "Don't waste time. Since your sixth bro isn't here yet, tell me how many properties you have, how much money you have, how many houses you have." When Ling Yan heard this, he couldn't help but exchange glances with Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. It seemed like this brat didn't need to be taught. He was born to be a master of blackmail. "I have 4 internet cafes." Why are you asking this?" Zhao Pengfei blurted out but immediately became alert. After a moment of shock, he asked blankly. What welcomed him was 4 loud slaps on the face. After a round of beating, Abing asked indifferently again, "Answer my questions honestly if you don't want to get beaten up." You have no right to ask questions here, not to mention Abing's current status, just his identity as the son of the military commander was more than enough to take care of Zhao Pengfei. Ling Yan gave him the authority, so he didn't hold back and acted according to his own style. Zhao Pengfei was dumbfounded once again. What kind of people were these people? Not only were these 4 youngsters so good at fighting, but they also didn't follow the rules of the underworld. He had already called for help. Why did they beat him up without waiting for help? Zhao Pengfei still didn't know that the outcome would be the same regardless of whether he called for help or not. Other than the fact that more people would be implicated, there wouldn't be any difference. However, it didn't feel good to be slapped on the face. Zhao Pengfei didn't want to be beaten anymore. He immediately said obediently, "I have 4 internet cafes, more than 3 million in savings, 2 houses, more than 300? More than 3.5 million. Zhao Pengfei imagined that after saying that he had 4 internet cafes and more than 3 million in savings, he would be considered a millionaire. Ling Yun and the rest would probably give him some face. Abing said indifferently, "Very well, leave the house you're living in now. 4 internet cafes, all your savings, and the other house. Take it all out as compensation to this lady here." Abing might be ruthless, but he didn't kill him. He left Zhao Pengfei a way out. Zhao Pengfei was dumbfounded. He forgot about the pain on his face and opened his mouth wide. He only smashed an internet cafe. That was too ruthless. Don't worry about it. Don't think that I'm joking. What I need to remind you is that you only have 1 day to settle these things tomorrow. Zhao Pengfei's face was pale, and his black, swollen face was covered in sweat. Even if everything else was fake, it was true that these 4 youngsters were good at fighting. 3 against more than 20 people, and they won without a single injury. Furthermore, the strongest one didn't even make a move. He had never heard of such fierce people before. Where did they come from? One look at the skills and aura of these 4 people. Even if they weren't from the Green Dragon Gang, their backgrounds were definitely not ordinary. Even though they were dressed casually, they were all wearing branded goods. Furthermore, Ling Yan had healed the injuries on Su Bingyan and Yanzi's faces in the blink of an eye. How could an ordinary person do that? Zhao Pengfei's eyes widened as he turned to look at Su Bingyan. Since when did this woman know such an amazing person? They had bullied her many times in the past. Other than a blind fatty who helped her once, no one else had helped her. Su Bingyan didn't even look at Zhao Pengfei. From the beginning, her eyes were focused on Ling Yun. She bit her lower lip lightly, and her heart was filled with complicated emotions. She couldn't see through Ling Yun. Su Bingyan remembered clearly that at the beginning of the year, Zhao Pengfei brought people to cause trouble for her. They came to the Speedy Internet Cafe to purposely cause trouble and beat Ling Yun up. At that time, Ling Yun could only cover his face with his arms and curl up on the ground, allowing others to beat him up. But today, he didn't even need to lift a finger. Just a few simple words were enough to settle a huge problem for Su Bingyan. How big of a contrast was this? Su Bingyan still remembered that on the night of the incident, Ling Yun couldn't go back to school because he was beaten up beyond recognition. He insisted on not going to the hospital, so Su Bingyan brought Ling Yun home and gave him a hot compress. At that time, his fat body was covered in bruises. It was a ghastly sight. Su Bingyan's heart skipped a beat, and she felt pity for him. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. That night, Ling Yun kept repeating this sentence in his daze. At first, Su Bingyan thought that Ling Yun was delirious from the beating and was talking nonsense. Only later did she realize that he was talking in his sleep. From this, Su Bingyan understood that Ling Yun was very lonely. That night, Ling Yun slept on her bed. She hugged Ling Yun in her arms and took care of him like a big sister or a loving mother. She wiped his sweat and tucked him in. She comforted Ling Yun, who was talking nonsense in his sleep. Her heart ached for him. Of course, Ling Yun didn't know about this. The Ling Yun of the past might have known, but the current Ling Yun definitely didn't. From then on, Su Bingyan took care of Ling Yun like an elder sister or a mother. Whenever their eyes met, there would be more things that couldn't be said. However, they didn't point it out. But now, Ling Yun had slimmed down and become more handsome. He was so strong that it defied the natural order, and he was so outstanding that it was shocking. The Ling Yun of the past was gone. The way Ling Yun looked at Su Bingyan was no longer that indescribable thing. When he opened his clinic, she went, and he welcomed her with a smile. When she got into trouble again, he came. He helped her solve the problem with a few simple words and gentle concern. However, in Ling Yun's eyes, there was no longer the passion of youth. There was only calmness and calmness. He looked at her as if she was a passerby. Su Bingyan even believed that if she didn't look for Ling Yun with the excuse of delivering his salary, Ling Yun would have long forgotten about her. It would be as if everything that happened between the two of them was just a dream. As she thought about this, Su Bingyan's gaze towards Ling Yun gradually became hazy. It was as if she was drunk. Her heart was beating wildly, and her ears were ringing. She didn't hear a single word that Bing said or did to Zhao Pengfei until a few ear-piercing breaking sounds pierced Su Bingyan's eardrums. Sixth Bro Hu and his men arrived. There were 4 cars, and more than 20 of them got out. All of them were murderous like wolves and tigers. Who? Who is it? Motherf ****, how dare you hit my brother? Are you tired of living? As soon as Sixth Bro Hu's skinny body came out of the car, he naturally carried a fierce and awe-inspiring aura. He shouted as he took the lead and rushed toward the crowd. Once the people saw that the real green dragon was here, they immediately dodged to the side and opened up a large path. This was the power of Green Dragon. However, just as Sixth Bro Hu rushed into the crowd, he immediately saw Tai Xiaohu standing at the entrance of the internet cafe. He was dumbfounded. Dragon head. Sixth Bro Hu's eyes widened as he blurted out. The few men who rushed to the entrance of the internet cafe behind him also knew that Tai Xiaohu was the boss of Green Dragon. They immediately dropped the metal bats and baseball bats in their hands and stood there in a daze. After the shock, Sixth Bro Hu stood at attention without hesitation. Then, he bowed to Tai Xiaohu 3 times and said excitedly, Dragon Head, so you're here personally? Who dares to cause trouble for Green Dragon? I'll call for help immediately. Sixth Bro Hu thought to himself. Something that was worth Green Dragon's boss coming personally must be a big matter between gangs. It was his luck that he was the first to come to help. This way, his days in the future would be much better. Sixth Bro. It's me. Zhao Pengfei was overjoyed when he saw that Sixth Bro Hu had finally arrived and had brought many people with him. However, the next scene made him so excited that his heart sank. It sank so quickly that it felt like he was falling from a height of 10,000 meters. He cried out in pain, Dragon Head? Sixth Bro Hu called him Dragon Head. Green Dragon only had 1 dragon head. Zhao Pengfei was aware of this. His face was no longer black, but turned green with fear. Only then did Sixth Bro Hu notice Zhao Pengfei on the ground. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Pengfei before looking at Tai Xiaohu. His heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, oh no, this grandson Zhao Pengfei, was he beaten up by the dragon head? Tai Xiaohu didn't let Sixth Bro Hu guess for long. He said in a low voice, I was the one who beat him up. There are more than 20 of them lying in the house. However, I'm no longer the dragon head of Green Dragon. The new dragon head of Green Dragon is him. After Tai Xiaohu finished speaking, he immediately retreated to Ling Yun's side and left the matter to Abing. When Sixth Bro Hu heard that it was really the dragon head who beat up Zhao Pengfei, his heart skipped a beat. His legs trembled violently, and he almost fell to the ground. Zhao Pengfei, F***CKU, did you drink too much urine? How dare you provoke our green dragon's dragon head? Even though sixth bro who was afraid, he didn't dare to really sit on the ground. He directly rushed forward and came to the side of Zhao Pengfei, who was looking at him eagerly. He raised his leg and gave Zhao Pengfei a series of kicks, using all his strength. Zhao Pengfei held in pain from the kicks. He only felt that he had encountered the end of the world. After sixth bro who was done kicking Zhao Pengfei, he panted heavily and quickly walked in front of Abing. He obediently bowed 3 times and said respectfully, Green Dragon's Human Hall, sixth bro who of the Wisdom Hall, greets the new dragon head. Even though there wasn't a handover ceremony, since Tai Xiaohu personally said that the new dragon head was Abing, sixth bro who had to pay his respects. Of course, this was outside, so he could only bow. When Abing officially took over, he naturally had to kneel on one knee. This was the rule of Green Dragon. The underlings of Green Dragon that sixth bro who brought naturally followed suit and paid their respects. One by one, they quietly threw away the sticks in their hands and kept quiet out of fear. Abing stood still and his expression didn't change. He calmly accepted everyone's greetings and said calmly, sixth bro who, tomorrow, you are responsible for making Zhao Pengfei hand over his house, for internet cafes, and 3.56 million in savings as compensation to this big sister. Break one of Zhao Pengfei's tendons in his hand and leg, then send him in and let him reflect on his actions. Abing raised his hand and pointed at the internet cafes. After we leave, call the Public Security Bureau and take all the people who are causing trouble inside. Also, as an old member of the Wisdom Hall, you made careless friends and helped a villain. Your casino will be confiscated for 3 years. You will temporarily manage it, and all the income for 3 years will belong to Green Dragon. After 3 years, whether or not your casino will be returned to you will depend on your performance. You will be responsible for all the losses of the speedy internet cafes. Replace all the internal facilities and reopen within a week. Do you have any other questions? Sixth bro who broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself that he was really unlucky to have met Zhao Pengfei. If he had known this would happen, he would have turned off his phone or asked more questions over the phone. He glared fiercely at Zhao Pengfei, then swallowed his saliva and said, no problem. This grandson, of all the people you could have offended, why did you have to offend Green Dragon? You even called me shamelessly. You're really F***king crazy. After Abing was done, he walked slowly to Ling Yun and whispered, Big brother Yun, what do you think? Ling Yun didn't say anything and only nodded slightly. He walked in front of Zhao Pengfei and lowered his head. Zhao Pengfei, I think you hit me before. Do you remember? Zhao Pengfei was already scared out of his wits. Now that he heard it, he was even more confused. Ling Yun's appearance had changed so much that he couldn't recognize him at all. You are, Ling Yun smiled slightly. I'm Ling Yun. Zhao Pengfei's face turned purple instantly, and his mouth opened wide. You're the fat manager of the speedy internet cafes? Zhao Pengfei felt like the sky was falling. He had a great time beating up Ling Yun that time. He still talked about it until now, but he didn't expect karma to befall him so quickly. God, the 2 bosses of Green Dragon were obviously listening to his orders, but he had beaten him to death. Then, who wouldn't die? If he didn't die, he would be lucky. Once Ling Yun said that, Tang Meng was the first to stand up from the stairs. His face changed, and he shouted angrily, what the F***CK? F***CK, break all the tendons in his arms and legs. Cripple this grandson. As he said that, he was about to step forward. His aura was unstoppable. Tai Xiaohu and Abing's expressions changed at the same time. Abing suddenly felt that he had gone easy on Zhao Pengfei. Ling Yun laughed. No need. He was very satisfied with Abing's decision. Ling Yun stopped Tang Meng and didn't say anything else. He just pointed at Zhao Pengfei's lower abdomen and released a gust of wind. Cripple Zhao Pengfei. I'll leave the rest to the 3 of you to handle. I'll be leaving first. Ling Yan held on to Su Bingyan and Yanzi and walked towards Tai Xiaohu's big Mercedes. To be continued. After receiving Ling Yan's telepathic message, Tai Xiaohu threw the car keys over. Ling Yan caught the car keys firmly as though he had eyes on the back of his head. After getting Su Bingyan and Yanzi into the car, Ling Yan drove the car himself. He started the engine, and under countless shocked gazes, he made a turn and disappeared. Ling Yan, you're really amazing now. How majestic. Yanzi was sitting in the back seat of the car. She was so excited that she couldn't sit still. Her eyes were shining as she said excitedly. It's just a few pieces of trash. What's so impressive about that? I'll send the two of you home. Who should I send first? Ling Yan asked casually with a smile. Yanzi sneaked a glance at Su Bingyan and thought to herself, I can't foolishly be Big Sister Su's third wheel. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat Big Sister Su's homemade chive dumplings. She rolled her eyes and said, send me first. I live very close to here. Just turn left and you'll be there. For the convenience of commuting, Yanzi lived in a small district near the speedy internet cafe. She wasn't lying, but it was true that she wanted to get off the car early. Yanzi. Su Bingyan bit her lip and looked at Yanzi. She wanted her to accompany her home tonight. After all, this little girl had just been beaten up because of the incident at the internet cafe. She must be in shock. Yanzi and Su Bingyan interacted day and night, and they were relatives. Naturally, she knew what Su Bingyan was thinking. However, she deliberately ignored it and quickly asked Ling Yan to stop the car. After Yanzi got off the car, Ling Yan asked Yanzi with a smile, Yanzi, do you want to invite me to your place for a cup of tea? Yanzi stared at Ling Yan's charming face and giggled. Do you want to drink tea? Big Sister Su has good tea leaves at home. Go ahead. I only have a small, rundown house. I don't even have a cup of hot water. Ling Yan liked Yanzi's straightforwardness and eloquence. He couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. However, he heard Yanzi say, Big Sister Su, isn't your computer system broken? Since Ling Yan is sending you over tonight, why don't you just ask him to re-equip you? The last time Ling Yan was beaten up, he stayed at Su Bingyan's house for a night. However, when Su Bingyan asked him to go over to her house to help her reinstall her computer system, Ling Yan refused no matter what. This was what Su Bingyan hated about Ling Yan. You talk too much. Su Bingyan couldn't help but blush when she heard Yanzi bringing up the past. Her delicate body trembled as she softly chided Yanzi. Let's go. The weather tonight is really good, perfect for dating. Yanzi turned around and left. Intentionally or unintentionally, she said this and ran away while giggling. Ling Yan smiled faintly. He understood that Yanzi was implying something, but he didn't think much of it. He only asked Su Bingyan softly, Big Sister Su, how do I get to your house? What a big blunder, Su Bingyan was stunned. This? Ling Yan actually didn't know the way to my house? How was this possible? You. If you don't want to see me off, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. I can go home myself. Su Bingyan's heart sank, and her pretty face turned as white as frost. Her expression was bitter. Of course, she had misunderstood Ling Yan. Could it be that he knew where Su Bingyan's house was in the past? That would be a huge misunderstanding, and he would be in big trouble. He had no choice but to explain. Ling Yan thought about it and turned back to look at Su Bingyan with a burning gaze. Big Sister Su, I won't hide it from you. There's something I haven't told you before. It's about the time I brought someone to the speedy internet cafe to watch the surveillance footage. Actually, those people wanted to harm me. They got someone to hit me with a car. Luckily, I dodged quickly and was lucky enough to survive. I only injured my brain, so I don't remember many things clearly anymore. Su Bingyan was completely stunned. What? Why you were hit by a car? Why didn't I know? Su Bingyan suddenly recalled the night Ling Yan was beaten up. She thought to herself, could this be what Ling Yan was referring to? Did he know that someone wanted to harm him? After the shock, Su Bingyan's heart ached. She couldn't be bothered to be angry anymore. She immediately asked anxiously, I really didn't know about this. Why are you all right now? Are you hurt anywhere else? Ling Yan said that it was his brain that was hit. However, Ling Yan's brain was 100% fine now. He had only lost some of his memories. Therefore, Su Bingyan was more concerned about whether Ling Yun was hurt anywhere else. Ling Yun looked at Su Bingyan's anxious expression and laughed. Big sister Su, have you forgotten? I can even save the dead. Even if I'm hurt anywhere else, it would have healed long ago. Look at me now, do I look like I'm in trouble? Su Bingyan was inexplicably panicked just now and forgot about this. She immediately felt relieved. Her snow-white hands lightly covered her chest as she said, "It's good that you're fine. You scared me to death." Then, she noticed that Ling Yun's pair of perverted eyes were staring at her collar. She instantly blushed, but she didn't say anything. This rascal is much bolder than before. Su Bingyan thought to herself. However, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she thought about the women around Ling Yun. This feeling was complicated and subtle. Hee hee, big sister Su, can you tell me where you live now? I'll send you back now. A few minutes later, Ling Yun drove into a quiet and elegant district. This place wasn't far from the speedy internet cafe. It was only about 7 or 8 stops away. There wasn't any traffic at night, so they arrived very quickly. Ling Yun parked the car in front of Su Bingyan's unit, and both of them got out of the car. Su Bingyan lifted her head to take a look upstairs, but she quickly retracted her gaze. She didn't dare to look at Ling Yun. An indescribable feeling spread rapidly from where they stood. Of course, it was Ling Yun who spoke first. Big sister Su, if you have nothing to do upstairs alone, I'll go back. Don't. Su Bingyan hurriedly stopped Ling Yun. Her usually stern and cold eyes no longer had that unapproachable expression. Instead, they had an indescribable charm as she sneaked a glance at Ling Yun. One had to admit that Su Bingyan was indeed very beautiful. Coupled with the fact that her pretty face was pale after the shock, it was even more pitiful. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. I'll send you up. The night was so beautiful. He would be a fool not to send her off. Su Bingyan replied softly. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. It was very seductive, like a cat in heat. The two of them walked into the building and took the elevator to the 16th floor. This district was very high class. There was only one unit on each floor, and it was extremely quiet. Come in quickly, it's so hot tonight. Xianxia City was experiencing a sauna, and the temperature was 36 to 37 degrees Celsius at night. It was indeed very hot, but Su Bingyan didn't feel it with the air conditioning in the car. However, not long after they got out of the car, Su Bingyan was sweating profusely. Her undergarments were stuck tightly to her body. Wow, big sister Su's house is so big. Ling Yun complimented casually after he entered the house and scanned the layout. The house was indeed very big. It was at least 140 square meters. Su Bingyan kept it very clean and warm. It was a pity that she had been alone for the past 5 to 6 years. Su Bingyan couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw Ling Yun's expression. It's not like you haven't been here before. How could you forget about this? Really? She said coquettishly. Su Bingyan remembered that Ling Yun said the same thing the last time she was here. However, things were different this time. Su Bingyan immediately turned on the air conditioning and said to Ling Yun with a red face, "Sit here for a while. There's anything you want to drink in the fridge. Help yourself. I'm going to take a shower first." Su Bingyan had been bullied and humiliated today. She was nervous, excited, and shy. She had sweated a lot. She was a person who loved cleanliness, and she couldn't stand it anymore. "Oh, big sister Su, you don't have to worry about me," Ling Yun replied casually. He picked up the magazine on the sofa and started reading. He didn't have anything to do tonight, so he had plenty of time. There were only the two of them in the house. Su Bingyan wanted to take a shower. Her heart was pounding, and her face was burning. Her face was redder than the flashing neon lights on the roadside. Her heart was incomparably perturbed, but she was also filled with anticipation. Her willingness to let Ling Yun go upstairs was already a form of anticipation. It was a pity that Su Bingyan couldn't say it. Su Bingyan entered the bathroom apprehensively. First, she locked the door with all her might. However, after some thought, she unlocked the door for some reason. Then, she took off her clothes. The sound of water splashing could be heard, and the bathroom was filled with steam. That figure was hazy and enchanting. Her beauty radiated in all directions, and she exuded endless seduction. It was a fashion magazine that introduced trendy clothes, jewelry, and the like. Everything was related to women. Ling Yan flipped through it casually. He couldn't help but smile and say to himself, so Big Sister Sue is interested in these things. I might as well give her a set, women are so troublesome. Even a shower takes so long. Ling Yan muttered in his heart. He got up and wanted to turn on the television to watch. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the bathroom, followed by a loud crash. Ah! Needless to say, Su Bingyan must have slipped and fallen. Ling Yan frowned slightly. In a flash, he arrived at the door of the bathroom. Just as he was about to push the door open and enter, he retracted his palm. Ling Yan was too embarrassed to use his divine sense or the yin-yang eye on Su Bingyan. He could only stand outside the door and ask anxiously, Big Sister Sue, are you all right? Su Bingyan's gasp came from the bathroom. She groaned in pain. Ouch. I fell, and I hurt my crotch. I can't move. Of all places to fall, she fell on her hip. Ling Yan asked anxiously, then, what should I do? Come in quickly. It hurts. But I'm afraid it's not appropriate, right? Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. You. Hurry up and come in. Su Bingyan was so anxious that she cursed at Ling Yan. What a blockhead. She even resorted to injuring herself for you, and you still don't know what's good for you. To be continued. Can't have any evil thoughts, can't have any evil thoughts, definitely can't have any evil thoughts. Phew. Ling Yan recited it 3 times before taking a deep breath. He picked up the clear heart technique that he had almost forgotten and recited it quickly in his heart. Then, he pushed the door open and entered. The first thing that came into view was a dazzling expanse of snow-white skin, as well as Su Bingyan's jet-black hair that was stuck to her shoulders. It was wet and still emitted steam. Ling Yan only took one look before he felt the evil fire in his body rising. He almost forgot to chant the clear heart technique. However, this wasn't the time to think. Ling Yan scanned with his divine sense and instantly understood Su Bingyan's situation. Su Bingyan wasn't faking it. She really fell and was injured. She couldn't move at all. That pained expression definitely wasn't an act. Big Sister Sue, are you all right? Can you stand up? Ling Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva again and asked the blushing Su Bingyan with concern. Would I have called you in if I could stand up? Seriously, it hurts so much. The iceberg goddess started to blame him. She opened her cherry lips and scolded him. Su Bingyan couldn't move, so Ling Yan could only squat down and extend his arms to carry her. However, he didn't know where to start. He opened his arms and froze there. Should he check Su Bingyan's hip bone or carry her to the bed to treat her? Ling Yan didn't have any ideas. Idiot, get Big Sister a bath towel first. You've seen everything. Su Bingyan was embarrassed and angry at the same time. She was happy to let Ling Yan see her, but now that Ling Yan was here, if she didn't say anything, Ling Yan might think that she was slutty when he thought about it in the future. Oh. Ling Yan got up quickly, took a white bath towel from the bathroom, and gently wrapped it around Su Bingyan's body. Quick, carry Big Sister to the bed in the bedroom. Su Bingyan's mind was much clearer now that her body was covered. Even though she was still shy, her mind was much clearer. She immediately gave instructions to Ling Yan. Alright, then Big Sister Sue, bear with it for now. Don't be afraid, I'll cure you right away. Ling Yan comforted Su Bingyan as he carried Su Bingyan horizontally with the towel separating them. Hee, I didn't expect Big Sister Sue to be so heavy. In order to hide his embarrassment, Ling Yan made a joke and flashed out of the bathroom. Hiss. Go to hell. I only weigh 50 kilograms. How is that heavy? Su Bingyan changed her position. Even though she felt a sharp pain in her hip bone, being hugged by Ling Yan made her feel even sweeter. Su Bingyan was a 31-year-old married woman. She was 1.68 meters tall, and her skin was firm and alluring. Her figure was slightly plump, and 50 kilograms wasn't considered fat. However, the alluring charm of a married woman was indeed mesmerizing. Under Su Bingyan's instructions, Ling Yan carried her to the bedroom. There was a huge double bed there. Ling Yan walked past it, bent over, and gently placed Su Bingyan on the bed. Hiss. Because of the change in position, Su Bingyan sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. Her long eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and the tip of her nose was slightly wrinkled. Ling Yan's eyes lit up, and his Adam's apple trembled violently. For a moment, he forgot to check on Su Bingyan's injuries. Su Bingyan stole a glance at Ling Yan and was secretly delighted. She purposely let Ling Yan look at her for a while longer before pretending to pull up the towel to cover herself again. "Little pervert, what are you looking at?" she asked coquettishly. "Hee hee, big sister is really beautiful. This figure is invincible." Since Ling Yan had seen it, he wouldn't hide it anymore. He might as well directly praise Su Bingyan's figure. "Humph, you can't look for nothing. You have to be responsible for big sister." Su Bingyan couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. She pursed her lips and pointed at Ling Yan. Ling Yan nodded like a chick pecking at grains. He smiled faintly. "All right. I'll be responsible for whatever big sister tells me to do. I promise to be responsible to the end." One more wasn't much, but one less meant fewer. How could Big Brother Yan's dish be eaten by others? "Humph. You only know how to coax people with." "Nice words. You've forgotten all about big sister." Su Bingyan rolled her eyes at Ling Yan. Her eyes were filled with resentment, and anyone could understand it. "I won't do it again in the future. Let me check on big sister first." Ling Yan laughed. As he said that, Ling Yan was about to start checking on Su Bingyan. However, he realized that trouble was coming. Su Bingyan had broken her right hip bone. That was a crucial part that women guarded with their lives. Ling Yan and Su Bingyan could still argue with each other. However, Ling Yan was hesitant to take action without Su Bingyan's permission. Actually, this was mainly because Ling Yan had forgotten everything in the past. To be precise, Ling Yan's current feelings for Su Bingyan were just the beginning. He had no desires or feelings at all. Even though he was stunned by Su Bingyan's maturity and charm, he had never really taken it to heart. However, it was different for Su Bingyan. Ling Yan had lost his memories, but she hadn't. The two of them had stayed on the same bed. On the night Ling Yan was severely injured and unconscious, he was only left with his underwear. Su Bingyan applied ointment and hot compress for him. When he was in a coma and talking in his sleep, Su Bingyan even hugged him and coaxed him for the entire night. After that, there was already an ambiguous relationship between the two of them. However, their age difference was more than 10 years. Therefore, there was no way to break through. The original Ling Yan had an inferiority complex and knew that he was going to die. Of course, he would avoid such feelings. However, now that Ling Yan had risen to power and successfully lost weight, the fire in Su Bingyan's heart was ignited when she saw Ling Yan again. It was inextinguishable. The two of them were at different stages of their relationship, which resulted in such an awkward and hazy situation. However, they were attracted to each other. She used her mature beauty, and he used his carefreeness and talent. They were like two magnets that had been charged with electricity, but they couldn't find their respective yin and yang poles. They were circling around and colliding with each other intensely. "Little pervert, big sister has already been seen by you. Why would I be afraid of you treating me? Hurry up, it hurts." Su Bingyan's beautiful lips curled into a charming smile as she glanced at the shy Ling Yan. "Oh." Ling Yan's throat was dry as he slowly lifted the white bath towel on Su Bingyan's thigh. Ling Yan's palm carried a scorching heat as he gently but firmly touched Su Bingyan's right thigh and right hip. "I hurt my right hip bone. The muscle is bruised, and it's a little swollen. Big sister Su, let me massage it for you? It will heal very quickly." Ling Yan was very confident that it was just a minor injury. Su Bingyan sighed in her heart and agreed softly. If she could, she would rather have a heavier fall. She would rather hope that Ling Yan's medical skills weren't so brilliant. She would rather endure the pain and let this young man accompany her here. Ling Yan adjusted his position by the bedside and used both of his hands to massage Su Bingyan's right leg and hip. He didn't forget to transfer some spiritual energy into her body while he massaged her. Falling injuries were definitely a piece of cake for Ling Yun, who had fought countless battles. He didn't even let Su Bingyan feel any pain. Su Bingyan's injuries were completely healed with just a few massages. Ling Yun was still worried, so he took out a level 4 healing talisman and used it on Su Bingyan's soft hip bone. The swelling immediately subsided. "Big Sister Su, try moving a little. How does it feel now?" Ling Yun smiled at Su Bingyan, who had her eyes tightly shut, her face flushed, and her breathing ragged. Even though Ling Yun's touch didn't last long, Su Bingyan was already intoxicated. At this moment, Ling Yun had already finished treating Su Bingyan and covered her with the white towel again. He stood quietly by the bedside with a smile on his face, admiring Su Bingyan wantonly and marveling at the wonders of the Creator. The room was filled with a strange smell. This was the smell of a woman at the peak of her passion. It was extremely able to stimulate a man's hormones. Ling Yun woke up abruptly and chanted the clear heart mantra in his heart. Then, he smiled faintly and flew to the bed. As if he was meditating, he sat cross-legged beside Su Bingyan. "Big Sister Su, you're seducing a teenager." Ling Yun looked straight at Su Bingyan. After scanning her body for a while, his eyes stopped at Su Bingyan's delicate and charming face, and he laughed with his red lips and white teeth. "Yeah, I'm seducing you." Su Bingyan was angry, but she didn't let it go. Her face was red, and she used her left arm to support herself on the bed. She twisted her body and sat face to face with Ling Yun. They were so close that they could feel each other's hot breath. "Big Sister Su, what you're doing isn't right." "It's easy to lead a young man astray," Ling Yun put on a teaching face and pretended to be serious. However, his eyes were fixed on Su Bingyan's upper body without blinking. Pfft. Su Bingyan was getting more and more natural. She chuckled softly and was as beautiful as a flower. "Little pervert, do you still need Big Sister to lead you? You're more naughty than anyone else now." Su Bingyan stared at Ling Yun with a pair of seductive eyes. Her eyes were beautiful and full of spirit. The corners of her eyes slanted upwards, indeed captivating. "I'm a pure and innocent young man. I just finished my college entrance examinations today, and I'm still waiting to go to university," Ling Yun said with a smile. Su Bingyan's face instantly turned pale. Her pair of bright and enchanting eyes quickly dimmed, and the sparks in them were extinguished, turning into ashes. Su Bingyan felt that she wasn't attractive enough. She felt a deep sense of defeat. "Ling Yun, do you think that I'm too old and that it's impossible between us? Or do you think that Big Sister Su isn't pretty enough and can't compare to those little beauties beside you?" Su Bingyan thought about the opening day of the clinic. Ling Yun thought about Lin Menghan, Miao Xiao Miao, Shui Mining, and Yao Rou. Ling Yun shook his head violently and chuckled. "Big Sister Su, what are you thinking about? From what I see, Big Sister Su is only 21 or 22 years old. How is that too old? Moreover, Big Sister is so sexy and charming, and your face is so beautiful. How many people can beat Big Sister?" Even though Ling Yun was exaggerating by saying that Su Bingyan was 31 years old, she looked like she was 26 or 27 years old. However, she had the charm of a mature woman and was extremely charming. Furthermore, with Ling Yun's ability, he could easily make a woman younger by 10 or even 10 years in the near future. It would be very easy. Therefore, age wasn't a problem. As for appearance and figure, Su Bingyan had no problem at all. Ling Yun paused after saying that, but Su Bingyan's heart sank even more, because if these two reasons weren't true, then there was only one remaining reason. Ling Yun despised her because she wasn't a virgin. To be continued. You despise me for being married before? Am I right?" Su Bingyan's heart was filled with hesitation. Finally, she used a different method to ask this difficult reason. "You're only allowed to say that once today. Don't mention it again." Ling Yun smiled faintly. Xiao Mimi wasn't a virgin either. What Ling Yun cultivated was the Tao of the heart. If he couldn't even get over whether a woman was a virgin or not, he wouldn't be able to advance to the foundation establishment stage or the golden core stage, let alone the tribulation transcendence stage. Ling Yan's last sentence was said very seriously. Su Bingyan's body trembled violently, and crystal clear tears flowed out of her eyes. Those were tears of happiness and gratitude. Ling Yun, I'm older than you by 13 years, and there's also my past. Don't tell me you really don't care about all of this? Can you accept it? Ling Yun nodded naturally, and the corner of his mouth curled up. The dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly, and his handsome smile was enough to make Su Bingyan dizzy. Of course, the most important reason was because of happiness. However, I can't remember many things from the past after I was hit by a car. Big sister Su, can you tell me what you know about me in the past? Ling Yan hugged Su Bingyan's warm body and started talking about serious matters. He really wanted to know. Speak properly if you want to talk. Don't touch me. Su Bingyan pouted at Ling Yun before lifting her head to look at Ling Yun's handsome face. She reminisced and said, where should I start? Anyway, you were very fat back then. If you weren't tall enough, you would have become a meatball. Oh my god. Su Bingyan seemed to be trying to lighten the atmosphere as much as possible, so she intentionally teased Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't care because that wasn't the real him. Therefore, he only smiled faintly. Back then, you were very withdrawn and quiet. You didn't want to talk to anyone, and you only did those few things every day. Other than playing online games, you would read some weird medical books every day. Back then, you were very weak and self-abased. You were beaten black and blue all day long. It was heartbreaking to see you, but you were very stubborn at that time. I've never seen someone as stubborn as you. Although others can bully you, you don't allow others to touch your bottom line, no matter who they are, no matter how many people they have. If anyone touches your bottom line, your gaze will change, and you will dare to fight them with your life. You run away from many things, but you risk your life to protect your sister. At first, you only came to my internet cafe to look up medical information. Later, when my internet cafe was hiring an internet cafe manager, you came. You said you wanted to earn money for your sister's study materials and clothes. You're really good to your sister. You're the best brother in the world. You are very conscientious in your work. You are willing to do any kind of hard work. There's a very, very beautiful girl who secretly comes to the internet cafe to visit you every week, but you've never seen her. Every time she saw you, she would cry. There wasn't a time when she didn't leave in tears. It wasn't until your ordinary people's clinic opened that I found out that she was actually your sister, Ning Yu. Ling Yan's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He frowned and prayed for Ling Yu in his heart. Big sister Su, then, why do you take care of me so much? Ling Yan asked. Su Bingyan personally went to school to look for Ling Yan a few times just to pay him his salary. Ling Yan could imagine how well Su Bingyan treated him now that she was treating him like this. Su Bingyan blushed. Because big sister knows that you're lonely. Big sister is also a lonely person. My heart aches for you, so you fell in love with me? Ling Yun chuckled. Su Bingyan raised her fist and lightly punched Ling Yun a few times. You little pervert, if you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. It was obvious, but she refused to admit it. Women were all like that. However, Ling Yun was so fat back then, yet Su Bingyan still had feelings for him. That made Ling Yun feel that Su Bingyan was extraordinary. She didn't judge a book by its cover. You used to sleep on this bed. Su Bingyan's voice became softer and softer as she blushed. Who knew that you would become so handsome the second time you came? Moreover, it was all because of that Zhao Pengfei. But this time, you were the one who took care of him. It doesn't matter that Big Sister's internet cafe was destroyed. I'm tired of living alone all these years. But seeing that you can take revenge, Big Sister's heart is indescribably happy. Ling Yun, your changes are really shocking. Su Bingyan's pretty face became extremely serious as she spoke. However, her gaze became heated, and her emotions surged like a tide. Big sister Su, do you want to see me perform a magic trick? Ling Yan stared at Su Bingyan's beautiful face. He wondered how beautiful she would look if she wore a set of jewelry. Su Bingyan glared at Ling Yun. You've already given me enough surprises. Why do you still want to perform a magic trick? Ling Yun didn't say anything. He flipped his hand and opened it in front of Su Bingyan. There was a ring on his hand. Of course, it was made of imperial green jade. Under the light, it shone with a bright green luster. It was bright and hazy, radiating a dreamy glow. It's so beautiful. Su Bingyan was stunned. Ling Yan smiled faintly and stuffed the ring into Su Bingyan's delicate hands. Then, he flipped his hand again, and another pair of imperial green jade bracelets appeared. Following that was a jade necklace, a pair of jade earrings, and finally a dazzling luminous pearl the size of a longan. These are all for me? Su Bingyan asked blankly after a long period of shock. She touched this and looked at that. Finally, she confirmed that everything was real and not a dream. Ling Yan smiled brightly. To celebrate Big Sister's release from the abyss of suffering and becoming my wife from now on, take these small gifts as a small token of my appreciation. Su Bingyan wanted to reject him, but Ling Yan's words made her heart tremble. She couldn't bear to reject him at all. Little pervert, who said I want to be your wife? Su Bingyan scolded playfully. However, there was an unconcealable joy in her eyes. If you don't want to be my wife, what are you doing in my arms now? Ling Yan laughed heartily. Su Bingyan gave Ling Yan a beating before saying softly, Ling Yan, Big Sister will talk to you about serious matters. Big Sister saw the opening day of your clinic and also knows that there are many outstanding and beautiful girls with excellent family backgrounds who like you. They are suitable to be your wives. As for Big Sister, as long as I can be your woman, yes, the woman behind your back, I will be satisfied. Big Sister doesn't want a title, and I don't expect to be with you day and night. As long as you can come and see me when you are free, Big Sister will be satisfied. However, since you have given this to me, you have to put it on for me personally today. Su Bingyan's eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at Ling Yan. She pointed at the jade ring and said to Ling Yan. Su Bingyan's hands were very beautiful with rose-red nail polish. Her nails were trimmed beautifully, and her fingers were soft and slender. Okay, put it on, put it on. Ling Yan picked up the jade ring and asked, Big Sister Su, which finger do you want to put it on? Silly, of course the ring finger of the left hand. Su Bingyan said shyly. Ling Yan held Su Bingyan's left hand and gently put the ring on her ring finger. He chuckled and said, Big Sister Su's hand is really beautiful. Don't even think of running away now, Big Sister is your woman now. Big Sister won't run away, not even if you beat me up. I will always be your woman. Su Bingyan looked at the jade green ring on her hand, and her beautiful eyes shot out a holy light. Both of them were moved at the same time. There was no need to say what they were going to do next. However, Ling Yan still felt that this was a little too fast. Moreover, the Shikyu herb was about to mature, and he was about to break through to physique tempering stage 9. Therefore, he remained indifferent and didn't pounce on her like a hungry tiger. Little pervert. What are you waiting for at this point? Su Bingyan was extremely aroused. Her eyes were sparkling, and her voice was charming. Ling Yan was mesmerized by Su Bingyan, but he still endured it. He could endure anything for his cultivation. Big Sister Su, today. I can't do it today, it's not convenient. Ling Yan said honestly. Nonsense, there's only the two of us here. If Big Sister is willing, what's inconvenient about it? Su Bingyan was anxious to consummate their marriage with Ling Yan. Big Sister Su, you don't know this, but after I was hit, it was a blessing in disguise. I'm currently cultivating a very powerful martial art, so I can't touch you now, Ling Yan explained. He wasn't lying because he had to cultivate the divine yang cultivation technique first. This was the best time to conserve his energy. In order to consolidate his foundation, he hadn't touched Lin Menghan or Yao Rou for 12 days. Of course, he couldn't break his rule with Su Bingyan and cause all his previous efforts to go to waste. Pfft. Su Bingyan was relieved after hearing Ling Yan's explanation. She giggled and said, Little pervert, don't tell me you're cultivating the virgin technique? What about Big Sister? Ling Yan chuckled. Big Sister, don't worry, the virgin technique is nothing. My cultivation technique is much stronger than the virgin technique. After this period, I guarantee that we'll, tisk. You're so naughty. Su Bingyan's face blushed. She snorted softly, but she was secretly delighted. Even though she wasn't a virgin anymore, she had never enjoyed the taste of a man. It turned out that her short-lived husband didn't only have a short life, but that thing was even shorter. Even though Su Bingyan knew that women would bleed after their first time, she didn't bleed during her first time. This was a question that puzzled her to this day, but she couldn't tell anyone. Of course, there wouldn't be any bleeding. Su Bingyan didn't know that the membrane that symbolized her virginity wasn't broken at all. Where would the bleeding come from? To be continued. At this moment, Ling Yan's phone rang. It was a message from Tang Meng. Hee, big brother Yun, let me guess. You're 100% on the bed now, right? Haha, how does it feel to have two beauties in your arms? Tang Meng was indeed a roundworm in Ling Yan's stomach. When Ling Yan left with Su Bingyan and Yanzi, Tang Meng could guess what would happen. Tang Meng, are you itching for a beating because I haven't beaten you up for a few days? Ling Yan immediately dialed the number and scolded Tang Meng. Tang Meng chuckled as he begged for mercy. Very quickly, he said in a serious tone, Big brother Yun, the 5 people who came to Green Dragon's casino to win money have appeared again. They're currently gambling in a big casino in Xianxia district. Do you want to come over and take care of them? Ling Yan frowned and said in a low voice, it's been more than half a month, and these guys have appeared again? Haven't they left Xianxia? They must be courting death. In less than a week, the 5 gambling masters had won a total of more than $80 million from Green Dragon's gambling dens. Just as Ling Yun was about to make his move, the 5 of them disappeared into the sea and never appeared again. Who would have thought that they would reappear today? When would he deal with them if he didn't do it now? Ling Yan told Tang Meng to wait for him at the entrance of the Ordinary People's Clinic. He would be there soon. Big Sister Su, someone is causing trouble in Green Dragon's casino. I have to go over immediately. Ling Yan said to Su Bingyan, who was on the bed. Big Sister Su, someone is causing trouble in Green Dragon's casino. I have to go over immediately. Su Bingyan thought it was one of Ling Yan's women. Business is more important. Don't worry about Big Sister, I'm fine now. Su Bingyan said. Big Sister Su, I will arrange for Tang Meng to handle your business. You can do whatever you want. Don't worry about anything happening in the future. Ling Yun nodded. With the protection of Xianxia City's underworld, it would be difficult for anything to happen to Su Bingyan's business. Who would dare to provoke her? Except for the blind ones. Ling Yan got up and left Su Bingyan's house under Su Bingyan's reluctant gaze. Ling Yan arrived at the Ordinary People's Clinic in no time. Tang Meng was already waiting for him. He didn't get out of the car, and the 2 cars headed in a remote direction. Since it was a large-scale underground casino, it was impossible to open it openly in the bustling city. This was a well-known fact. In the suburbs of the western part of the city, there was a quiet but large courtyard. It was brightly lit, and there were all kinds of cars parked at the entrance. There were luxury cars, ordinary cars, and even electric scooters. One could imagine the people inside. Of course, this was one of the Green Dragon's large-scale underground casinos. Most of the people inside were gamblers. When they arrived, they found a place to park their car. When they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, they saw that Tai Xiaohu and Abing were already waiting at the entrance. There was another person around 34 or 35 years old. He had a medium build and ordinary looks. His eyes looked dull and lifeless. He was the kind of person that would be unrecognizable in a crowd. This person's name was Gong Hongguang. He was the hall master of the Green Dragon Human Hall, the Faith Hall. His business mainly consisted of casinos and nightclubs. Don't be fooled by the fact that his assets were at least 300 million. The casino in the courtyard belonged to him. Big brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu and Abing rushed forward to introduce Gong Hongguang to Ling Yun and Tang Meng when they saw them. Just call me Ling Yun. Seeing that Gong Hongguang didn't know how to address him, Ling Yun smiled faintly and told him to call him by his name. Ling Yun noticed that even though Gong Hongguang's appearance was ordinary and his eyes were lifeless, it was just a facade. In fact, this kind of person was the smartest. Moreover, he had a pair of slender and nimble hands. His nails were neatly trimmed. Obviously, he was a gambling expert. This is against the rules. Gong Hongguang said naively. He called Tai Xiaohu the Dragon Head, but it was against the rules to call Tai Xiaohu's boss by his name. Therefore, Gong Hongguang didn't dare to call him that. Just call Big Brother Yun the Dragon Head. As long as Big Brother Yun is here, the Green Dragon Head will be Big Brother Yun, no one else. Abing said. Gong Hongguang immediately bowed 3 times respectfully. Greetings, Dragon Head. Ling Yun nodded his head helplessly as a form of agreement. He took the lead and entered the courtyard while asking questions. What are they gambling on tonight? Ling Yun asked casually. Dice, big or small? Gong Hongguang answered. Or did they win every round? Ever since they appeared in Xianxia City, they have never lost. Did you find out that they cheated? No, the 5 of them have their own unique skills. Dice, mahjong, pai gao, and poker, they take turns to play. They rely on real gambling skills to win money, so we can only compete with them at the gambling table. Unfortunately, we are not as good as them. Interesting. How much money did they win tonight? Ling Yan asked with a smirk. They won 6 million in just a while. Gong Hongguang gritted his teeth. Even though he was rich, he couldn't afford to lose like this. If it wasn't for the fact that Green Dragon couldn't afford to lose face, they would have gotten rid of these 5 people secretly. No matter where they came from, they were here to cause trouble. Of course, Ling Yan had already told them to let them win. He was going to deal with them personally. Don't worry, they will spit out 100 times more in a while. Ling Yan said coldly. After entering the casino, Gong Hongguang led Ling Yun directly to the table where the 5 people were seated. He found a random seat and sat down. At this time, 4 of the 5 people were standing. The last person was sitting there gambling. He was a young man about 26 or 27 years old. His face was pale, and he had a pair of prominent ears. His eyes were calm, and the chips in front of him were piled high. Among the 4 people standing behind the young man, there was a very beautiful and flirtatious woman. She had a scornful smile on her face, which made her look very charming. The casino's patrons were all regulars. Those who weren't familiar with the place wouldn't even enter. They all knew that these 5 people were here to cause trouble. Now that they saw the people from Green Dragon at the table, they immediately surrounded them. Before Ling Yun came, this young man was the only one gambling with the banker. Others saw that he was winning every round. Even though they wanted to bet with him, they were afraid of Green Dragon's power and didn't dare to bet. They could only watch and marvel. After Ling Yun sat down, he first glanced at the 5 people before looking directly at the young man opposite him. He smiled faintly. Friend, you've earned quite a lot. You should stop when it's time. Don't be so ruthless. That young man said faintly, it's not ruthless. However, since you can afford to open a casino, you have to accept our gambling. If you can't afford to gamble, then close down as soon as possible. Obviously, that young man also knew that the main character was here. He kept staring at Ling Yun's eyes as if he wanted to see through Ling Yun. However, it was too difficult. What kind of person was Ling Yun? Ling Yun chuckled. Since that's the case, you must gamble? I just don't know if you brought enough chips. I'm afraid you can't afford to lose. 1 billion. If you have the ability, please win it all. The young man smiled proudly, revealing a row of neat teeth. 1 billion? There are a total of 5 of you. How much can you lose? 200 million? Ling Yun felt that it was even more fun. You're very smart, not bad. Of course, I can still lose more. The young man was still smiling. Ling Yun nodded. Alright, 200 million per round. 1 round to decide the winner. Do you dare? Ling Yun provoked. The smile on that young man's face froze. He could tell that the boy opposite him was extraordinary. However, he never expected that Ling Yun would decide the winner in 1 round. The expressions of the 4 gambling experts behind him changed drastically. They lowered their heads and began to discuss in hushed voices. Ling Yun turned back to look at Gong Hongguang. Boss Gong, 200 million, can you afford to lose? Ling Yun asked with a smile. Yes, I can at most lose 600 million with all my assets. Gong Hongguang answered honestly. Ling Yun turned around and smiled at the 5 people on the other side. He spread his hands and said, look, we can lose 600 million. That's enough to bet 3 rounds with you guys. If you dare to gamble, hurry up. If you don't, take the 80 million that you won from Xianxia City and scram. However, you must take off all your clothes and crawl out of here naked. Ling Yan purposely stared at the flirtatious woman among the 5 people. Humph. Isn't it just 1 round to decide the winner? Little 5, bet with him. Indeed, Ling Yan's words completely infuriated the flirtatious woman. She glared at Ling Yan and shouted. To be continued. I'm sorry, this is my first time writing about gambling, so I only managed to write 1 chapter after researching for an entire day. Thank you for your monthly votes and tips. Bu Jing will update 8 chapters tomorrow. Ling Yan saw that the other party was finally angered by him, so he chuckled and said, satisfying, satisfying indeed. This is more like smashing up a place. I hope you guys can still be as happy as you are now in the future. The basic explanation of gambling was to use money as a stake and use a certain method to determine the winner. As for the exact method, there were all sorts of explanations. However, there were 2 prerequisites. One was to use money as a stake, and the other was to bet on something or something that was uncertain. Once it was certain, there was no need to gamble anymore. For example, Ling Yan had once made a bet with Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan on whether or not he could get into Yanjing University. The result had yet to come out. That would only be known after the admission notice was issued. Poker, mahjong, pai gao, lottery, football, horse racing, and so on. These were the most common and well-known gambling methods. With the advent of gambling techniques naturally came into being. Similarly, there were new tricks emerging one after another. Now, experts who specialized in all kinds of gambling techniques, with their own years of hard work and the help of advanced technology, had already improved their gambling techniques to an unimaginable level. The skill displayed by a true gambling expert was even better than that of a very skilled magician. People like them were often referred to as God of Gamblers. For example, Las Vegas in America and Macau in China would hold competitions like the God of Gamblers every year. It was very eye-catching. When high-level gambling techniques were displayed in front of ordinary people, they would feel that it was unbelievable and impossible. However, to put it bluntly, it was nothing more than a person's eyesight, hearing, memory, technique and speed, as well as a person's ability to calculate in a short period of time. As for luck, real gambling experts would tell you that they never believed in luck. They wouldn't rely on some illusory luck to win money. That was too uncertain. If they really relied on luck, they wouldn't have to practice gambling techniques so hard every day. As the saying goes, out of 10 gambles, 9 are cheats. Gambling was also a type of deception. For a true gambling expert, luck was negligible, but they all recognized something else, and that was momentum. When 2 experts faced off, and their gambling techniques were about the same, the one with the stronger momentum would usually have the last laugh. Ling Yan's momentum was very strong now, absolutely domineering. The moment he opened his mouth, he bet 200 million. He put on an attitude that it didn't matter whether he won or lost. Ling Yan managed to stun all 5 gambling masters with just this one move. It could be said that Ling Yan had gained the upper hand by a show of strength. Not only did he gain the upper hand with a show of strength, but he was also very aggressive. If they didn't dare to gamble, they could just scram. All 5 of them had to take off their clothes and crawl out. This was equivalent to putting the 5 great experts on fire. They had no choice but to gamble, and they couldn't even stop halfway through. This momentum was too strong. It was like a pail of cold water had been poured over their heads, instantly extinguishing the arrogance of the 5 people. They were caught off guard. These 5 gambling experts had been gambling smoothly until now. Gambling with people like Gong Hongguang was like playing with a child. It wasn't until Ling Yan came and sat in front of them that they realized they couldn't see through Ling Yan at all. No one could see through Ling Yan. Ling Yan's performance was too arrogant, too unreasonable, and too domineering. Just a few words with the young man named Little 5 had forced him into a corner. Not only did he want to gamble, but he also wanted 200 million per round. The 5 of them were originally here to cause trouble, but now they were being suppressed and humiliated by Ling Yan. The coquettish girl was the first to take it, so she retaliated and regained the upper hand she had originally had. This was naturally what Ling Yan wanted. Hence, both sides began to place their bets. Each of them took out 200 million chips and threw them on the table. It was the flirtatious young lady who personally took out the 200 million check to exchange for chips. She only got 2 chips, one representing 100 million. Of course, there wouldn't be any problems with their checks. Otherwise, they would be beaten to death. Of course, it was impossible for both sides to take out 200 million each and stack it on the table. The table couldn't hold 400 million either. Just the money alone would take a long time. Gong Hongguang also personally went to retrieve 6 chips. Similarly, each chip represented 100 million. Although he tried his best to appear calm, his dull eyes were already red. He was sweating profusely, and his face was pale. His lips were trembling, and his legs were trembling. Although the floor of the casino was flat, when he walked back, his feet were in deep water and shallow water. Now, he was gambling with his entire fortune. Even though Ling Yun was the leader of Green Dragon, no one knew if he would win or lose. 3 rounds was 600 million. If he lost all of them, Gong Hongguang would be bankrupt in the blink of an eye. Gong Hongguang's hands were trembling as he handed the 600 million yuan worth of chips to Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't console him. He casually took the 6 chips and weighed them in his hands. Listening to the clinking of the chips, he laughed and gestured to the other young man, Little Five, with his chin. "Tell me, what's the bet for this round?" Everyone knew that the bet was about to begin. They all held their breaths and stared at the 2 people on the table. Their expressions were filled with anticipation and nervousness. 1 round to decide the winner and the loser. Whether they won or lost, it would be 200 million. This bet was indeed shocking and exciting to ordinary people. The young man, Little Five, had already held the 200 million chips in his hands. His eyes were fixed on Ling Yun's every move. His expression was still calm, but his breathing was a little faster than before. "This is your casino. Naturally, you can bet however you want. I'll accompany you." The young man looked very calm, and his voice was neither fast nor slow. However, Ling Yun had already locked onto him with his powerful divine sense. Not only did he know that his palms and back were already sweating, but he could also hear that his voice was dry. Strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Ling Yun laughed coldly in his heart. He was already this nervous with just 200 million, and he still dared to mess with Green Dragon. Actually, up until now, only Ling Yun, who really didn't care about money, could maintain his composure. The others, including Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Abing, were all nervous to the point that their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. That was 200 million, not 2 million. "Sorry, I really don't know how to bet. This is my first time at the gambling table. Boss Gong, tell me how to play dice." Ling Yun chuckled. As soon as he said that, the entire table was in an uproar. He didn't even know how to play dice, and he wanted to bet 200 million with 1 round? Was he crazy? Gong Hongguang was also stunned for a while, but he didn't hesitate for long. Very quickly, he whispered to Ling Yun, "There are 3 dice in the dice cup. After shaking, the number will be calculated. The smallest is 3 points, and the largest is 18 points. 11 points is considered big, and 10 points is considered small. Let's bet on big or small." There was nothing complicated about gambling. If it was too complicated, no one would play it. It was easy to learn, and before Gong Hongguang finished speaking, Ling Yun already understood. "Let's do it this way." Ling Yun couldn't be bothered with these 5 people. He just had to deal with them quickly. "Then let's bet on big or small." Ling Yun directly said the simplest method. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at the dealer holding the dice cup. "Hurry up and shake." The young man, Little Five, was a little confused. He looked at Ling Yun and asked for confirmation. "That simple?" Ling Yun chuckled. "That's right. Didn't you just bet on big or small? Now, let's continue. If you want to play something complicated, we can bet on what is the 5,000th digit after the decimal point of pi. Do you want to bet on that?" During this period of time in school, Ling Yun felt that pi was very magical. In one breath, he recited it to the 10,000th digit after the decimal point. Only when he felt that it was meaningless did he stop. He would definitely win if he bet on this, but it was too much of a bully. The young man, Little Five, was dumbfounded. After a while, he could only nod his head and say, then let's bet on big or small. Gambling on big or small was the specialty of young experts. That pair of ears of his was specially prepared for listening to the dice. When shaking the dice cup, the young man, little 5, could finally determine the final number of the 3 dice in the cup based on the sound of the dice rolling. He had already practiced this skill to the point that even if there were more than 10 dice in the dice cup shaking at the same time, he would still know the final number of all the dice. Of course, there were also adaptations. There were more than a dozen dice cups, and each cup had 3 dices in it. If they were shaken at the same time, he would be able to hear most of them. However, that required a strong memory, and it had to be done in a very quiet situation. It was too difficult, and young Xiaowu had not practiced to that level yet. However, 1 dice cup and 3 dice. No matter how much noise there was in the casino, young Xiaowu could hear it clearly as if he was seeing it with his own eyes. Once they heard that the game was so simple, the young man, little 5, and the 4 gambling experts behind him, heaved a sigh of relief. The flirtatious lady stared at Ling Yun with a playful gaze. Her eyes were filled with disdain, and the corner of her mouth curled into a smug smile. She thought that victory was already in her hands. Ling Yun couldn't help but smile at her. "Pretty lady, I suggest that you quickly exchange some more chips. Otherwise, these 2 chips will be gone very soon, and I'll have to trouble you to make another trip." "Humph. None of your business." The flirtatious lady glared at Ling Yun and laughed coldly. "Just wait to lose." Ling Yun smiled faintly and ignored her. Instead, he turned to the dealer and said, "Let's begin. Shake however you want." The dealer turned his head to look at Gong Hongguang. Seeing that Gong Hongguang nodded slightly, he swallowed his saliva and started shaking the dice cup. Everyone held their breath and stared at the croupier's hands that were shaking the dice cup. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Ling Yun didn't look at the dealer. He didn't even look at the young man, little 5. Instead, he looked around. This scene was witnessed by the 4 gambling experts, and they snorted at Ling Yun. They looked at each other and laughed. "I thought this kid was some kind of expert, but he's just an idiot who doesn't know anything." The flirtatious lady's beautiful eyes were filled with even more disdain. On Ling Yun's side, everyone except Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu was dumbfounded. So Ling Yun didn't know anything and only wanted to bet on luck? How could he win, playing around with 200 million? That's too stupid. Some people started to sigh and shake their heads. No one noticed that the young man, little 5, had a huge change in his expression. To be continued. The first round of 8. Crazily seeking monthly votes. Sending Big Brother Yun out of Qingshui, just as the dealer picked up the dice cup with both hands and started to shake it up and down, young Xiaowu held his breath with rapt attention and pricked up his ears to listen carefully. Some attentive people would notice that young Xiaowu's pair of protruding ears could actually tremble slightly. Young Xiaowu's hearing wasn't trained for nothing. He listened very carefully and very clearly. He could even determine the exact number of each die in the dice cup based on the minute changes in the sound. Therefore, young Xiaowu knew that he would definitely win. The corner of his mouth curled into a confident smile. However, this smile didn't last long. Very quickly, it froze on his face. Very soon, young Xiaowu's ears heard another sound. It was an extremely sharp whistling sound that sounded very ear-piercing. This sharp whistling sound grew louder and louder, and very soon, it completely covered the sound of the dice colliding in the dice cup. In the end, it was so sharp that it almost pierced Xiaowu's eardrums. In the end, young Xiaowu couldn't even hear the sounds in the dice cup. His ears were completely filled with that ear-piercing whistling sound. It made him want to cover his ears with both hands. This whistling sound was, of course, Ling Yun's mystical dragon hell. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 8, the sound produced by the mystical dragon hell could already be called the initial sound barrier. The sound barrier was also an extremely powerful technique. Moreover, it was invisible and pervasive. If one's realm was high enough, one shout would be enough to shock a low-level cultivator to death. Now, Ling Yun only used the sound barrier to disrupt young Xiaowu's hearing. He was already being merciful. Just when everyone was mocking Ling Yun for being an idiot, the young man, little 5, was suffering from the powerful sound wave attack from Ling Yun. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. Not to mention listening, he would be lucky if his ears were not damaged. In the end, young Xiaowu couldn't take it anymore. Just when he was about to raise his hands to cover his ears, the dealer had already stopped shaking the dice cup and placed it on the gambling table. Next, it was time to bet on whether it was big or small. Ling Yan was still shaking his head calmly, smiling as he looked around. At this moment, the nightmarish screeching in Little Five's ears had just ended. However, because of the inertia of hearing, his ears were still filled with the piercing screeching. His ears were ringing so loudly that he didn't even hear the sound of the dealer asking him to place his bet. Ling Yan scanned it with his divine sense and immediately knew that the 3 dice in the dice cup were 3, 4, and 6. He smiled and pressed his left hand lightly on the table, waiting for Little Five to place his bet. Betting on size? Even if he used the Yin God Eye, he could easily see through the dice cup and see everything clearly, not to mention his condensed divine sense. Even if that was the case, young Xiaowu could have made a huge mistake. He still had a 50% chance of winning, but Ling Yan had placed his hand on the gambling table, which directly wiped out young Xiaowu's chance of winning to 0. When Ling Yan was angry, not only could he smash the marble coffee table with his palm, but he could also send out a gust of wind from his palm. Through the slight vibrations of the table, he could make the dice in the dice cup jump up. He could make the dice roll big or small as he wished. It was even easier than holding the dice in his hands and placing them one by one. Ling Yan's calculations were flawless. This round, young Xiaowu had already lost before it even started. "Sir, please place your bet. Sir, please place your bet. Sir, please place your bet," the dealer urged the young Little Five several times in succession, only to see him sitting there in a daze like a fool. He was motionless, and his face was extremely pale. His forehead was already covered with sweat, and his thin body began to tremble. It was because he was scared and because he was anxious. Little Five couldn't hear the voices of the dealer and the people around him. He could only see them opening their mouths, but he couldn't hear what they were saying at all. His ears were temporarily deafened by Ling Yan's vibrations. What's wrong with Xiaowu? Why isn't he placing his bet or speaking? The flirtatious woman noticed that Little Five was acting strangely, and she was immediately puzzled. When the dealer shook the dice cup just now, everyone around was holding their breath. Apart from the sound of breathing, there was no sound at all. By right, Little Five should have won. Why didn't he move at all? Ling Yan smiled at Xiaowu and said very generously, "Seeing that you're here to ruin the place, I'll give you a little more chance. You place your bet first, lest others say that I'm bullying you." There was only one result in the dice cup. After placing a bet, one had to leave the dice cup. For a gambling expert, as long as the number of the 3 dice was heard clearly and the casino did not tamper with the dice cup, whoever placed the bet first would basically win the round. This was because when it came to betting on big or small, the other party would generally not say, "If you bet big, I'll bet big too." That wouldn't be called a duel, and they would be laughed at. Xiaowu couldn't hear what Ling Yan said until someone behind him patted his shoulder. Xiaowu then realized that everyone had been waiting for him to place his bet for a long time. Of course, Xiaowu knew the rules of the casino. The dice cup stopped shaking. They couldn't wait for too long. Looking at Ling Yan's calm expression, it seemed that he was allowed to place his bet first. However, he knew that he couldn't hear anything at all. He could only rely on his stupidity and luck. For gambling experts, training hard in gambling was to not rely on luck. Training gambling was to train one's confidence. The greater the confidence, the greater the chance of winning. But young Little Five could only rely on his stupidity. One could imagine how he was feeling right now. Ling Yan couldn't even be bothered to look at him. He smiled at the flirtatious lady and said lightly, "Beautiful, look, he doesn't dare to place his bet." The other 4 gambling masters were dumbfounded, their mouths agape. "Xiaowu, what's wrong? Say something." The flirtatious lady patted Xiaowu's shoulder anxiously. After a long time, young Xiaowu's ears finally heard a trace of movement. He could hear the buzzing of a mosquito. He said blankly, "The sound just now was too loud. I didn't hear anything." As soon as he said that, the spectators around the table covered their ears. That was because young Xiaowu wasn't speaking. He was shouting loudly. This was human instinct. If one couldn't hear anything, or if the sound they heard was exceptionally soft, they would subconsciously think that others were the same as them. Therefore, young Xiaowu used a voice that he could hear to speak. Naturally, he was shouting wildly. F***ck, he's crazy. Someone was frightened by young Xiaowu's shout and couldn't help but curse angrily. Was the sound just now too loud? Didn't hear anything? There was only the sound of the dealer shaking the dice cup in the casino just now. The other 4 experts were smart. How could they not know that Xiaowu had been plotted against? Unfortunately, they didn't know what happened either. They could only look at each other, and the 4 of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. At this time, Ling Yun chuckled. Everyone is the same. I didn't hear anything either. I even forgot to look at the dice cup. Isn't betting on big or small just a gamble on luck? Everyone has a 50% chance. Hurry up and place your bets, I can't wait anymore. Ling Yan pretended to be obedient and waited for young Xiaowu to place his bet. He had indeed waited for too long. Young Xiaowu had no choice but to place his bet. He would rather lose money than be scared to death at the gambling table. That would be too embarrassing for his master. Young Xiaowu hesitated for a while before placing 200 million on small. This was a real gamble on luck. However, his luck wasn't good. Betting on small? No wonder you're called Xiaowu. Xiaowu should bet on small. Since you're betting on small, I can only bet on big. Really, isn't gambling just a gamble on luck? You don't have to hesitate for so long. How dare you mess up the Green Dragon gang with such little guts? Ling Yan taunted the other party with a grin. He threw 200 million worth of chips onto the table and watched as the dealer opened the cup. Everyone stared at the dice cup nervously, waiting for the dealer to open the dice cup. They wanted to know whether it was big or small and who would win. 3, 4, 6, 13 points, big. The dealer's hands trembled as he opened the dice cup. He saw the numbers on the 3 dice in an instant. His voice trembled as he read out the numbers excitedly. The casino erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. Everyone on the Green Dragon gang's side was excited. Gong Hongguang closed his eyes and secretly thanked his ancestors for their blessings. If it wasn't for his underlings supporting him, he would have fainted from happiness. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu knew that this would be the result. They looked at each other and smiled. Tang Meng said to the overly nervous Abing, why are you so nervous? Following Big Brother Yun, there will be more of such situations in the future. You have to get used to it as soon as possible. Tang Meng acted as if he had been through it all. He had completely forgotten how he looked the day Ling Yun went stone gambling. Ling Yun got up with a smile and personally reached for the 400 million yuan worth of chips on the table. Together with the original 4 chips, he weighed the 8 chips together. Listening to the crisp sound of the chips, he said to the completely dumbfounded little 5, I'm sorry, your luck doesn't seem to be very good. After saying that, Ling Yin turned to the flirtatious lady and said, Look, pretty lady, I also have 800 million now. This 200 million is too easy to win. It feels so good. I told you to change a few more chips, but you didn't believe me. Now you want to change chips again? Ling Yin taunted the 5 gambling masters on the other side. The 8 chips in his hand clattered loudly. That sound was like a slap to the faces of the 5 of them. Young man little 5 felt as if he was struck by lightning. After the huge shock and indescribable failure, his face became strangely pale. However, his hearing had recovered a little, and he could completely hear what Ling Yun said. Young man little 5 supported himself with both hands on the edge of the table. His body trembled as he stood up slowly. He stared deeply at Ling Yun for a long time. His Adam's apple trembled as he finally said with difficulty, I've lost. 2 minutes into the night. Just 3 monthly tickets to send Big Brother Yun on the train? Brothers, please give it your all. Monthly tickets, you only lost 200 million yuan. Why are you admitting defeat so quickly? Didn't you say that you could lose more? Ling Yun grinned as he looked at the young man, little 5. His eyes were filled with disdain, and his tone was filled with sarcasm. The other party was here to mess with Green Dragon. Ling Yin had allowed them to be arrogant in Xianxia City for almost a month. Today, he was going to settle the score with them. Little 5's face turned red and white. He stood up and left his seat silently. He could only blame himself for being inferior to Ling Yan's sarcasm. Keep gambling, keep gambling. Didn't you say that you were going to ruin Green Dragon's reputation? They won more than 80 million yuan, but they lost 200 million yuan today. Hee, let's see how arrogant they can be now. This time, it was the Green Dragon people's turn to be smug. They looked at the 5 gambling masters and mocked them to their heart's content. The expressions of the 5 gambling experts were very unsightly. They had lost 200 million in one go. No one would have a good expression on their face. Of course, to them, losing money was a small matter. What they cared about more was losing. This kind of thing shouldn't have happened to them. However, the truth was that they had lost. Ling Yan looked at the 5 silent people and said lightly, "What's wrong? Nobody wants to say anything? Do you still dare to gamble? If you don't dare to gamble, the 5 of you can still strip naked and crawl out of this casino." You. The flirtatious lady's eyes were spitting fire. She gritted her teeth and glared at Ling Yan fiercely. "I'll gamble with you," the flirtatious lady said angrily. Ling Yan laughed. "I was waiting for you. You should have appeared a long time ago. You made me wait for so long. What are we betting on?" Ling Yan chuckled as he watched the flirtatious lady twist her body and sit in little 5's seat. In his heart, however, he was thinking about how beautiful the tattoo on this lady's chest was. Of course, that pair of perky breasts was even more beautiful. The flirtatious lady was Ling Yan's enemy, and Ling Yan wouldn't be so polite to his enemy. He would look at her as long as he could. This coquettish lady had an extremely hot figure. She was no more than 20 years old, and her face was as pretty as Xiaomimi's. She had a soft waist and a pair of black denim hot pants that hugged her round and perky butt. She was extremely hot. Without hesitation, Ling Yan used his divine sense and yin-yang eye to see through this flirtatious lady's perky breasts. They were at least 34D, peach-shaped, perfectly shaped, snow-white, and translucent. Furthermore, there was a delicate rose tattooed on her right breast. The rose red contrasted with her snow-white skin, and it was mesmerizing. Seeing that Ling Yan was staring at her chest without blinking, the flirtatious lady became even more embarrassed and angry. She really wanted to kill Ling Yan now to relieve the hatred in her heart. "Humph! Pervert!" The flirtatious lady scolded him without waiting for a reply. "Beauty, you're wrong. I'm admiring my opponent now." Ling Yan chuckled. Tang Meng and the rest almost burst out laughing when they heard that. The other 4 gambling masters were also annoyed when they saw Ling Yan staring at their little junior sister. However, it wasn't against the law to stare at someone, so they could only sulk in their hearts. "Pervert, do you dare to play mahjong with me?" The flirtatious lady was extremely embarrassed, but her aura skyrocketed. It was very shocking. "I don't know how to play mahjong, can I learn now?" Ling Yan spread out his hands and chuckled. The crowd was in an uproar again. However, Ling Yan had already won once. Everyone guessed that Ling Yan was pretending to be weak, so the commotion this time was much quieter. The flirtatious lady stared at Ling Yan's handsome face and snorted coldly. "Only a ghost would believe you when you say you don't know how to play mahjong." Ling Yan could only laugh bitterly. Actually, Ling Yan really didn't know how to play mahjong. He had never even touched it before, let alone played it. Amidst the uproar, Ling Yan turned his head and smiled at Gong Hongguang, who was beside him. "Get someone to bring a set of mahjong over." Very quickly, a set of top-notch mahjong was brought over. "So this is mahjong. There are actually so many tiles. Tell me, how do you want to bet?" Ling Yan stared at the flirtatious lady and asked casually. Ling Yan only needed to use his divine sense to know the situation of this set of mahjong tiles. There were a total of 144 tiles. They were colorful and neatly arranged in a square. Normally, mahjong was played by 4 people. Now that it was a bet between 2 people, there were naturally other ways to bet. The flirtatious lady first glared at Ling Yan. Suddenly, the corner of her mouth curled up. She smiled charmingly. "Are you going to bet with me in whatever way I say?" Ling Yan was very satisfied with the flirtatious lady's gaze. He chuckled and said, "Yes, whatever you say. I'll be happy to oblige." After saying that, Ling Yan's gaze shifted down to stare at her perky breasts. Even if you want me to bet with you in bed, I'll accept it. The surrounding gamblers roared with laughter. The flirtatious lady was so angry that her face turned green. Gong Hongguang, on the other hand, was a little anxious. He had seen this flirtatious lady's prowess in another casino. Both her eyesight and memory were shockingly good. Moreover, her calculations were flawless. She had never lost before. At this moment, the flirtatious lady suddenly changed her temper. She said in a seductive voice, "You can bet in bed, but you have to win this round first." Ling Yan seemed to have lost his soul and became a lecherous pervert. He nodded happily and said, "All right, this is what you said. You can't go back on your word." The flirtatious lady had a seductive smile on her face. Her heart was blooming with joy. She thought that Ling Yun was lecherous and fell for her trap. "Since you said you don't know how to play mahjong, I won't make things difficult for you. Let's compete in drawing tiles, shall we?" The flirtatious lady said in a sweet voice. "Sure, we'll compete if you say so. Actually, I don't know how to draw tiles. I only know how to draw milk and mantu." Ling Yan laughed even more happily. Ling Yan was completely like a pervert now. Hearing Ling Yan agree, the flirtatious lady's face suddenly turned serious. She laughed coldly and said, "Turn all 144 mahjong tiles upside down. The two of us will shuffle them together. After shuffling for a minute, we'll each draw a tile. We have to draw a winning tile in the shortest time possible. Whoever draws the highest number of points will be the winner. How about that?" In mahjong, the highest number of points was 88. The points that the flirtatious lady mentioned were actually the number of points. It seemed like she was not only competing with Ling Yun in terms of eyesight and memory, but also hand speed. This was a real competition of gambling skills. When they played dice just now, it was a competition of hearing. They couldn't see or touch, and they didn't know how little Five got tricked. Therefore, the flirtatious lady chose mahjong directly. The coquettish woman's memory had defied the heavens since she was a child. Among all the disciples under her father's tutelage, her memory left all the other senior and junior brothers dumbfounded. It could be said that she had a photographic memory. She had also trained her eyesight since she was a child. She only needed to take a glance at all the mahjong tiles on the table, then she would flip all the tiles upside down and shuffle them casually. Out of the 144 mahjong tiles on the table, she could pick out at least 2 winning tiles. The requirements for eyesight and memory had already reached a level that ordinary people couldn't reach. The flirtatious lady could be said to be amazingly talented. On top of that, she was extremely beautiful. Her family, parents, and her fellow disciples all doted on her. As a result, she had been spoiled since she was young and was used to looking down on everyone. She thought that she was number 2 in gambling, especially in mahjong. As for number 1 in the world, it was naturally her father. After the flirtatious lady finished speaking, her beautiful eyes locked onto Ling Yun, afraid that he would go back on his words and reject her. To her surprise, Ling Yun agreed instantly. This made the flirtatious lady overjoyed. However, she heard Ling Yun say, "However, you were the one who said to gamble mahjong. You were also the one who said how to gamble. So, shouldn't I be the one to decide the stakes?" Now that he was done acting like a perverted pig, it was Ling Yun's turn to eat the tiger. He said calmly, "I have 800 million worth of chips in my hands. You guys have 800 million as well. It's still a round to decide the winner. Hurry up and exchange your chips. I can also ask what it means to win." The flirtatious lady saw that Ling Yun had suddenly changed his expression and asked in surprise, "Aren't you afraid of losing?" Seeing that Ling Yun seemed to have a card up his sleeve, the flirtatious lady's heart tightened. She couldn't tell who was the pig and who was the tiger. "It's only 800 million, I can afford to lose it," Ling Yun said as he weighed the 8 chips in his hand, listening to the crisp sound of the chips ringing in the air. 800 million it is. Who's afraid of you? Senior brother, help me exchange my 800 million worth of chips. The flirtatious lady turned around and said. Then, she stared at the top 36 tiles of the mahjong set on the table. Her eyes never left the top 36 tiles. She could only see and remember these 36 tiles. If she wanted to pick a winning tile, she could only pick from these 36 tiles. However, when the mahjong was first brought to the table, she had already taken note of it. These 36 tiles could be combined into a few winning tiles. There were 2 sets with the highest points, one with 8 points and the other with 16 points. The flirtatious lady was trying her best to memorize them. The big senior brother of the flirtatious lady went to exchange his chips. Ling Yun couldn't be bothered with the flirtatious lady or the 36 tiles on the table. He turned his head to ask Gong Hongguang what kind of winning tile had the highest points. Gong Hongguang lowered his voice and whispered into Ling Yun's ear, "Long 2, the winning tiles with the highest points are Big 4 Happiness, Big 3 Elements, 1 Green, 9 Lotus Treasured Lamp, 4 Bars, 7 Pairs in a row, 13 ones. However, this deck of cards isn't new. It was casually placed in the box after it was used last time. Therefore, although the top 36 cards can be combined into many different kinds of winning cards, there are only 2 decks with the most points." Obviously, Gong Hongguang understood what the flirtatious lady wanted to compete with Ling Yun. He had already calculated the combinations of the 36 tiles. "You don't have to care about the tiles on the table. Just tell me what the Big 4 Happiness, Big 3 Elements, and 4 Bars are." Ling Yun waved his hand. Big Brother Yun had divine sense and X-ray vision. He couldn't be bothered to catch those trashy small tiles. Of course, he had to catch the biggest tile. This time, Ling Yun was going to make the flirtatious lady lose all her underwear. To be continued. The eldest senior brother who went to exchange the chips returned very quickly. He handed the 8 chips to the coquettish girl and said in a low voice, "Little junior sister, be careful. This kid is not as simple as he looks." Even though the big senior brother was eccentric, she wasn't stupid. She could tell that Ling Yun was pretending to be weak. Hence, she nodded solemnly. Both sides threw 800 million worth of chips onto the table. Then, the people in the casino picked up the mahjong box and flipped it upside down on the gambling table. When the box was taken away, there was not a single tile that was facing up. The second round of gambling began. Ling Yun and the big senior sister stretched out their hands and started shuffling the tiles. The big senior sister's beautiful eyes had long been fixed on the 36 tiles that could form a 16-fold. She was afraid that Ling Yun would snatch it from her, so she used a special method to move the tiles in front of her. Even though the mahjong tiles were flipped, Ling Yun could see them clearly with his divine sense. He thought to himself that this chick really had some tricks up her sleeves. Of course, Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to compete with her. He had long been eyeing the tiles that the big senior sister didn't even look at. He just had to take them out together to form a Big 4 Happiness and a Big $3. That would be enough to defeat the big senior sister instantly. After 1 minute of shuffling, the big senior sister shuffled the 16-fold tiles that she had seen just now. She couldn't help but reveal a joyful smile on her face. It was rare for her to reveal a hint of naivety. "Time's up. Both parties, please start." Before she finished speaking, the beautiful young lady's delicate hands immediately grabbed the tile she wanted. Her hands moved so quickly that it was dazzling to the eyes. However, even though she was fast, Ling Yun was even faster. He reached out with both hands, not even bothering to snatch the cards in front of the flirtatious young lady. Instead, he grabbed a bunch of cards with each hand. Within a few seconds, he had grabbed a Big 4 Happiness and a Big $3. Furthermore, they were stacked neatly into 2 great walls that were inverted on the gambling table. After grabbing a Big 4 Happiness and a Big 3 Element, Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to grab any more. He smiled at the flirtatious girl who was still snatching cards and waited patiently for her. Not to mention his eyesight, just the speed of his hands alone would leave the 4 gambling experts standing behind her in the dust. Ling Yun's hands were so fast that even they could only see his afterimage. Of course, the flirtatious girl didn't see any of this. She was too focused on grabbing the cards she wanted. She was afraid that Ling Yun would snatch the cards from her. Of course, she couldn't see what Ling Yun was grabbing. The coquettish young lady's speed was actually very fast. However, she still needed more than 10 seconds to pick out more than 10 tiles from the densely packed mahjong tiles, which was more than twice as fast as Ling Yun. Such fast hands. But I seem to be faster than you. Ling Yan praised her after she was done with her cards. Then, he smiled and said, I seem to be faster than you, ugh. What? The flirtatious lady had gotten all the cards she wanted. Just as she was about to raise her head to look at Ling Yan's expression of losing money, she realized that not only had Ling Yan finished, but he had also drawn 2 decks of cards. She was momentarily stunned. The flirtatious young lady's pretty face changed. She lowered her head to look at the tiles she had grabbed. It was a 16-fold winning set. She sneered. So what if you're fast? We're competing to see who has the highest number of wins. With that, the flirtatious young lady pushed all the tiles in front of her down. She said to Ling Yan, see that? This great lady here has a 16-fold winning set. It's the highest number of wins that can be formed from the 36 tiles on the top of the mahjong set. Let's see how you're going to win this time. However, I have to tell you in advance that the 2 sets of tiles you randomly grabbed don't count when they're combined, okay? Ling Yan chuckled. Don't worry about that. I've already sorted them out when I grabbed them. This set is this set, and that set is that set. Of course, they can't be combined to compete with you. The 4 gambling masters behind the flirtatious young lady came over to look at the tiles she had grabbed. They couldn't help but nod in unison. One of them said, Little Junior Sister's eyesight has indeed improved again, 16-fold, unless that kid has eyes on the table and can recognize tiles, he won't be able to win against Little Junior Sister, sigh. If we're competing in mahjong, I'm definitely no match for Little Junior Sister. That kid is indeed fast, but Little Junior Sister is indeed the winner this time. Hearing the praises from the seniors behind her, the pretty girl felt as if she had eaten honey. She looked at Ling Yan provocatively and said arrogantly, Open your cards. Weren't you pretty fast just now? Open your cards. I want to see how you're going to win this time. Oh my god, that set actually has 16 tiles. Do you even know what it means to have a winning hand? Haha, the flirtatious young lady laughed at Ling Yan when she saw that there was a total of 16 tiles in front of her. However, at this moment, Ling Yan smiled and began to open his cards. He opened the 16 tiles. Oh my god, 4 east wins. Another 4 south wins. It's 4 west wins. It can't be? 4 north wins. This? The big 4. Ling Yan only opened 4 cards at a time. As he played 4 times and opened all 16 cards, the crowd exclaimed in surprise 4 times. That's right, it was the big 4, and it was the most beautiful big 4. Boss is really godly. The big 4. 800 million yuan in hand. Tang Meng loved gambling and called himself the little gambling god. Only now did he realize that Ling Yan was not only good at gambling on stones, but he was even better at the gambling table. He, the little gambling god, was nothing compared to Ling Yan. He couldn't even catch up to him. The big 4. It really is the big 4. Gong Hongguang jumped up in excitement. His lips and body trembled again, but this time, he was trembling with excitement. Ling Yan casually asked him what the big 4 were and what the 3 great elements were, and he really managed to pull out a big 4. This was a miracle, those were all hidden tiles. The flirtatious young lady's bright smile froze on her face. It was as if she had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. She forgot to breathe. The 4 gambling masters behind her were also completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that Ling Yan could casually pull out a big 4 from all the hidden tiles. This was because even their master, Asia's #1 gambling master, the Huaxia gambling god, couldn't pull off such a miracle. Another round of deafening cheers erupted in the casino, followed by thunderous applause for Ling Yan. At this point, it was needless to say who won and who lost. Naturally, Ling Yan won. Ling Yan stood up again and pulled all the 16 chips on the table in front of him. Then, he smiled and stared at the pretty girl's shocked face. Beauty, your shocked expression is really alluring. Shall we gamble on the bed next? Ling Yan said faintly. This is impossible. This is impossible. The top 36 tiles only had 2 east, 1 south, and 1 west. There wasn't even a north wind. How did you get all 16? The flirtatious young lady's memory was really heaven-defying. Even though she was stunned to this extent, she could still remember the 36 tiles clearly. The flirtatious young lady suddenly slammed the table and stood up. She pointed at Ling Yun and said, "You cheated. You cheated." Ling Yun replied with a grin. "I checked the mahjong tiles just now, and you said there was no problem. We shuffled the tiles together. I sat here the whole time, so how could I cheat?" With that, Ling Yun turned to Gong Hongguang and asked, "Boss Gong, what do you mean by cheating?" Gong Hongguang was sweating profusely. He hurriedly whispered to Ling Yun, "Boss. Cheating and gambling. It's the same meaning, bang." The flirtatious young lady slumped back into her seat weakly. She knew that Ling Yun didn't cheat. If he did, the five of them would have seen through it a long time ago. 2 rounds, 200 million yuan for one round and 800 million yuan for the other. A total of 1 billion yuan went into Ling Yun's pocket in an instant. The money belonged to someone else, and losing money was a small matter. The key was losing face. It would be too embarrassing if word got out. But that was impossible. How could Ling Yun be better than her own father? He randomly shuffled the tiles and casually picked out the big four happiness. That was too heaven-defying. How did you do it?" The flirtatious young lady sat there blankly for a long time. She suddenly raised her head and bit her lips as she asked Ling Yun. "It's nothing, I'm just born with good luck," Ling Yun said nonchalantly. If he was really lucky, how heaven-defying did he have to be? The flirtatious young lady obviously didn't believe him. She stared at the unopened deck of cards in front of Ling Yun and bit her lips for a long time. She couldn't resist the curiosity in her heart and murmured, "Can you let me see that deck of cards?" "Of course you can. If you want to see it, you can come over and open it yourself. No one will stop you." Ling Yun chuckled. Behind the flirtatious young lady, a middle-aged man of about 37 or 38 years old suddenly stepped forward and said to Ling Yun with a solemn expression, "We didn't know there was an expert here today. We admit defeat." Ling Yun's face darkened. "Admit defeat? It seems like it's time for you to admit defeat now. Shouldn't we settle the score?" "Settle the score? I've already lost 1 billion yuan to you. What's there to settle?" The 5 gambling masters, including the flirtatious young lady, were baffled. "We lost money, which means we failed to destroy the place. That's all. Why are we settling the score?" To be continued. Ling Yun remained seated and smiled faintly. "In the past month or so, the 5 of you came to Xianxia City and showed off your prowess in our Green Dragon Casino. In total, you won 100 million yuan. At first, I was too lazy to deal with you. You were right. Since you can afford to open a casino, you shouldn't be afraid of customers winning money. That was why I let you win that 100 million. However, you're not satisfied with the 100 million you've won. You brought another 1 billion and threatened to shut down all of our Green Dragon casinos. Every time you open your mouth, you're going to cause trouble. Before we started the bet, didn't I tell you to stop and not to kill all of us? Do you remember what you said just now? Shut down if you can't afford to gamble. Now that you've lost, you want to leave behind 1 billion and leave safely? Aren't you looking down on our Azure Dragon too much? Do you really think Green Dragon is your backyard? That you can come and go as you please? How naive. Green Dragon didn't touch you not because we didn't dare to, but because we have rules. We want to win fair and square on the gambling table." Ling Yun was like a ferocious tiger, revealing his claws and teeth in the blink of an eye. He didn't give the other party any chance to refute him. "Boss Gong. Here. Chase all unrelated people out of the casino. I want to have a good talk with these 5 people." "Yes." Green Dragon began to clear the place. Many gamblers left in a heated discussion after watching the show, enjoying the miracle that Ling Yun had performed. Soon, only the 5 of them were left in the casino. On Ling Yun's side, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Abing, Gong Hongguang, and a few of Green Dragon's lackeys that he trusted. The rest of the people had already gone to guard the courtyard. The room fell silent instantly. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. "Don't just stand there. There are ready-made chairs here. Sit down and talk. I have a few things to tell you." Ling Yun sat there and stared at the flirtatious girl's expression as he sneered. Number 1, no matter how much money you've won in Xianxia City's casinos during this period of time, you'll have to pay me back 10 times the amount. Chop her up first. Ling Yan pointed at the flirtatious girl and sneered. When the pretty girl heard this, she was so scared that she shivered and quickly hid her hands under the table. You dare, if you dare to touch me, I'll tell my father and let him deal with you. Seeing that Ling Yan wanted to chop off her hand, the flirtatious girl was terrified. Her face turned pale, and she instinctively brought up her father. Ling Yan chuckled. You can try and see if I dare. With that, he ignored the horrified girl and continued, Second, tell me now, who sent you here to pick a fight with the Green Dragon sect? Speak. It wasn't just Ling Yan. Everyone on the Green Dragon sect side knew that someone wanted to deal with the Green Dragon sect. That was why they hired a gambling expert. Ling Yan had to know this point. Weeds had to be cut by the roots. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. When the 5 gambling experts heard Ling Yan's question, they were shocked. This Ling Yan had such a strong aura. He looked so young, but they didn't expect him to be so experienced. The 5 experts were put in a difficult position. They all looked at the middle-aged man who had just admitted defeat. Obviously, he was the backbone of the 5 of them. This is against the rules. The middle-aged man was sweating profusely. His expression changed as he thought about it for a long time before replying helplessly. As the saying goes, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. The Green Dragon sect didn't offend you. You accepted benefits from others and came to challenge the Green Dragon sect. Is this against the rules? Tai Xiaohu. Yes. Draw your sword. If they don't speak, find someone and chop off his hand. Ling Yan had a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. It was like a blade that had been tempered for thousands of years, radiating a terrifying light. Whoosh! Tai Xiaohu pulled out the dagger that he carried with him. It shone brightly under the light of the incandescent lamp. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to speak or not? Ling Yan said calmly. Ling Yan wasn't joking. He wouldn't show mercy to anyone who dared to pick a fight with him. It didn't matter if the other party was a man or a woman. I'll speak. The coquettish girl couldn't sit still when she saw that Ling Yan was serious. The 4 behind her were her seniors. They had trained hard in gambling since they were young. Their hands were their livelihood. How could they just chop them off like that? It's Qingyan Productions. The bosses of Beijing's Qingyan Productions paid us to come and challenge you. The coquettish girl bit her lips and said softly with a blushing face. Ling Yan, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu couldn't help but look at each other. They were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. They laughed so hard that they rocked back and forth. Damn, it was actually Qingyan Productions. It seemed like they had no hope of winning a lawsuit in Xianxia City. So they thought of another way to take revenge for destroying their company. Needless to say, there really was a feud, and it was a huge one. Moreover, Qingyan Productions had hired all the right people. The first time Xianxia City's Qingyan Productions cost tens of millions, it was these 3 people who did it. The second time, it was Tai Xiaohu who personally led the Green Dragon gang to do it. Other than that, Ling Yan also kicked more than 10 people from Qingyan Productions into eunuchs. Although that incident was suppressed by the Lin family's Lin Jing gang and Xianxia City's Li Yifeng, Qingyan Productions still had to compensate these 10 or so eunuchs, right? That was a huge sum of money. Now, Tai Xiaohu had become the boss of Green Dragon gang. If Qingyan Productions wanted to take revenge on Tai Xiaohu, who else could they take revenge on other than Green Dragon gang? Ling Yan and the other 2 laughed maniacally, tears almost coming out of their eyes. However, the 5 masters on the other side, as well as Abing and Gong Hongguang, were all dumbfounded. They had no idea why the 3 of them were laughing. Ling Yan was the first to stop laughing. He coughed twice, his handsome face flushed red. After resting for a long time, he said, Qingyan Productions asked you to come and challenge Green Dragon gang, and you came? What benefits did they give you? This time, the coquettish girl didn't say anything. Instead, she gritted her teeth and blushed. It turned out that at first, Beijing's Qingyan Productions found the coquettish girl's father. Unfortunately, her father knew that Green Dragon Gang wasn't to be trifled with and firmly refused. However, this coquettish girl had just made some progress in her gambling skills and was at the peak of her arrogance. After her father rejected the offer, she secretly found Qingyun Productions and took the job. The bet was 500 million. No matter how much they won, it would belong to them. If they lost, it would belong to Qingyun Productions. This was their first trip. In the end, on their first trip, they were the direct disciples of the Huaxia gambling god. How could they not win? They won more than 80 million in one go and tasted the sweetness of victory. Only then did they return to Beijing to claim credit. When Qingyun Productions saw this, they felt that their anger had been vented. They simply allocated another 500 million, giving them a total of 1 billion. They were asked to come to Green Dragon Gang again and strive to destroy their casino business. However, tonight, when they appeared in Qingshui, they happened to meet Big Brother Yun's prowess. Not only did they lose 1 billion, but they also didn't know if they could leave. She had already lost all of her 1 billion gambling capital. She was already unable to account to Qingyun Productions. Now, it was even worse. Ling Yun wanted them to pay another 1 billion. The coquettish girl's father was only a gambling god. The sum of his entire family's assets was not much. Now that she had lost it all at once, how could she not be anxious and embarrassed? Seeing that the coquettish girl didn't speak, Ling Yun turned to look at the other party's big senior, waiting for him to speak. Friend, to tell you the truth, the 5 of us are Xing Liuji's disciples. This is Xing Liuji's daughter, Xing Yingying. We were in the wrong from the start. Our master didn't know anything about this matter. Please let us off for the sake of our master. The big senior brother sighed heavily and cupped his fists at Ling Yun helplessly. Ling Yun didn't know who Xing Liuji was, but Gong Hongguang and Tang Meng's faces changed when they heard his name. Gong Hongguang's face turned solemn as he asked excitedly, "Is it, the Huaxia gambling god, Xing Liuji?" Ling Yun couldn't help but wonder if this Xing Liuji was famous. He turned to look at Gong Hongguang, then at the agitated Tang Meng. It seemed like this Xing Liuji was quite famous. That big senior had no choice but to report his master's name. At the same time, he didn't forget to glare fiercely at Xing Yingying. Losing so badly was a disgrace to their master. Gong Hongguang hesitated for a while before he finally whispered into Ling Yun's ear, "Long Tu, judging from the other party's gambling skills, this person should be telling the truth. Senior Xing Liuji has won the Asian Gambling King tournament 3 times in a row. Since he doesn't know about this matter, I think we should give him face." Ling Yun didn't respond to Gong Hongguang's words. At this moment, that big senior brother spoke again. "We're willing to accept our losses. We've already lost 1 billion yuan. We can return the 80 million yuan that we won from you on the spot, but we really can't fork out 10 times that amount. We can only double it. Junior sister." That big senior immediately shouted at Xing Yingying after he finished speaking. "Little junior sister, aren't you going to apologize to this gentleman?" Xing Yingying snorted heavily. She lifted her head to look at Ling Yun, then at her senior brothers. She gritted her teeth and said to Ling Yun, "I'm sorry." Ling Yun laughed heartily. He felt that it was enough. He had already made a net profit of 1 billion. Since the other party was the disciple of the gambling god, he should give them some face. He nodded and smiled. "Since you're Xing Liuji's disciple, I'll let you off this time. However, since you've tormented us for so long, it's not enough to pay us double. You have to pay us at least 6 times, that's 500 million. You." Xing Yingying stomped her feet in anger when she saw that Ling Yun was still acting tough even after she brought up her father. "We don't have that much on us," Xing Yingying said angrily. Ling Yun chuckled. "Take as much as you have first. I'll write an IOU for the rest." 500 million was Ling Yun's bottom line. He couldn't give in any further. If it wasn't for their good attitude, they wouldn't have brought out Xing Liuji or even the number 1 official. That was because Ling Yun wanted to leave them with 5 hands. 4 hands and Xing Yingying herself. Since they were under someone else's roof, they had no choice but to lower their heads. In the end, Xing Yingying paid Ling Yun 200 million yuan. As for the remaining 300 million, she could only sign an IOU unwillingly. She was even forced by Ling Yun to leave a bright red fingerprint on it. Humph. You better be careful in the future. I definitely won't let you off. Xing Yingying pointed at Ling Yun with her slender finger. She didn't even bother to wipe the red mud off her finger. You're welcome anytime. Ling Yun smiled nonchalantly and kept the IOU. He thought to himself, why did you have to put a fingerprint on it? It would be more practical to just use a lip print. When the dust settled, Xing Yingying suddenly ran to where Ling Yun was sitting and flipped open the other deck of mahjong tiles on his table. Oh my god, it's 3 great ones! Xing Yingying exclaimed as her delicate body froze. They were all hidden cards. Xing Yingying stared at Ling Yun as she shuffled the cards. He didn't cheat, he simply shuffled randomly. He grabbed 2 decks of mahjong tiles twice as fast as she did. Moreover, he had won 4 great ones and won 3 great ones. What kind of gambling technique was that? Even her father, Xing Liuji, couldn't do that. He couldn't even grab 1 deck, let alone 2. The other 4 gambling masters looked at the mahjong tiles that Xing Yingying flipped open. They finally understood what their master, Xing Liuji, meant. There would always be someone better than you. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. Thank you for letting us go today. We will return the remaining 300 million as soon as possible. Let's go. That big senior brother cupped his fists at Ling Yun and the rest, then gave a look to his junior brothers. The 4 of them pulled Xing Yingying, who was in disbelief, out of Gong Hongguang's casino courtyard. Gong Hongguang knew that the other party was Xing Liuji's disciple, so he personally sent them off politely. He only returned to the casino after they disappeared in the car. Dragon Head, impressive, impressive. Your gambling skills are really godly. With this kind of gambling technique, whether it's Hong Kong, Macau, or Las Vegas, you can sweep them all. Gong Hongguang said to Ling Yun with a glowing face. At the same time, he didn't forget to arrange for the 1 billion check to be handed to Ling Yun respectfully. Don't worry, if there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely give it a try or two, Boss Gong. I won this 1 billion yuan myself, so I won't be giving it to you. However, I'll hand this 200 million yuan over to your new boss to cover the deficit of our casino. You guys can deal with the rest as you see fit. Gong Hongguang said with a smile. Ling Yun didn't stand on ceremony and took the 1 billion yuan check from Gong Hongguang. Gong Hongguang was naturally grateful and worshipped Ling Yun like a god. Today, he finally understood the true methods of the Green Dragon Head. Ling Yun didn't stay long after settling everything. He left Gong Hongguang's casino with Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Abing. Inside the car, Ling Yun sat in the front passenger seat and pondered for a while. Suddenly, he said to the 3 of them, looks like the leaders of Qingyun Production still haven't given up. They actually dared to seek revenge on us, Green Dragon. That's great, serves them right. Ling Yun was preparing to head to Beijing. Now that he knew that it was the doing of Qingyun Productions, how could he let them have a good life? Tang Meng chuckled. Big brother Yun, you don't say. Even though this is a small matter that you can't see, it would be a death grudge if it happened to an ordinary person. It's just that this time, they lost even more. 1 billion, haha, it's like they picked it up for free. The 4 people in the car laughed at the same time. After being happy for a while, Ling Yun quickly said to Abing, Abing, return the 200 million to our brothers. The remaining 100 million, put it in Green Dragon's general account for future development. Got it, big brother Yun. Abing nodded his head solemnly. Now, he completely understood why Tang Meng was so loyal to Ling Yun. There was never a time when he lost out. Ling Yun nodded and said, send me back to mansion number 1. 15 minutes later, Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu alighted from the car. Tang Meng, I'll leave big sister Sue's business to you. Do as she says, understand? Ling Yun instructed Tang Meng. Tang Meng winked to show that he understood. His expression was very ambiguous. Ling Yun punched Tang Meng lightly and said, go back and rest early. I'm going to have lunch with Uncle Song and Boss Yu tomorrow afternoon. Pick a good place for me, and all 3 of you have to go. Tang Meng and Abing left respectively. Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu entered mansion number 1. Ling Yun took out all the spirit stones from his spatial ring. In an instant, the entire mansion was filled with spiritual energy. Let's start cultivating. Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu each found a spot and sat down cross-legged to meditate. It was an uneventful night. Tang Meng and Abing each drove a car to Qingshui City's antique market to pick up Song Xingyang and Yu Xingjin. Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu, on the other hand, arrived at the Triumph Grand Hotel in advance to wait for them. Song Xingyang and Yu Xingjin arrived as scheduled. There were no outsiders, and they ate in the private room that they had booked. During the meal, Ling Yun told them that he wanted them to help Tang Meng with his business. Song Xingyang and Yu Xingjin naturally agreed without hesitation. Only fools would reject Ling Yun's offer to build a relationship with him. Song Xingyang pulled Ling Yun out when they were almost done eating. "Brat, what have you been up to these days?" Song Xingyang asked with a frown. "What else can I be busy with? Didn't I just finish my college entrance examinations yesterday?" Ling Yun smiled. Song Xingyang scratched his head. "I know you just finished your college entrance examinations, but can't you come to our antique market now that you're done?" Ling Yun was puzzled. "Why would I go there when I've already finished all my spirit stones?" He asked in bewilderment, "Where are we going?" Song Xingyang slapped his thigh. "Io, I think you're really forgetful. How could you forget about that lass, Morong?" Morong Feishue. Ling Yun thought about it and realized that he had really forgotten about Morong Feishue. However, his relationship with Morong Feishue wasn't that deep, and most of the women around him took the initiative to look for him. Since Morong Feishue didn't come, Ling Yun naturally wasn't at ease. "What about her?" Ling Yun asked casually, finding it funny that Song Xingyang was even more anxious than him. Song Xingyang lowered his voice and said, "Morong Feishue misses you so much that she can't even eat or drink. What do you think about her? Also, Elder Morong from Tianqi Pavilion wants to give you a treasure. Do you want it or not?" Ling Yun didn't think much of the first half of the sentence, but the second half piqued his interest. "Uncle Song, do you know what treasure it is?" Ling Yun asked. "I know, but I don't know why I'm so anxious. I'll tell you today. When you went to Tianqi Pavilion that day, didn't Elder Morong and I go out? We discussed giving the Morong family's heirloom to you. How much effort did I put in? You've forgotten all about it." Ling Yun scratched his head. Ling Yun scratched his head. He had been so engrossed in the antique market that he had completely forgotten about this matter. "Uncle Song, I understand what you mean, but it's been almost 3 weeks, and no one has mentioned it. Grandpa Morong didn't call me either. It wouldn't be good if I suddenly went over, would it?" Ling Yun smiled bitterly. It would seem like he was going to collect a debt. Ling Yun was fine with other people, but he really couldn't do it with Elder Morong and Morong Feishue. Song Xingyang was amused. "I really don't know when you're smart and when you're muddle-headed. Why would I tell you about such a big matter? Old man Morong has been looking for me a few times. He wants me to call you over. If you don't go, your beautiful Morong Feishue will be skinny beyond recognition. Anyway, I've already passed the message. It's up to you whether you want to go or not." Song Xingyang ran to his room to drink after finishing his sentence, leaving Ling Yun alone at the door. Since that was the case, Ling Yun naturally did not dare to delay. After lunch, Ling Yun drove his Land Rover and went straight to the antique market. Ling Yun arrived at the Tianqi Pavilion and went straight up to the second floor. He used his divine sense to scan the place and realized that Morong Wencher wasn't there. Only Morong Feishue was sitting quietly in her office. Her eyes were red, and she looked sad. Ling Yun shook his head and knocked on Morong Feishue's office door. "Didn't I say it before? Don't look for me for anything today. Look for the manager if it's a small matter. Look for my grandpa if it's a big matter." Morong Feishue wasn't in a good mood. She wouldn't let anyone in. "I'm really sorry, but my matter isn't a small matter. Only you can resolve it." Ling Yun chuckled through the door. Morong Feishue remembered this voice all too clearly. She jumped up from her chair, her heart pounding, and her face flushed red. "Wait a minute." Morong Feishue panicked. She didn't expect Ling Yun to come at this time. She had just cried, and her eyes were red and swollen. There were still tear stains on her face, and her light makeup in the morning was ruined. How ugly would it be if Ling Yun saw it? Morong Feishue rummaged through her handbag and took out her makeup box. She touched up her makeup quickly and only packed everything up when she felt that it was almost done. "Come in," she whispered to the door. "Big Sister Morong." Ling Yan pushed the door open and entered the house. He saw how Morong Feishue was retouching her makeup in a flurry with his divine sense. He felt a little apologetic for neglecting Morong Feishue. "Do you still remember me? Why are you here now? How did your college entrance exams go?" Morong Feishue pretended to be nonchalant. She didn't want Ling Yan to see that she had just cried. Ling Yan chuckled and said, "What are you talking about, Big Sister Morong? Actually, I've been thinking about you, Big Sister Morong, but I have no choice because of the college entrance examination. I bet 100 million yuan with someone. If I don't pass, I'll lose everything. Therefore, I've been busy revising. Look, I just finished my exams yesterday." Ling Yan's words were indeed sweet when he wanted to coax someone. Morong Feishue couldn't find a reason to be angry even if she wanted to. Morong Feishue blushed. "I'm just asking you how you did in the college entrance examination. Why are you talking so much? Who wants to be remembered by you? Then why didn't you come yesterday?" Morong Feishue asked after a pause. Morong Feishue knew that Ling Yan was lying because Ling Yan had come to the antique market yesterday afternoon with Song Xingyang and Shui Mining by his side. However, Ling Yun didn't even enter the Tianqi pavilion. How could she not be upset? Morong Feishue knew that Ling Yan was lying. During dinner, Elder Morong's heart ached when he saw his precious granddaughter's swollen eyes. He remembered that Ling Yan had finished her college entrance examinations, so he personally went to Pearl Jade Court and told Song Xingyang to get Ling Yan to come today. Not to mention the family heirloom, he would even return his old life to Ling Yan. Yesterday? Ling Yan thought to himself. I came yesterday, but I just managed to coax Shui Mining. Wouldn't I have wasted my efforts if I brought her here? Morong Feishue frowned and pursed her lips. She looked at Ling Yan quietly to see how he would answer. Ling Yan giggled and said, "Big Sister Morong, I came to the antique market in the afternoon after my exams yesterday. I was only here to pick out some stones. Because I had something urgent to attend to at night, I didn't have time to visit you." Ling Yan thought to himself, "Alright, I might as well just say it directly so that she doesn't have to nitpick anymore. It's too troublesome." Morong Feishue was comforted to see that Ling Yan wasn't lying to her. "Why are you still standing there? It's not like there aren't any seats in the house," she said, biting her lips. The two of them sat in the room for a while, not knowing what to talk about. It was rather awkward. Morong Feishue couldn't stand the awkwardness and spoke first. "I was just asking you, how did your college entrance examination go?" Ling Yun giggled. "It's alright, going to university isn't much of a problem, huh? You skip classes all the time and still want to get into university. What's the use of practicing at the last minute?" Morong Feishue rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. Ling Yan laughed at Morong Feishue. "This is called practicing at the last minute. Even if it's not fast, it's still bright. It should be useful." Morong Feishue covered her mouth and giggled. Ling Yan stood up and appeared in front of Morong Feishue in a flash. Morong Feishue's heart skipped a beat when she saw Ling Yan's tall figure suddenly appear in front of her. What do you want?" "Big Sister Morong, the wind is strong today. Did sand get into your eyes just now? Your eyes seem a little red and swollen. Let me treat it for you to reduce the swelling." Ling Yan giggled and said in a gentle tone. With that, he took out a level 4 healing talisman and used it on Morong Feishue's forehead. Morong Feishue instantly recovered to her original state. She was radiant again. Even Ling Yun was dumbfounded by this sudden change. He chuckled and said, "Hee, now this is beautiful." Morong Feishue could smell the masculine scent coming from Ling Yan's body. How could a boy smell so good? Morong Feishue thought to herself. Her heart trembled. She blushed and lowered her head, saying in a sweet voice, "What's so beautiful about it? Didn't you forget about me just like that?" "Of course not, I'm here now." "Big sister, you seem to have lost weight." Ling Yan laughed. Morong Feishue had indeed lost weight. She was still in her black office lady attire. Her waist was thinner, and her figure was slimmer. However, this only made her breasts more prominent and alluring. I'm on a diet. Morong Feishue replied hurriedly. Seeing that Ling Yun was still standing in front of her, she had no choice but to walk towards the sofa. Quick, sit down. It's too hot today. I'll get you a glass of water, it's fine, big sister Morong. I'm here today to give you this set of jewelry. You should have seen it before, right? Ling Yun said with a smile. As Ling Yun spoke, he placed the complete set of imperial green jewelry on Morong Feishue's coffee table. It glowed with a green light. Morong Feishue was extremely excited. She had indeed seen them before because she had personally designed these 4 sets of jewelry. It's not like we don't have imperial green jade in the Tianqi pavilion. Why do I need you to give it to me? Morong Feishue said. That's different. This is mine, and I'm giving it to big sister Morong. How can it be compared to what you sell in your shop? Ling Yun laughed. The meaning was different. If big sister Morong doesn't like it, I can give you an imperial green jade and you can design a set yourself. Is that okay? Ling Yun said. Alright, Ling Yun decided to spend a lot to make Morong Feishue happy. Morong Feishue was overjoyed, but she still pouted. 1 set is enough. Why do you need so many? Morong Feishue knew that Ling Yun had made more than 10 sets of such jewelry. She didn't know how many sets he had given away in just a few days. She felt sour in her heart. However, Morong Feishue couldn't bear to be angry at Ling Yun. She knew that she had fallen in love with him. Drink some water, Morong Feishue placed the cup in front of Ling Yun gently. Big sister Morong, I'm actually here to say goodbye to you, Ling Yun said to Morong Feishue with a serious expression. Farewell? Morong Feishue panicked. She felt as though her heart was being pierced by a needle. Her heart was clenched tightly. Where are you going? Morong Feishue asked hurriedly. Big sister Morong, it's not like I'm not coming back. I'm just leaving Xianxia for a while. Ling Yun smiled. There's about 3 months of summer break after the college entrance examinations. I want to take this time to travel around. I'll make a trip to Beijing in another 10 days to half a month. Morong Feishue's complexion seemed to improve a little after he finished his sentence. The reason why Ling Yun didn't leave Xianxia City immediately was mainly because he wanted to finish cultivating the divine yang cultivation technique before leaving. That way, his strength would increase tremendously and he would also be able to steadily reach physique tempering stage 9. He was only 1 step away from the qi cultivation stage. When that time came, he would have enough strength to protect himself when he went to Beijing. Even though he was only a thin layer away from physique tempering stage 9, he wanted to use the divine yang cultivation technique to break through to physique tempering stage 9. At the same time, he wanted to see if he could break through to the qi cultivation stage in one fell swoop. Therefore, he needed to go into seclusion for a period of time. It could be as short as 9 days or as long as 12 days. So you're going to Beijing? I thought you were going overseas. Morong Feishue was taken aback by Ling Yun. She caressed her pounding chest and glared at Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled. Only he knew how difficult it was to go to Beijing. He couldn't tell Morong Feishue about it. Not to mention Morong Feishue, even Ning Lingyu, Shui Mining, Lin Menghan, and Long Wu didn't know. Only Cui Lao and Qin Dongxue knew how much danger Ling Yun would face. How long will you be gone for? Morong Feishue asked. She could tell from Ling Yun's expression that he was different from before. He seemed to have something on his mind. I don't know. If there's nothing else, I'll be back soon. It's convenient to fly anyway, Ling Yun comforted Morong Feishue with a smile. Morong Feishue lowered her head and thought for a moment. Let's go, I'll bring you home to get something. Her expression was firm. Ling Yun thought to himself, you're really going to give it to me? Big sister Morong, what are you bringing me to get? Ling Yun asked. You'll know when you see it. Come with me. Morong Feishue smiled mischievously. Morong Feishue put away the jewelry Ling Yun gave her carefully. She locked the office door and left Tianqi Pavilion with Ling Yun. Morong Winsher's residence wasn't far from Xianxia City's antique market. It was also in Nangqi Gardens, and it was only 2 kilometers away from where Yao Ro lived. Ling Yan was a little confused. "We're here," Morong Feishue said to Ling Yan casually as they got out of the car. "Grandpa went to Hudong this morning for a treasure appraisal conference. He'll only be back tomorrow." Ling Yan wasn't in the mood to listen. He felt a strong wave of spiritual energy as soon as he got out of the car. It was as though it didn't exist at all. Ling Yan had felt such a wave of spiritual energy from the green dragon out at sea and the green dragon jade. However, Ling Yan knew that it wasn't the dragon's spiritual energy this time. A sealed spiritual aura. "Grandpa Morong's family heirloom, just what kind of treasure is it?" "Come in quickly." Morong Feishue was so focused on opening the door that she didn't notice Ling Yan's expression at all. She was blushing, and her heart was pounding. The two of them entered the courtyard. The water flowed, and all sorts of strange stones and flowers were arranged in a picturesque manner. Morong Wencher was indeed an elegant person. Morong Feishue asked Ling Yan to wait on the bamboo chair while she went into the house alone. She found a key in a secret place and opened an old cupboard. There was a secret compartment behind it after removing some blankets. There was a large safe next to the cupboard. It looked very sturdy, and there would be valuable jewels and cash inside if it could be opened. However, that was to prevent thieves from entering. It was to protect the secret compartment behind the old cupboard. Old Master Morong Wencher was well versed in the art of hiding things. He knew that if a thief came in, the first thing they would open would definitely be the safe. If they found enough valuables in the safe, the thief would be satisfied and naturally wouldn't pay attention to other places. Of course, although this courtyard looked inconspicuous, there were all kinds of hidden cameras and advanced anti-theft facilities. It would be difficult for ordinary thieves to enter. Morong Feishue opened the secret compartment and took out a square box made of golden namu. It was about 10 centimeters in length, width, and height. She quickly came to the outer room. She held it carefully, very solemnly, very seriously, came to the opposite side of Ling Yan, and gently put the namu box on the coffee table. Morong Feishue didn't let Ling Yan wait for long. There was an imperial jade seal inside. With just a glance, Ling Yan could tell that the jade seal was 9 centimeters in length, width, and height. On it, there was a lifelike flying dragon handle. The carving was exquisite and natural. Obviously, it was carved from a whole piece of fine jade. "Good jade," Ling Yan exclaimed. Of course, it was good stuff. The moment Morong Feishue opened the namu box, he felt a strong and pure spiritual energy flash by. This was a treasure. This is the Morong family's heirloom. It's called the Heavenly Seal. I don't know its age, but it's passed down from our ancestors. From what I know, it's at least 700 years old. Morong Feishue smiled sweetly. Ling Yan was a little shocked. 700 years? A clan that can last for 700 years? Morong Feishue couldn't help but chuckle. I didn't say enough. A family with 700 years of history is nothing in Xianxia. There are many big clans that have existed for more than 1,000 years, or even 2,000 years. Ling Yan nodded and pointed at the heavenly seal in the box. That heavenly seal is, if it was an ordinary piece of jade, Ling Yan might not have accepted it. However, since the heavenly seal was a treasure, it was different. He had to accept it no matter what. "Fool, do you still need to ask? This is a congratulatory gift from Grandpa to you for saving his life and removing his scar, as well as the opening of your clinic." Song Jingyang was right. What Morong Wencher gave Ling Yan was the heirloom of the Morong family, the heavenly seal. But, this is too expensive. Ling Yan scratched his head as he stared at Morong Feishue's blushing face. "You know it's expensive now?" "It's indeed very expensive because this was supposed to be my dowry. Now Grandpa wants to give it to you," Morong Feishue said unintentionally for Ling Yan to hear. However, her voice became softer and softer until it couldn't be heard anymore. Morong Wencher was so worried about Morong Feishue. Now that Morong Feishue had brought Ling Yan home and given him a gift of love, it would be foolish of her not to give it to Ling Yan and fight for herself. Ling Yan naturally heard everything clearly. He chuckled and said, "Big Sister Morong, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're so beautiful and so capable. You're the most perfect girl in the world. How many men are worthy of you?" Ling Yan's words touched Morong Feishua's heart. Nonsense. Is there anyone else who flatters others like you? Morong Feishue snorted. Morong Feishue was delighted. I'm not flattering you. Ling Yan said seriously, how can a perfect woman like you marry idiots like Xu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong? He has to be at least 3 to 5 times stronger than me before he's qualified to be your man. Morong Feishue was even more elated. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. But it's hard to find a man like you in this world. Where can I find someone 3 to 5 times better than you? Morong Feishue said coquettishly as she glanced at Ling Yan. Ling Yan laughed and pointed his thumb at his chest. That's why I say, big sister, why don't you try being my girlfriend from now on? When you find a man who's 3 to 5 times stronger than me, you can marry him. I won't stop you. Ling Yan laughed heartily and pointed at his chest. Even though Ling Yan's words were playful and tactful, he was actually taking care of Morong Feishue's face. He knew from the first time he met Morong Feishue that she was just like her grandfather. They both cared about their faces. Then, what if big sister can't find a man 3 to 5 times better than you? Morong Feishue smiled again. Then, what if big sister can't find a man 3 to 5 times better than you? Ling Yan chuckled. Then there's no other way. There are only 2 ways. First, big sister Morong should just become my wife. Second, I'll work hard to improve and grow. I'll strive to become 10 times more outstanding than I am now. That way, I won't ruin big sister Morong's marriage. Ling Yan had a glib tongue. Both of them knew that they were actually discussing life's major events. One was testing the other, and the other was fighting for the token of love. However, Ling Yan's words were very beautiful. Morong Feishue was overjoyed. She didn't even have to be shy. Her heart was filled with sweetness. In fact, Morong Feishue really wanted to ask Ling Yan, if that's the case, what will happen to your girlfriends? However, she didn't say it in the end. That was because she remembered what her grandfather told her. Ling Yan wasn't an ordinary person. Things couldn't be done according to common sense. If Morong Feishue insisted that Ling Yan belonged to her alone, she wouldn't be able to have Ling Yan in this lifetime. Morong Feishue held herself back. She pondered for a while before changing the topic. But big sister is 5 to 6 years older than you. How can I be your girlfriend? Unexpectedly, Ling Yan smiled and leaned forward. He said proudly, if big sister wants to be young, it's just a matter of minutes. Do you want to give it a try? Ling Yan wasn't bragging. Ling Yan's current spatial ring contained the immortal spiritual energy from the Earth Emperor's book that miracle Dr. Shui had given him. In addition, Ling Yan had already collected 12 boxes of Shikyu herb spiritual liquid, which contained the immortal spiritual energy from the Emperor brush. Ling Yan could absorb these 2 types of immortal spiritual energy into his body and make use of them. As long as Morong Feishue was willing, Ling Yan could use the immortal spiritual energy to cleanse her body and make her look 5 to 6 years younger. Oh really? Morong Feishue asked with a trembling voice. She was shocked by Ling Yan's confidence. Ling Yan giggled and pointed at herself again. I'm a living example. Sister Morong, think about it. What was I like 2 months ago, and what am I like now? Morong Feishue was stunned because what Ling Yan said was the truth. Morong Feishue saw it with her own eyes, and there was no doubt about it. Ling Yan didn't say anything. He waved his left hand in front of Morong Feishue to attract her attention. Then, he placed his left hand on the box and put it into his spatial ring. Where did the heavenly seal go? Morong Feishue was completely shocked. Ling Yan only pressed on the box. His left hand was still there, but the heavenly seal and the box were gone. Ling Yan smiled proudly and took out the Nama box again. It appeared out of thin air, as if the box had never been moved from its original position. Then, Ling Yan leaned forward again and whispered into Morong Feishue's ear, Big sister Morong, I know immortal spells, what? Morong Feishue leaned back in shock, her snow-white breasts jiggling. Her mouth was wide open, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Ling Yan thought to himself, you'll always be so troublesome if you don't show me your true abilities. Hurry up and come into my bowl, don't make me wait too long. He giggled and said, Big sister Morong, I know you're wearing black lace underwear today, don't you think I'm right? Pfft. What are you talking about? Morong Feishui glared at Ling Yan as she recovered from her shock. What are you talking about? However, that couldn't hide the shock in Morong Feishui's heart. Ling Yan was right. How did you see that? Bad guy, pervert. What else did you see? Morong Feishui couldn't accept the fact that Ling Yan had seen her underwear even though she had already given him a token of love. She suddenly thought that if Ling Yan could see her underwear, then, he had already seen his entire body? How embarrassing. I didn't see anything, I don't have X-ray vision. Ling Yan lied. He smiled and said, Big Sister Morong, I've already told you that I know a type of celestial technique. You can call this technique divination or foresight. Anyway, there are some things that I can predict. Ling Yan said with a smile. He definitely couldn't say that he had X-ray vision, but Huaxia had geomancy, which 99% of the people believed in. Therefore, Ling Yan used a method that Morong Feishui could accept the most. You're a half-immortal? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to PM. Read. To be continued. I'm sending them all up. I'm so tired. I only have 9 votes. I don't even have the energy to cry. Ling Yan sweated profusely. Big Sister Morong, why did you have to use such a vulgar term to describe a great cultivator like me? However, Morong Feishui's words meant that she agreed with Ling Yan's bullshit. Ling Yan could only nod helplessly in acknowledgement. You can say that, but I'm still a little better than a demigod. Ling Yan could only flatter himself. Really? Why did you have to learn such superstition out of everything? Morong Feishui graduated from a prestigious British university. She naturally didn't believe in superstition, but Ling Yan had completely shattered some of her beliefs. Morong Feishui's heart skipped a beat when she thought about how Ling Yan could calculate the style and color of her underwear. Could he even calculate her cup size? Then, you were the one who divined Zhu Yongwang's and Ho Yaozong's health problems? Also, the raw jade stones you picked, the king of stones, and the super Tonghulu, Morong Feishui fired off a barrage of questions like a machine gun. Ling Yan could only smile and nod, admitting everything. He thought to himself, Sister Morong, I've already accepted this token of love. The weather is so good, and the scenery is so beautiful. It's the perfect time for us to be lovey-dovey. Why are you asking me these questions that spoil the mood? Amazing. Morong Feishui's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Ling Yan as though he was a monster. Then, she saw that Ling Yan's face was less than a foot away from hers. She could feel the heat coming out of his nose. Morong Feishui's eyes were getting hotter and hotter. Her heart was racing like never before. However, she didn't ask what Ling Yan wanted to do this time. Instead, she looked forward to seeing Ling Yan's lips land on her. With a low moan, Morong Feishui's cherry lips were sealed by Ling Yan's. Morong Feishui's body trembled violently. She felt countless electric currents in her body, causing her to go limp and numb. After a symbolic struggle, she obediently laid down her arms and surrendered. Ling Yan's lips and tongue were too mesmerizing. She quickly lost herself and felt as if she was floating in a dream. This was Morong Feishui's first kiss. She wanted to enjoy it. Morong Feishui's reaction was very strong. Her delicate body trembled violently. The stimulation was too much. She wanted to avoid it, but she couldn't bear to. Her yearning for him for the past 3 weeks had finally come true. Morong Feishui wanted to indulge herself and let this little rascal bully her a few more times. Ling Yan was afraid that Morong Feishui couldn't catch her breath, so he left Morong Feishui's lips with a smile. Little rascal, you've been eyeing me since the first time we met. Have you been eyeing me for a long time? Ling Yan admitted straightforwardly. That's why I'm touching it now. It's really comfortable, hee hee. TSK. Be gentler, you don't know how to be gentle with the fairer sex. Morong Feishui snorted, but she couldn't bear to let Ling Yan take his hand away. This feeling was indescribably wonderful. Ling Yan's hands were too magical. I thought Big Sister Morong would be angry. Ling Yan teased. Morong Feishui's breathing quickened. I've already given you my family heirloom. I'll be yours sooner or later. What's there to be angry about? Morong Feishui glanced at Ling Yun. I just didn't expect a little rascal like you to be so daring. How dare you bully me in broad daylight? What if Grandpa barges in? Haha, big sister Morong, if I remember correctly, when you opened the door just now, you said that Grandpa Morong went to Hudong for an exchange meeting early in the morning and would only be back tomorrow. Am I right? Ling Yun laughed. Ling Yun laughed. How beautiful! Ling Yun exclaimed. Morong Feishua's face turned even redder. An indescribable sense of nervousness and humiliation made her body tense up like a bow, and her face turned a shade of purple. You're so mean. How dare you bully big sister? Morong Feishua said angrily. I'm your wife now. Ling Yun corrected her seriously. I said I'll be your girlfriend. First. I haven't agreed to marry you yet. Morong Feishua said anxiously. It's only a matter of time. Ling Yun laughed heartily and returned to his seat in a flash. He behaved himself as if nothing had happened. Tell me honestly, how did you make the heavenly seal disappear? How did you do it? Morong Feishua asked curiously after tidying up her clothes. Therefore, he told Morong Feishua about his spatial ring. Could there really be a dimensional space? Morong Feishua exclaimed in shock. Dimensional space? This was the first time Ling Yun heard of this term. He couldn't help but repeat it. It's a parallel universe, a multidimensional space. To put it simply, in the space that we are in, there are actually 2, 3, more, or even countless overlapping or parallel spaces. The array on your ring is actually the key to open those spaces, or in other words, the laws. Morong Feishua was indeed a top student from England. Ling Yun had told many of his close friends about the spatial ring, but only Morong Feishua had mentioned the concept of dimensional space. Of course, with the development of the internet, movies, games, comics, and so on, there were many theories about dimensional spaces. Many people actually understood them, but they didn't connect them together. Or rather, they thought of it but didn't say it out loud. Ling Yun thought about it seriously. He felt that science and technology shouldn't be underestimated. Some of them were really related to cultivation when they reached a high level. It's the same result. Ling Yun sighed in his heart. Morong Feishua stared at Ling Yun for a long time, thinking about all the miraculous things he had done in the past. Suddenly, she smiled. Ling Yun, you're really amazing. Admirable. Morong Feishua said it out loud. Ling Yun felt even better than conquering her in bed. Have you fallen in love with me? Ling Yun asked with a smile. Morong Feishua pursed her lips and glanced at Ling Yun. What do you think? Suddenly, she got up and walked towards her bedroom. Wait for me, let me change my clothes. Come with me to Lingjue Temple. Why are we going there? Ling Yun asked. Ling Yun knew now that he was picked up by Qin Qiuyue at Lingjue Temple. He had always wanted to go, but he didn't have the chance. He didn't expect Morong Feishua to bring it up today. What else can I do at Lingjue Temple? Burn incense, pray to Buddha, ask for a fortune stick, and make a vow. The Buddha there is the most efficacious. The people of Jiangnan believed in Buddha the most. Every New Year, wedding, and funeral, they would definitely pray to the Buddha. Lingjue Temple was the most popular. Ling Yun laughed and said, Sister Morong, aren't you not superstitious? Why did you ask for a fortune stick and make a vow? Morong Feishua ignored Ling Yun for a long time. The sound of clothes being taken off came from her bedroom. Ling Yun thought to himself, you're my wife now, what's wrong with me taking a peek? But he suppressed that thought in the end. When the time comes, I'll peel you into an egg and put you in front of me. Wouldn't that be even better? Ling Yun couldn't help but chuckle at that thought. Morong Feishua changed from inside to outside. When she came out, she was still in office attire, but her face was as red as a ball of fire. This year is Big Sister's zodiac year. Morong Feishua was more beautiful than her clothes, just like a bride waiting to be married. That's too red. But I like it. Ling Yun said as he stood up. Morong Feishua smiled and took 2 steps forward. Have you kept the token of love that I gave you? Morong Feishue asked as she held Ling Yan's arm gently. How could he not keep it well? Ling Yan had already put the box and the heavenly seal into his spatial ring. Big sister prayed to Buddha for a marriage stick. The master at Lingjue temple said that I can find my own marriage before I turn 24. Your big sister's man. There's still half a year to my 24th birthday. Do you think I should go and fulfill my wish? So big sister's birthday is in December? Ling Yan asked casually as he watched Morong Feishue lock the door. 12th of December, remember? Yes. Ling Yan continued to be Morong Feishue's chauffeur after closing the door and getting into the car. He continued westward, exited the western suburbs, and continued westward for another 9 kilometers. Finally, he arrived at a place with verdant hills and limpid water. There are many temples here, such as Lingjue Temple, Fuguang Temple, Xia Temple, and Bodhi Temple. They all have a lot of incense, but Lingjue Temple is the most prosperous because it's the most spiritual. Morong Feishue sat in the car, enjoying the scenery and acting as Ling Yan's tour guide. She seemed to have forgotten that Ling Yan grew up in Xianxia City. However, Ling Yan was no longer in the mood to listen. He could feel the power of Buddha growing stronger and stronger. To be continued. This chapter wasn't easy to write, and so were the next few chapters. Please understand. There will be more chapters after midnight, and there will definitely be 8 chapters on the 26th. I suggest that everyone read it together tomorrow. The double monthly tickets will start soon, so please reserve your tickets. I'm asking for full subscriptions and recommendation tickets. Also, thank you to I'm Fat But Healthy and Shadow Sniper for their 10,000 tips. Thank you everyone for your tips and monthly tickets. Ling Yan drove the Land Rover with Morong Feishue on the road through the forest. Lingjue Temple was already in sight. He was driving with one hand, and his right hand was on the steering wheel. There was a dark bead the size of a walnut in Ling Yan's left hand. This was, of course, the Bodhi seed. The closer he got to Lingjue Temple, the stronger the Buddha power he felt. Of course, this strength was only relative. It couldn't be compared to the surging Buddha power in the small temple at the bottom of the crater where the senior monk passed away. Ling Yan had already reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 8 and was only a step away from breaking through to physique tempering stage 9. He was also only a step away from the chi cultivation stage. He could now easily sense the various types of special energies in the world. For example, in the outskirts, there was naturally a thin layer of spiritual energy. Even though it was so thin that it was negligible, Ling Yan could already absorb it easily. It was as natural as breathing air. This was a result of his heaven-defying physique. Don't underestimate this kind of invisible and undetectable accumulation. This was because it was a continuous absorption every second. Many a little makes a mickle, and many grains of sand formed a tower. Actually, Ling Yan's cultivation was increasing unknowingly every minute and second. It couldn't be felt normally, but this was Ling Yan's root. It was the most fundamental reason why he was so heaven-defying. However, the Buddha power Ling Yan felt now was much stronger than the surrounding plant spiritual energy. That was why he took out the Bodhi seed. The Bodhi seed was obtained by Ling Yan from the mysterious crater. Later on, in Zhuang Tianda's villa at Qingshui Wharf, Master Xingqi chanted the name of Buddha when Ling Yan was about to kill him. The Bodhi seed flew out on its own and blocked more than 10 of Ling Yan's strikes in the air. That made Ling Yan so angry that he almost threw it away. However, the Bodhi seed and the other 3 Buddhist artifacts flew out of the spatial ring on their own when Ling Yan was undergoing his tribulation on Turtle Island. They helped Ling Yan resist the terrifying 9-colored tribulation cloud. Ling Yan knew that he had 4 Buddhist treasures that were fated with Buddhism. Each of them was extraordinary and could fight against the 9-colored tribulation cloud. Among them, the Bodhi seed was the most powerful and mysterious. The Bodhi seed was still gray and old, but the surface of its body began to emit a misty green color. Ling Yan knew that this was caused by it absorbing the energy of the green lightning with the Shinnon cauldron when it was fighting against the green tribulation cloud. Then, the Bodhi seed flew up into the sky. Together with the other Dharma treasures, it devoured the rainbow tribulation cloud in the sky. Of the 4 Buddhist treasures, it obtained the most. What it obtained was more than the total of the other 3 Buddhist treasures. Ling Yan took out the Bodhi seed and held it in his left hand with a rare solemn expression. He glanced at the Bodhi seed from time to time, lost in thought as he stared at the layer of green light on its surface. It was broad daylight, so Morong Feishui couldn't see the green light on the surface of the Bodhi seed. Only Ling Yan, who had the yin-yang eye, could see it. Very ordinary, very ordinary. There's no Buddha power coming out of it, but it's continuously absorbing the Buddha power around it. Ling Yan could feel that the Bodhi seed was continuously absorbing the Buddha power around it. Ling Yan understood that if he took out the green lamp, the string of Buddha beads, and the magical gourd without a mouth, they would definitely absorb the Buddha power around them. However, he couldn't take them out because Morong Feishui would definitely think that Ling Yan was becoming a monk. He hadn't even reached Lingjue Temple yet, but he was already wearing a string of Buddha beads, carrying a broken gourd, and accompanying a green lamp. Wasn't this the rhythm of a monk who drank and ate meat? Up until now, only Master Xianxia had pointed out that Ling Yan was fated with Buddhism and had the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book before he died. He said that Ling Yan was destined to face the heavenly tribulation. The person destined to face the heavenly tribulation. Ling Yan stared at the Bodhi seed in a daze, but his heart was already in turmoil. He thought of the 9-colored tribulation cloud on Turtle Island and the shocking scene when he used all his Dharma treasures to resist the terrifying heavenly tribulation. However, Ling Yan had an instinctive resistance towards Buddhism and Buddhist cultivators. It wasn't because he had to become a monk, but because he felt that Buddhism was too mysterious and overbearing. Buddhist cultivators talked about reincarnation, and talked about delivering all living things from suffering. However, what they cultivated was an indestructible golden body. Buddhist energy was the power of faith, the power of will, and not any of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Buddhist cultivators were too terrifying and not to be trifled with. That was why Ling Yan kept his distance from them. Morong Feishui was in high spirits when she came to Lingjue Temple with Ling Yan. She explained all sorts of things to Ling Yan, but she couldn't help but turn to look at Ling Yan when she didn't get a response. That look almost scared her to death. Ling Yan actually didn't look at the road, he didn't need to look at the road. He could use his divine sense to cover a radius of 40 meters. He could drive with his eyes closed. However, Morong Feishui didn't know that. She panicked when she saw Ling Yan staring at his left hand with a solemn expression. Ling Yan, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you looking at the road when you're driving? Ling Yan snapped out of his thoughts and turned to smile at Morong Feishui. It's fine, I didn't drive into the ditch, did I? Big Sister Morong, how far is the Lingjue Temple? Ling Yan asked Morong Feishui at the same time. Morong Feishui rarely saw such a solemn expression on Ling Yan's face. She thought that Ling Yan had such an expression because he was thinking about their engagement today. She was inexplicably happy as she pointed ahead. It's right in front, just 2 more turns. Morong Feishui pointed ahead. Really, you grew up in Xianxia City, but you don't even know where Lingjue Temple is. Morong Feishui said with a blush. Ling Yan chuckled. I was picked up by my mother from Lingjue Temple. It's just that I've lost all my memories. A few minutes later, they finally arrived at Lingjue Temple. They found a parking spot at the foot of the mountain and started climbing up the mountain. Lingjue Temple was indeed very popular, especially since the National College entrance examination had just ended yesterday. Many parents had come to Lingjue Temple to pray for their children to get a high score. Therefore, Lingjue Temple had been filled with visitors for the past few days. Along the way, they could see families bringing their children who had just finished their National College entrance examination up the mountain to pray to Buddha. Along the way, Morong Feishui's beautiful face became more and more solemn, and her eyes became more devout. Ling Yan, look, so many parents and candidates are here to pray to Buddha. You should also burn some incense today so that Buddha can bless you with a high score. Morong Feishui turned to Ling Yan. Ling Yan held the Bodhi bead in his hand, feeling the waves of Buddhist power coming from Lingjue Temple. I don't believe in these things. I believe in myself. Praying to Buddha is nothing more than peace of mind. Praying to Buddha is better than praying to myself. Ling Yan's expression was calm, but his words revealed his strong confidence. This made Morong Feishui's heart tremble. She didn't say anything else. Instead, she took Ling Yan's right arm and started climbing silently. Ling Yan could feel the Buddha's power that was several times stronger than before. He looked at the devout tourists holding incense sticks with a solemn expression. Occasionally, he raised his head and looked at the Lingjue temple that was surrounded by incense sticks without saying a word. The Buddhist orthodoxy is really powerful. The power of faith is amazing. The mountain wasn't high, so they quickly arrived at the entrance of Lingjue temple. The Buddhist power was even stronger here, and everyone was devout. At the main entrance of the Lingjue temple, all sorts of people walked in and out. Even though it was noisy, Ling Yan could still find a sense of calmness, tranquility, and peace in the midst of the noise. "Wait here for me, I'll go buy some incense." Morong Feishue let go of Ling Yan's arm and said with a red face. Lingjue temple wasn't just a temple. It was a famous attraction in Xianxia city. The incense in the temple was more than twice the price of the incense at the foot of the mountain. Of course, this didn't affect Morong Feishue at all. That was why she only started buying incense when she reached the entrance of the temple. Ling Yan nodded slightly, but he had already released his divine sense. He realized that within the range of his divine sense, there were only ordinary people going up the mountain to offer incense. Occasionally, there were some monks walking around, but they were also there to generate income for the Lingjue temple. They were solemnly persuading the tourists to buy incense and burn incense. However, they were just people in the temple, not Buddhas. Ling Yan saw many Buddha statues. They were tall, standing, and sitting. They were all lifelike and dignified. Most of the Buddhist power in Lingjue temple came from these Buddha statues. Ling Yan raised his left hand and looked at the Bodhi seed in his hand. The Bodhi seed was absorbing the Buddhist power at an alarming rate. It absorbed as much as it could. The natural patterns on the Bodhi seed were even clearer under the misty green light. The huge Buddha formed by the natural patterns was clearer as well. It seemed like it was going to break out of the Bodhi seed. This made Ling Yan secretly shocked. Morong Feishue returned very quickly with a big bundle of incense sticks in her hands. It seemed like she was going to pray in front of every Buddha. "I'll help you, that won't do." Ling Yan couldn't help but want to help Morong Feishue. However, Morong Feishue rejected his offer. Sincerity was the most effective thing in the world. Ling Yan accompanied Morong Feishue into the temple to burn incense and fulfill her vows. No matter what Morong Feishue did, he accompanied her. He watched as she kowtowed and prostrated herself on the ground. Her expression was solemn and sincere. The two of them arrived at the Hall of Great Strength very quickly. Ling Yan released his divine sense but still didn't discover anything. What shocked him the most was the Buddha statues in the Hall of Great Strength. They were so huge that mortals seemed tiny in front of them. Morong Feishue used up all the incense in her hand after they finished praying. She suggested to Ling Yan that she should personally thank the monk who told her about her marriage. Where? In the backyard of the Lingjue temple. To be continued. The first chapter of the 8th chapter. Big Brother Yun would be leaving Xianxia city in 3 more chapters. How exciting! Lingjue temple was a large and ancient temple. Historical records said that it was built during the northern and southern dynasties of China. The layout of Lingjue temple was square with a north-south axis, the Mountain Gate Hall, the Hall of Heavenly Kings, the Hall of Great Strength, the Hall of Worship, the Hall of Law, and the Scripture Pavilion. It was symmetrical, stable, and orderly. Along this central axis, the buildings in the front and the back rose and fell, like a lively piece of music echoing from the front and the back. Through the architectural layout of Lingjue temple, Ling Yan could see that it had a very deep yin-yang cosmology and an aesthetic mentality that advocated symmetry, order, and stability. Ling Yan and Morong Feishue passed through the Hall of Great Strength and the Scripture Pavilion. They soon arrived at the backyard that Morong Feishue mentioned. Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh. This wasn't the backyard of Lingjue temple. It was the monks' quarters and the vegetarian hall. Of course, Morong Feishue was a jewelry appraiser and designer. Her understanding of the temple was similar to most ordinary people. From her point of view, since this was where the monks of the Lingjue temple lived and prayed to Buddha, wasn't it the backyard of the Lingjue temple where no one was allowed to enter? Because this was the monks' quarters of Lingjue temple, it wasn't open to the public. That was why it was cold and quiet. However, the Zen aura was even stronger. The two of them arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. Morong Feishue said politely to a young monk at the entrance, "Hello, please go in and inform him that I would like to see Venerable Xuanji." The young monk looked at the two of them and saw that they were well dressed. He placed one palm in front of his chest, bowed slightly, and said, "Benefactors, please go back. Master Xuanji has said that he will not see any pilgrims today and will not sign anything." Morong Feishue was disappointed, but she didn't want to give up. "Please go in and inform him that Morong Feishue from the Morong family wishes to see him," she pleaded. Morong Wencher and Master Xuanji were good friends. Morong Wencher would come to Lingjue Temple almost every month to drink tea and discuss Zen with Master Xuanji. That was why Morong Feishue knew Master Xuanji. When Morong Feishue was 18, Morong Wencher brought her to the Lingjue Temple to ask for a marriage lot. Back then, it was Venerable Xuanji who interpreted the lot for her. Morong Feishue didn't really believe in it and never took it seriously. Now that it had come true, Morong Feishue naturally had to thank him in person. Ling Yan stood at the entrance of the monastery and released his divine sense. Then, his expression changed slightly. This was because his divine sense detected an old monk sitting on a futon in a very simple meditation room in the east of the monastery. The old monk wore a grey robe with a kasaya on the outside. He had a simple appearance, and he sat cross-legged with a solemn expression. He twirled the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand while his lips opened and closed as he muttered. Obviously, he was chanting in meditation. Of course, what made Ling Yan's expression change wasn't because he suddenly saw a monk chanting scriptures, but because he couldn't see through this old monk's strength and cultivation. Even though this old monk looked like an ordinary monk, Ling Yan knew that this old monk was definitely not an ordinary person. His cultivation was at least above Xiantian realm level 6, God. Lingjue Temple actually had such a master. Ling Yan had been expanding his divine sense to the maximum ever since he came up the mountain. He wanted to see if there were any ancient martial arts practitioners in this famous Lingjue Temple. However, he didn't find a single Hotian realm master. Ling Yan was a little disappointed at first, but he didn't expect to find one the moment he came to the backyard of the Lingjue Temple. Moreover, it was a master. So far, Ling Yan had only seen 3 people who could be considered masters: Qin Dongxue, Lu Suifeng, and the Devil Sex Holy Virgin. Qin Dongxue was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 4, and Lu Suifeng was at the beginning of Xiantian realm level 5. As for the Devil Sex Holy Virgin, Ling Yan couldn't tell at all. It could be said that she was unfathomable. Of course, Ling Yan and Bai Xianer were naturally masters as well. Ling Yan had also seen 2 monks who practiced ancient martial arts. One was Master Compassionless at the early stages of Hotian realm level 8, and the other was Master Xingqi at Xiantian realm level 1. The former was killed by Ling Yan, and the latter committed suicide in front of Ling Yan. Now, Ling Yan saw another one, and this one's cultivation was so high that Ling Yan couldn't even see through it. How could he not be shocked? Ling Yan guessed that this must be the Master Xianji that Morong Feishue had mentioned. Ling Yan was secretly shocked. He felt that the other party's strength wasn't inferior to his. He looked at Morong Feishue, who was begging the young monk, and said casually, "Big Sister Morong, since Master Xianji isn't seeing any guests today, why don't we go back first and come back another day?" Ling Yan didn't want to be entangled with the Buddhists. Of the 36 stratagems, Ling Yan wanted to retreat. Ba, I didn't know that there would be distinguished guests today. Please come in." A Buddhist chant came from inside the room. Ba, I didn't know that there would be guests today. Please come in." Although the voice was old, it was vigorous, like the evening drum and morning bell, so loud that even the deaf could hear. Ling Yan immediately used his divine sense to sense that the old monk had stood up with one hand on the ground. He didn't use any qigong and looked no different from an ordinary person. "Venerable Xuanji invites the 2 of you in." The young monk bowed to Morong Feishue and said, "Thank you, little master." Morong Feishue smiled brightly. Then, she pulled Ling Yan's arm and dragged him into the courtyard. Ling Yan had no choice but to follow with a bitter smile. The 2 of them entered the courtyard and saw the old monk walking out of the room. Perhaps it was because he was meditating just now, but his eyes were clear and full of energy. He walked towards Ling Yan and Morong Feishue with a smile. Greetings, Master Xianxia. Morong Feishue let go of Ling Yan's arm hurriedly when she saw Master Xianxia coming out personally. Her face was a little red as she put her palms together and bowed to Master Xianxia. Master Xianxia naturally returned the greeting with his palms together. You don't have to be so polite, Feishue. I'm your grandfather's best friend. I drink his tea every year. If I were to reject you today, I'll have to buy my own tea from now on. Master Xianxia really knows how to joke. Morong Feishue smiled shyly, bringing a bright and lively atmosphere to the simple courtyard. Ling Yan stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't say anything. He only smiled along with Morong Feishue. Please come in. Master Xianxia led the two of them into his room. After sitting down, he ordered the young monk to brew tea. May I know who this young benefactor is? Master Xianxia asked with a deep smile. Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled and answered honestly, neither servile nor overbearing. What? Ling Yun? Master Xianxi's expression changed when he heard Ling Yun's name. He stood up immediately and scanned Ling Yun from head to toe. His gaze was as though he was looking at an alien. There was shock and a trace of indescribable confusion. Ling Yun and Morong Feishue looked at each other before looking up at Master Xianxia. Why, have you heard of me, Master Xianxia? Morong Feishue was astonished, but Ling Yun knew what was going on. Master Xuanji's skills were profound. If Master Xuanji was at the Lingjue temple when his mother picked him up, then it would be hard to hide the fact that Qin Qiuyue picked him up that night from the Lingjue temple. That shouldn't be the case. Master Xianxia muttered to himself as he sat down slowly under Morong Feishue's astonished gaze. Master Xianxia, Ling Yun is my boyfriend. What do you mean by shouldn't be? Morong Feishue asked, puzzled by Master Xianxi's rare loss of composure. Feishue, I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now. Master Xianxia blamed himself before looking at Ling Yun again. Benefactor Ling Yun, I have a very rude question to ask you. Can I ask you? Please speak, Master. Ling Yun smiled faintly. Now that Ling Yun knew that he was a descendant of the Ling family, his biological mother was the previous holy virgin of the devil sect, and Qin Qiuyue was from the Qin family, there was no need for him to hide his identity in front of outsiders. He had to take care of the Ling family and the Qin family. The burden of reviving these two declining families was on Ling Yun's shoulders. He couldn't afford to lose his composure in front of a master like Master Xianxia. Moreover, Ling Yun wanted to find out more from Master Xianxia if he really knew something. For example, why was he picked up by Qin Qiuyue at Lingjue Temple and not somewhere else? There was obviously more to it than meets the eye. Young benefactor Ling Yun, may I know if your mother's surname is Qin? Master Xuanji didn't beat around the bush. That's right, my adoptive mother is called Qin Qiuyue. Ling Yun nodded. Master Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. Morong Feishue was equally shocked. Master Xianxia, do you know each other? She looked at Ling Yun and Master Xianxia. I don't. Master Xianxia shook his head. Big sister Morong, there's something you don't know. My mother picked me up at Lingjue Temple 18 years ago, Ling Yun replied. This wasn't a secret. It was recorded in the Public Security Bureau, so there was no need to hide it. Ling Yun had already made up his mind. He wanted to see if Master Xianxia was a friend or foe. If he was a foe, he wouldn't hesitate to kill Master Xianxia on the spot, even if he had to use all his trump cards. Morong Feishue was shocked. She didn't expect Ling Yun's background to be so bizarre. It's really you. Grandmaster Xuanji's expression changed again when he heard that. He immediately stood up from his seat and his kasaya fluttered in the wind. It was obvious that he was extremely excited. To be continued. After confirming Ling Yun's identity, Master Xuanji was extremely excited. He didn't even hesitate to reveal his Xiantian realm aura in front of Ling Yun. His monk robe fluttered even though there was no wind. It was obvious that the Xiantian true qi in his body was surging. He didn't even shift his gaze. He raised his hand gently and patted Morong Feishue's shoulder, sending her a telepathic message to tell her that everything was fine. Ling Yun could feel that Master Xuanji didn't have any intention of attacking him even though he was excited. There wasn't even a trace of killing intent. Miss Murong, I would like to have a word with Ling Yun. Can you wait here for a moment? Master Xuanji's voice trembled as he looked at Murong Feishue. Murong Feishue couldn't make up her mind and turned to look at Ling Yun. Big Sister Murong, wait here for me. Ling Yun stood up and said to Murong Feishue. Ling Yun and Master Xuanji walked out of the meditation room under Murong Feishue's shocked and confused gaze. They soon arrived at an extremely quiet meditation room. Master Xuanji closed the door carefully after Ling Yun entered. From the looks of it, Master Xuanji was one of the people who knew about what happened 18 years ago? Ling Yun asked telepathically. Surprisingly, Master Xianxia shook his head and said, I wasn't in the Lingjue temple back then. Oh? In that case, how did Master Xianxia know so much about me? The corners of Master Xuanji's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and said, Little friend Ling Yun, all of this was told to me personally by my senior brother, Xianming. After Master Xuanji finished speaking, he no longer hid his strength. It was obvious that he had seen through Ling Yun's martial arts. His figure flashed and his robes fluttered as he appeared in front of Ling Yun. Of course, Ling Yun wasn't surprised. He said sincerely, Master, please tell me what happened that year. This matter was related to Ling Yun's birth mother and the Ling family. He naturally had to get to the bottom of it. Master Xuanji didn't need to hide anything from Ling Yun anymore. I didn't expect you to have such shocking cultivation. I'll tell you everything I know then. Master Xuanji nodded and said to Ling Yun. With that, Master Xuanji used telepathy to speak to Ling Yun. Actually, what happened wasn't complicated. On a stormy night 18 years ago, Grandmaster Xianming was meditating in his room when he suddenly heard the sounds of an intense battle outside Lingjue Temple. At that time, Master Xianming was already at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 5. He could feel that the people fighting outside the Lingjue Temple were all at a very high level. Thus, he flew out of the meditation room and headed straight for the place of the intense battle. He wanted to see what was happening. Then, he saw two experts fighting fiercely on a steep cliff outside the Lingjue Temple. The force of their fists and palms could actually send sand and stones flying. The two experts were both masked and dressed in black. Judging from their figures, they were a man and a woman. The man was tall and skinny, and his arms were unusually long. The woman had a slim figure, and her qigong was exceptionally high. As she flew, her figure was extremely graceful. However, the woman's martial arts were clearly inferior to the masked man. She was already seriously injured and in a dangerous situation. Master Xianming was at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 5. His experience was extraordinary. He immediately determined that these two were experts from the Devil Sect when he saw their true qi and their moves. However, what Grandmaster Xianming didn't know was that such an expert from the Devil Sect was rarely seen. Why was he risking his life on this stormy night outside the Lingjue Temple? Very quickly, Grandmaster Xianming heard the conversation between the two of them and understood what was going on. It was actually because of a child. The man chased the woman to the outside of the Lingjue Temple, but he didn't know where the woman hid the child. Knowing that he was tricked, he appeared in anger and wanted to interrogate the woman. Sikong too, that kid's meridians have been secretly destroyed by you guys. He won't even live past the age of 20. Why do you still want to kill him? Do you know that he's the biological son of my young mistress? Sikong too laughed coldly. It's precisely because he's your young mistress's son that I'm here to kill him. Otherwise, why would I have to do it myself? The Holy Virgin of the Devil Sect is really wishful thinking. She wants you to send this bastard out without a word and let him grow up in this world. She must be dreaming. The woman from the Devil Sect trembled. Aren't you afraid that I'll go back and report to my young mistress? She'll turn you into ashes if she finds out. At this time, Sikong too laughed maniacally. Your young mistress? Turn me into ashes? Today, one by one, I guarantee that you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Old bald donkey, stop hiding and come out. I'll send you on your way. Sikong too had already discovered Master Xuanming's whereabouts. Master Xianming knew that he was no match for Sikong too, but he could only show himself and fight Sikong too with the woman. However, the difference in their realms was too great. Master Xianming was at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 5, but he wasn't even a match for the injured woman. The two of them fought with all their might, but they still weren't Sikong Tu's match. Within a few moves, Master Xianming had been hit by Sikong Tu's palm 3 times. His body was already severely injured, and the injured woman vomited blood again. However, the woman was extremely smart. During the intense fight, she secretly told Master Xianming where the child was hidden. She told him not to worry about her and to rescue the child. Without a doubt, that child was the current Ling Yun. In order to cover Master Xianming's escape, the woman fought Sikong Tu with all her might. She only attacked and didn't defend, giving Master Xianming a chance to escape. Even though Master Xianming couldn't bear to see the woman killed by Sikong Tu, he knew that if he stayed, the two of them would be killed by Sikong Tu in no time. He wouldn't even be able to take 3 moves from Sikong Tuesday. With no other choice, Master Xianming decided to find Ling Yun and rescue him first. Master Xianming saw an opening and flew out of the battle. He endured his injuries and escaped. He could vaguely hear the woman's sorrowful cry. Sikong Tu, it's not as easy to kill me, green bird. Since you want to kill my young mistress's child, I'll take you down with me. Then, Master Xianming heard an earth-shattering explosion followed by Sikong Tu's scream. Master Xianming looked up to the sky and sighed. He knew that green bird was dead for sure. The sound of fighting could no longer be heard. Only the sound of the rain was left. Master Xianming didn't dare to look back. With such a heavy rain, Ling Yun would be soaked to death. Moreover, he was already seriously injured. The demonic aura had entered his body. He knew that he didn't have much time left. Hence, he had to find Ling Yun as soon as possible. Master Xianming endured the pain and ran. Soon, he arrived at the location that Green Bird mentioned. However, what made him dumbfounded was that there was a woman there. She had a beautiful figure and face. Her face was pale, and she was soaked. She was holding a baby in her arms. The baby was in her arms. He didn't cry or make a fuss. He seemed very obedient and quiet. Beside Qin Qiuyue was a long wooden box. Seeing this, Master Xianming asked Qin Qiuyue and found out that this woman was Qin Qiuyue. Hence, he begged Qin Qiuyue to take care of Ling Yun. Qin Qiuyue had just given birth to Ning Lingyu. She hadn't finished her confinement period yet. Due to her mother's nature and the fact that Ling Yun was too pitiful, she agreed without hesitation. Master Xianming knew that it was dangerous. He was afraid that more people from the devil sect would come after them. He didn't want Qin Qiuyue to get involved with the people from the devil sect. Hence, he advised Qin Qiuyue to leave the mountain as soon as possible. Qin Qiuyue didn't even need his advice. She was worried about Ning Lingyu, who was seriously ill at home. Hence, she quickly carried Ling Yun and the wooden box that he always carried with him down the mountain. Master Xianming knew that Qin Qiuyue was only half a step into the Xiantian realm. Although he was already seriously injured, he was still worried that Qin Qiuyue would encounter trouble. Hence, he escorted Qin Qiuyue all the way to Qingshui City before leaving. After returning, Master Xianming went to the place where the 3 of them fought. All he saw was a heavy downpour. Even the bloodstains on the rocks had been washed away. There was no trace of Sikong Tu and Qing Yao. At this moment, Grandmaster Xianming was already on the verge of collapsing. His physical strength had long been depleted, so he could only return to his room. That night, he wrote a letter and ordered someone to pass it to his junior brother, Xianxia, telling him to rush over. When Master Xuanji arrived, Xianming couldn't hold on any longer. With his last breath, he told Master Xuanji everything that had happened and passed away. Come to think of it, that Lady Qing Yao should be someone close to your biological mother. As for that person called Sikong Tu, he should be an expert from the devil sect. I went to the bottom of the cliff to look for their corpses, but I didn't find anything. I don't even know if they're dead or alive. Senior said that your Yang Heel Meridian was destroyed, and it would be difficult for you to live past the age of 20. However, I didn't expect that you would have such a miraculous encounter. Not only did your body recover, but you also learned a lot of skills. Even I can't see through your cultivation. Master Xuanji finished in one breath. Ling Yun clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his teeth were clenched tightly. After a while, Ling Yun placed a palm in front of his chest and bowed slightly to Master Xuanji. Thank you, Master, for telling me. At this point, Ling Yan had a clear understanding of everything that happened that night when Xianxia picked him up. The Ling family was so pitiful. His biological mother, the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, must have had a hard time too. Xianxia risked her life to protect him, and his mother didn't even know if he was alive or dead. One could imagine how she must have felt for the past 18 years. Si Kongtu, you better not let me know that you're still alive. Otherwise, I'll turn your bones into ashes with my own hands. Murderous intent surged in Ling Yan's eyes. Then, he let out a long breath and stared at Master Xuanji. I wonder which room Master Shanming stayed in. I want to go and take a look. End of chapter 669. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.